In this world, every person has a chance to become God. According to the degree of divine power, people here are divided into several types: demigods, true gods, elder, and higher gods. Every person, upon reaching the age of 18, can awaken the sphere of the gods within themselves in order to find their irreplaceable representative. There is also a gradation of ranks among representatives. The more talented a person is, the more potential their representative may have, and this potential will allow them to develop to the highest level. The question arises whether, under such circumstances, Charlie Walter, the man who awakened the divine domain, will be able to rewrite his destiny, since he has obtained a lower-level representative, a locust. A voice is heard, emotionally asking the interlocutor how he dares to argue with the speaker. Chade Bone demands that he give him the divine power points, otherwise the sphere of the gods will be destroyed. Chade is an arrogant school bully who was mistakenly blessed with incredible power by the heavens. His god sphere contains the strength of a 5,000-strong orc army, and he always gets what he wants. The fair-haired guy answers him with fervor, provoking him to act. The main character ended up in his body. He is weak because his representative is a weak locust. This weak man dared to answer such a strong one because of what happened yesterday. Namely, because our hero ended up in this wonderful world where everyone can become God. But the time traveler found himself in the body of a weak-willed and feeble-minded outcast, who, on his 18th birthday, awakened the sphere of the gods with a representative, who is a locust. An elderly man lies on a bed with an oxygen mask on his face, knowing that his grandson's parents are lost in the chaotic sea of stars of the Imperial Academy. But the old man is almost certain that they must be alive. The old man asks to find them if possible, and the young man remembers the words of the girl, who said that if he is ready to become her slave, feeding the locust to her thunderer, he will definitely finish school and get a diploma. A bully roughly grabs Charlie by the shoulder, telling him to bring him 100 points of divine power tomorrow, otherwise it will be bad. His locust will be destroyed, as well as the sphere of the gods, and hope will be shattered. The guy puts his hand to his head. Apparently, the difficulty of this game was set to hellish from the very beginning. He only has locust as representatives, which isn't even enough for a diploma, let alone the academy. The guy looks at the capsule connected to the devices and thinks that, first, he needs to deal with Chade. He is not going to just stand and watch someone ruin his life. He climbs into the capsule and puts on the helmet. Since he came to this world, he must at least try to fix the situation he found himself in. Simply giving up would be disrespectful to the other time travelers. The system notifies the guy about connecting to the sphere of the gods. The download reaches 100%. The connection is successful, as indicated by the corresponding system window that appears. Charlie's eyes widen at the sight before him. His gaze is met with an incredibly beautiful landscape with mountains and an abundance of greenery. The guy looks at this whole spectacle silently and slightly puzzled. He suggests that his representatives are a group of locusts resting on the grass, the insects flashing their beady red eyes. Charlie opens his status system window and begins to study it carefully. According to this body's memories, it didn't have the talent chosen son of heaven or the life sacrifice ability before, meaning they appeared after the transfer. Charlie reads the descriptions. The talent helps to get one unique ability for each level achieved, and the ability allows to get something equal to it once per day for the life of a creature. The guy thinks, apparently, he received the talent during the transfer, and the ability thanks to becoming a divine being. This is not bad. There is a possibility of his grandfather's wish coming true. But this is only possible if Charlie manages to survive the encounter with Chade tomorrow. The guy doubts his locust. Charlie opens his representative system window. Reading the description in more detail, something catches his attention. He thinks about what he has read, turning it over in his head and comparing one thing with another for analysis. And then the guy has a revelation. He understands what's what. With an anticipatory smile, he is going to take a risk and make a big bet. If Charlie wins, he will instantly become a master. But if he loses, he will lose everything he has even at this moment. The next morning, a girl in a short skirt walks through an office full of guys who look at her with their mouths open in admiration. She approaches Charlie's desk and asks if he has thought about her proposal and is ready to become her slave. The guy looks at his potential interlocutor sullenly. With her hands on her hips, the girl says that if he accepts her proposal, she promises that no one will dare to lay a finger on the guy until the end of the year. After listening to his interlocutor, Charlie, frowning even more, refuses, without even looking at the one who made the offer. The girl puts her hand down on the table in front of her opponent, indignant, asking if he understood what he just said. Without her protection, he would simply be eaten alive. But the guy smiles. Maybe she's right, and they really will manage to devour him before he gets out of here. But he'll still prefer to refuse. Even he has dignity. The girl turns to leave, and finally throws out some words to the guy about how he will regret his decision. The guy takes a heavy sigh. Chade and several of his friends approach Charlie. The Orc Lord asks with a malicious grin if the guy has the 100 points he asked for. The escorts join the leader. One of them tells them not to do anything stupid, not to make them strain themselves, and the second threatens to destroy the opponent's god sphere if he does not follow their request. The guy looks at them with hopelessness. A large hand falls on the boy's shoulder. It belongs to Chade, and Charlie, with his eyebrows drawn together, asks him to remove it immediately. The big guy asks how the guy dares to argue with him, and promises to destroy the sphere of the gods if the divine power points are not given up voluntarily. Charlie's gaze hardens and fills with determination as he tells his opponent to try if he dares. Chade looks at his interlocutor with bewilderment, not understanding what is happening to him today, because before this guy was even afraid to raise his head, and now this, and the latter, continues to look confidently. The hooligans look towards the pink-haired girl who had approached our hero earlier. Judging by her appearance, it's definitely not her. Classmates begin to provoke potential participants into a fight. One of them is interested in what a destroyed god sphere looks like, and the locust greatly reduces the average class strength. And they also say that the Chade Orc army is among the top 60 representatives in the school. It would be interesting to take a look at it. Inspired by flattery, he asks Charlie not to say later that he was not given a chance. The bully pulls out a card, saying that he feels sorry to waste even 10 points on someone like his opponent. This card is Invasion. With its help, one can invade the world of the opponent's god sphere. Charlie looks at what is happening with a puzzled and wide-eyed expression, internally preparing himself for the worst. The boy is drawn into the opened portal and he makes the transition, the young man's face reflecting determination mixed with the anticipation of something bad. He lands on a hard surface with the same expression on his face, his body enveloped in residual currents that are a consequence of the teleportation. The movement takes a fair amount of energy, so the guy plops down on his butt and, making a visor with his hand, takes a closer look at the huge gates in front of him. The next moment they open, revealing a black crowd of burning, red flashing eyes, behind which lightning flashes and smoke billows. The crowd approaches, and it becomes clear to Charlie that it consists of angry orcs, who, judging by their appearance, are not friendly. Above the gates, the image of Chade appears, smiling predatorily, commanding in the name of the orc god to defeat the army of his enemy's locust and destroy the world of his god sphere. The orcs listen attentively to the words of their master, heeding every word, and continue to slowly move forward, led by their leader. At the end of the speech, the monsters raise their green, tightly clenched fists and, as one, let out a menacing cry. The audience watches the orcs on the screen raising their hands in the air. Some of them think that the army has been replenished by at least 1,000 orcs. It seems that Chade is already among the top 50 of the school. Someone parries. Each of the monsters is armed with an axe. This already claims a place among the 30 best. And someone else turns his attention to the unusual creature. The opponent has no chance. The pink-haired girl standing behind the crowd snorts in displeasure. Cyan is also watching the battle. Chade's opponent stands up to his full height, and with his hand extended and fingers spread, commands a self-detonating locust to appear out of nowhere and attack his enemies. The observers are surprised by the red insect, thinking that locusts should not be like that. But some of them recognize the insects as self-detonating locusts, which are an elite type. He shares this information with his colleagues, but also remembers that in Charlie's god sphere, there were only ordinary insects, and wonders when he managed to do so, and in such numbers. The interlocutor tries to retort aggressively. The elite locusts are still insects, and they don't stand a chance against the orcs, so don't expect much from Charlie. A swarm of self-detonating insects with hundreds of tiny wings rushes to attack the green monsters with all their zeal, and they also run forward frantically, straight at them. The space is filled with loud sounds of explosions, leaving behind decent nuclear mushroom clouds. Charlie watches the scene before him from a distance, hope reflected on his face as he remembers what happened the day before. The guy stands in the center of a pentagram drawn on a hard surface and glowing with purple light. His hands folded in an ornate groove, his face focused. He's going to take a big risk and make a big bet. Charlie is going to leave 1,000,000 adults to breed and sacrifice the rest. A tall purple column of flame rises into the air, in which small winged locust bodies can be seen, illuminating a significant area around it with its hot light. Unable to resist these purple tongues, the insects perish, having been offered as the promised sacrifice. The guy looks at the several options available to him, opened up by a generous sacrifice, and thoughtfully reads the descriptions of each one, so as not to allow himself to make the wrong choice. 10,000 goblin warriors sound tempting, so he can deal with tomorrow's problem. But the action is one time, which is not a big benefit. The life-giving spring will help the representatives. The locusts will evolve, but it will take time, and the battle will be tomorrow. So this is also not the best option. The third one is more suitable, because the effect is aimed at the representatives and will not disappear later. Charlie puts his palm forward. A crystal forms above it, enveloped in streams like himself. The guy's face is serious. The young man's hand squeezes hard, shattering the crystal into many translucent fragments. Charlie runs forward with a determined look on his face, holding one of the self-detonating locusts in his hand. He stops and throws the insect forward, leaving an explosion in its wake. The guy is happy, considering himself lucky, and admitting that the orcs can survive a single explosion. But with an increase in quantity, something might work. He just needs to experiment. The site of the explosion and the subsequent nuclear mushroom cloud is occupied by clouds of smoke spreading in all directions, obscuring the view. Those watching the battle also do not see what is happening, but their interest is further inflamed by this. They were expecting a completely different fight. When some of the haze clears, the sight reveals orcish bodies scattered around the perimeter, with only one monster standing on its feet, its face twisted with rage. Flushing and with his eyes flashing red, he clutches his solar plexus and moves forward. Charlie stands in front of the orc, holding his hands in his pockets, and red, almost transparent threads rise up from him, as if tying dozens of insects to himself. A smile touches Kian's lips. The girl speaks openly, saying that now it has become a little more interesting. The locust, flying away from its owner, heads towards the enemy who remains on his feet, who can only watch indifferently as it approaches, because he can do nothing. Chade's thunderous, angry voice is heard, commanding the surviving orcs to return to their native sphere of the gods as quickly as possible. The same ones, standing in front of the open gates, with faces distorted with hatred, look angrily at their enemy. A victorious smile plays on Charlie's face. He enjoys the enemy's escape. But it's too late. The guy points his hand with a pentagram in his direction, ordering him to catch up. A thick and sharp stream of locusts bursts through the gates, listening to the speech of the master when it is necessary to invade the sphere of the gods of Chade. The collision is followed by explosions and all the components that come out of it. Chade tells his opponent to command the insects to leave his sphere. The wounded orcs, meanwhile, cough up blood, unable to do anything about their inevitable defeat. Out of desperation, Chad admits his defeat, asking to remove the locusts from his domain and leave the orcs alone. His rival listens attentively and seriously to the proposal. He smiles, asking and reminding why he would do this. Wasn't it Chade who was going to destroy Charlie's sphere? He thinks it would be quite fair to destroy someone else's in revenge. The rival is furious and afraid. He says that the guy will not dare to do this, because otherwise his parents will destroy Charlie. Chade's father is a demigod, and his mother is about to become one. With a blissful smile, Charlie orders the locusts to destroy the enemy sphere and allows them to not even hold back. As if waiting for this order, the insects rush towards the required object with all the agility they are capable of. Chade turns to his opponent with tears, asking him to stop and admitting defeat. He promises that he will never bother Charlie again and will do anything if he stops. The guy smiles triumphantly, saying that he doesn't need anything from him. He just wants him to suffer the fate that he wanted to bestow on him. Suddenly, Charlie is overtaken by a strong male voice asking the young man to stop. To his right, an image of a man appears, saying that Charlie has won. There is no point in going that far. Chade looks at his savior with tears in his eyes, rejoicing at the appearance of the teacher. He asks Laramie to stop this madman and stutters about his parents. But the nimble insects continue their attack, driving their bodies into the solid sphere. They find the most vulnerable spots and cracks and attack them precisely, wanting to complete their mission as quickly as possible. Chade continues to scream on the ground about the injustice of this world, without ceasing his attempts to beg help from teacher Laramie, who is hanging in the air, and Charlie is also standing nearby. The man looks at the latter, asking him not to pretend he didn't hear, and he slowly turns his gaze to his interlocutor. Smiling, he says that he heard perfectly well and asks the teacher what he forgot there. The man says that, as a class teacher, he is responsible for his students, so it is only natural that he decided to put an end to this madness. Then the guy asks another question. Where was the teacher when Chade and the others bullied Charlie, extorting divine power points? Why didn't he intervene then? The man silently reflects on the difference between the boys, since Charlie is practically a nobody, while Chade's parents are demigods, and out loud he suggests talking about it after Charlie comes to his senses. The guy asks the last question. If he were in the loser's place now, would the teacher intervene in the same way as he did now? The man is silent, and Charlie is not even surprised. He thought so. The guy's face expresses disappointment, although he was convinced of everything he wanted. At the same moment, the locusts mercilessly attack the sphere of Chade, enveloping it in clouds of nuclear haze and delivering decisive, destructive blows. The owner of this place sits on the ground and weeps around the crumbling monastery, the heart of which has just been destroyed. Standing before his teacher, Charlie asks him to leave his domain now, crystal shards flying around. The broadcast ends, and the stunned viewers continue to stare at the blacked-out screen, their mouths open. Chade sits on the floor, leaning against the wall in an exhausted pose, not believing that his classmate actually did this. The office door opens slightly, and Teacher Laramie looks inside, telling Charlie to come to him immediately. But no one answers him, and the man enters the classroom, looks around the room and asks where the student he needs is. One of his classmates hesitantly replies that it seems he went home. The man's face is distorted with anger, clenching his fingers into a fist. He promises in front of the entire class that he will immediately get Charlie expelled. The last one is inside his sphere of gods. Now there is a wasteland, locusts are flying around, and the guy says that it is time to sum up the battle. There are about 18,000 self-destructing locusts left, and the young man concludes that they need to be multiplied, confident that they will still be useful. Smiling, Charlie raises his hand into the air, and a red fragment appears above his palm, which is a fragment of the core of the sphere of Chade. The guy is going to attach it to the core of his own. After the keyword, join, the shard rises higher, and bright reddish fiery threads begin to extend from it. By incorporating a piece of another's sphere, this place is enriched again, becoming even more fertile than before, and receiving additional benefits. The guy is beaming, he is satisfied, although he understands that this is not enough to last until he graduates from school. He recalls the words of his former opponent, and believes that he won't be able to cope if two demigods come out against him at once, and judging by the teacher's behavior, the school won't protect him either. He'll have to rely on his own strength, and as his first step towards improvement, Charlie decides to exchange the iron orc hammer he received for something a little more useful. He doesn't have to wait long. A system notification arrives almost immediately, which surprises the guy greatly, as he didn't expect a response to come so quickly. Someone actually responded to the trade offer by offering a flame lava crystal. Charlie recalls that these crystals seem to increase representatives' resistance to fire. This can also increase the power of the explosion. The guy decides to confirm the exchange, because this will significantly strengthen his self-detonating locust. He stands before a fragment of the core of the sphere of Chade, and admires the golden threads extending from it. A previously unseen species of locust appears on the ground. Charlie looks at the description. Such insects are called magma, and their talent, accordingly, is magma explosion. The guy walks closer to the nearest representative and, squatting down, carefully lifts him up. In order to test his strength, he throws the insect in front of him, causing an explosion. The explosion has definitely become more powerful. Now the explosion of these little ones can be compared to the explosion of a hand grenade. On top of that, the magma is spread out, and the damage and radius are also impressive. So now you can say that Charlie has a lot of fragmentation grenades. A scream is heard from the deputy principal's office. An angry parent speaks out about the destruction of his son's sphere core. It can no longer be restored, and the school still hasn't given an explanation. The teacher tries to explain to Chade's father that he was the one who first carried out the invasion, and that he had previously bullied some of the students, but the man's face is impenetrable. He gives off a bad aura when the demigod asks if the woman is only blaming his son, which means that neither the school nor the teachers are involved in what happened. The man turns to look at his wife as she, arms crossed over her chest, stubbornly expresses her opinion. She believes that her son, who destroyed the core, must be punished. The almost demigoddess believes that this student should, at the very least, be expelled. Standing in his world surrounded by representatives, Charlie decides to use the growth acceleration skill to create as many magma locusts as possible. A system window appears in front of the guy, notifying him of a call. It is Deputy Director Sawyer calling him. Charlie furrows his brows, thinking that this was entirely expected, and accepts the challenge. The woman greets him and introduces herself purely formally, and also informs him that she needs to talk about something with the person under her care. The deputy begins the conversation by mentioning a recent visit. Chade's parents demanded Charlie's unconditional expulsion, and would hear no other word. The disconcerted woman then repeated that Charlie Chade had been the first to invade the abode, so the guy had to accept this challenge as the most ordinary self-defense. There was no reason for exception. But Chade's mother was extremely persistent, accusing the school of continuing to cover for the scoundrel who dared to destroy his own classmate's sphere. Sawyer decided to make it clear once again that the school had evidence that Chade had bullied other students, including Charlie, who was generally diligent. The woman didn't even want to listen to her interlocutor. She shouted even louder, demanding a clear answer to her question. Would the school expel Charlie or not? The vice principal remained surprisingly calm, politely apologizing to Chade's mother and answering in the negative. Chade's father accepted the teacher's words, but also informed him that as a father, he could not leave things so easily. If the request was not granted, he would no longer worry about the school's reputation. In the end, the man decided to send a squad of 1,000 of his representatives against Charlie. He doesn't care about the outcome of the invasion of the younger sphere, but supposedly this will certainly calm him down. Xavier apologizes. That's all the school could do. Chade's father wouldn't make any other concessions. But she asks if Charlie can handle it, because the power is no joke. He says that he will sort everything out. He thanks his deputy for his help, and after hanging up, the guy assumes that one self-detonating locust won't be enough in this situation. He'll have to speed up a bit. Charlie raises his hand, calling for extreme measures and making a sacrifice in the form of almost 5 billion lives of his representatives, who are mercilessly sucked into the death vortex. A fiery column of unprecedented size rises into the sky. Charlie looks at the system window with the results of his donation. The options are the same as last time, namely 3. He thinks that for a donation of such an amount it is quite good. And the choice is already made. Charlie again chooses the third option, the Imperial Windsword. Heroic representative type windsword. A huge, gray-haired, long-haired old man with 4 arms materializes in front of the guy. His name is the Imperial Windsword. Charlie studies his status window. The sword respectfully addresses Charlie as a god, notifying him that he needs a sword. A magical glow emanates from it, and a symbol similar to a charm tattoo burns on its forehead. The guy answers with a smile. No problem. The old man continues to silently exude a bluish aura. God enters the equipment store. Thanks to the fact that in the last few days he'd been doing nothing but accelerating the reproduction of locusts, they were giving him 100 million power of faith per day, and it began to transform divinity points. Equipment is divided into 4 categories: normal, sacred, divine power equipment, and divine equipment. Charlie is considering purchasing the Whirlwind Sword, which belongs to the sacred category. The guy offers Sword to take this very sword, the Whirlwind Sword, into his hands, and he obeys, running his appraising gaze over the blade. The swordsman immediately prepares to test his new weapon, making a sweeping, slashing motion forward that seems to cut through the air itself with its energy and great strength. The sword speaks, addressing its god with the same respect as before, that it needs 3 more such swords to release the true power. The interlocutor listens to it attentively. The latter is amazed and puzzled to himself. 3 whirlwind swords will cost him a whole 150 points of divine power, and they don't grow on trees. The guy thinks about the fact that tomorrow he will have to fight Harry Bond's 1,000-strong army, and the demigods should not be underestimated, and decides to try his luck by clicking on the screen. Cyan meditates in her god sphere, engulfed in lightning crackling with its exposed charges. Ghostly hummingbirds fly around her, sometimes hovering in the air, sometimes touching and landing on the girl's clothes and body parts. The pink-haired girl's eyes are closed as she clears and tunes her thoughts and mind. But something still lingers in my mind, the memory of her drowning. And in that memory, there is also Charlie running across the lawn near the pond. He saved the then little Kian from certain death, fearlessly pulling her out of the water. An inexperienced boy then performed artificial respiration on her, breathing new life into the girl. She saw him from under her lowered eyelashes, feeling the touch of warm lips. The grown-up Kian still remembers their taste as if it were now. The girl's cheeks turn a deep blush. She calls Charlie an idiot who will die because of his own stupidity. In her family there are demigods and one true god. With her protection there would be nothing to fear. Xian's mouth drops open in uncontrollable surprise when she sees who is calling her. The embarrassment seems to vanish when, instead of greeting him, she asks Charlie if he has changed his mind and decided to become her slave. However, the guy has other intentions. He says that he just wanted to borrow some divine power from a classmate. The girl's gaze becomes serious. She asks what will happen after the power is borrowed, when the debt is returned. Because Charlie's representatives are weak, even the new species barely reaches the elite. The guy doesn't intend to convince Kian or argue with her. Instead, in order not to waste time, he suggests simply forgetting about it, and, after saying goodbye, hangs up, leaving the girl surprised. Her cheeks flush again, and she clutches her head in her hands in despair, wondering why such caustic words have come out of her mouth again, when she had wanted to say something completely different. Now the guy probably misunderstood everything, and to dissuade him, Kian decides to call him back and explain. Charlie asks what's going on, and the girl asks how much he needs to borrow and, embarrassed, asks for the account number. The windsword stands in a fighting stance, with a sword in each of his hands. The guy says that he spent all his savings on it, and even got into debt, so he will have to work it off. Voices can be heard from the class, surprised that Charlie actually came, and wondering if he isn't afraid that the demigod's army will trample his god sphere, and others join the dialogue. Charlie stands surrounded by his classmates, no one saying a word. To himself, he believes that everyone expects him to fail, and there is nothing surprising about this. Chien approaches the group, asking if this is why the guy borrowed the glasses from her, and advises not to waste his strength, as right now Charlie would hardly be able to cope even with a 1,000-strong army of the demigod. The guy smiles not very cheerfully, saying that he has no other choice. Cyan approaches him, saying that there is a choice. If he agrees to become her slave, her family will be able to calm Harry Bon, because he is the only demigod in his family, and the girl weighs much more. Charlie says he appreciates the girl's concern, but it won't change his answer, and turns away from her, saying he needs to prepare for battle. One of his classmates is angry and doesn't understand why Kian is so worried about this loser, but he reassures himself that today will be his end. The door to the office opens and 3 people appear in the doorway. One of them is the class teacher. He ingratiatingly asks Chade's parents to come inside. Standing at his desk in front of the class, the man points his finger at Charlie, calling him out and saying that he is the one who hurt the Bong family's son. The couple looks at the teenager sternly and with condemnation. The woman starts shouting curses at her son's classmate first, threatening and asking how he dared to encroach on her son's sphere of the gods, while her husband tries to calm her down. The class teacher, in a commanding tone, orders his student to get up so as not to keep Mr. Bond waiting. The guy smiles a wide smile, saying that he would prefer to wait for Deputy Xavier Murray. The man starts to get even more worked up, saying that the deputy has other things to do, and that he alone will be enough as a witness to this battle. He calls the young man to get up and come closer. The deputy director enters the classroom, asking in her usual tone why the class teacher of these children is making so much noise. 3 angry pairs of eyes are directed at her. Laramie begins to blush, making excuses and apologizing for bothering him, and saying that he was just trying to teach his students a few useful lessons, but Murray reminds him of his status. The head of the Bond family, crossing his arms over his chest, remarks that since the deputy director is already here, they can begin. The woman asks her charge, looking only at him if he is ready. He, smiling decisively, confirms the teacher's words. When the man draws the invasion card, his eyes, as well as the aura around him, glow purple, and a malicious smile appears on his face. Charlie heads into his now familiar whirlpool, but his face now shows determination. The guy finds himself in front of similar gates as last time, and after opening them, behind the huge doors, there also appears a dark clot of unknown creatures with evil red eyes. As they come closer, it becomes clear that in front of him are humanoid wolves, reminiscent of werewolves, their mouths grinning eerily in anticipation. The classmates are watching the live broadcast again, one of them commenting on the wolf cavalry, which consists entirely of elite creatures, while the leader of the army seems to be completely beyond the definition of elite. Someone explains to the ignorant that the wolf cavalry is a combination of orcs and wild wolves. Their equipment is high quality, their classmate doesn't stand a chance, but he looks ahead with confidence. Harry Bond promises to make Charlie pay for what the latter did to his son, and warns him not to even expect to leave here alive. Although the wolf cavalry consists of 2 types of representatives, the sphere counts 1 rider in the form of an orc, and 1 wolf as 1 enemy unit, so there are clearly more than 1,000 of them. Cyan expresses his thoughts out loud to Sawyer, considering the battle with 2,000 representatives instead of 1,000 a cheat, but she remains silent. Harry Bond orders his cavalry to charge, and they, having been waiting for the order for a long time, rush forward. But Charlie's posture doesn't change, his locust pushing forward, wanting to protect their god. The classmates are hotly discussing the fight, noting that the guy has almost 7 million elite locusts, but yesterday he had about 20,000 left, even for locusts with their reproduction. This is impressive. Even the weakest elite creatures can be a problem if outnumbered. But Charlie was unlucky that the battle was scheduled for the next day. For the demigod's cavalry, that number is not scary. Laramie says he is sorry that their school will have to say goodbye to such a talent, because if it weren't for the guy's stubbornness and obstinacy, he would have been able to show his talent in the future. One of Charlie's classmates points at the screen and asks what it is. The teacher looks at him with a frown. The other boy looks at him with admiration. Wild wolves raise their muzzles upwards, looking around in bewilderment. Charlie orders the magma locust to attack, and it does so with gusto, diving down at lightning speed onto its enemies, leaving them dumbfounded. The wolves howl and bare their teeth in a vicious grin, not yet suspecting what awaits them. The very next moment, they are attacked by a multitude of insects, subjecting their bodies not only to explosions, but also to magma akin to grenade fragments, and animal squeals and whines roll across the battlefield. Spectators notice that this type's explosive power is significantly higher than that of a normal self-detonating locust. And on top of that, they also spray lava, and wonder if this is also an elite type. Looking over his shoulder, Sawyer asks the students if anyone among them has sensory abilities, if anyone can see information about this species. One of the students responds, his appraisal showing that the magma locust is indeed an elite-type creature. The woman holds her fists for her charge. She praises him. Cian, standing next to her, looks at her classmate with admiration. Harry Bond steps forward, telling Charlie not to even dream of letting some insects destroy his wolf cavalry, and orders his subjects to use the force. The wolf leader is surrounded by a purple light, as if coming from the hand of the head of the Bond family, and bursts into a blood-curdling howl. Other wolves join him, spewing icy mist from their mouths. This icy aura comes into contact with the heat left behind by Magma Locust Charlie, and seconds later, all the fire and heat die out, leaving behind only physical damage on the surfaces. The observers are not surprised, arguing that the demigod is a demigod and cannot be defeated by tricks. Their elite has many skills and abilities. Charlie is noticeably inferior now. Harry plans to show his son's classmate his despair, threatening that as soon as he gets his sphere, the boy will be expelled from school. Then there will be no patrons left to shelter from the wrath. The demigod wolf cavalry troops rush into battle, and are given the order to destroy the students' core. The wild wolves run past the locust's master, who only watches them with an indifferent gaze. Sawyer Mary, with her eyes downcast, like Cian, says that this is the end for her ward. The girl keeps her thoughts to herself. One of the observers calls everyone else to look at the Charlie sphere, saying that someone is standing there. A girl with pink hair quickly directs her gaze to the screen. The wolves are resolutely approaching the sphere, but in front of it there really is some kind of silhouette, resembling the body of an obese man with 4 blades. Indeed, if you look closely, you can recognize the silhouette of an elderly man with long hair, but his face is difficult to see. Someone notices that he is holding the whirlwind swords, one of which costs 50 points of divine power. In total, Charlie forked out a whole 200. Onlookers are also interested in the creature. Ms. Sawyer comes to the rescue. She knows that the creature is a representative of the windsword race. Those below the elite type are not born. The woman smiles happily. One of the school children asks if this changes anything. In his opinion, the strength of the head of the Bond family exceeds Charlie, but looking at the woman, he admits that he is wrong. The woman thinks. A puzzled look appears on her face. Of course, her ward is right, but the fluctuations of power emitted by the windsword do not look like elite ones. He is more like a hero. Harry's mind runs through thoughts similar to Murray's. He trained for decades, but was only able to raise one hero-type creature. So where could a schoolboy have come from such a creature? The man orders his subjects to seize the sword, but not to kill it. He wants to take the creature for himself. He gives the order to destroy the boy's core and bring him the hero. A magical tattoo appears on the hero's forehead and, like his eyes, lights up with a bright light. The long-haired man draws his bushy eyebrows together. He raises his blades up, watching his approaching enemies and preparing to engage in combat. 2 orcs on wolves are rapidly approaching, brandishing their barbaric weapons. The man unleashes a strike called the 3rd-level Storm Slash, and the enemy warriors' bodies fall to the ground, cut in half. The wise old man deftly twirls blades in all his hands at once, his glowing eyes shining and combining deadly techniques with the skillful movements of his seemingly gigantic body. He uses level 1 Steel Vortex, and several wolves fly up in shock with a distinctive whine. New ones come to the aid of their fallen comrades, but they themselves understand inside that exactly the same fate awaits them. An orc rushes forward, opening its fanged mouth wide and letting out a roar of icy breath, its red eyes blazing with hatred and malice. The enemy's technique causes the mighty old man's lower legs to turn to ice and freeze to the surface, but his face is calm. One of the orcs, uttering a war cry, raises his hand with a sword, thereby giving his wolves the order to attack. The red-eyed monsters, with their jaws wide open, rush to attack. But Sword, his eyes flashing, raises all 4 hands up. He has a plan. A whirlwind begins to rise from the tops of the blades, swirling and forming a funnel. The swordsman uses the iron sword style. The wolves are forced to freeze in anticipation. The man directs this stream of pure energy in front of him, bringing it down on his enemies, and they immediately disappear behind this ghostly light. The sword speaks the activation words, and an explosion engulfs an area for a decent distance around it, spreading a shockwave in its wake. Some of Charlie's classmates watching the epic spectacle think it's too much, while everyone else's faces express stunned amazement. The four-armed elder stands majestically over one of the defeated enemies, his gaze stern and merciless. Harry swears. He orders the wolf cavalry general to raze this place to the ground. The anger in the man's voice is clearly heard. A huge wolf paw takes a step forward, a purple and powerful aura swirling around it. The wolf cavalry general enters the fray, his red eyes gleaming menacingly and his muzzle impenetrable. When Harry hears a voice behind him, he jumps in surprise, and the man is asked if he really intended to break his word. A majestic man appears next to him. His gaze is serious. Based on the address of the head of the Bond family, one can conclude that this man is the director. Harry's voice trembles, his hand pointing towards his army as he tells the man he wouldn't dare, and orders the wolf cavalry to retreat, the man hovering nearby. The director looks at Charlie and his great swordsmen, who are standing a little further away. A half smile appears on the man's lips as he gives a good assessment of his charge's battle. Charlie is being praised. He did well, but he shouldn't relax just because he got a hero. Heroes aren't invincible, and with the current level of strength, it will be difficult to even squeeze into the top 3 of the school. A guy approaches the deputy director. He has a request. A woman is interested in her character. With a determined look, the student declares that he wants to transfer to another class. His class teacher looks at his student in bewilderment. The man changes his tune, admitting that he had indeed previously devoted little time to his student, but now promises to improve in order to make him one of the best. Smiling sweetly, Laramie asks to give him another chance, because he can provide the student with all the necessary resources for development, while inwardly thinking about his own selfish goals. But Charlie is not going to give in. He once again repeats his request to change classes. The man looks at him discouraged, unable to put a couple of words together. Sawyer joins the conversation and says that a guy can't just change classes, because there are many school rules for that. But despite this, he can try to pass the tests that the school prepares, and if he passes successfully, he can still realize his desire. Charlie firmly clenches his fist and declares his readiness to take this test, while his classmates standing behind him look at him in surprise. Cian suddenly jumps up from her seat and interrupts the conversation, declaring that she is also ready to take the test to change classes. Laramie looks at the girl with bewilderment and, feeling awkward, says that if she is not happy with something, she can contact him directly, and not act so rashly. He offers to stay after class to discuss it, but the girl says that she has no complaints against him. She just wants to change classes. Another student raises his hand, standing up and declaring that he also wants to change classes. Now Cian, who is standing next to him, looks at him in surprise. Laramie can barely contain his anger, asking why Salt Church wants to leave. He is the class president, and he thanks the teacher and says that he has good reasons for doing so. The guy turns his gaze to Cian, thinking that he will follow her anywhere, and one day she will definitely become his. The deputy director agrees with everything, saying that they will have everything ready by tomorrow, and then turns to leave and asks Laramie to follow her. The clock on the school's facade shows 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A girl follows Charlie as he leaves and runs after him, asking where the guy got the hero from, but he replies that it has nothing to do with Cyan. The girl says that of course she does, because her classmate owes her 150 points of divine power, and if he doesn't return them to her, he will become her slave, so she has the right to know where the hero came from. The guy calmly says that he will return 5 points as a percentage right now, but he won't tell anything about the hero. It doesn't work that way. He moves, disappearing into the portal, and the girl shouts a curse after him, looking at the almost closed crater. Charlie moves to his divine residence. The guy opens the locust population status window and, after checking the numbers, concludes that he won't be able to assemble a large army in a couple of days. Tomorrow's test will be difficult for him. The sword approaches the god of this place, informs the owner that the white wolves and riders have hidden in the mines, and asks if he should get rid of them. The guy thinks about this. He guessed about such an outcome and understands that leaving enemies alive is impossible, but a simple murder would be a great waste. Before the young god can give the order to his subordinate to seize them without killing them, he takes off running, rushing to fulfill the will. 2 hours later, the bound werewolves are already kneeling before the owner of this place, and he looks at them without much enthusiasm. Charlie considers sacrificing the enemy representatives and opens the corresponding system window. He takes the necessary stance, starting the process of sacrifice, and the winds begin to swirl around him. Based on the result, you will be given 3 options to choose from: a single alpha mechanism, a first-level artifact, a smelting furnace blueprint, and 1 or 3 observation towers. Charlie doesn't like any of the options. The first one is not bad, but he's not sure he can control it through the locusts. It's unlikely she'll be able to cook anything in the oven, and from a low altitude she'll hardly be able to see anything. He remembers that he had about 200 orcs left after defeating Chad, and he wonders what they are doing now. Charlie activates Hawkeye. Green monsters do physical work, they mine ore. Noticing that the massive, ghostly eye of their new god is watching them, one of the orcs thanks him for giving the race a wonderful life. The guy remembers that after the victory, he gave them only one order, to mine ore, and suggests that the race was originally created for the purpose of mining ore, and Chade forced them to fight. If you look closely at the work of the orcs, you can really see the talent. This can be used in the future, turning them into equipment manufacturers. Then the furnace may come in handy. Upon purchasing and installing it, Charlie tells the orcs that he is gifting them this smelting furnace, and hopes that the creatures will live up to his expectations, and they are flattered, expressing recognition and gratitude. A faculty meeting is taking place, with Laramie sitting at the head of the table, raising the topic of transferring his students and asking what his colleagues think about it, since the school had entrusted this task to them. One of them thinks that there is nothing to think about. He just wants to express gratitude to the new teacher for the fact that 3 of the best students in the class will be transferred to one of the teachers at once. Laramie says he doesn't particularly care about Cyan and Salt's fate, but he wants the hardest test possible for Charlie, because he didn't value his teacher, and he asks for a concession from his colleagues. The man reflects on the fact that what is happening is Charlie's fault, so he simply has to punish him. Meanwhile, several hands rise into the air, their owners ready to support him. Sometime later, Laramie holds in his hand 3 sheets of paper with the required tests, and looking at them, notifies the students about this. Salt, who received the test first, reads the lines written on the sheet with a smile, which are typical for the first level. He needs to defend himself from 1,000 invaders, as well as a wish for good luck. Cyan looks at her sheet in surprise. She has exactly the same assignment, the same level. The face of the last student, who received and looked at his assignment, was distorted with dissatisfaction and bewilderment. A test of the 10th level was prepared for him. On the man's hand holding the paper, it is written that he needs to defend himself from 10,000 invaders. Sawyer looks at the teacher with a puzzled expression when he asks if he thinks he was being biased towards his student. But he counters by saying that it was the decision of all the teachers, not his own. Charlie himself turns a confident gaze towards the teachers, saying that everything is fine, because Laramie just wants the student to demonstrate all his strength to the new class teacher. The guy gets up from his seat and leaves, and the man irritably tells him not to be so self-confident. Cyan catches up with her classmate with the same offer to become a slave and be under the protection of her family. He looks at her, looking back. But the guy, just like before, thanks the girl for her concern, and politely invites her to see him after the tests. Cyan frowns as he looks after Charlie and calls him ungrateful, while Salt stands behind him, equally frowning. He believes that his classmate is digging his own grave. The test begins, revealing hundreds of short red creatures with evil eyes, their fangs flashing menacingly. The students habitually watch Charlie's test process on the screen, judging it more difficult than the other 2. But someone counters that it's his own fault, and that he should now pay for his pride. Charlie looks confused. The red goblins are coming at him, whose talent is excellent resistance to fire, and there are so many of them, he is sure that the former class teacher set this up. Laramie says that the boy is to blame for turning away from him, and now the 10,000-strong army will quickly sweep away the schoolboy's locusts, and continue the march to the core. A student standing next to the man congratulates him on his victory with a smile, but he says that this is not a victory, but a useful lesson, since there can be no other way between a student and a teacher. The deputy director smiles reservedly, looking at her ward with hope. She speaks words of support out loud, confident that he will cope. Charlie sends his army of locusts into attack, and they immediately fly towards the approaching red goblins, who are marching in an orderly line. They raise their hands to their chests, spreading their fingers, and with fanged smiles activate fire attack, flames flaring up in their red paws. Dozens of goblins surge forward, throwing out fiery clusters in front of them that, moments later, engulf the insects nearby. Standing behind the explosions, Charlie notes with annoyance that the regular locusts do not take on opponents at all. He puts his hand forward and orders the self-detonating locust to enter the battle. A clot of energy forms under his palm, threads from which lead to small winged bodies. The red goblins, seeing their rivals approaching, distort their faces with hostility and anger. But this does not diminish the fact that they are surprised. Explosions are happening everywhere, resulting in the deaths of 400 red goblins, and in the midst of all this chaos, Charlie stands calmly. 2 capsules open, and someone who noticed their classmates first notifies the others present that Cyan and Salt have returned from their tests. The deputy director sympathetically says that it looks like his charge will have a hard time this time, and Cyan, standing nearby, mentally confirms her own assumptions about the locust's weakness. And Charlie sends a batch of magma locusts into battle. A series of powerful explosions with fountains of magma follows the slaughter of 3,000 red goblins, the remnants of which fly off in all directions, trying to escape. But some of them still manage to get to Charlie's god sphere at an impermissible distance. One observer expresses the opinion of many, believing that this time the classmate is definitely finished. Even a hero won't be able to deal with 6,000 representatives at once. Cyan looks at what is happening with bewilderment, considering it madness, and saying out loud that the red goblins are going to destroy Charlie's core. Sawyer suggests that his protege admit defeat. As there is nothing shameful about it, he fought with dignity, and the woman is confident that, with time, he will be able to pass this test. But the guy refuses. He has already made a decision that he will not back down from, intending to fight until his last representative. Besides, he has not lost yet. Sword appears out of nowhere and uses the third-level storm slash technique, slicing through the space in front of him with his blades. The red goblins standing in a row begin to die one after another, disappearing in flashes of 4 blades. The remaining ones simultaneously raise their hands and with angry expressions, release columns of hot flame from their palms. Explosions fill the space, and the simple commentator notes that even the hero has a hard time, and believes that Charlie is definitely facing the end now. A gray-haired man stands in the middle of the epicenter and looks ahead gloomily. The boy's homeroom teacher gloats, believing that this will be an excellent lesson for his charge. He waits with bated breath for the hour when his divine sphere will be destroyed. But one of the students attracts his attention, makes him look the other way, and he is forced to moderate his ardor. Green creatures appear on the battlefield, and someone excitedly notes that this is the orc army. One of the orcs, the oldest looking of them all, raises his weapon into the air and calls on his kin to defend their new god. The red goblins look at the representatives of the other race with puzzlement. They clearly did not expect such a turn of events. And the orcs, wasting no time, rush into the attack with the intention of killing their enemies. The latter, due to the element of surprise, only have time to cover themselves with their hands as a block. Some people speculate that it's Chade's orcs, while others wonder where Charlie gets his talent from. At this rate, he'll be in the top 10 by the end of the year. The orcs stand proudly in a group with weapons at the ready, towering over their defeated enemies. Charlie praises them, clenching his fists joyfully. They tried hard. The deputy director and Cian are also happy with the result. They praise the guy, and, unable to contain their emotions, say that he won. And only the man is not happy. Laramie, frowning with displeasure, utters the words of a curse. When the 3 students who passed the test gather together, the teachers compete to outshout each other, trying to lure Charlie to their place with better conditions. Salt looks at Kian, intending to go where the girl is, and she is waiting for the verdict of another classmate. But Charlie is currently interested in something else. He is asking Xavier why his test was so much more difficult than others. The woman replies that all the teachers worked together to choose the difficulty levels. Apparently, the majority of votes indicated that it was the most optimal for the student. The guy smiles, asking if he can see the list of voters and see their specific choice. Following the orientation, Charlie stands before the teachers who voted against the decision to make the test more difficult, and asks what he can expect when he transfers to their class. One of the men, smiling, says that after such a wonderful result, he is ready to provide his potential protege with an army of 10,000 orcs, which will allow him to rise high. The second candidate says that he understands the importance of success, and therefore can help Charlie learn special techniques that will allow him to unlock the potential of all types of locusts in the future. After the boy chooses Tom Voice, Cian and Salt also ask the teacher to become students in his class. The man beams, thinking that at this rate he could become Teacher of the Year, since 3 strong students have been transferred to him at once. He holds out 3 cards to his surprised new charges, saying that they will be small gifts for them. Charlie gets a level 2 card, Hive, smiling. He reads the description, believing that it was literally made for him. If Charlie places the hive into her god sphere, the insects born in the future will immediately gain the effects of the Heart of Explosion and the Flame Lava Crystal. The guy bows gratefully to the man as a sign of appreciation, politely thanking him. And the man asks him not to rush, because it is better to show gratitude through good results. Sawyer spreads his arms wide, saying that since everything has been resolved so well, we can finish for today. But first he reminds us of the important exams next week. Charlie stands in his world in front of the window displaying the status of the number of representatives and other life forms. The results are currently unsatisfactory. He thinks that if he had to take the exam now, the student would end up at the very bottom of the school's list. He needs to multiply the magma locust as quickly as possible, and improve the other types. Charlie's attention is drawn to some 52 red orc blacksmiths, and he goes to see them himself, wanting to see everything with his own eyes. Noticing one of them, the guy reads the description. Red orc blacksmiths are the fruit of a bloody battle between ordinary orcs who evolved into the elite. The guy admires the fact that the orcs themselves increase their level. He would like to have such main representatives, so the guy could use growth acceleration on them, increasing their numbers. 4 days later, Charlie is checking the common locust population to perform his favorite sacrifice, and he glows purple, frowning in concentration. Sacrifice of life takes the lives of thousands of insects, devouring them with its merciless flame. He stands in front of the system window and looks at it with admiring eyes. The options offered exceeded his expectations. The first option is a level 2 sacred artifact. The second is a hero template, and the third is a bit of divinity. The guy is surrounded by an aura of joy and happiness. His eyes are simply running wild because of all these wonderful options. The choice will not be easy. That is why he approaches the choice carefully, trying to put everything in its place and not make a mistake. Although everything offered seems beyond all praise. But still, having carefully weighed all the pros and cons, Charlie chooses the first option, believing that there is no need to be too greedy. He needs to start using the full potential of his main representatives. 3 days later, a stunned Charlie, overcome with emotion, holds up his index finger in front of himself. He never thought his locusts could grow to such a size. Standing before a creature that is even larger than himself, the boy names it Magma Locust Plus. Cian approaches Charlie from behind. She asks him again if he is thinking of becoming her slave, believing that only her family can help him. The guy looks at his interlocutor, slightly irritated. The girl continues to try to convince her interlocutor, saying that locusts cannot evolve forever, and orcs are not the main representatives. Charlie thanks Cian for the 1000th time, asking her to stop asking the same question. He is doing well. The girl will see confirmation of these words on the exam. She is also angry, considering her interlocutor stubborn, while Salt silently watches them from the side. But he still can't resist making a sarcastic comment, wanting to one day make his rival disappear from the sight of his beloved girl. Standing in front of the class, Tom talks about the importance of the upcoming exam. They need to give it their all, and the school will have a valuable reward for those who perform well. Looking at his students, the man asks everyone to familiarize themselves with the rules of the exam. Charlie reads the rules with a smile, noting the line that if a student fails, he will be expelled from school, which really does indicate the value of the potential rewards. After reviewing the list of awards, the guy becomes inspired, believing that he can move mountains for them. Tom looks at the class with an unreadable gaze as he announces the start of the exam. The first stage is about to begin, so you should prepare for the test. Charlie plunges into the blue abyss as the countdown starts. The huge gates swing open, revealing an impenetrable blue stream. Charlie takes the appropriate pose, placing defenders in the form of red orcs and locusts next to him, and gives the command to everyone to prepare for battle. Before them appear creatures that resemble a cross between a human, a dinosaur, and something with horns, emerging from the fog with their mouths open, revealing their sharp fangs. Charlie knows them. They are demonic golems. He thinks that for the first stage this is too much, although they are considered normal. The strength is close to elite, but they still have a weakness: slowness. The guy directs 50,000 magma locusts with his hand, wanting to destroy the enemy with its characteristic power. Thousands of small wings cut through the air. The battlefield echoes with the angry cries of pain and rage of the demonic golems. The guy grins. The smell left behind by the explosions reminds him of barbecue. He wonders if they will be able to feed the locusts. The very next moment, the guy orders his red orc blacksmiths to drag the bodies of the fallen to him, and they obey the order without question. 15 minutes later, only bones remain from the demon golems' bodies. Charlie grins. Now he will know that this is possible, and jokes. The exam thus flowed into home food delivery. A dialogue is taking place between the teachers monitoring the exam. About 20 students have already been expelled from Tom's class, which is almost a third. The situation is worse for others. The difficulty is high. Sawyer says that the director is currently fighting with the demons of the abyss. Apparently he had his own reasons for setting such a difficulty level, so it is not for them, the demigods, to judge. Watching his charge fight, Tom is delighted by his resourcefulness. He notes that the locusts are gone, and asks his colleagues if they have seen other similar creatures that can eat toxin-laden flesh without harm. One of the teachers is surprised. He has never heard of anything like this and wants to study this phenomenon. His colleagues standing nearby are also interested. And only Laramie is dissatisfied. He belittles Charlie's merit, saying that immunity to toxins does not make the locusts stronger and more powerful, attributing everything to luck. The class teacher defends his protege, saying that luck is also a part of strength. The kind that Charlie brought out is very strong and useful, and we shouldn't forget about that. The guy's locust has become comparable in potential to the elite, Although it was originally a normal type, this is visible even to the naked eye. Laramie continues to push his line, believing that the elite locust cannot exist, that it cannot even cope with the common goblins, and his colleague retorts, saying that he is thinking one-sidedly. The stubborn one says he's not going to argue. But there's a student in his class with goblins as representatives. He suggests they see who will be higher in the rankings. The bet is accepted, but Tom thinks that everything is not so simple, and he offers his future opponent to voice the conditions. Laramie, in turn, offers to put 5 divinity points on the line. Tom agrees. The provocateur notes to himself that the man gave more points to the student he was talking about than to others because he was his nephew. It is unlikely that Tom could boast of such generosity. Teachers look at the system board. 430 students have passed the qualifying round of the exam, and 300 of them have decided to participate in the ranking round. Laramie once again shows his superiority by calling the 130 who refused cowards, but his colleague rebukes him, saying that he shouldn't say that. The difficulty level was higher than usual. The third one says that it's even better this way. They will only have to train the strongest ones who were able to overcome their fear. Meanwhile, the second stage of the exam begins. Skeletons emerge from the gates of the tests. Teachers are amazed, thinking it is too simple. Charlie smiles puzzledly. His locusts are hungry, and their numbers are enormous. The skeletons will be able to give the insects literally nothing, but there is nowhere to go. He orders his army, over 1 billion strong, to attack, and it rises up in a gigantic swarm, approaching the enemy in a coherent swarm. The skeletons open their bony mouths menacingly, sensing trouble, but nothing can be changed. 2 hours later, Charlie sits down and yawns, saying that the meager meal will do for a snack. The second wave of the battle are the skeleton warriors. Now it's the turn of the self-detonating locust, which, when colliding with the bone ones, causes their assembled parts to disintegrate with their characteristic sound. They literally die in the lava, which, if it continues to accumulate, will not even allow the skeletons to get near Charlie. In addition, this process can be accelerated. The boy orders his red orc blacksmiths to douse the monsters with molten metal from his great smelter. Obedient warriors immediately carry out the will of their master. The flames are raging right at the gate. Charlie is happy. Now the skeletons will die immediately after they emerge from the portal. He doesn't even have to do anything else. One of the observing teachers appreciates the boy's genius, and Tom, pleased with his student, smiling, says that it's all about training, while Laramie, standing nearby, is, as usual, dissatisfied. He tells his opponent that his student is 1 step ahead of Tom's student, and teases him, asking if he has relaxed too much. In the God realm, the aforementioned 13 Arcbalist towers, 9 lightning towers, and 12 first-tier fireball towers seem to have cost him a fortune to build them. Laramie gloats to himself, certain that no one else has invested so much in their student, and therefore believes that his nephew is simply obliged to take first place in the exam. But someone pulls the man out of his thoughts, calling him to look at the sphere of the student Cian. Her arsenal not only includes weapons that surpass the previous students in quantity, but also elite thunder sparrows and ordinary tree giants. One of the men notes that the daughter of the Shirley family is strong. A neighbor echoes him, it's pointless to even compare with others. A third remarks that even he doesn't have that many creatures in his arsenal. The first one considers the girl not just one of the top 3, but the best, and Laramie is consumed with anger, mentally blaming Charlie for all the troubles in the world and promising to take revenge on him. After the 10th wave, only 18 students remain, including Charlie. Cyan is certainly also passing, and these two, along with the other 16, are asked to prepare themselves properly, for the next wave will be qualitatively different from all the previous ones. The gate opens, and against a red background appears a tall, dark figure in a cloak with terrifying blades extending from it. For some, it only takes one stunned glance at the screen to understand that the hero stands before the remaining ones. This hero is a skeleton, a bone collector, and his talents are bone manipulation and bone fusion. Walking past the bones scattered here and there, the hero directs his terrifying aura at them. Its dark eye sockets seem to stare piercingly at its prey as it closes the distance, looking forward. The collector raises his wooden staff and begins to connect the bones he likes. Raising his other hand, he says just one word, forward, and that is enough. The reassembled skeletons rush at their former enemies with a fury greater than before. The new creator orders his main weapon to kill everyone, and it, oozing traces of magic from its slightly open jaws and transparent insides. A huge bony foot steps on the smaller creature, unafraid of the explosion left behind by the latter. The teachers watch with bated breath. Less than 3 minutes have passed, and 8 participants have already dropped out. It's too difficult for them. Laramie is all about his own business, complaining that the bone giant in Charlie's sphere is too small. Something is clearly wrong here. The skeleton clinging to the rock trembles. Tom considers this obvious. All because most of the skeletal warriors drowned in magma, so the bone collector did not have enough material. The air is cut by ringing, light-bearing blades. The sword uses the technique, iron sword style. Charlie yawns. He has successfully survived the 11th wave. Laramie is torn between anger and indignation, not believing that the guy managed to cope. He thinks that he deceived everyone, somehow knowing in advance about the monsters that were supposed to be on the test. Tom stands up for his student, asking his colleague for evidence, and he loudly declares that the man sided with Charlie and threatens to report him to the appropriate authorities. He says that even without evidence, everything is clear. Because everyone saw what Charlie did to the skeleton warriors, no one in their right mind would have started cleaning up the bodies, unless, of course, they knew about the collector. Tom asks his colleague to stop talking nonsense, but he doesn't even think of stopping, saying that what he said is the absolute truth, and believing that the school should sort everything out by imposing punishment. Sawyer also joins the conversation, saying that this is impossible. The director himself was dealing with the monsters. If anyone thinks otherwise, he is accusing the director himself, and this is a false accusation. These words sober Laramie up a bit. He gets embarrassed, and starts mumbling that he hadn't thought about anything like that, and that apparently the guy really was lucky. But he still considers what happened unfair. The woman says that the man himself should understand what nonsense he just said, because everyone arranges their sphere as they wish. That is, the results are the merit of the owner of the place. Taking advantage of the moment, Xavier asks if Laramie thinks it is fair for him to sponsor his nephew, or for Shirley Cian's family to do so. Tom hears this, and moves closer to his opponent, asking if this is the reason he proposed the bet. He didn't know that the student in question was Laramie's nephew, but he doesn't refuse the bet. In Michael's Laramie God sphere, a huge skeleton stands, looking back with its red eyes at the owner of this place, who is veiledly admitting his defeat. Behind him lie the fallen bodies of his representatives, the goblins. And finally the guy openly admits his defeat. Tom notes that Michael failed by giving up, and thus he won this bet. Hoping that his colleague will not back down in front of witnesses, the man asks where his promised glasses are. Passing the corresponding card to his opponent, Laramie asks Tom not to spend the points yet, because he will soon get them back. An hour and the 13th wave later, there are 3 participants left, including Charlie and Cian. Now it only remains to figure out which of them will take what place. The 14th wave forces Faust Horn, the 3rd participant in the top, to admit defeat. After 2 more waves, Cyan surrenders. The vice principal is jubilant. Charlie took first place. But he doesn't give up even on the 20th wave, sending his magma locust forward. The space is illuminated by numerous nuclear mushrooms and splashes of magma. The skeleton, shrouded in a dark aura, raises its hand forward and howls. The sword bursts forth, proclaiming death to the invaders. And after only 15 minutes, silence reigns once again in Charlie's sphere. The system reports the successful completion of the wave and warns that the next one will be even more difficult. But the guy, frowning, smiles, although he thought that the completed one would be the last. The gate opens before him, illuminating the space blue and releasing lightning to match. Seeing the one who appears before him, the guy is amazed by the greatness of his opponent. At the gate stands a creature that looks incredibly human. One of the teachers exclaims. He notices Charlie's opponent as the Skeleton Queen. The others look at the screen in amazement as well. The guy says that he didn't expect to see a creature like Lord, and suggests that he doesn't have enough strength to fight this fury. He raises his hand, admitting defeat. The skeleton mistress rises from her pedestal in indignation. She doesn't want to let go of her victim so easily, and raises her hands up, spewing lightning. Her face contorts into a grimace and a roar erupts from her toothy maw as she charges forward. A bone covered in purple flies into the air. Something flashes past Charlie, causing him to look surprised. An explosion erupts behind the young man, and he turns around, not understanding what is happening. The gates close with a powerful and distinctive sound. Charlie finds himself in a familiar swirl of blue and blue hues. Looking at the system window with his own result, the guy is surprised, realizing that he took first place. The system shows the results of the classes and their homeroom teachers. Laramie is angry that he only took 8th place while Tom's students were in first place. Students look at their results with a wide range of emotions, some of them crying and feeling indignant at the prospect of expulsion. And a joyful Charlie is congratulated on first place, resting on his laurels. After 1 hour, rewards appear on the board, including Iron Ore card, Sphere Land card, Level 1 Sacred Artifact Exchange card, and more. The students are amazed at their number, realizing that they all now belong to only one contender, Charlie. The lucky owner is thinking about how to use all these cards wisely, but his problem is quickly solved. Teacher Tom offers his help to his student, and the latter, smiling contentedly, is glad that he can be relied on. The cards received as rewards help Charlie to favorably arrange the terrain of his god sphere. The guy looks thoughtfully at the offered weapon and realizes that the card can only be exchanged for one. It is not profitable at the moment. It is better to look for something like hammers for orc blacksmiths. And he finds it among the received awards. Warhammer, Purgatory. Only the minimum criterion for use is a heroic type of creature with the fire attribute. The guy thinks that he can't use this weapon now. He needs to wait until the red orcs reach hero rank. Tom says that the main exam is a test after which only the strongest survive. He asks the top 3 participants to come to the board. Classmates look at Charlie. The last ones to come to the board are Cian and Faust. The teacher says that since Charlie has become the strongest among the 3, he will receive 100 class points and will also be able to choose any of the treasures provided to the class. After these words, the boy becomes interested in what treasures the teacher mentioned, and soon he is given the opportunity to see them with his own eyes. Looking at the entire list, Charlie chooses the life-giving spring, which can produce water that better nourishes creatures and has a beneficial effect on the environment of the god sphere. Tom looks thoughtfully at his protege, believing that he has enormous potential because he did not chase immediate power, but decided to start by developing his strengths. Charlie takes his seat and hears the voice of one of his classmates from the side, who congratulates him, believing that the guy has risen well. A classmate approaches Charlie and asks him to sell him a divinity point, offering 105 million divine power points for it right now. Charlie looks at his interlocutor with disbelief, thinking that something is clearly wrong here. Because he added 5 million on top of the usual price, he directly asks why he does this. The interlocutor jokes, pressing the lever of an instant and such an impressive sum, adding that it will be enough to change the representative and change the fate. But Charlie firmly refuses. The guy admits that his grandfather needs divinity. He is only one step away from becoming a true god, and Charlie wins, receiving not only millions, but also the debtor to boot. He considers the offer. It is truly tempting, as it could increase the number of locusts tenfold and create a debtor. The guy is about to agree to the offer, but a notification sound comes from his pocket. Charlie receives a message from Cian. The girl offers to buy 1 divinity point from him for 150 million. The guy is surprised by such a generous offer, wondering how much money Shirley's family has. Meanwhile, Cian sends another message, asking if Charlie really thought that 1 divinity point was only worth 100 million. The girl explains in detail and clearly how much divinity can cost, and why Charlie's divinity cannot cost less than 145 million. The guy is surprised by her knowledge. He also understands that his classmate was trying to deceive him and sends him away, who is perplexed by the sudden change in the potential merchant's mood. As he leaves, the guy tells Charlie not to get cocky just because he took first place on the exam, and describes him in less than flattering terms. Charlie feels rich when 150 million divine power points are credited to his account. He surveys his domain and concludes that the temple should be built in the Red Orc settlement. Charlie decides to install the life-giving spring in the desert, so that over time this land will also become fertile. The hammer falls before the orcs, and the gray-haired elder, on behalf of his race, gives his esteemed god his heartfelt thanks, and he asks his subordinates to raise their heads. He did not come empty-handed, but brought the divine artifact, the war hammer, the purgatory, and also what was currently on his hand, which resembled a red pineapple in shape. He bestows this elite seed, which is capable of raising potential, and hopes that one day his pupils will be able to become heroes and lift the gifted hammer. The orc who accepts the gift cries with happiness. The owner of the sphere flies away, and the orcs unanimously and wholeheartedly wish him a long life. The boy thoughtfully looks at the purple ball in his hand, called the Poison Mist Pearl. He took it on the advice of teacher Tom, but, to be honest, he still doesn't understand for what purpose. Almost immediately, the one he had just remembered makes himself known in a different way. A characteristic system window appears in the air. The boy politely greets his class teacher and asks what he wanted to talk to him about. A man talks about his dispute with Charlie's former class teacher. He believes it would be fair to share part of the winnings with his student. He offers a map, but its value is not difficult to understand, so he is going to tell about an egg created by the Insect King, who was a demon, and the egg can eventually turn locusts into them. Tom says from the very beginning that you should prioritize your representatives, and the egg will help you do just that and develop their potential. Charlie thinks that Laramie and the others thought he was weak because of his respective representatives. But Tom is not like that. He seriously helps his ward to use the locusts as much as possible. With his help, the insects will be able to become low-level demons over time, which will help them compare with many ordinary creatures of other races. The teacher gives one to choose from. Casting aside his doubts, Charlie chooses the second option, the egg, with a smile. because the prospect is obvious. The man had no doubts about his student. He suggested that the artifact synchronized very well with the pearl, which the boy had been worried about a little earlier, and he thanked the teacher with all his heart. Taking advantage of the moment, the guy asks about meat. He needs to buy it in large quantities at a low price. The quality is of no importance. The interlocutor thinks for a moment and says that feeding locusts meat is not worth it. It's too expensive and of little use. The director recently took part in a battle that left many corpses. Tom will help. Pleased, Charlie thanks his homeroom teacher again before he signs off. Walking through the forest, Charlie reflects. The effect of gluttony turned out to be very unexpected. Now it's difficult to feed the locusts. An alternative to the core's powers needs to be found as soon as possible. By placing the egg near the age-old tree, the boy believes that this will speed up the process of releasing demonic energy, and perhaps even satisfy the locust's hunger a little. 2 days later, noticing the egg in a different place, the guy realizes with a smile that it looks like one locust has managed to eat its fill of demonic energy, and he can't wait to see the result. The guy is wondering how many days they develop, and at that moment a crack appears in the cocoon. Charlie's eyes widen in surprise, as if a chick were hatching. What appears before his eyes is a normal-type sky demon bug. The newly minted one's talent is toughness, his faith level is fanatic, and his faith power is 1 unit per day. It's hard to believe that this type is normal, because it is stronger than the locust. It's a pity that the status window does not say anything about reproduction. Apparently individuals appear strictly after absorbing the energy of the egg. Charlie is surprised to see that the bug demon has already doubled in size. Apparently gluttony affects this class as well. At this rate, evolution into an elite shouldn't take long. He decides it's time to use the poison mist pearl and throws a purple sphere into the air. The boy's surprise knows no bounds when he realizes that the former heavenly demon bug has just become the elite poisonous demon bug, Ox. The man looks around the area in front of him in bewilderment, not understanding how this happened. The space in front of him is strewn with bare bones, and a demonic black haze swirls everywhere. He doesn't know what to do with these piles of demon corpses now. Sealing them inside the card doesn't provide many guarantees. Sooner or later, the demonic power will break out. Teacher Tom calls the principal and asks what the matter is. The teacher greets his superiors a little sheepishly, and voices Charlie's desire to buy the corpses of the defeated demons. The principal himself is puzzled as to why the student needs the dead. Tom immediately finds his way, honestly answering that the representatives of the ward are locusts that feed on corpses, and even demonic ones cannot harm them. The interlocutor grins, asking if this is the same genius who recently defeated the demigod. He didn't think that locusts could be so useful, and regrets that they won't survive in the conditions of the abyss. Otherwise, it would be possible to let the challengers in right here. The director hands the teacher a map, saying that there are 1 million corpses inside, and there is no fee. The next day, Tom calls his boss again, awkwardly informing him that they're out of bodies and relaying Charlie's request for the director to be his body sponsor, which leaves him stunned. The class teacher agrees with the boss, saying that he also told the student about his insolence, but the man stops him, thinking. The director agrees to provide a constant supply of corpses to the ward, if he is willing to exchange them for 10,000 divinity points in proportion to every 100 corpses. 5 minutes later, the teacher calls back, saying that Charlie agrees, but he wants to start with 1 million divine power points. A few days later, dozens of winged demon beetles are circling around the boy. The time has come. By building a sacrificial fire that reaches to the sky, he offers to God the souls of 1 million winged insects. The sacrifice brings variants of 5 elite giant warriors, a level 3 skill crystal, poisonous explosion, and a disintegration mechanism that allows matter to be disassembled and energy to be extracted. With a smile on his face, the guy thinks that for the sacrifice of 12 billion elite beings, this is a very good result. Even the first option doesn't seem so bad. But the young man does not allow himself to make an impulsive decision. The other options also require study, and poisonous explosion combines perfectly with demon beetles and poisonous mist. But unfortunately, his core can't accommodate this crystal now, so the option is useless. Charlie readily chooses the remaining option, the decay mechanism. If he understood correctly, he will expand the matter and give out energy crystals at the end. This will be a good way to earn money, considering the value of the above. Charlie thinks the mechanism is huge, and the first thing he's going to do is break down the iron ore. After 5 hours, the guy receives 3 iron crystals. He is surprised, but remembers that this item is used as food by some races, and each one costs about 5 points of divine power, which is, of course, unexpected, but also profitable. A puzzled look appears on the guy's face. The red orcs are asking for help. They are attacked by some undead. 3 are wounded, and the leader, armed with the gifted hammer, is trying to hold off the enemy. The boy understands that the temple is beginning to transmit to him the prayers of his creatures, but he is perplexed as to how the undead managed to get into his sphere of the gods. A devilish flame of determination flares up in the god's gaze. He sees a skeleton advancing on a red orc with a hammer. The blacksmith attacks, but the undead dodges, and Charlie doesn't understand why the intruder has the aura of the monster from the exam. The skeleton stops the warrior's attack with just one bony hand. Charlie realizes that he is strong and is going to gather information about the enemy. The attempted identification fails. The creature is not a follower of the owner of this place, so he cannot get information about it. The guy is indignant and puzzled. Then the young man sees no better solution than to call upon his faithful sword, who appears immediately after the words of the summoning are finished, armed with his blades. Appearing in front of the skeleton, the man smashes all of its bones, but the same ones, falling to the ground with a resonant crunch, begin to tremble. Enveloped in a purple aura, the reddish fire of empty eye sockets does not fade for a moment. He rises seconds later, rising to his full height, extra bones swirling around him, rattling terrifyingly. Charlie comes to the rescue himself, ordering the enemy to obey him and believe in him, arguing that only in this case will the monster be able to be reborn. The skeleton turns around. But the monster does this only to strike a blow. Fortunately, the god of this world came only in the form of his illusion. He calls the skeleton naive. As long as the core of his divine sphere exists, it will not be possible to injure the owner of the place. Charlie orders his men to pick the skeleton apart until he gives in, and two giants loom over the undead. 3 days later, the skeletons fall to their knees, expressing their desire to submit to the deity. The guy approaches one of them and, praising him, strokes his bare skull, hoping to now get information. He succeeds. The type of undead is a weakened and incomplete sealed lord. A voice comes from the classroom, asking the students if they are ready for the exam. The voice belongs to Tom, leaning on the table. He says that the upcoming exam will greatly increase the gap between classmates, and the result will determine which academy they can enter. Charlie recalls his grandfather's request before his death. Apparently, the academy in question is one of the best educational institutions in the world. The test will take place in the Demon Abyss dimension. Details will be obtained after the transfer. An hour is allotted for preparation, which the teacher recommends using usefully. The students discuss the abyss and how dangerous it is to be there, as creatures can become infected and turn into demons. Meanwhile, Salt rejoices, believing that the time has come for him. But he is surprised when he sees that an unknown number is calling him. The guy leaves the classroom. The caller is Laramie. He politely greets his former protege, and the latter asks why the teacher is calling. The man wants the schoolboy to help him get rid of someone, and the guy leaning against the wall says that if we are talking about Charlie, then there is no need to continue. He has exactly the same thoughts on his mind. Laramie grins, noting that it was not for nothing that he considered Salt his best student, and promises that if he succeeds, he will receive a good reward. And in the meantime, he offers a gift that can help him on the exam. The student is amazed to see the card of the demon dragon in front of him, which is an elite type, not inferior in strength to the heroic ones. In the S793,826 dimension of the Demon Abyss, the exam begins. Charlie stands in front of the exam conditions board and carefully studies them. The participant must choose which incarnation of their being the participant wishes to appear in the dimension. The guy looks at the options available to him. There is nothing to think about here, because the undead are the only type of creature that will not be affected by the destructive effects of the demonic aura. The guy immediately begins to be enveloped by dark, translucent energy tentacles, enveloping him in a dense cocoon. And the next moment, looking at his body, he realizes that he has turned into an undead. He believes that the Demon Abyss is a true paradise for the undead and demons. Raising his hand in a commanding gesture, the boy summons 100 locusts. A dark aura immediately envelops the common locust, killing it. Everything is exactly as he thought. She simply won't survive here. But the 3 demonic babies feel quite comfortable in the alien dimension. Charlie tells them that he is counting on them. He notices demon fruits growing on one of the slopes. The schoolboy points at them with his finger and asks his charges to collect them for him, and they immediately rush to fulfill the owner's request. But Charlie's attention is drawn to a strange sound, and he turns in its direction. Nearby, several zombie-like creatures emerge, enveloped in demonic energy, and advance forward with an ominous roar. They are aggressive, and Charlie is happy about it. He was just about to test the power of the Skeleton Lord. 10 minutes later, a mountain of corpses rises behind the schoolboy, emitting a demonic stench. They turned out to be weak by his standards. Meanwhile, the demon babies have collected a lot of the declared fruits, but unfortunately, the system offered very little for them. Charlie decides to take quantity, ordering the bugs to focus on collecting. A day later, there is not a single tree with demon fruits left in the area. Charlie has collected them all and smiles slyly, because now without his help, no one will complete one of the tasks. He enters the class chat and offers his services to complete the 49th task. He has a plan. People immediately start showing up, but also those with negative attitudes and warnings. And Charlie is happy. It turns out he has a universal currency for this dimension. On the other side of the screen, another demonic entity is rejoicing. The student who took on its appearance didn't even have to work hard to figure out his opponent. He promises to finish off Charlie. Salt stands proudly surrounded by his demonic wolves. A few hours later, Charlie realizes that his representatives are too weak. But if he doesn't start taking on challenging tasks, he'll fall to the bottom of the list. He hears the sound of rattling bones behind him and turns around. Skeletons approach from behind, led by their leader. They look ahead in amazement, stopping in front of a tree. A conversation begins between the undead that only they can understand. Charlie doesn't know if he can subdue the local undead with the skeleton lord, but he's going to try, and the skeletons look at him with dismay. One of them looks at the approaching one more piercingly than the others, his red eyes flashing. The undead line up, looking at Charlie, who asks if they recognize him. And they will know, because the very next moment they fall prostrate before their lord, who, taking advantage of the moment, reads the information. The schoolboy is amazed, not believing that the idea worked. He didn't even have time to say anything, and he already has a small squad of devout skeleton warriors. The undead kneel in orderly ranks as their new leader commands them to stand and lead him to their camp. An hour later, more undead are kneeling before Charlie, including a skeleton knight, who is an elite type, sitting on top of a demonic wolf. Charlie is stunned. He never expected such a result. But at the same time, he is happy that he now has a real army of the undead. The skeleton knight tells his story. He was once a member of the 1st Skeleton Legion, but after a battle with the demonic golems, his squad was forced to separate from the main army. He had no choice but to set up camp here. He sent the skeletons to search for demon fruits, as they are able to strengthen their bodies, and Charlie thinks about this possibility. When looking at the ranking the next day, the student realizes that there is no point in putting it off any longer. Compared to the initial result, he has dropped by about 100 places. Charlie presents the knight with the fruits, telling him to handle the rest himself, like distributing them among the squad members. He is clearly flattered, kneeling before his lord with his hand on his heart. 10 minutes later, the skeletons' power can be felt in the air and in their fiery gazes. Their target is the demon golem's lair, and they set off into battle. The hooded squad sets out on their journey, walking in a neat line past picturesque landscapes. Charlie ponders that there are 8,000 to 10,000 creatures in the demon camp, and only 1,000 skeletons. A head-on collision is unlikely to be successful, so he will have to take out his opponents with cunning. He offers one of the skeletons to lure out about a dozen demons, and he obediently fulfills his fate. The plan succeeds, and enraged demons run out to meet the undead, but soon their facial expressions change to surprise. Skeletons come out to meet the demons, taking them by surprise. Taking advantage of the moment of surprise, the undead rush into attack. Charlie takes full advantage of his abilities, finding it convenient to turn demon golems into skeletal warriors after their death, which is precisely why the schoolboy loves the undead. An hour later, Charlie's army already consists of 7,000 warriors. According to his calculations, there are about 3,000 creatures left in the lair, so it is time for a large-scale battle. The schoolboy sends his army into battle. 3 hours later, one of the subordinates presents his lord with a reward, who praises the army, noting that the task was completed, and he receives 60 points for it. The guy quickly rises up the rankings, and the demonic wolf looks ahead with a sparkling red gaze. Salt curses, wondering where his opponent is, his wolf demons languishing in inactivity. Looking at the changes in the student list, he notes that his classmate has scored 60 points, and guesses that he has cleared the demon golem lair, exceeding expectations. Someone is approaching Charlie's small squad of skeleton warriors. It's Salt, who is puzzled by the possibility that his opponent acquired the skeletons in secret, but believes that this calculated move will not help Charlie place higher on the exam. Without hesitation, the boy orders his hellhounds to attack, and with a menacing roar they rush to carry out their plan. Charlie turns around in surprise at the rapidly approaching dogs, but his skeleton warriors rush forward even faster, eager and selflessly rushing to protect their master. The dogs attack, but the undead stand stoically, ready to take the full brunt of the attack, not allowing any harm to come to their lord, enveloped in purple energy. Salt is amazed. This is the second day in the abyss, and the enemy already has such a large army. It is scary to imagine what will happen after even more time has passed, so he needs to kill him now. A moment later, A huge golden dragon, its jaws wide open, appears before a horde of skeletons. One of the dogs sinks its teeth into the night, gnawing him in half and knocking a scream out of his bony mouth. Charlie asks Salt, who is towering over him in the form of a dragon, why he attacked him and his creatures, since there was never any enmity between them. Words burst from the huge mouth, allowing Charlie to believe that Salt simply doesn't like him, and the dragon rushes to attack. The Lord is thrown back by a moving, glowing blade, the blow landing on the stomach area. From all the skeletons' mouths, only one synchronized word comes out: Lord. They are terrified. And the dragon, turning away from them, flies away, considering it unworthy of wasting time on such weak creatures. They follow him with the gaze of their dark, empty eye sockets. An inhuman cry of rage erupts from their depths. Charlie, having pulled himself together, tries to finally come to his senses. He is glad that Lord has such a talent as resurrection. He tells his subjects not to stand there like a pillar. They need to gather all the remaining troops and get out of here. Charlie is indignant, being firmly convinced that Salt has dug his own grave with this behavior, and the next meeting will be proof of this. And the one in question is thoughtfully studying the list of the dismissed, wondering why the classmate he personally overthrew is still not on it. Then the schoolboy checks another list, and his dragon eye widens in amazement. Confused about why Charlie is still alive, Salt takes to the air, determined to destroy his classmate, even if it means wasting all his time. He returns to Charlie's old campsite with his hellhounds, but finds no one there. Then he orders his charges to immediately begin searching and not miss a single representative of the undead. They obediently rush in pursuit. Charlie holds up the bone crystal, saying that he will give it to his army. Due to the surprise attack, he only has 5,000 skeletons left, and they need to be strengthened urgently. The warriors bow their heads in submission, respectfully accepting the gift of their master. Charlie notices that his place in the ranking leaves much to be desired, and understands that with such results he will never be able to enter the Imperial Academy. He finds a task with his eyes, judging by the description of which, if successfully completed, he will be able to significantly expand the army of his undead, and besides, it is highly valued, which is also good. Charlie stands at the head of his army with an extremely satisfied look. He gives the order to move out. Their goal is the lair of the fallen demons. 2 months later, a meeting is held in the relevant office at the boys' school. The class teachers are discussing the results of their best students. One of the teachers asks Tom what is going on with his student who took first place in the last exam. Laramie responds instead of Tom, again beginning to humiliate Charlie, underestimating his results. And Tom skillfully reminds, defending not only Charlie but all the students, that such words are unacceptable. Laramie is impenetrable, asking him what he did wrong, believing that the rewards given to others instead of Charlie could have been put to better use, while secretly gloating over the guy's potential death. Tom offers his former opponent another bet, believing that Charlie will take first place again. Laramie asks about the bets and receives in response 10 divinity points. He says that he doesn't have that amount now, but he can bet something equivalent. The man puts his 3rd-level divine healing on the line, and Tom warns that the man has taken on a high-scoring task that he can complete soon. The man believes that a task with such high scores could ensure admission to a prestigious academy for the student who completes it, while rankings would then become secondary. A black aura swirls around the fallen demon's lair. There were originally about 1 million demons here, but now there are only about 100,000 left. Charlie stands on the cliff top, thinking that his strategy has worked. He now has about 900,000 skeleton warriors under his command. The time has come. He orders his subordinates to rush into the attack, and they immediately carry out the order, breaking away from their place. The knight mercilessly attacks one of the demons, who, trying to avoid the attack of the ghostly blade, moves back. The handful of remaining demons recoil in horror at the mere sight of him, and he suggests that they simply surrender to the mercy of their lord. 20 minutes later, Charlie takes complete control of the settlement, planting his flag and giving a rousing speech to his subjects. They have won. The skeletons channel magical energies into the remaining handful of demons lying before them. One of them begins to be entangled in magic. This skeleton grows long hair, and when opening its status window, Charlie sees new information. This individual is now an elite resurrection skeleton. The schoolboy is amazed. This resurrectionist looks even stronger than his knight. The resurrector waves his hand, applying magical energy to the movement, and scattered bones enveloped in it rise into the air. The next moment, the parts come together to form a single whole, and a complete skeleton appears before the eye. Charlie, standing on a hill in front of his subjects, rejoices that all the warriors of his army are back in action. A knight approaches him from behind and, kneeling and addressing his master with respect, presents him with the trophy. Charlie picks up the level 1 sacred artifact, the flame staff, and begins to carefully study its description. In addition to it, there is also a quarter of the hero template fragment and the source of the fallen. He understands that the source of the fallen is a real treasure for this dimension, which means that later he will be able to summon locusts, and now with such an army the guy is not afraid of salt. Charlie looks at the rewards and checks his place in the ranking, and also remembers that there was another task on the list to clear the lair of local demons. He needs to hurry. Standing behind his troops, the schoolboy orders his army to move forward, and it moves forward with all readiness. 3 days later, Charlie's results are discussed by the teachers, including Tom, who speaks for the others, saying that the student was able to rise from last place to 4th place is amazing. Laramie crosses her arms adamantly, saying that no one cares about 4th place when 1st place exists. The academies, seeing such results, begin to send Charlie invitations to join their ranks. Laramie becomes nervous, emotionally asking why Sawyer reported invitations from academies concerning only one student, and she replies that no others have arrived yet. The man says he doesn't believe the academies sent an invitation to the 4th place finisher, ignoring those higher up, and the woman reminds him of the rules for sending an invitation. Soon, Cian also fulfills the necessary conditions, and one of the academies sends her an invitation. But Laramie doesn't really care about this. He's only interested in making sure Charlie doesn't become the first. The man contacts Salt, saying that there are only 3 tasks left that he must complete before Charlie, no matter what. He replies that he understood, believing that he could complete the task 90 points ahead of his opponent. Charlie stands in front of a board with uncompleted tasks, the minimum cost for which is at least 9/10 of points. He is 130 points short of 1st place, which means that in order to win the exam, he needs to complete at least 2 more tasks, but they look difficult. On the other hand, it's hard to call Charlie a weakling now, because he has a huge army behind him. And first the guy decides to deal with the demon minotaurs. Salt is told to try harder if he doesn't want to let his opponent win. The demon minotaur raises his weapon over his enemies, looking menacingly at them with eyes blazing with madness. But an hour later the situation has changed little, despite the fact that the demon is confronted by 2 opponents who have temporarily united. Salt believes that they are on the verge of death and suggests that his comrade leave while they are safe. He agrees, because if the 2 of them couldn't kill the minotaur, Charlie certainly can't do it alone. But the eyes of the demonic lion open wide in horror, as does its wide-open fanged mouth. He is stunned with amazement when he sees countless hordes of skeleton warriors before him. It's hard to imagine where the undead came from. The schoolboy asks his temporary ally about the next plan. The giant minotaur, meanwhile, swings his equally impressive weapon at the skeletons, kicking up dust and bones from the previous attack. Leo suggests that the dragon should not be afraid, but should break through. These are just ordinary dice. Standing on a hill behind his rivals, Charlie says that he won't let them go so easily now, that running is pointless, and with an omniscient finger he sends the bone collector forward. The knight also offers his services as protection and support to the said one. It stands tall behind the bone collector so that he can go about his business unimpeded. The knight, meanwhile, also acts as an obstacle remover, his furious red eyes blazing. The bone collector begins to cast his spell, his gaze glowing a demonic green. At that very moment, shrouded in a shade to match, a new undead rises from the fallen body, adding its candidacy to the ranks of Charlie's warriors. The lion and the dragon exchange fearful glances, not expecting that the skeletons would be able to turn their dead creatures into their warriors. Towering over those who wish to save their lives by running, the giant knight orders them to freeze in place. They, fearing for their own skins, obediently stop, asking what the giant intends to do with them. Charlie appears on the knight's shoulder, calmly greeting his dear classmates. The dragon is shocked, not expecting to see his sworn enemy as the ruler of this undead, and asks how he managed to get skeletons into his leadership, since his main representative is a locust. He doesn't even let his classmate finish speaking, mercifully saying that he won't bully him out of politeness, and will quickly relieve him of unnecessary suffering. Salt doesn't dare say another word, as he understands perfectly well the situation he's found himself in. But his temporary comrade has slipped away somewhere in the confusion. A huge foot is reflected in the dragon's eye sockets as he screams furiously, asking his opponent to stop. Another classmate watches the horrific spectacle from the sidelines in horror. He speaks puzzledly, drenched in sweat. There were never any disagreements between him and Charlie. He can apologize to his classmate, but his death will not bring him any benefit. Charlie actually stops for a moment, thinking and agreeing, but also notices that he can't just let Lev go. With tears in his eyes and a pitiful roar, he offers to give his classmate all the treasures he has accumulated in this dimension in exchange for his life. Charlie smiles slyly, saying they have a deal, and tells his former rival to leave. The lion immediately runs away, afraid that his opponent might change his mind, periodically looking back at the undead. 5 hours later, events take a turn in Charlie's favor. The remaining minotaurs fall to their knees before the victor, begging for mercy and ready to surrender and submit. The schoolboy looks contentedly at the system window, notifying him of his successful completion of the task and receipt of the specified reward. He also checks his total points and the remaining tasks, glad that no one has yet managed to complete the remaining task for 90 points. But at that very moment, fate hits him on the head with a blow. The task is completed. Charlie wonders who could have done this. The answer comes almost immediately. It's Kian, who, thanks to her performance, managed to rise to second place. But the guy is not surprised. He understands that now first place is only his chance. The challenger will have to kill the Dark Frog, the demigod. Charlie is seriously considering this. The difficulty of the task is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary student. But if he wants to attract the attention of the Imperial Academy, he must complete it. He commands his army to move forward, their goal now being the lair of the Dark Frog. The rest of the students had already left the Abyss dimension, leaving only Tom's charges there. The latter looks at his students' scores and wonders what they are doing there. Laramie interferes where she shouldn't, saying that they are fooling around. The last task is very difficult, which means that no one will dare to challenge the demigod. No one has yet completed this task. Tom approaches his opponent from behind and says that this is exactly what his students did. They went to the Toad's lair right now, and very soon everyone will find out what will come of it. Cyan commands his representatives to rush into attack, and the sparrows readily carry out their mistress's will. They illuminate the space with their lightning, trying to destroy as many frog-shaped opponents as possible. They die from fire and lightning with a furious and hopeless cry, throwing up their paws. But one of the individuals raises its limbs upward, folding them into a simple groove, and the space around is illuminated by a flash of a spell. She considers Cyan reckless and surrounds the space with a protective barrier. The Toad threatens to kill the girl and all her followers, for it is improper to attack the tribe of the demigod. Cyan's eyes widen. There is no need to go to a fortune teller. Everything is clear without it. Things are bad. A pink-violet flash illuminates the space, dangerously approaching the schoolgirl representative. The bird is seriously injured, and its feathers turn red with blood. But Cyan is not discouraged. She uses the divine tree of purification, and the representative is swirled in a healing golden glow. She heals, recharged and ready to fight again. The space around is illuminated by lightning when their strike occurs. The ball lightning heads straight towards the protective barrier created by Frog. Seeing that the method is effective, Cyan orders all the storm sparrows to use this technique, and the little birds obey God. The sphere, enveloped by multiple blows, remains standing, but it is already clearly visible that it is cracking at the seams. The girl puts in a little more effort, and it's not in vain. The protective sphere shatters with a crash, scattering into tiny fragments. The tactic worked. The demigod sends his demonic mountain-eating toad to attack. The eyes of Kian, whose form she had assumed, widen in surprise. Blood flows from the giant toad's mouth, and its red-rimmed eyes stare angrily ahead. She tracks down the remaining bird in front of her, which is desperately flapping its wings, trying to avoid a collision. But such a small distance is not an obstacle for this toad, because it sticks out a long tongue from its gigantic mouth, which, wriggling deftly, rushes towards the little bird. Cyan can't do anything, allowing his opponent to wrap around his small body. With a disgusting swallowing sound, she returns her limb to her mouth, contentedly swallowing her prey. The cyan inside the creature emits lightning, but the toad is too huge. The lightning does not cause it much harm. If this continues, it will be the end of it. The phone rings. Charlie is calling the girl. She looks at the system window with displeasure, considering the time inappropriate. They are actually trying to digest her. But still, the bird girl accepts the call with her wing hand. Charlie compliments the girl's appearance and asks where she is. She irritably replies that it shouldn't concern him. The schoolboy suggests that Kian join forces for a while, believing that otherwise there really will be nothing left of her and her sparrows. The girl responds in her usual manner, wanting to ask why she should agree at all, but she is unable to finish the sentence. What's happening makes the little birdie come to her senses. She accepts her classmate's offer, asking only for the body of the demigod for their collaboration. He agrees, asking Cyan to order her charges to pick him up and his elite creatures. It just so happens that he is now so far away that he will not be able to reach the battlefield in time. The girl gives the representatives the corresponding order. A puzzled Charlie is amazed at the speed of the birds. As soon as he sees them, he waves his hand at them, drawing attention to himself. The bird allows the guy to sit on its back, and now they are flying through the sky. Charlie asks the Cyan representatives not to forget about his army as well, and moments later, they too are soaring on the backs of the birds. As the storm sparrows approach Toad's lair, they begin to charge with static. Having absorbed Cyan, the frog angrily opens its fanged mouth and jumps, wanting to grab its next victim. Flying up to the battlefield, Charlie is puzzled. The skeleton warriors are too weak individually, crumbling at every touch of these frogs, but he is glad that the bones do not disappear anywhere. Flying even closer, the schoolboy says that it is time for the bone collector to appear. He immediately finds himself on a huge pile of bones, his bloodshot eyes sparkling. He begins to chant, clasping his bony hands together and glowing green. Piles of bones rise into the air at the command of their powerful caster, shimmering in color. As a result, a huge skeleton knight rises from the ashes nearby, ready to follow the instructions of his lord god. The frogs sit in a circle in the lotus position, pointing their front paws and eyes upward. A purple circle appears around them. They perform the spell, Swamp Path, Land of Frogs. The Bone Knight steps forward, his gigantic movement shaking the air and causing anything on the ground to fly. Charlie happily orders the Skeleton Resurrectionist and Minotaur Shaman to attack. They obediently push forward with their improvised means at the ready. Their attacks have a powerful effect on the frog hordes. The summoner orders new soldiers to rise, who will soon join Charlie's already large army. Skeletons obediently rise from the bodies of slain frogs, enveloped in magical light and demonic glow. But a new obstacle arises before them in the form of a new batch of fighting amphibians, bearing their terrifying, drooling mouths with the sharpest fangs. But the storm sparrows come to the aid of the undead, or rather fly in, releasing bright bolts of lightning from their bodies. With battle cries, they unleash powerful attacks on the frog bodies, frying them in an instant. The demigod stands up on his hind legs, admitting that he underestimated the humans, and deciding to become a little more serious. An unprecedented aura appears around the frog. He calls on dark magic for help. The sky becomes cloudy and a black and red sphere forms there. Charlie continues to soar on the sparrow provided to him, but from now on, he is all ears. He looks at what happened below, considering the spell terrifying. The demigod instantly killed all the skeleton warriors. The schoolboy is at a loss. Not understanding what to do now, he will use all his strength, but in vain. There is no sign of victory yet, but then it strikes him like a thunderbolt when a respectful voice appears in his head, expressing a desire to fight, and the next moment, several more echo it. Sitting cross-legged on the bird, the schoolboy immediately understands that this is the Windsword and his Red Orc blacksmiths. He believes that his creatures have appeared at the right time. Since the new ones are not working, he will have to use the power of the old ones. The huge stone gates open, illuminating the space with their blue and lightning-like light. From the resulting passage emerges Sword, armed with his favorite blades, his bright mystical tattoo already glowing, announcing his combat readiness. Following the man, orcs appear no less ready for battle, passionately desiring to destroy the enemies of their master. They follow behind the swordsman, and the latter, in fact running first, seems to lead his comrades into attack. The sky lights up red, and other voices appear in Charlie's head. The locusts ask God to sacrifice them for his victory, and it is as if a bucket of ice water is poured on him. A huge purple pillar, burning with the corresponding flame, rises into the air, performing the sacrifice of life. Charlie is surprised when he sees the reward. He didn't think it would be so timely. It seems as if the heavens are really watching over him. A card appears before the student's eyes, revealing the sacred flame of hope, a special item that dispels darkness and negative effects from creatures, as well as strengthens them through sacrifice. Charlie raises the torch high, wanting to dispel the darkness in his path. The frog's eyes become dumbfounded. The schoolboy grins, his gaze becoming stern and at the same time anticipating victory when he says that finally, their turn has come. The toad demigod is furious, unable to understand how such a weak artifact could dispel her dark spell. He doesn't want to believe it. And Charlie, illuminating his path and the paths of his comrades with the sacred flame of hope, proudly flies forward on Thunder Sparrow. The toads below grin viciously, wanting but unable to reach their enemy. A schoolboy flies up to a giant toad with a bloody mouth, remembering that it seems it was his classmate who was swallowed by it. He signals his comrades to deal with the mountain-eating toad as quickly as possible, and they agree, and immediately rush into battle with predatory smiles. Windsword also does not want to stand aside, rushing along with all the attackers. With coordinated teamwork, Charlie's creatures attack the giant. Finally, Cyan bursts out of the cut guts, helping with his lightning. She turns sharply, forming a ball of lightning under her paws. The giant toad stands frozen for a moment, unable to figure out what to do. And at that very moment, a hail of blows rain down on her from all sides. Cyan leads the way, leading and directing his birds into battle, the space illuminated by lightning. And across the Earth's surface, red orcs are running towards the giant. The area around is enveloped by several explosions, raising a nuclear column into the air. A giant skeleton knight joins the attackers. He throws small enemies around with his feet like tennis balls, causing them to run away in fear. The roasted toad spews curses, but it is clear that its end is near. It is exhausted. And then Charlie flies up to her on his thunder sparrow with a flaming torch, and the frog gets lost. Cyan doesn't want to fall behind and give all the credit to her classmate. She also flies up to the enemy, emitting discharges. They roast the frog's body, illuminating the space with their power, and a wild cry bursts out from the amphibian's guts. Once the attack is over, the frog falls to the ground, exhausted, smoke rising into the sky, and a corresponding smell spreads throughout the area. Cyan turns to Charlie, saying that the deal is still in force. As she said earlier, she only needs the frog's body. The classmate can take the rest for himself. The schoolboy, along with Sword, approaches the frog lying on the ground and looking angrily at the aliens as a backup. Her words are at odds with her condition, and she asks to let her go, giving her anything in return. But Charlie mercilessly says that after her death, everything she owns will pass into his hands. The man raises his sword over the sprawled carcass. The sharp blade of the sword mercilessly and lightning fast rushes down, depriving the amphibian of its last moments. Half an hour later, Charlie and Cyan stand in front of a huge pile of jewels. The girl in the form of a bird calms her classmate, asking him not to worry. She is not going to covet this loot. Charlie asks if she's sure. He doesn't mind if the girl takes a few artifacts, but she persistently refuses. She knows how to keep her word. A schoolboy places a crown on the bird girl's head, telling her to consider it interest on her debt. She, embarrassed, but pretending that this is not the case, turns away and with an arrogant look says that, so be it, she will accept the given percentage. Tom praises Charlie. The school administration and representatives of several academies want to meet with the student upon his return, and the man promises to collect the bones of his ward's skeletons himself. Upon returning, Cyan and Charlie follow Tom, who warns his charges to be extremely polite and courteous. Everyone gathered is a true god, and it's best not to mess around with them. The students enter the required room and, looking at those gathered, one of them wonders if they will notice the unique talent and ability of life sacrifice. The committee members start with the girl, asking about the family and body of the taken demigod, which Cyan is rumored to want to use to create a lord-type being, and asking about the amount of divinity. His neighbor is amazed to himself that Cyan, not being a demigod, wants to create such a powerful being. It is stunning, this man, like his colleagues at the school, demigods, but could not do it. The girl confirms the speaker's words and names the amount of her divinity points. The man is again surprised by the answer. Her family had to spend millions of divine power. The man says that Cyan fully meets the requirements of all three academies, and as soon as she creates a lord, she can confidently apply to any of the academies. The girl thanks the committee member. Now the man, narrowing his eyes, moves on to her classmate. He says that the committee members have already had time to familiarize themselves with the students' results and asks about his main representatives, and he agrees with what was said. The man immediately puts a dash in the column for representative of the sphere of gods. Next, the man asks about the number of divinity points. Charlie also agrees. Another cross appears in the questionnaire. The last question is about obtaining the skeleton lord and the heroic-type creature, Windsword. The guy is secretly glad that the commission doesn't know about his unique ability. It's to his advantage, since he'd like to keep this information secret. He says out loud that he doesn't want to answer. The man doesn't mind this, but in that case, Charlie definitely doesn't fit their criteria, even though he took first place in the last 2 exams. But that can be fixed. To do this, he needs to maintain his leadership in the next exams. Sawyer looks at the guy with disappointment when he says in an apologetic tone that it seems the committee members did not appreciate him as he deserved. But the guy is not discouraged, resolutely promising that he will still show what he is capable of at the entrance exams. The man who is interviewing him does not at all reveal from his appearance the emotions he must be experiencing when he says the following words. When he says that he wishes you luck, Tom touches his protégé's shoulder in an encouraging gesture, saying that the top academies have high demands, but there are also lower-level academies that should be more lenient, but the boy refuses. When Charlie leaves the office, he is greeted by Cyan, who boasts about how she was invited by top academies, and she also asks about her classmates' expectations for admission. He says that everything is so, one day he will enter the Imperial Academy. He is sure. The guy remembers the promise he made to his grandfather. He is obliged to find his parents. Cyan, embarrassed, says that she also wanted to enter this academy, and for a very long time, and then clumsily encourages her, saying that while she is busy creating the Lord, Charlie has a chance. But the guy rightly points out that he's doing just fine without his classmate. She should understand. After all, she's seen the results. Becoming her slave makes no sense. The girl looks after him with rosy cheeks, telling the guy to think about it. Tian privately considers him an idiot, but she really liked the form of a cute little skeleton that he was wearing. Charlie stands in his god realm with the card in his hands, his appearance expressing joy as he speaks the words of divine card absorption. He looks at the system windows with his own description and the descriptions of his creatures, both main and secondary, and says that, of course, he could buy better equipment, but his priorities are different. First of all, he is interested in the development of his main representative, and, to begin with, the guy is going to use the Source of the Fallen. A red flame flares up in his hand. In the clouds of dark haze, the main representatives of the schoolboy appear, beginning to circle around him in an intricate dance. But these are not ordinary individuals. Charlie looks at them and understands that these representatives are more resilient and strong, have enormous resistance to negative effects, and a complete disregard for demonic aura. He calls them fallen locusts, and the guy is going to strengthen the second batch with the dark magic of the heart of the previously defeated frog demigod. One of the individuals flies very close to the owner. Others like it can fly stealthily and impose various negative effects on their opponents. Charlie calls it the cursed locust. The boy hears a repentant voice asking for forgiveness, and knowing that while working with ore, someone dropped a sacred relic into the decay mechanism. The boy is amazed by the unexpected news. Immediately, the master of the world rushes from his place and goes to the scene of the incident, intending to see with his own eyes what exactly happened and check everything. The Hammer of God and his younger brother fall at Charlie's feet, begging for forgiveness. The elder, with tears in his eyes, asks the master to spare their lives for not keeping an eye on the artifact. The younger one joins the older one, and Charlie looks at the orcs with a puzzled expression, saying that for the first time, he will forgive them, but let what happened be a lesson for them. There's a loud noise behind Charlie and he turns around, pillars of flame erupting from the disintegration engine, almost like lava. A system window appears in front of God, displaying 2 flame crystals, a gold crystal, and a sacred artifact source that can be used for upgrading and repairing. The guy is surprised to read the word, repair. It seemed to him that gluttony was faulty, and he wonders if it can really be repaired. Charlie looks at gluttony and the source of the sacred artifact, which are already located on the system window. The system notifies that normal creatures can evolve into elite ones after restoring their energy almost 1,000 times. The guy is surprised again. He thought the indicator was exactly at 1,000, and now it has decreased by 1. That is, if you continue to improve gluttony, you can fix it and use it to its full potential. But this would require 1,000 sacred artifacts, which is too much. So he goes online to see what other users have to say about it. The search results are inconsolable. Some are advised to abandon the idea. Nothing useful will come of it. Charlie comes to the conclusion on his own and leisurely fills out the necessary scale. But he still decides to respond to the request left, replying that he might be able to help, and asks that if interested, write him a private message. The guy is surprised by the speed of the response. Almost immediately, the person who left the request calls him, asking if Charlie can really help fix his divine weapon. He replies that the guarantees are not 100%, but it's worth a try. There are no other options, considering that during all this time no one has responded, offering to send the unnecessary items for testing. The stranger warns that he has an anti-fraud, so it won't be possible to deceive, and asks what exactly the items are needed. If not higher than level 4, he can send them now. Charlie is amazed, judging by the level of artifacts. This man is rich, but he does not need such high things. The guy replies that the first level will be enough. The guy falls to the ground from the size of the package, surprised that his interlocutor managed to deliver so many artifacts so quickly. With the number of items exceeding 100, a wild thought enters the boy's head to disconnect from the connection and run away, but it vanishes as quickly as it arose. Assuming that anti-fraud representatives might actually show up at his door, Charlie becomes more convinced that it's not worth the risk. He pours the fragments of sacred relics into his miracle machine. The bright flames of the stove shoot up into the air, greedy and fiery, as Charlie watches in anticipation, eager to see the results. 2 hours later, mountains of gold lay before him. Thanks to the source of sacred artifacts, 109 items were obtained. With an extremely satisfied look, the guy sends 100 of them, believing that help must be paid for, and the sender will not notice the disappearance of 9 sources. A man named Davy Eugene is in awe, and he reverently asks Charlie to help him in the divine realm, speaking of its importance and calling him master. The guy, embarrassed, talks about the loudness of the words and how, for him, it was a mere trifle. A man sits in the dark, surrounded only by the light coming from a small sphere levitating between his palms, his eyes closed, clearly focused. Someone at Charlie's school gives his interlocutor a sacred artifact of the 3rd level. The time on the building's clock shows 3 days. The voice belongs to Laramie, who, having given the item to his rival, tells him not to rush to sell it, because most likely, it will soon have to be returned to its previous owner. Tom receives a call from his ward, and he is surprised by its suddenness. The man tells the student what happened, and the student politely greets the teacher and asks if he knows a way to get resources that will help increase the level of the sphere core. Tom says that you won't find anything like this on the internet. Such rare resources are bought up almost instantly by large corporations, and nothing reaches mortals. But there is an offer. The teacher offers to help defeat the opponent, then he can share his supplies. Charlie agrees. Tom says that there is another way, but it is not for everyone, and tells about the bloody arena. The reward there is core fragments, but the arena is a gathering place for completely different personalities, even representatives of other civilizations, and this can reduce your progress, so you need to think carefully. The guy thinks that he just wanted to test the strength of his new representatives, considering the arena a great opportunity for this, and tells the teacher that it's not a problem. The next day, Charlie comes to the bloody arena. Upon entering, he is amazed by the scale of the place, and an employee hands the newcomer a mask that hides personal information from the gods. The guy and his assistant approach the receptionist's desk, who, looking at the new guy, hands him a form and asks him to fill it out. While the student is filling it out, the guide tells about the division of the local gods. There are only 3 of them: divine beings, demigods, and true gods. The participant chooses the level of the opponent. There is no limit on the number of creatures used. Defeat can only be recognized when 50% of them are lost. But it happens that participants are imprisoned until all creatures are lost. A system window appears in front of Charlie, notifying him that a suitable opponent has already been found for him. The guy is surprised by the speed of the search. He barely had time to fill out the form. But the guy doesn't even have time to really be surprised, as the emotion is replaced by a deeper one, and he begins to be transported to an unknown place. He finds himself on a solid surface, landing surprisingly well, still surrounded by the remnants of the displacement currents, and groups himself together, preparing for anything. His opponent calls Charlie less than flattering names and says, although he can't read the information, he's sure he's dealing with a newbie. A grin appears on the unsightly face with front teeth like a rodent's, the owner of which is called the Rat, and promises to take care of the schoolboy as a newbie, so that he will lose quickly. The audience also understands that Charlie is a newbie, and they guess that this is his first fight. They feel sorry for him, because the rats of the Rat are merciless. But there are also those who do not agree with the experiences. Charlie's gaze becomes intense and focused, and from the words of the audience he understands that the opponent he has been given is not so simple. The system urgently asks the participant to summon their creatures. The battle will begin in 3 minutes. The student's opponent raises his hand, laughing, and suggesting that he has never seen so many creatures in his opponent's possession. He, supposedly understanding his confusion, offers to surrender without resistance, and he promises to release his opponent immediately after he destroys all of his creatures. And a group of red-eyed rats with dark skin appears in front of the speaker, their gazes angry. Charlie raises both hands at once, asking if he is trying to scare him with numbers, and a horde of his representatives rises into the air. The opponent laughs. He thinks that locusts are no match for his rats. He again suggests that the student surrender, promising that in this case, he will definitely take care of him. The system notifies the start of the battle, and the opponents look at each other with determined and self-confident looks in their own victory, neither of them wanting to give in to the other. Chris gives the order to his ratmen to the gun, and they, with their crossbows at the ready, take aim at the enemy. The next command sends dozens of nimble rat crossbow bolts into the air. Charlie's gaze turns stern as he asks his fallen locust representatives to provide protection. They obediently and just as quickly line up in a row, forming even rows, and putting a magic shield in front of them. Chris orders his creatures not to stop and to continue shooting, and they again raise dozens of crossbows to the ready. Charlie looks forward with determination, challenging the cursed locust to make its next move and disorient the enemy. One of the winged individuals flies unnoticed behind the backs of the enemies standing in rows. A pink translucent sphere forms around her, and an unpleasant sound is heard in the area. It hits hundreds of rat receptors, causing disorientation. Meanwhile, Charlie gives orders to his other representatives, namely the heavenly demon bug, to kill all enemies in a defocused state. The insects line up in a line, point their stings at their enemies, and, having taken aim, immediately separate them from the body, bringing them down on the enemy, who is unable to properly defend himself. Razor-sharp stings rush towards the rats, who are trying to defend themselves, but all they can do is cover themselves with their tiny paws. The scoreboard shows the results of the battle. Rat is losing badly, with about 20% of his creatures surviving, while Charlie has lost almost none of his own. Rat, stretching out his hand in a surrendering gesture, asks his opponent to stop. He admits his defeat. Fear is clearly visible on his face. Two opponents stand facing each other in the arena with their troops. The hall is silent in anticipation of the verdict. A large translucent crystal appears above the mountain of Charlie's fallen enemies, refracting the light from the spotlight, and a weak stream of dark energy, similar to demonic, swirls around it. The schoolboy approaches the crystal closer, realizing that it is a fragment of the divine core. Having approached to a sufficient distance, the guy touches the stone, believing that it is similar to his ability, life sacrifice. The fight ends, and Charlie becomes the undisputed winner. An assistant approaches the guy, congratulating him on his confident victory despite the fact that the fight was his first, and asks if he is happy to receive the long-awaited award. The assistant suggests that since the guy hasn't lost even 1% of his creatures, he's probably eager to meet his next opponent, promising a reward 10% higher. He smiles, agreeing and saying that he needs many such fragments. On the 32nd day, Charlie wins again, losing about 100 million of his elite and even super elite locusts, but in return for 89 victories, he received many fragments. Now you can upgrade the core to level 7, but the requirements become greater each time. The next level requires as much as was asked for all the previous ones combined. The assistant notes that with Charlie's current level of strength, he could even try to compete with a demigod. He asks if he will receive even more fragments in this case, to which he receives the answer that he will receive a reward 10 times greater than what he received previously. Since victory has been achieved in all previous battles, all of this will be multiplied, producing a shard 90 times larger than a normal core shard. Charlie pauses and thinks hard about these words. After some time, the student sees an application to participate in an inter-rank battle. The administrator asks the participant if he is truly confident in his choice, as it is very risky. But he, without a moment's hesitation, confirms what he said earlier. The audience is discussing Charlie, thinking that he has become arrogant after being in the arena for a month, thinking that it must have gone to his head since he dared to challenge the demigods. One of the spectators notes that demigods have a completely different level of core, so they can use high-level sacred artifacts and have many divine spells. Tom, slightly puzzled, tells Charlie that people don't really believe in him. The odds are 1 to 100. But Charlie, since he himself can't bet, asks him to bet 10 million divine power points on himself. The teacher grins, agreeing to bet another 5 million to make it more interesting to watch, and promises, in case of victory, to buy his protege a divine weapon, who thanks him. But, frankly, these words did not add any motivation to the puzzled guy. He was already in anticipation of the upcoming battle. In the golden light, Charlie moves down, thinking about how he hasn't added any artifacts yet after upgrading the core, not knowing where to start. Standing on one of the high points of his sphere's peak, he ponders, thinking that gluttony or poison will not be able to help him in the upcoming battle. He gets a call, and the person he's talking to asks in a polite tone, addressing Charlie as a master, whether he's gotten today's batch of sacred artifact sources. And he remembers that he said that he could get artifacts up to the 4th level at once, and asks about it. Davy confirms these words, saying that he has a lot of them and offering help if needed. The guy smirks, saying that he won't refuse. He needs powerful 2nd-level artifacts, preferably with poison, earth, darkness, and fire attributes. A huge box, even bigger than the one that was originally, falls in front of Charlie, causing him to jump back in dismay, either from the wave or from surprise. It seems that Davy is incredibly rich. A sacred artifact, the magma sphere, carries the power of the fire and earth attributes and increases the defense and resistance of creatures, as well as speeding up their recovery. The shadow nail carries the power of darkness. After being absorbed by the core, creatures can gain this skill, which locks the target's shadow in one place, preventing it from moving. Charlie smiles. This could work well for both the fallen locust and the cursed locust. They should definitely be used. The master of the world admires two seemingly opposing forces, enjoying in absentia the potential results of their use. The guy calls his representatives to him and stretches out his hands, preparing to perform the necessary actions. He takes a closer look at one of the individuals and is pleased to realize that it has evolved, and now the upcoming battle no longer seems as hopeless as before. The system politely asks the participants to return to the arena to begin the upcoming fight. Charlie makes the move with alacrity, feeling more confident than when he left the scene. Even the look in his eyes is blazing with determination. The fans' hands fly into the air, more of them than before. Spectators shout words of encouragement to the schoolboy's opponent. wanting him to deal with him. But someone also shouts words of encouragement to Charlie. The demigod's pose expresses self-confidence. He is happy to show the arrogant newcomer where his true place is, and at the same time make a good profit. He turns to his opponent, asking about his loss. Although the boy looks at his opponent with a little awkwardness, he says out loud about his talkativeness, while the latter says that he is amazed by the young man's courage. The man springs into action, ordering his glorious legion of mammoths to show themselves. He raises his hand in a commanding gesture, and the representatives of the demigod appear behind him. The spectators again begin to shout words of encouragement to the mammoth lord, wanting him to crush his opponent, some at the sight of these creatures. The overlord stands on one of his pets, the giant thunder mammoth, with his arms crossed over his chest, asking the opponent in front of him to at least try to cheer him up. He summons his pets, sending his numerous swarm forward with just a flick of his left hand. Among the creatures sent into battle is a poisonous sky demon bug, raised from demon eggs in the nest using poisonous mist and gluttony. The second contender is the magma-fallen locust, which was bred in the nest using the aforementioned gluttony, but not with mist, but with a magma sphere. And rounding out the trio is the shadow-cursed locust, raised in the nest using gluttony, dark curses, and shadow nail. The enemy, seeing the opponents of his creatures, smiles, considering the game not bad for a beginner. He can't wait to join the battle. And on that note, the man sends his legion into battle, to be met by small, especially compared to their opponents, winged insects. Charlie sends the shadow-cursed locust into battle with a mischievous smile. They take up a position in a row, and with their stingers at the ready, send them towards the vulnerable spots of their opponents. Small stingers fly towards the mammoth's leg, but it manages to successfully dodge them, and an enthusiastic cry is heard from the stands. The creature, which had been confidently striding forward until now, suddenly freezes, and the audience wonders what kind of ability they are dealing with, since the weapon used hit the shadow, and the mammoth froze. Meanwhile, Charlie doesn't hesitate, sending poisonous sky demon beetles at the enemy creatures, and the named ones act with readiness. The needles stick into the animal's face in a neat row, but its owner is not impressed. He says that everything is useless and asks the enemy to accept it. Yes, Charlie was able to stop Mammoth Thunder, but it is of little use. The locust, even if it is elite, cannot do much harm. But a malicious grin appears on Charlie's face. He doesn't think so, asking if the enemy is really so confident in his words. Before the next group of mammoths advance, sudden and rather large explosions occur. The man angrily raises his hand, realizing that the element of surprise had worked, thanks to which the enemy decided to take out the strongest creature at the expense of his Death Eaters. The Overlord sends his representatives to the Thunder Mammoth, but a swarm of locusts appears on the way of the hurrying ones, blocking the road to the goal. They are enveloped in numerous explosions, which, if not the cause of death of the opponent's creatures, are a serious obstacle. The Mammoth Lord puts his hands together in a spell, calling upon Beast Magic, Thick Hide, Beast Magic, Blood Aura, and Beast Magic, Healing. And then a healing light descends upon all the mammoths, which is a sign of the positive effects that soon bring the male candidates to their senses. And their eyes flashing furiously, the mighty creatures rush forward with renewed vigor, ignoring, and in some places even anticipating, the explosions. The man smiles contentedly, starting to get into the swing of things. He says that the fact that Charlie forced him to use magic already says a lot, so he suggests surrendering. In this case, he promises to leave half of the opponent's creatures, but the guy does not agree, asking why the Overlord even thought that he lost. Charlie says that giving up is not in his nature and raises his hand, wanting to call for more helpers. Behind the guy, the gates immediately open, and majestic and enraged demon minotaurs emerge from them one after another. They approach the clearly stunned mammoths, who involuntarily make loud trumpeting sounds. Even their owner is in a state of shock, wondering where the enemy could have gotten them from. One of the demon minotaurs rushes forward with a strange weapon in his hands and, swinging it furiously, brings it down, resembling a huge flask with contents of unknown origin. The blow lands squarely on the head of one of the Mammoth Lord's red-eyed and blue mammoths, and Charlie doesn't give the enemy a chance to catch his breath, releasing squads of skeletons from the gate, led by the Lord and his assistants. The Skeleton Lord sits majestically upon his throne, with the Collector at his right and the Resurrector at his left, a sight that alone makes his enemies shudder inwardly. Charlie climbs onto the armrest of the Lord's throne and addresses the Resurrectionist, saying that he is counting on him. The Lord looks at his god in bewilderment, either by his behavior or by his words. The next moment, the Lord frowned with displeasure, making an unambiguous sound that only reinforced his displeasure. And the Resurrector, having exploded, rushes forward towards the defeated creatures. With genuine satisfaction on his bony face, He raises his magic staff and casts a spell. The skeleton exposed to its influence breaks free from the body of the dead mammoth, appearing before the new god. The demigod looks at the spectacle with bewilderment and even a hint of fear, fully aware that his dead creatures are being resurrected, but warns his opponent that people like him are not easy to break. The man speaks the magic words, asking the giant war mammoth to activate its ability, War Stomp. The massive creature charges forward, shattering several of the newly undead bones and tusks, while the spectators cheer, asking the mammoth lord to teach his opponent a lesson. Charlie orders the demon minotaurs to retreat, sending the bone collector in their place, who flawlessly takes off, rushing to the battlefield. Having taken a comfortable place for himself, he uses magic and a spell to raise unattended bones from all corners of the arena into the air. The hard parts fuse into a massive skeleton knight, rising almost to their limit. His leg alone is many times larger than the lord's mammoths, and his stomps send hard spray flying in all directions. The demigod looked up at the gigantic undead with wide eyes, unable to believe how someone like Charlie could have a heroic-type creature, and such a powerful one at that. But the man doesn't think of despairing. He resolutely puts his hand forward, holding it with the other, and resorts to gigantism. The already large mammoth nearby begins to rapidly increase in size, as if almost catching up with the enormous skeleton knight. He rushes towards him at full speed, sparks flying from under his massive legs, his red eyes burning with anger. The knight manages to grab the mammoth by its tusks, thereby preventing it from causing serious damage to himself. The huge bony mouth opens wide and a furious cry bursts out. The knight shifts his grip, getting a better grip on one of the large tusks with his hands, and crouching, throws the creature over himself. He easily puts the representative of the Lord of Mammoths on his shoulder blades, and comes as close to him as possible. But suddenly a huge animal carcass jumps up from its place. The knight does not lose his head, putting his fist forward to strike, and from such tension, lightning begins to fly in all directions. But the mammoth heroically intercepts the bony hand with its powerful trunk, and because of this clash of forces, waves begin to spread in all directions. Now the mammoth puts his opponent on his shoulder blades, roughly throwing him aside. The knight falls flat, inertia throwing his long legs into the air. The mammoth runs up to the skeleton and rears up next to it, wanting to crush all its bones. It freezes, awaiting its fate. But the knight feels a surge of strength and, just like the creature a little earlier, soars upward, pushing off the surface with his feet with force. He strikes the mammoth in the head, and the force of the blow causes it to squint unpleasantly and lean to the side. Charlie leans forward, trying to inspire his charge with words, and tells him to deal the final blow to the Overlord's creature. And the skeleton knight, leaning forward, listens to him, desperately swinging his arm. He brings his fist down on the head of his enemy. Then he makes the previously used interception movement and grabs the huge tusk with his hands. However, the knight climbs onto the mammoth from above, and with a strong movement, furiously breaks this protruding and sharp bone. A loud growl erupts from the mouth of the one below. The mammoth lord's face shows genuine fear, and asks the representative not to give up, and to stand up. The skeleton knight, meanwhile, lowers himself slightly and reaches out his hands to the other tusk. He tears it off just as mercilessly, with exactly the same crunch as before, and tears appear in the eyes of the large animal. The skull of the bony one expresses malice and superiority. Charlie looks at his pet with admiration, believing that it was not in vain that he entrusted the collector with improving his skills. He knew that the skeleton could handle it, but he did not think that he would exceed expectations so much. But the giant skeleton knight doesn't even think about stopping. He approaches his seemingly defeated opponent again and kicks him, sending him flying. The massive giant carcass doesn't just fly far away, it slides across the arena, rolling right up to the feet of its master, who recoils in horror, afraid of being hit. The man's face breaks out in sweat, which turns into pouring sweat, as he fearfully orders his giant mammoths to attack all at once. The colossal knight looks at the approaching creatures as if they were bugs. Compared to him, their size really means nothing. He only needs to step on it with his foot for the host's opponents to be thrown back by the shockwave. The skeleton knight easily dispatches each of his subsequent opponents without even putting in much effort, sending them flying in all directions. The mammoths continue to advance in a new batch, and the giant crouches, changing tactics and beginning to crush them with his hands. This, to some extent, plays into the creature's hands. With an evil frown, they begin to attack the knight's legs, surrounding him from all sides. One of the mammoths strikes with commendable ferocity, and this has a significant effect in the Overlord's favor, the Colossus's bone breaking with a characteristic crunch. The giant falls to the ground, and the mammoths begin to press even more furiously. Their owner orders them to press until the collector himself appears, and not to even think about letting him escape. Charlie orders the Minotaur demons to cover the collector so he can escape unhindered, and the massive Minotaurs rush forward at the behest of their god. They approach the mammoths from behind, starting to shower their powerful backs with their weapons. The resurrectionist joins the fray, uttering the words of his main spell and crossing his bone arms in a not very intricate pass. From the fallen bodies, mammoth skeletons rise, rushing towards the thick of the battle and raising the arena dust with their stomping. A clash between two initially identical races takes place, only now one of them is undead, and this confrontation heats up the interest of the audience no less than any other. But it is difficult for them to discern the events of what is happening in the rising heap of dust, which forces them to rise from their seats. The audience, and especially the fans, are shocked. The demigod has barely a tenth of all his creatures left. Everyone present finds it hard to believe. The locust invasion is truly deadly. Taking a deep breath, the man drops to his knees and announces for everyone to hear that he surrenders. A schoolboy stands not far from him, his arms stubbornly crossed over his chest. From the defeated bodies of the opponent, ghostly threads rise upwards, continuing to stretch ever higher, forming a translucent fragment of the core of the sphere of the gods. Charlie takes it in his hands and smiles. He thinks that this piece is bigger than those he received before, making the assumption that this is due to the opponent's demi-divinity. Someone addresses the boy respectfully, saying that the management of the bloody arena is inviting him to a meeting. The schoolboy is surprised. He begins to be enveloped in bluish and luminous threads from all sides, and an expression of anticipation appears on the young man's face. A little later, Charlie finds himself on a hard surface. Indicating this with a characteristic sound, the invisible interlocutor continues to speak, promising that the management will not harm him. He asks why he was called and receives the answer that his performance was monitored and several tricks were noticed. But this does not detract from the fact of victory over a higher rank. There is a proposal. Charlie is offered the chance to become the heir to the arena, as it was originally intended for this very purpose, so that whoever challenged the one above them could become that very heir. The guy is asked if he is ready to take on this role, and he is seriously puzzled, asking again. Charlie thinks about how many participants there are here, and not only the human race, there must be crazy money circulating here, and he is being offered to become the heir. Something is wrong. He says that before making a decision, he wants to know how many heirs there are in total, as well as understand all the benefits and responsibilities of this status. The unusual interlocutor says that Charlie surprised them, because not everyone can immediately renounce the idea of huge amounts of money. Since the guy asked this out of good intentions, they will tell him. Currently, the Blood Arena has 349 heirs, 221 of whom are divine beings. 118 heirs of the Blood Arena have the status of demigods behind them. There are only 9 true gods out of the total number, and the remaining one heir is the supreme god. Having become the heir, the named one receives the eternal coordinates of the bloody arena, and can also teleport to any of the worlds connected to it without any artifact. But, naturally, not for free. This privilege costs 1 million divine power points, and along with it, permission will be given to build your own arena within your sphere for training creatures. The duties couldn't be simpler. As soon as there are 500 heirs, the obligatory struggle for the title of True One will begin. Everything will take place in the bloody arena itself, and the winner will become its owner. Charlie begins to think that given the diversity of participants in the current arena, the fight will be quite a test, forcing the contenders to fight for the title to the last drop of their being's blood. But now there are 349 applicants, and perhaps by the time the required number has gathered, Charlie will be able to become a true god, and the leadership is rushing for an answer. But the guy had already made up his mind. He accepted the offer, and the system notified him of congratulations on receiving the title of the 349th contender for the heir to the bloody arena. Suddenly, a powerful red flash, similar to a thick laser, hits the guy's shoulder, and his eyes widen in bewilderment. There is a quick shift to the waiting room, and Charlie realizes that he is not alone there. Teacher Tom leans forward to his student, radiating joy and happiness. He says that the student is a real treasure. Now they are both rich, but he does not understand what he is talking about. A man approaches Charlie with a sympathetic look and places something into the confused student's hand. Seeing the amount on the smartphone screen, the schoolboy's eyes widened. He never expected this. The man warns his ward that spending this amount of money is not as difficult as it seems at first glance. But first, it is still worth buying powerful artifacts. The schoolboy spreads his arms out to the sides as he clarifies what the man means. He is only a divine being for now, so he will hardly be able to use any of them. Tom tells him not to worry. The teacher will take care of everything himself. He knows a store where they can also find a good and suitable artifact for his ward. Charlie just has time to think that this is an interesting coincidence, because he himself wanted to do this. When he hears behind him the sound of heavy running rapidly approaching, and a strange address, he hides behind his teacher's back, asking for help. When he realizes that the Lord of the Mammoths himself is addressing him, the man turns questioningly to his student. But Tom quickly understands what is happening, and heroically shields his charge's body, saying that as long as he is around, no one will dare to harm his student. Charlie looks at him puzzled, but the Lord of the Mammoth stops a few meters from the supposed victim and his hero, and says that he was misunderstood. He did not intend to take revenge. The man straightens up and extends his hand for a handshake, saying that, on the contrary, he wanted to establish friendly relations with his former rival. Since he considers him capable, he introduces himself. Charlie shakes Martin's hand, saying that he now understands why he is so strong, because he is a first-year student at the Imperial Academy, and Martin smiles contentedly. Martin assumes that his potential friend is still a school student, and asks him which academy he wants to attend, and whether he has passed the entrance exam. Charlie, feeling awkward, replies that, in fact, he is an ordinary school student who has not yet entered any course, and his interlocutor stares at him in bewilderment. The man, approaching, pokes the guy in the chest with his finger, asking if he is making fun of him, and considering what he heard to be impossible. The schoolboy says he's not lying, and suggests asking the teacher standing nearby, who immediately confirms the veracity of his words, and says that many people invited him, but Charlie refused. He doesn't keep silent about the reason either. Charlie wants to enroll in the Imperial Academy, but the representative wasn't interested in the student's candidacy. Martin listens attentively to his interlocutors. At the end of the conversation, he expresses understanding and says that the guy has a keen eye, because the Imperial Academy is the most powerful among the 3 higher academies. The man puts his hand on Charlie's shoulder and, saying that he himself is convinced of his abilities, hopes that he will still become his junior. He also promises to put in a good word for the guy, hoping that this will help. Martin instructs Charlie, recommending that he immediately start developing himself as soon as he returns, and he asks if the man can really help. Martin laughs, but confirms his words. Moreover, the academy will give him a bonus if the proposed candidate passes the test, and he believes that such an opportunity cannot be refused. Charlie respectfully thanks his departing newfound friend, and perhaps even his future senior comrade at the academy. The same one, leaving, says that now everything depends only on him, and advises to focus specifically on the removal of the hero from his main representatives. This can make the task easier. Charlie and Tom are standing outside a store that sells artifacts, and the younger one is thinking about how trivial its name is. The teacher stands silently, his hands behind his back. The man pushes the door forward with determination, intending to get inside as quickly as possible, and Charlie's eyes widen. Potential buyers are confronted by a woman in a short dress, greeting them politely in the manner of most salespeople. With a sweet, flirtatious smile, she asks, propping up her side with her hand, what specific artifacts they are interested in, or whether they want to meet the forging master straight away. She asks someone to contact the master and inform him of Tom's arrival, who follows the woman, smiling sweetly, bringing up the rear of Charlie's small procession, thinking about the master's abilities. They approach a portal crackling with static, and the girl stops and politely invites the guests forward. The class teacher and her student exchange silent glances. It's hard to tell from their facial expressions what each is thinking. However, one of them still takes a decisive step forward. A bare-chested man with a wooden sledgehammer is busily forging something. Behind and slightly to the side of him is the other side of the portal. Charlie emerges from the portal and, seeing the big guy, looks at him in surprise. And the big guy, sensing Tom, expresses his hope that the man did not come here empty-handed. Without moving far from the portal, the schoolboy looks at the blacksmith with concern, with an awkward smile, thinking about getting out of here before it's too late. The class teacher clears his throat, introducing his charge to Master Tony. Charlie continues to look just as worried, although he allows himself a nervous smile. The blacksmith's gaze also becomes puzzled. He is about to, for starters, explain the rules of his shop. Everyone is welcome here, but there are no discounts for apprentices and students. Charlie is indignant to himself, believing that any store has at least a minimal discount for students, because it's not so easy for them to earn money. The guy saved up a large sum through blood and sweat. Tom says that Tony has a sharp tongue, but his heart is kind, and he also creates beautiful artifacts. The blacksmith smiles, joking that in all the long years of knowing him, he didn't know that the teacher could be so kind. Inwardly, the master reacts to his interlocutor's words with displeasure. He is upset that Tom said this in front of the student, even though he himself is sharp-tongued. Tony turns and leads Charlie behind him, pulling back the curtain, inviting the boy to come in to see the artifacts that will be displayed. Upon entering, the schoolboy sees a room filled with a variety of artifacts that shine with their grandeur even in the dim light. Tony, pointing vaguely at the collection of artifacts, says that each of them has its own mark, which indicates that each item is handmade, and Charlie is surprised by it. Walking around the hall, Teacher Tom asks his student what he liked from all this variety, and the boy continues to look around silently and thoughtfully. He thinks that first of all, he needs to prepare for the Imperial Academy's trials, and for this he will need the poison jar, but it costs 4 divinity points. With a confident look in his eyes, the guy declares that he needs the poisonous jug, which is a 2-star artifact. Its first function is poisonous cleansing. It allows 100,000 insects to be placed inside for a purification ceremony. The insects will fight among themselves, and the last one to survive will evolve, possibly into a hero. Tom notes to himself that artifacts with 2 stars are not very strong, but this picture is ideal for his ward, because the second function of the artifact is attracting insects. Tony says that this jug will cost the student 4 divinity points or 580 million divine power, and asks if he can afford that price. Tom approaches his old friend and grabs his hand, asking for a discount or to add some extra artifact, because if he doesn't do this, the man will still find a way to get even. The blacksmith agrees, saying that for 600 million he will add another very useful artifact, the Eye of Identification, and immediately demonstrates it. Charlie and Tom turn around happily to go home now that they've finished shopping. The boy is holding bags in his hands, and the stunned blacksmith is standing behind them, asking them to stop. He catches up with the buyers and says that he recently received fragments of technology from an ancient civilization, thanks to which the blacksmith was able to create an artifact that would suit the guy perfectly. The class teacher, getting ahead of his student, snatches the above-mentioned artifact from the hands of the blacksmith and carefully examines it. A small gilded sphere with intricate patterns playfully glitters in the sun, and a man with a narrowed eye is interested in something. He pounces on Tony, accusing him of wanting to deceive him. There is not even a trace of magical energy in this ball, and it seems like there are no functions at all. The blacksmith asks his friend to listen to him. If he understood correctly, the ancients called this sphere the Hungry Wolf, because this artifact is capable of improving itself by absorbing others. At the same time, it inherits the functions and effects of those it has absorbed. Dozens of civilizations have declared a hunt for these artifacts in order to eradicate such a powerful object. Tony noticed that Charlie knew a lot about artifacts, so he decided to offer him the Hungry Wolf. The man was ready to give up this powerful item for just 1 billion points of divine power. The guy is wary. For an artifact that entire civilizations were destroyed for the right to own, the price sounds very meager. It looks very much like the blacksmith is trying to deceive him. But the master warns that this wolf has its flaws. Only part of the necessary material was used in its creation. The man then explains in detail the differences between the artifact and the originals. Tom, hearing this, repeats words about worthlessness, and the blacksmith, pointing a finger at his friend, says that he will still allow himself to be insulted, but insulting the things he created is something completely different. Charlie says he is ready to buy the artifact for 400 million, but the teacher tries to dissuade him, believing that this amount is too large and money doesn't grow on trees. But the schoolboy believes that even with its shortcomings, the Hungry Wolf is a very useful artifact, as it can absorb the abilities of others, albeit with limitations. He continues by saying that he admires Tony and wants to support him, because the blacksmith, having only fragments in his hands, was able to recreate one of the most powerful artifacts of civilizations. However, 400 million is all that the schoolboy has at the moment, and he is not sure that Tony will agree to part with his brainchild for this pittance, he clarifies. Is this really true, or is the student trying to get a discount in this way? The guy confirms, and the flattered blacksmith agrees, smiling and saying that trust cannot be bought with money. They make an exchange, and the student sincerely thanks the master of his new artifact. Charlie sits in his house in the lotus position, in the center of a glowing pentagram drawn on the floor, with a jug and other acquired artifacts in front of him, and his eyes closed. He performs some kind of magical ritual, cutting his finger and sprinkling a few drops on his new objects. Blood flows from all sides, forming a dense clot. The result satisfies the young man. A satisfied smile appears on his lips. The poisonous jug has recognized him as its owner, and a golden insect rises from one of the artifacts. From the jug itself, a frog jumps out, enveloped in magical energy, the threads of which still connect them, making them one whole. The translucent amphibian opens its mouth wide, continuing to exude magic, and Charlie points a finger at it, cheerfully noting that it's time to begin. But the expression on his face soon turns to bewilderment. The boy doesn't understand why the hungry wolf hasn't reacted at all, and the schoolboy assumes that he wants more blood. A bright glow appears all around, vaguely reminiscent of the northern lights. It envelops the entire space within the schoolboy's reach. He is surprised. The wolf is glowing golden. Voluminous threads rise upward, resembling blue, sharp, and greedy tongues of flame, and soon a puppy appears above them. He slowly descends, and soon his paws touch the floor with a corresponding sound, emitting a small mist around himself. Charlie leans toward the creature, noting to himself that this hungry wolf looks more like a puppy, and the puppy looks at its new owner with the curiosity inherent in dogs. But then the face takes on a concentrated expression, and the wolf barks several times, which in translation means that he wants to refresh himself with artifacts. The guy thinks he just summoned the puppy, and the effect of gluttony has already taken effect on him, and he wonders where he could get food for the little one, since he is broke. The schoolboy gets an idea. He throws a small purple shard to the side, and Volchok sharply turns his head in the direction of the thrown object. The next moment, the creature hurries towards the fragment, and jumping into the air, deftly grabs it with its teeth, while the owner watches the actions of his charge. The puppy, wagging his tail contentedly, holds the acquired object in his paws, and Charlie thinks about his creatures, wanting to see what they are doing. The first thing the divine being does is to monitor the occupation of his main representatives. Charlie's second most important task is to check on the Red Orc blacksmiths, who are working diligently in their beloved mines. Then comes the turn of the demon minotaurs, who are enthusiastically studying something. An ancient book with some drawings is spread out in front of them. The satisfied owner notes that they have no shortage of motivation. Windsword, one of the most powerful beings, Charlie, masters the science of meditation, surrounding himself with streams of magical energy, probably in order to improve his concentration and skill in battle. Skeletons absorb fragments of the crystals that strengthen them, clearly in order to become stronger in the future and not disappoint their master. Charlie reflects that thanks to the Dawi's sacred artifact sources, he was able to repair the law of gluttony, raising the artifact to the 3rd level. But he didn't think it would be that powerful. The guy beams at the mere thought that if he continues to improve the artifact, very soon absolutely all locusts will be able to evolve to elite with enough food. A week later, the guy is levitating in the air, surrounded by a giant swarm of his main representatives. It's time for a new sacrifice. He raises his hand into the air, preparing to sacrifice 13 billion beings. There is literally a hurricane going on all around, swirling into a great blue funnel. After finishing, the guy stands in front of the awards window and realizes that, although he could have sacrificed no less before, today's result is truly impressive. After reading through all the possible options, the student's choice falls on the last one. He is amused by the words about a humanoid form. In his opinion, it even sounds funny. He can't wait to try it out. Seconds later, the sphere of enlightenment appears in Charlie's hands. It hovers above his outstretched palm, shimmering with a sparkling blue light. The guy is intrigued. He grabs the ball with his hand and, holding on tighter, mercilessly smashes it to pieces. A tall column with a tone to match rises into the air, piercing the heavens with lightning speed and just as mercilessly. It doesn't take much intelligence to understand that creatures exposed to its magical light are subject to certain effects. The main representatives of Charlie immediately begin to undergo changes that are noticeable even to the eye. Their limbs rapidly stretch out, taking on a slightly different shape. Looking at the transformed locusts, delight appears in Charlie's eyes. He cannot contain it inside, admiringly declaring that it is incredible. The creatures are truly becoming humanized, and now they are not ordinary insects, but super elite locust people. In addition to the humanoid body, they now have the rudiments of intelligence. But that's not all. The happy owner rejoices with such a great power of faith that he cannot look at his official creations without delight. But he can't rejoice for long. The phone rings, and the guy is calling his class teacher. The man says that they received a call from the Imperial Academy, expressing their willingness to conduct a second interview. This will happen tomorrow, so they can't afford to lose face. Charlie is happy. The next day, a classmate approaches Charlie, asking about his sphere's affairs and offering help with resources from his family's demigods. The boy turns to his classmate with a smile, asking about the fragments of the divine cores. He needs them right now to move from the 7th level all the way to the 10th. He replies that it can be obtained, but even taking into account their good relationship, it will cost a decent amount. The minimum order amount starts at 400 million. Charlie expresses his understanding out loud, but silently remarks that if he had that amount of money now, he wouldn't have to bother with the core any longer. The young man smiles brightly, saying that there is another option. This amount can be replaced with 1,000 super elite undead. The interlocutor listens to the proposal until the end, and only then speaks. He returns the smile to his classmate, accepting the voiced offer. For him, this is not something out of the ordinary. The guy is puzzled, realizing to himself that he sold too cheaply. He should have asked not for 1,000 skeleton knights, but for an exchange for the bone collector. Tom enters the office, informing Charlie that a representative of the Imperial Academy is already waiting for him in the teacher's room, and that he needs to hurry. The schoolboy obeys and follows the indicated route, and when the door to the teacher's room opens, the representative sitting in front of him has a look of surprise on his face. He didn't expect to see Charlie again. The man is perplexed by how someone he had recently rejected managed to secure an internal recommendation in such a short time, but he is not too upset. The test will be difficult. The mustachioed man, with an unpleasant look, according to etiquette, says that today he will test the student on behalf of his academy, and asks if he has any questions. The young man denies. The mission is to invade a border town of one of the few civilizations based on a well-thought-out system of hierarchy and careers, which will be reflected in Charlie. Once the system recognizes the intruder as a destroyer demon, the city's most powerful masters will declare a hunt for him, and will not rest until they find and eliminate the source of the danger. From the above follows the goal that the person undergoing the test must achieve, namely, the killing of at least one master who guards the aforementioned city. The guy politely asks if he can find out how many troops and defenders there are in the city. Usach answers. Despite the fact that the city is small and located almost on the outskirts, it is home to about 10 million people, of which more than 10% are masters, and there are only 5 defenders. With only an hour to prepare, Charlie approaches Tom and asks to exchange his class points for 3 first-level sacred artifacts. The man agrees, offering to choose for himself. Sometime later, the schoolboy stands near his divine core, blown by its magical streams of energy threads. He takes a shard from his inventory, and bringing it close to a similar but greater object, inserts it inside like a puzzle, upgrading the divine core to level 10. He still continues to stand in front of the huge crystal, absorbing its light, rejoicing that he will now be able to load 3 more sacred artifacts into the core. The first-tier sacred artifact, Poison Glands, allows some of the major representatives to have a chance to gain the poison attribute and slash or poison glands. The first-level sacred artifact, Earth Core, allows some of the main representatives to have a certain chance of gaining the Earth attribute and additional protection. A first-tier sacred artifact, the Goblin Shortbow, is both a sacred artifact and a divine weapon, allowing representatives to summon it, and the wielder can too. The system notifies you that the download is complete and is successful. In Charlie's sphere, beams of light flare up and rise into the air in several places at once, dividing into multiple rays. Its main representatives enthusiastically echo and lose themselves in them. Most demon beetles gain poison glands, half of the fallen locusts have increased defense, and almost all locust men can now use the goblin bow. An hour later, the schoolboy stands in front of a man from the academy, who is waving his sausage-like fingers around a red sphere. As soon as Charlie touches it, a teleportation will occur. The guy doesn't even hesitate, decisively approaching the teleporting object and covering the smooth, cool surface with his warm palm. The sphere immediately flares up with a brighter light. The same waves begin to emanate from it, passing through the young man's body, but enveloping him. His eyes widen from the unexpected sensations he is experiencing. As promised, he and the main representatives are teleported to the outskirts of the required city. The guy lands deftly, touching the ground with his hand and knee, the locusts nearby. The system warns that Charlie is a violator. If he doesn't leave this world immediately, he will be recognized as a demon destroyer and destroyed. But there is no time to think about everything. It happens almost immediately. Since Charlie supposedly refused to leave this world, he is recognized as the Demon King of Locusts and undergoes a level assessment. The system opens his status window, and the guy is amazed at what he sees. The student is also curious about whether he can view information about the 2 newly appeared heroes among the Locust Man species, and he selects the appropriate option. The creature's system status window raises questions for him. The level indicated is 60, and the guy is interested in what this means, since it is difficult to judge levels without comparison and explanation. One of his humanoid representatives flies up to the schoolboy and informs its owner that they are being attacked by local creatures. The guy summons one of his largest specimens, wanting to go to the scene of the incident as quickly as possible to assess the enemy's strength. One of the local adventurers, sword in hand, looks at the horde of locusts swarming above him, wondering where such a huge number of demons could come from. His comrade swings at the locusts, saying that Thorn should be happy that they were in the right place at the right time. The more demons, the higher the reward, and they need the money now. A ghost-like entity floats through the air, holding a crystal in its hand-like appendages that resembles a fragment of the divine core. She swims up to the girl in light robes, who is the Sage of Water, and hands over the shard, who smiles brightly, thanking her little assistant. There is another girl standing nearby. Only her clothes are red-orange tones, and flames are flying out of her scepter. She is cursing at the locusts, threatening to destroy them. She is a fire mage. One of the adventurers, looking back slightly, asks his colleagues not to lose their vigilance and to keep an eye on their surroundings. 4 young men stoically endure the onslaught of locusts, 2 of whom are now destroying demons, allowing their friends to rest. Charlie flies up to the scene from behind on his giant form, becoming an unwitting witness to this scene. He turns to the Eye of Identification for help. A small specimen sits almost under his ear, ready to faithfully carry out his master's orders. Thanks to the skill, Charlie gets information about a guy in golden armor with a sword in his hand. His name is Thorn. He is a dragon blood warrior in his second incarnation and uses a divine weapon. The guy notices that all 4 have the same emblems. The only difference is that Thorn's is silver, and everyone else's are bronze. This leads to a very primitive conclusion. This man named Thorn may be none other than the leader of the quartet. The said one curses. Noticing that there are too many demons, he gives the order to his fellow adventurers to prepare for retreat. Still sitting on the locust, Charlie suggests that his charges first test the abilities of potential opponents. The humanized locusts rush towards them and fall to the ground. The adventurers recoil in horror. Considering the specimen to be at least of the 3rd rank, they need to retreat. The locusts stand firm in front of the fearful humans, and Thorn tells his comrades to leave, declaring that he will try to buy them at least a little time. He swings his sword at the enemy using giant slash. On the chitinous body, this blow only leaves a scratch, without causing serious damage. The guy looks at the confused locust and realizes that it is too strong. It seems that he doesn't have a single chance. The humanoid quickly comes to his senses, kicking the shoulder and knocking the sword out of the human's hand. The guy is thrown aside, and he squints in pain. Meanwhile, another individual pursues the rest of the team, promising that they will not leave, and the people look around in fear and confusion at the one they believe to be a demon. As a result, all the adventurers end up tied up. The guys' faces are angry, and the girls are rather upset and surprised. In the schoolboy standing in front of them, they see none other than a real demon, laughing maliciously right in their faces. One of the guys growls cruelly, but not without a bit of fear and confusion, at Charlie to stay put and not dare approach the team. He is caught by unflattering words, and, unable to restrain himself, he speaks out, feeling dissatisfied. He says that if the adventurers want to live, they will have to answer all the questions, and first asks what the locust looks like in their eyes, standing nearby and a little behind. The same guy stubbornly and fearlessly says that he is not going to answer the dirty demon's questions. The locust acts independently, striking at anyone who dares to insult its master, and a red flash passes through them, forcing them to bend over. Charlie turns angrily to his subordinate, asking why he killed the man, when all he wanted was to scare the adventurers. The tied-up girls scream in fear and huddle even tighter together, recoiling further from the corpse of their former comrade, among other things. Charlie tells them to be quiet and decides to use the curse locust, which obediently appears nearby. Thorn glares at his opponent, asking what he wants from them. Charlie leans towards the prisoner and repeats his question again about how he looks in their eyes, and he becomes scared. The leader of the adventurer team gives in and begins to describe Charlie, who looks to them like a locust, with huge eyes and very long antennae on his head. The schoolboy himself now understands that he looks like a locust man to the inhabitants of this world, and suggests that this world deliberately disfigures the invaders. The guy smiles sweetly at his captive, praising him and telling him to continue answering questions just as well in the future, but he becomes more puzzled than before. 3 hours later, Charlie unties a bewildered Thorn, saying that all questions are settled, since he learned everything he wanted from the adventurers. The boy, constantly looking back, runs away from the schoolboy in horror, silently planning to quickly inform his guild about the appearance of the demon army. Thorn runs down the road towards the city, and Charlie climbs onto his locust to be able to track the route. This is his main goal, he apologizes, saying that he cannot allow him to enter the city yet. He needs to lie here until the student completes his task. Locust strikes Thorn in the back, and his eyes widen in surprise. If we are to believe his words, then there are millions of adventurers living in the city. It would be foolish to attack them head-on and go at them with only 3 of us, even though the locusts are, as they say here, 3rd rank. Hearing a strange sound, the boy looks down. The green goblins are smiling at him, and Charlie thinks that this is better than nothing. The creatures kneel before him, and the schoolboy realizes that most of them are ordinary low-level creatures. But the leader has managed to reach level 62. He also rose to the 3rd rank, and Charlie is puzzled as to how he was able to acquire a profession. And the goblin answers this question by saying that he ate many profession fragments left behind by adventurers. The young man's eyes reflect happiness as a thought strikes him. This means that here you can get professions by eating shards, which means his locusts can do the same. The boy raises his hand, attracting the attention of the swarm, and tells it to keep a close eye on any adventurers it spots and bring back any shards it can get its hands on. 3 days later, dozens of shards of glass, shining in the light, lie before the schoolboy. He examines them with a critical eye and is about to begin implementing his plan. All the found artifacts are thrown into the air at the wave of Charlie's hands, shrouded in pink ribbons of smoke. A system window appears in front of him with several options for choosing professions such as mage, warrior, fighter, and archer. And without thinking, the guy chooses the latter. This option is ideal for the divine creature special locust, and the magma demonic locust will instantly gain the above-mentioned profession. Charlie is overjoyed that his plan worked and tells his new archer to continue developing his skills. Now he is not just a third-rank demon, but a demon with the archer profession. A locust flies up to the guy and informs him that they have found a cave nearby. But the pressure coming from inside it has stopped the reconnaissance advance. The guy asks to be taken there and, after some time, they are already standing in front of that very cave. After feeling the aura, Charlie realizes that it is filled with particles of divine power. This intrigues him, and he is going to find out who is hiding in this cave. Charlie walks inside with a pair of human-type locusts and walks up to the edge of the cliff. They stand on either side of their god-like bodyguards. An interesting sight appears before the eyes of the 3 pairs of eyes. Before them, in the lowland, lies a dragon chained in chains, its eyes closed. The boy recalls that during lessons, the teachers mentioned that in some worlds, its inhabitants often sealed opponents who were beyond their power. Apparently, this is exactly the case. God commands his representatives to activate the Eye of Initiation, and they do so. This black dragon's name is Elphys. His level is 103, but his state is sealed. Originally, he was 149. The dragon's profession is Rebel, and his talent is Blood. The creature's skill is Breath of Darkness, and at this stage, nothing else is available. And the dragon, as if sensing that its description has been fully studied, opens its amber eyes. The locust makes an inarticulate sound and, as if enchanted, looks into the bottomless abyss of huge and bright eyes, and then performs a completely strange action. She moves closer to the cliff, towards the giant, and Charlie tries to stop his subordinates with his voice. They turn around, puzzled and enveloped in a red aura. It becomes clear that they are having a hard time controlling themselves. They are literally torn apart, unable to choose. A voice comes out of the dragon's mouth, asking how dare a man interrupt his meal, and threatening to devour not only his flesh, but his soul as well. The boy manages to regain control of his representatives and tells them to run as the dragon opens its huge mouth. The powerful attack in the cave not only causes flames to appear, but also explosions to erupt, immersing the space in its suffocating smoke. Charlie didn't run far, because as soon as the smoke cleared, he appeared from behind the stone wall. He cheerfully asked the monster if he had finished. The dragon opens its mouth again, wanting to strike the enemy with its powerful clot of energy, asking how dare the man tease it, and promising that it will never forgive this. Charlie runs away again, puzzled, realizing that this time he will have to run even further, because the clot looks more destructive. Indeed, it takes twice as long. But after it has passed, the guy approaches the now puzzled dragon and says that he came here not to insult, but to help. The giant says that he immediately recognized the trick in the man who came to him, so he had better leave here immediately, otherwise he will truly be eaten. But Charlie does not even think of moving. He raises his bow to the ready, asking if the monster really thinks he can do this, and offers, in that case, to test what he is capable of. The schoolboy knocks an arrow and, taking aim, releases it, naming the black dragon's full name and profession, a smile playing on the boy's lips. But the arrow flies off the mighty scaly skin as if from a ricochet. Elphys echoes this action. His armor is invincible. Such attacks cannot even scratch him. But the schoolboy does not despair, getting ready to try again. This time fishing out a sword from his inventory, and already rushing with it at the ready towards his formidable opponent, his face no less menacing. He delivers a wide horizontal blow along the monster's belly, leaving behind an equally wide, bright flash. But even this does not cause much harm to the powerful skin. The blow is difficult to even consider a scratch. After it, only dust remains. Charlie doesn't give up and attacks from above, pouring magic into the weapon. He considers the dragon stubborn. Apparently they really won't be able to talk normally until a wound is inflicted. Releasing 10,000 points of divine power, the boy delivers several cross strikes in the air, The dragon opens its huge mouth. Finally, Charlie's actions are crowned with success, because he manages to inflict at least one wound, the most striking proof of which is the blood spatter. The dragon again showers himself with his titles, calling out his full name, and begins to ask how some man dared to hurt him, but he does not manage to finish. Charlie points the tip of his blade at his opponent, saying that he has a lot of other weapons in reserve, and if he continues this idle conversation, he could lose his life. The dragon doesn't need to be repeated many times, noticeably calming down. He asks what Charlie wants. He replies that he has a dream. He wants to kill one of the heroes who defend the city, but he is not yet strong enough, so he wants to ask his interlocutor for help. The dragon says that he can hardly help, because for hundreds of years he has been wearing shackles, which are a divine artifact created specifically for Elphys. Neither the dragon's magic nor Charlie can destroy them, and the guy asks if the chain is really an artifact. The dragon replies that it is, because he never lies. The guy has a great idea, and with a sly smile, he takes out the Hungry Wolf artifact from his inventory. Charlie holds a golden orb with carvings that begins to glow as he speaks, and he calls his puppy, letting him know that dinner is served. One of the links of the chain takes on the color of hot metal, and then it seems to burst into flames, covered in fire. The dragon is puzzled by what he sees. He would never have thought that something like this could happen so easily, since he had previously been making efforts day and night. Meanwhile, the red-hot and flaming link of the chain that binds the mighty dragon melts completely, splitting the shackles into two parts. The dragon cries out impatiently, unable to believe that the man's plan worked, and he literally commands him to destroy all the other chains. Charlie's gaze becomes extremely serious as he asks his interlocutor to repeat what he said. The monster says that now is not the time for questions, and without a second thought, he repeats his order. Charlie remains impartial, saying that he showed all sincerity and destroyed one of the chains that had deprived the dragon of freedom for hundreds of years. He asks how he decided to respond then. The dragon, eager to fully regain his former power, asks what the boy wants, and, remembering, promises to kill the hero for him. He longs for freedom. Charlie smiles slyly, pretending to look thoughtful. He says that he has changed his mind, respectfully addressing the monster. Now he wants him to serve him for 100 years after saving him. The dragon is outraged by this condition, and in a rage, he says that he will never bow to anyone. Frowning, the boy reminds him that he can either save the monster or kill it. If it doesn't obey him right now, it will become another step on the path to perfection. He has heard that dragons are walking treasures and wonders how good a weapon his bones would make. The dragon is puzzled. He is not happy with this thought. It might come true. After thinking a little more, Elphys decides to submit, and, taking an official oath to her future liberator, asks to remove the remaining shackles from him. He doesn't want to feel the weight of those terrible chains on himself for another second, especially when light appears in the pitch darkness. But Charlie is no slouch. He offers to sign the contract. The dragon is outraged when he sees the agreement. He believes that Charlie wants to make a slave out of him in this way, but his relatives have never been and never will be. He continues to insist on his own, but something appears that interests the giant. Charlie offers to supply him with a crystal of the dark attribute as a snack after his release, since the dragon is greatly weakened. Elphys's stomach rumbles, confirming his own desire, and the black dragon is embarrassed by his own feeling of hunger. In the end, he gives in. The temptation is too great. The prerogative seems better than rotting here until the end of his days. Charlie fishes the artifact out of his inventory again, summoning the hungry wolf, who is eager to continue his meal with the chain-shaped artifact. Now the last part of the shackles is heating up, and with a crash breaks into two parts. Everyone is satisfied and full of anticipation. A furious firestorm rises to the cave's ceiling. A thunderous dragon's voice washes over the stone interior, and Elphys announces to the space around her the long-awaited acquisition of freedom. In the guild building of the city where Charlie is to carry out the task, a council of the greats has gathered for this occasion. A mustachioed man with sleek hair talks about releasing Elphys. He assumes that the monster should be weakened now, so he suggests uniting and finishing it off. The girl, who is a holy hero, with pink hair tied in a ponytail, suggests that if the dragon wants to find a secluded place to recover, it will take many people. They don't know the exact location. Their colleague in white says that the dark energy emitted by the dragon affects the monsters that are nearby. This will add to their troubles. This man is the swordsman of ice and fire, the hero, and he, with a restrained smile, believes that they should strike first before the demons, intoxicated by power, attack the city. Windrunner, also a hero, joins the conversation and asks about the cause of the unrest, as they are only dealing with a weakened dragon that managed to escape from its shackles. Windrunner asks the Dragon Slayer for his opinion, and he replies that it's just an ordinary dragon. There's no need to panic over nothing. He once killed a similar one single-handedly. The mustachioed man argues against this, saying that the black dragon should not be underestimated. He is something completely different, as he is a rebel, namely a traitor, to the dragon race. The Dragon Slayer looks at his comrade with a reserved smile, and then his face takes on a completely opposite expression, believing that there is no doubt about him, because he was chosen by the heavens themselves. The man looks away, not wanting to take these words at face value, but also unable to refute them. He has his own opinion, but now he is afraid to defend it. The assassin says that he will deal with this dragon himself, and let the rest defend the city. But the archer raises his hand, intending to, in a way, lend a helping hand to his colleague. The man leaves with a gloomy look, and the shooter, following him, promises not to interfere. The dragon sits on a rock. Charlie stands at its foot, and before them, a multitude of frightened, diverse creatures bow deeply in respect. Throwing his arms out in all directions, he begins his fiery speech, supposedly on behalf of Elphys, calling on the demons to unite into an alliance and fight back against the Adventurers Guild. He calls on them to become hunters themselves, and they open their mouths wide in bewilderment and ask questions about some of the words, and also worry about whether they will be able to cope with this task. Charlie says that everyone who takes a risk will be rewarded accordingly, but adds to himself that, since he himself is limited in the choice of creatures, he will have to take advantage of and strengthen those that come his way. A few days later, Elphys performs a ritual with her new master, saying that his dragon blood will help him break through the third transformation, but not without consequences. Losing that much blood would take a toll on him, and it would take at least 500 dark crystals to replenish his strength. Charlie sat in the cauldron, slightly puzzled. Plugging his nose to get rid of the unpleasant smell, Charlie asks the dragon not to be poor. Crystals do not grow on trees. It is impossible to get them in such a short time. The system notifies about the completion of the second-tier profession through the third appeal. The guy, smiling, rises in the cauldron. He is eager to use the black dragon transformation. A black wing flies into the air, clearly belonging to a black dragon warrior with the talent Black Dragon Blood, the effects of which include increasing stats by 50% and other effects. Charlie appears before the world in his new guise. His codename is the Demon King of Locusts. And the level, 125, the level of the creatures under his control also increases. Charlie thinking that now, in this form, he will be able to single-handedly deal with the heroes of the border town. His eyes also take on a demonic look. The dragon raises his head with concern. He clearly sensed something. Charlie the Demon Dragon also raises his head questioningly, not understanding what is happening. Two flashes are rapidly approaching them. One of them blue, the other orange-pink. Soon, two men with determined looks appear nearby. One of them is extremely serious, and the other has a smile on his face. The Dragon Slayer stands up to his full height and addresses the dragon with a smirk. The man eager to kill a creature with such a pure bloodline, as doing so will allow him to level up. He asks the archer to take charge of the rest, and he assures his colleague that everything will be fine. He is capable of dealing with small opponents. The guy in green straightens up to his full height and stretches his hand towards the sky, smiling as he summons the storm barrier. The space around for an impressive distance is illuminated by nimble green flashes, from which a barrier is soon formed as if by the wave of a hand. The opponents stand face to face. The adventurers note Charlie's level, and even admire him to some extent. They did not think that such a powerful being was nearby. But the archer has another opinion. He promises not to let Charlie get in the way of his colleague, but the Locust Lord's posture is confident and unyielding. The schoolboy notes to himself that he wanted to practice on ordinary adventurers first, and then on the hero. But fate decreed otherwise. He uses the Eye of Initiation. This guy with red hair is named Carl Smith. His level is 131. He is a windrunner in his fourth transformation by profession, and right now he is changing the form of his weapon. But Charlie doesn't intend to lag behind either. He suggests starting as quickly as possible, throwing the blades in front of him. But Carl dodges the blades and they crash into the rock behind him, shattering in an explosion and leaving behind smoke. The archer takes advantage of the surprise and his superior speed to get behind Charlie and raise his blade, but Charlie doesn't notice. But this doesn't help much, because the next moment the adventurer finds himself on the other side, wounding his side, and at the same moment the blow comes from the other side, as if there were two of him. Sensing something is wrong and turning back, the schoolboy orders his main representatives to destroy the green barrier. And at this moment, several souls of dragons of different colors seem to emerge from the Dragon Slayer's body. He uses the hero's nobility, Dragon Slayer Field. They rush straight at their black brother in the flesh, clearly not with friendly intentions, and he spreads his wings wide and screams terrifyingly at the top of his voice. A battle ensues between the dragons. Black flies higher into the air to avoid being hit by the flames released from the ghostly blue one's mouth, while Blue is already preparing a ball of energy in his mouth. And at that moment, when it seems that the dragon manages to avoid all attacks, he notices a strange presence behind him, and squinting, sees the approaching dragon slayer with his sword raised. He delivers a powerful blow to the wing, and the dragon notifies the area with its roar of pain. He finds support in the rock, clinging to it with his strong claws. The adventurer angered him, because it was too easy. But the man doesn't give his victim a chance to catch his breath, soon finding himself on the scaly body, his foot finding firm footing. Standing on the fallen, powerful body with a huge sword at the ready, the slayer orders the dragon spirits to take the soul of the black dragon to the city, and asks Carl if he needs help. The redhead refuses with a smile, saying that he can handle it himself, and when he finishes, which will happen soon, he will catch up with his colleague. The soul's huge, ghostly paws dig into the black dragon's flesh and rush to fulfill their master's command, while he slowly follows them. Charlie orders his locust to destroy Carl's barrier at all costs, and it circles above him in the air. She flies up to the green ghostly wall, making various attempts to destroy it. Finally, one of the individuals manages to leave a few scratches on the surface, and, inspired by success, it continues its efforts. Soon, the barrier actually breaks down and begins to crumble onto the stunned creator. Hordes of locusts, pleased with themselves, swarm from above. The moment of surprise allows Charlie to catch his breath a little. He puts his hand to his wildly pounding heart, the ward standing behind him like a wall. Carl, smiling, but not as joyfully as before, cuts up the small bodies, amazed by their endless number. But the little ones are no pushovers either. Having successfully completed the task of destroying the barrier, they can now unleash all their power on their master's enemy, leaving multiple blows on the body. Carl begins to feel doubtful. He is no longer so confident in himself, believing that he will run out of steam at this rate if he continues in the same spirit, and intending to end it as soon as possible. But events are clearly not in his favor. Genuine fear appears on the young man's face as the locusts surround him, spreading their nets. They cover the body completely, crushing it with the force of their many paws, forcing it to drop the dagger with which Carl had previously killed their comrades. A few moments later, only a gnawed skull and bones fall to the ground. A system notification appears in front of Charlie with the face of Mustache from the Imperial Academy, who congratulates the boy and says that a portal leading back will now open. But the guy refuses, saying that he can't go back right now. He still has unfinished business here. The man, with a nasty smile, asks if the boy really wants to free the captured black dragon, and he confirms these words, since an agreement was made between them. Usopp asks him to think carefully about this. If he goes to save the dragon, he will have to face the full power of the city, and this is dangerous even for a demigod, let alone a divine being. The young man says that he understands this, so he asks for permission to use all of his creatures, in exchange for which he offers to increase the difficulty of the exam to the point of capturing the entire city. The mustachioed man is puzzled by this request, but accepts it. But the change in conditions also means that Charlie will appear to this world in his true form, so he has no right to fail. A pink sphere appears in front of the guy, from which creatures emerge. The first thing Charlie notices is one of the strongest, the Wind Sword Emperor, who is level 140 in this world. The man's eyes glow with a ghostly light and determination. Red Orc, Divine Hammer, which is the heroic form of the creature, has a level of 113 here. The Demon Minotaur Shaman also has a heroic form and is level 135. And the trio Skeleton Lord Bone Collector Resurrectionist have levels, respectively, 132, 75, 86. They are also heroes. Charlie thinks, there really are a lot of adventurers in the city. Even though its creatures are strong, there are few of them. Apparently the Demon Alliance will have to contribute to what is happening. Charlie tells his locust to carry his word to all the demons. It flies away, and the guy invites the sword and the shaman of the Minotaurs to follow him. The demons have a small council. Wolf notes that the black dragon, for whom the alliance was convened, was killed. He now sees no point in going to certain death. He finds it ridiculous to follow Charlie's orders, and also finds it easier to simply kill him and take away all the promised crystals he has. The wolf continues to say something, but before he can finish, his head flies off his shoulders with one sure blow. The eyes of the other demons standing nearby widen in shock. They see Charlie, who mockingly recounts their cunning plan. But the very next moment, the guy's gaze becomes extremely serious when he, assumingly, says that these demons who decided to rebel are tired of living. One of the goblins points a finger at the guy, saying that they served the great rebel even before his appearance. But he is a nobody, so he has no right to ask for such a thing. Charlie doesn't intend to listen to these words any longer. He stretches out his hand, from which streams of energy spread out in purple waves, like ripples on water. The green goblin covers himself with his hands in an attempt to protect himself from the punishment that might befall him. The next moment he falls, and Charlie says that he is not asking, but ordering. The relatives of the fallen man look at him with apprehension, fearing the same fate. And as if to confirm these thoughts, Charlie decisively declares that death awaits those who do not obey him immediately. Fearing such an outcome, the demons fall to the ground, repeating in one voice that they are awaiting the order of their new master, who proudly rises above them. Charlie walks ahead, and behind him marches hordes of demons. Their goal is the border town. The black dragon, on display for all to see, is once again in chains, and an unenviable fate awaits him soon. The dragon slayer sits on the throne and sips wine. A young man approaches him and says that preparations for the execution are complete, and also conveys Lady Rose's concerns about Carl. The man says that perhaps he was delayed and promises to go and search for her himself later, but notes to himself that this is indeed strange. Suddenly, a powerful aura and a loud sound hit the man, causing the space around him to literally shake and the wine to spill out of the glass, stunning the killer. A bugle sounds, followed by an alarm. A horde of demons is approaching the city. All adventurers must prepare for battle. There are too many demons, so women and children must take refuge in underground shelters, and men who can fight must stand on equal terms with the adventurers. This is the first time people have seen such a diverse group of creatures working together, and to top it all off, locusts, a relatively recent addition, are circling in the sky. An order is given to prioritize the elimination of enemies in the sky, but some don't even have time to begin to carry it out, as they are struck by a hail of arrows. The archers who release them are humanoid locusts, their paw-like hands holding gleaming bows that playfully and warningly sparkle in the rays. The elemental mages are trying to attack the enemies, shooting their magical streams of elements into the sky. People's faces are tense, they are putting in maximum strength. Fire mages come to the rescue, wanting to set the humanoid locusts on fire, but they nimbly avoid the flames of the explosions, rising upward. A huge demon with a sledgehammer at the ready approaches the city gates. He is going to clear the way for his comrades. Swinging the massive weapon for the first time, he strikes with all the fury he can muster, the smaller demons standing nearby eagerly awaiting the outcome. Standing behind his army, Charlie gives the command to his superior skeletons. In his opinion, the time has come for the Resurrectionist and the Collector. The mentioned one is the Sarana, which carries its riders to their cherished goals. The fallen warriors turn into undead and rush towards their former comrades, who freeze in horror, not knowing what to do. The giant with the sledgehammer finally manages to open the gate in his usual way. The demonic army is ready to tumble inside for the assault. But the evil spirit's path is blocked by that same purple-haired holy hero girl, standing alone in front of a 1,000-strong army with a casual look and a carefree pose. But her gaze becomes serious and filled with determination as she crosses her arms over her chest to cast the spell. Hero's nobility. Giant vine. Giant green plants, similar to carnivores, emerge from the ground and stretch out their terrifying tentacles towards the enemies, who, by the way, do not have an ounce of fear in them. But everything changes when the plants slam their bloodthirsty mouths right in front of the demons' noses, demonstrating the seriousness of their intentions. Another hero, the Dragon Slayer, comes to his comrade's aid, appearing with the hot fire of the flame slash. Flames envelop the area directly in front of the city's entrance, making it impossible for monsters to enter. Meanwhile, the mustachioed hero also joins the team, rising to defend his hometown, and a whole squad goes into battle with him. The magicians who arrived at their side were given the order to strike with full force to prevent the monsters from breaking through. Magical energy was released into the air from dozens of hands. The space around is illuminated by the brightness of the fire. It becomes unbearable to breathe because of the heat, and the eyes are trying to close to avoid damage. Explosions thunder around the perimeter, and the green goblins scatter in all directions, unable to stand on their feet in the face of such a powerful force. All the monsters can do, scattering in all directions, is scream in helplessness and accept their fate meekly, as if a divine punishment had descended upon them. And the Dragon Slayer, as if mad, takes advantage of the noise to drag Black under the guillotine, promising his head as a reward for the adventurer's victory, spreading his arms wide. But Charlie can't allow this, releasing the Collector forward. Descending from the heavens, the higher undead cast a spell to raise the bones of the fallen into the air, intending to create a ward from them as usual. Bone by bone, a new body of the future protector of their god is formed. Having completed his transformation, the massive skeleton knight, streaked with lightning, approaches the blocked entrance, wishing to provide support to his smaller brothers. His skull contorts with the fury of anticipation as he fearlessly swings his leg over what he considers to be a less than sturdy structure. This giant skeleton, not afraid of fire and the thorns of carnivorous vines, grabs one of the last ones more firmly. The fire does not frighten him. He pulls the plant towards himself, raising a heap of dust and smoke. Once the path is clear, Charlie stands at the head of his demonic army and rushes into the attack, proclaiming in the thunderous tone of his dragon that he has come for him. Hearing the cherished words that deep down he simply dreamed of hearing, the black dragon opens his huge eyes wide and becomes inspired. Charlie looks at the black dragon with a firm and unusually confident smile, literally appearing out of thin air in front of him, fog swirling around the dragon man. The creature looks up at its savior, a gaze full of a wide variety of emotions, from the excess of which even its voice begins to tremble and stutter, asking what he is doing here. Several adventurer heroes are watching this scene, one of whom remarks that Charlie has a lot of courage since he came here in person. A sudden jerk and the characteristic sound that accompanies it indicate that someone has made a powerful jump, which even sends up a column of dust into the air. The mustachioed hero rushes forward, leaving his colleagues behind and announcing that he intends to deal with the demon that dared to act out in their city. The man approaches Charlie, who has sensed his presence from behind, announcing his presence with words of a death wish and extending his fist to strike. But the adventurer is pushed back from the side, having struck first, and the one who did it is the Minotaur, who says that anyone who dares to insult their god will rot into oblivion. Nearby, the holy hero lands on the ground, punching the surface in front of him, causing his carnivorous vines to stretch out towards Charlie. A red orc appears on top of the locust, wielding his energy-drenched hammer, announcing his presence with proud words about the weapon's divine origin. With a sword of sparks and lightning, he attacks one of the plant's tentacles that has gotten too close to Charlie. The holy hero looks towards the opponents standing nearby, which are the aforementioned and the dragon slayer, puzzled and bewildered, her vines dying in the fire. With undisguised hostility, the hero tells Charlie not to dare interfere with his plans, calling him pathetic, and the dragon guy stands silently, listening to his interlocutor's speech. The dragon slayer crouched down, preparing to make a powerful leap, promising to destroy him too if he did not, and the essences of dragons appeared behind the adventurer. One of them, with its fanged jaws wide open, rushes at Charlie, who at this moment remains remarkably calm, and for good reason. The ghostly creature is prevented from closing its powerful jaws on the body of the dragon man by a giant skeleton knight, who delivers a slashing blow to his head that matches his own. Because of its strength, the dragon squints, not even having time to close its open mouth, from which an involuntary roar erupts. The dragon turns around, growling angrily at his new opponent, who growls back, making an angry expression. A fight ensues between them, which is observed by someone in a cloak with a hood pulled down over his head, shrouded in a fog created by the air of the battle between these two. The mysterious observer turns out to be the skeleton lord, scratching his scalp and looking somewhat confused. He notes with puzzlement that he is hungry. The next moment he takes off into the air with one powerful leap, leaving behind only smoke and a crater. The leap is so charged with power that it alone is enough to propel the lord into the air far enough to mount the dragon. The skeleton takes a more comfortable position and sinks its teeth into the ghostly flesh in order to satisfy its hunger. A powerful roar from the wounded giant creature bursts from its mouth and envelops the space around it for many meters, and the undead do not even think of letting go. The dragon slayer appears above them, raising his bone sword over the one made of bone. He asks the latter how he dares to bite into his dragon and threatens to kill him. The lord turns to look at the one approaching. The adventurer makes a sweeping motion in front of the skeleton lord, who recoils, covering himself with his hand. The swordsman still manages to hook the lord, and the force of the blow tears off the bones in his hands. The undead falls to the ground, and the adventurer continues to advance. But the lord is not as simple as he might seem at first glance. His limbs are put back in place, guided by magical power, and now he is whole again, as before. Leaping forward with a sly grin, the skeleton lord leaps, leaving his stunned opponent behind and empty-handed. The undead do not run away or make a strategic retreat, but instead sink their teeth into the dragon spirit again, while the owner standing below stares up in shock, wondering what kind of monster is in front of him. Charlie then sends his wolf cub forward, who looks ahead with happy eyes at the abundance of food, and the boy rushes back to the chained dragon. Elphys makes a solemn vow to her savior standing before him to forever remember his gesture of goodwill. Charlie, throwing several dark crystals into the dragon's mouth to help it recover from its wounds. Says that if the dragon wants to thank him, it would be better if he added a few more centuries to his contract. Charlie turns around at the strange sound, his face expressing mild surprise. The holy hero's plants thrust their vines into one of the red orcs. Blood spurts from his wounds. He closes his eyes and winces in intense pain. Charlie sends his main representatives to help the wounded man, ordering them to provide support to the divine hammer. The guy notes to himself with annoyance that the situation is slowly becoming critical. If they don't leave this city soon, the divine being will soon lose its army. Elphys leans over his shoulder, respectfully saying that she wants to show him her favor in return, so she decided to bestow her name on him. Today Charlie will become the great rebel. The black dragon casts some kind of spell, and purple rays burst from its eye sockets, enveloping the schoolboy in their light. The creature begins to read aloud the spell necessary for its plan, and pink tongues burst out in Charlie's direction, and the guy himself begins to feel certain metamorphoses. Thus, he gains a new talent, Rebel, the effects of which for some reason are currently unknown. The pink haze gradually fades, and the divine being moves. From somewhere, a sword filled with energy appears in his hands, and its owner rushes at the dragon slayer standing nearby, who has turned his entire body towards him. The adventurer is overwhelmed by the onslaught that occurs when the two blades cross, and Charlie's strength reaches a new level. Blood pours out of the man's mouth. His eyes take on an angry, but at the same time, stunned expression. The dragon slayer does not understand where the demon got so much power from. And while he is trying to withstand this powerful onslaught, someone is approaching the adventurer hero from behind. With a malicious laugh, the skeleton lord plunges his bony hand into the man's body, piercing him through, while his face reflects a mixture of fear and surprise. From the fallen body, the undead lord summons a skeleton knight. The summoned creature is of the hero type and is a mutant, as well as a blood skeleton. Meanwhile, Charlie is fighting the holy hero and is currently pushing him away with a strong kick. The woman winces and flies away. The impact is so strong that it continues to roll even after landing on a hard surface. Finally stopping, the woman assumes a half-sitting position and, stuttering, says that he killed him. The dragon schoolboy approaches his rival along with the red orc, saying that she is next. Charlie allows the divine hammer to repay the woman double for what she did to him, and he thanks his respected god for allowing him to do so. He steps forward, starting to advance on the holy hero, and she falls to the floor again, recoiling in fear and covering herself with her hands. And the next moment a powerful blow occurs, knocking a fountain out of its victim. Charlie, sword in hand, watches the battle unfolding below him from the air, the yellow-green sparks that are the result of the collision reaching even to him. Below, a battle is taking place between his sword and one of the heroic adventurers in white robes, who delivers a sweeping blow with his weapon, and the opponent skillfully parries it, blocking. But Charlie doesn't want to wait any longer. He needs the fastest possible victory, and he dives down on the adventurer, who has managed to sense the alien presence, whose face expresses bewilderment. The guy in white clothes barely manages to parry a fairly strong blow as the enemy appears behind him, describing a beautiful arc in the air. The guy curses. The sword twists, delivering several quick, air-slicing blows, one of which is decisive. It reaches its target. The adventurer cries out, leaning back. Defeated, the adventurer hero falls to the ground, hitting his head and hanging out his tongue. It's Usati's turn, and he turns around sharply, casting a frightened glance at what's happening right next to him. 3 minotaurs are rapidly approaching him, and the man screams, fleeing. It's over. They can't be defeated. He needs to run. But something he sees ahead makes him change his plans and brake sharply. The path of the mustache hero is blocked by a skeleton knight in armor, similar to the one always worn by one of his comrades. The sword slung over his shoulder also seems suspiciously familiar, and while the adventurer is surprised and trying to figure out what's going on, a minotaur shaman appears behind him, raising a huge log over the enemy's head. Just one blow is enough to send splashes into the air. A flag is raised into the air, confirming Charlie's victory. The commander stands before his loyal subjects, announcing the victory won in this difficult battle. All that remains is to clear the rest of the city in exchange for the promised crystals. The green goblins joyfully throw their hands up in the air, supporting the speaker with their own shouts. Charlie squats on the roof of the house, holding out a bag to Elphys, expressing hope that his new friend will soon regain his former strength, with the Minotaur and the Divine Hammer standing behind him. When the Black Dragon smiles, tears appear in his eyes. He promises that now, without any doubt, he will follow his savior, also calling him a friend. A system window appears next to Charlie, displaying an academy representative who congratulates the boy on successfully passing the exam and notes that he has done the impossible. The portal home has already been prepared, and the student has 3 hours to sort the loot. He thanks her and asks if it is possible to open a permanent portal here from his sphere. He is even ready to give up all the loot he has acquired here. The man expresses understanding and asks about Charlie's knowledge of the risks. Creating a portal is not a problem. It's about a possible invasion. But the schoolboy says he understands everything perfectly well and assures that he has thought everything through carefully. The interlocutor says that everything will be done within 10 days, and an intruder alarm will also be installed. A designated time later, Charlie stands in the recaptured city and gives orders to his skeleton lord that Lunar is now under his control. All the skeletons and minotaurs will also be here. However, the risk of adventurers attempting to recapture the city remains, so you need to be vigilant, but don't try to be a hero. If the rebellion turns out to be unsuccessful, it's better to retreat to the portal without losses. The skeleton listens attentively to the speech of his god, and then responds that he understood his words. Charlie gives the order to open a portal, in front of which are himself, Elphys, the Minotaur, and the Divine Hammer. Sometime later, the schoolboy is walking down the corridor of his educational institution. His teacher is looking at him, his mouth slightly open as if trying to say something. And indeed, the question escapes his lips the very next moment. The man asks what is wrong with his ward's eyes, for they have become amber with black sclera. Charlie looks at his smartphone screen and suggests that this phenomenon is related to the acquisition of talent, Rebel. He asks the system to open his status window and studies it carefully. A student tries to look up the description of a talent he's interested in, but accessing the information requires a demigod rank, which is quite surprising. A representative of the Imperial Academy says that the applicant has passed the test with flying colors and offers admission to the educational institution's preparatory courses, but with some conditions. The guy asks about their character, and the interlocutor replies that to be admitted you need to meet at least 2 of the 4 conditions, and begins to list them. The main representatives must be born immediately as elite. You need to raise a hero, have at least 4 points of divinity, and have a creature of the saint type. One of the conditions is already met. There is at least one thing left to do. But Charlie says that it even sounds difficult. The man, leaving, says that it all comes down to diligence, and the doors of the academy are always open for him. A boy asks his class teacher if he knows where to get a divinity point. Tom expresses regret. He recently had one, but alas, it was already spent, and now there is still an exam. He will pass in a month, and the young man, having taken first place, can get this very point. He looks unkindly at the elder and gets a remark about it. The teacher says that he is not lying. Charlie is in his divine sphere, and since there is no other way out now, he thinks he will have to take a risk. The guy puts his hand on the ground, from which the wind begins to spread. He uses the good old method again, namely life sacrifice, but divinity increases by 0 points. Looking at his palms, the guy notices that no one said that everything would be so simple, and is going to try again tomorrow. The next day, the student expects exactly the same result, but he does not despair, intending to continue trying. A week later, the situation has not changed, and Charlie, with tears in his eyes, remembers the time when he exchanged a divinity point for 150 million. He turns to the heavens with a prayer. A discreet sound is heard, and turning around, the guy sits in a system window with one message. Davy writes to him. He found the perfect place to stock up on sacred artifacts. Charlie types a reply, asking if the other person could lend him a divinity point, thinking to himself that Davy is already a true god, so he really could have a point lying around somewhere. The guy on the other side of the screen wonders if the master is testing him, because according to his calculations, Charlie should have the rank of at least an elder god. But it doesn't matter. Davy doesn't want to upset him. He says he agrees and sends a reply. Charlie is overjoyed like a puppy, not believing that Davy scored so quickly, and concluding from this that the true gods don't mess around. He looks at the screen and is puzzled. The ruins of the Divine Gorge are spread out before him. Charlie goes online to look for information about this place. It has interested him. The ruins of the Divine Gorge are an unfinished project of an ancient civilization. Due to the excessive depletion of the Earth's mineral composition, harmful radiation occurs. More than 90% of creatures mutated as a result and turned into monsters, and then adapted to the conditions and began to absorb harmful energy to strengthen themselves. With high consumption, condensates can appear that grant the ability to control mutation. They were later called gene stones and are now used to develop creatures. Charlie smiles puzzledly, beginning to understand how highly Davy thinks of him, since he decided to share the hunting grounds of the demigods and true gods. The guy is curious about the price of the invitation. A schoolboy reads breaking news about a certain famous elder god who decided to start breeding gene stones and went bankrupt. He remembers that he has a decay mechanism, believing that he can make a perfect crystal from the most worthless ore. thus having a chance to obtain high-quality gene stones. In the city beyond the ruins of the Divine Gorge, Charlie stands in a building wearing a mask and cloak. He doesn't want to show his face to everyone, believing that privacy is paramount. A man approaches him, assuming that the student is here for the first time, and offers his services as a guide. Charlie clears his throat, turning only halfway towards his interlocutor, and asks him to name at least one reason for this. His gaze instantly becomes serious. He says that he knows of at least 18 places where mutants gather, and also lists his other merits. The information is impressive, but Charlie isn't interested in the mutants themselves, which is what the above actually concerns. He says he came here for radioactive ore. The boy grins with some kind of malicious smile, repeats the words of the Lord, and conspiratorially covering his eyes with his hand, recounts in detail the news about the man who went bankrupt in this matter. He says that the mutants of that man's herd were unable to complete the formation of the gene stones and died due to excessive radiation. The business in which many points were invested failed. The conclusion of the monologue makes one think, because it is the words that the deal did not take place because that person did not use the services of this very guy. A bald man approaches the group from behind Charlie, smiling, and asks the schoolboy's interlocutor who is with him. The boy, returning his smile, tells Hay that Charlie is his esteemed guest, interested in purchasing radioactive ore, and Hay, in turn, is the owner of its mines. The man proudly declares that most of the ore in this world passes through his hands, and all his goods are carefully checked, so only the highest grade ore is used. Charlie approaches the mine owner and says that he would like to purchase several samples to test on his creatures. He asks for enough goods for 10,000 BS points. The owner agrees, and soon the boy stands in front of the Divine Gorge ruins. Holding a red bag in his hand, Charlie notes that in the end he spent 4 times more, which came to 21 crystals. Now the price-quality ratio is known, but there is one thing. The effectiveness is still unknown, but it definitely needs to be tested before carrying items into your world. And the guy creates a first-level mutation beast, and a black wolf appears in front of him. It must be a wolf, a normal-type creature that has undergone a primary mutation. Their life cycle is 20 days, and constant radiation is required to prolong their life. The guy is going to check on the creature that turned up so opportunely, and throws a crystal to the satisfied wolf. The creature catches up with the mineral, and smiling contentedly, swallows it by licking it. A moment later, a magical horn grows in the middle of the wolf's forehead, and his gaze becomes more focused. But these are not all the changes that the wolf undergoes. It becomes larger in size, its fangs lengthen, and its body becomes more powerful. The creature is enveloped in a magical blue light. Charlie is impressed by this result, because the beast evolved to the second level of mutation just by licking the crystal. The guy throws another crystal to the creature, and it absorbs it, opening its mouth wide as it flies. The wolf begins to undergo more impressive metamorphoses, and a red crystal appears on his forehead. Charlie is surprised, but more calmly. Right now the creature has moved from the first level to the third in a couple of minutes. Thoughts are already starting to arise in his head about what will happen to his creatures. But a small explosion shakes the air, announcing the death of the wolf. Looking at this spectacle, the guy smiles sheepishly. The risks should not be forgotten either. Radiation is a dangerous thing. The wolf's body was literally torn to pieces due to the excess power that he absorbed. But the divine being achieved the main result. The mutant left behind the gene stone, and now there's no doubt about the crystal's effectiveness. Charlie examines the red stone in the sun. He turns around to hear an unfriendly voice behind him demanding he give him the stone and the bag of crystals, while the still unknown interlocutor insists that there is no choice. Turning around completely, Charlie sees before him the demigod and his classmate's father riding on the wolf he once fought. The guy wonders what the man is doing here, and based on the reaction, or rather lack thereof, he assumes that he was not recognized because of the mask. He smiles, asking the rider what will happen if he refuses. The man raises his hand, twisting an abyssal portal over it, from which 3 wolves are already emerging, and advises not to ask obvious questions. Several wolves are running towards the guy, raising clouds of dust with their run. The guy bites the skin of his right finger until it bleeds. With this action, the student initiates the Black Dragon transformation. The young man's body begins to change before his eyes, shrouded in a pinkish color. The wolves stop, frozen, horrified by the monster that appears before them. And Charlie doesn't give them a head start, cutting and scattering the creatures' bodies with multicolored flashes. The demigod thrusts his hand forward, commanding his wolf cavalry to attack, activating the blessing of Wolf's Fury. A new batch of creatures rushes straight at Charlie, who stands meekly. But at the very last moment, the Dragon Man jumps up, leaving the enemy creatures with nothing. The animals' eyes widen in surprise at what is happening in front of them. Charlie hovers in the air, questioning his opponent's intentions and saying that if he's trying to wear him down, his tactics are as old as time. A smile of superiority appears on the boy's lips when he looks at the demigod and his minions. He calls his classmate's father a fool and informs him that this strategy will not work on him. The man says he never even thought that some weakling, instead of begging for mercy, would start insulting him. The demigod raises his hand and commands Charlie to descend from the heavens to the earth using the heavenly shackles of divine magic. The divine being feels the power of the demigod. A certain pressure affects his entire being, disorienting him. Under its influence, Charlie involuntarily falls to the ground, wondering where the demigods got so many trump cards from, and wolves run up to him, surrounding him. The man orders his creatures to pounce on the boy and tear him to shreds, and they attack, forcing the boy to retreat. Something catches Charlie's eye. He notices a sign that says no entry, and a plan begins to form in his head. The divine being runs straight in that direction, leading the creatures carried away by the chase behind him. The demigod is also carried away by the premonition of an imminent victory and urges his representatives on, ordering them to speed up even more and catch up. A strange creature, resembling a cross between a dog and a human, lands on a tree branch, and there are others around it. Charlie freezes at the sight of these unusual animals, feeling the hostility emanating from them, noticeable even to the naked eye. The creature the boy noticed first suddenly jumps off its branch, followed by another, winged one, taking him by surprise. Charlie curses, turning sharply and getting ready to run, because these creatures that have hunted him do not look weak either. In this situation, running away is the best solution, especially when you are limited in strength. Meanwhile, wolves appear in the clearing, having picked up the scent. The creatures, having abandoned the idea of catching a man, turn to them. They approach the strangers closer, and the humanized dog is the first to strike, its eyes flashing furiously. But before her blow can reach its target, the demigod appears in the clearing, attacking first and telling the alien creatures to get lost. Stepping on the body of the defeated monster, Harry Bond rushes forward, trying to pick up his opponent's trail again. Suddenly, the man senses something strange and clearly disconcerting behind him, and he turns around warily, preparing for anything. The aura that reigns around him seems strange to him, and giving in, the demigod decides and gives his subordinates the command to leave. Charlie stops when he approaches the pond. He stops feeling the alien presence and breathes a sigh of relief. It seems he has broken away. He cups his hands and, scooping up the liquid, drinks it. Beneath the surface, a fish with human legs swims. The guy sees this only when she jumps out of the water. His eyes widen in horror. It looks like the water is also radioactive. He needs to leave. He looks at the map, trying to figure out where he is, but realizes that this river is not marked, or there is a version that he is simply lost. Suddenly, several more creatures appear in front of Charlie, raising dust. They are clearly not in a friendly mood. Their eyes are burning with fire. The guy takes a deep breath. Now is not the time to panic. Since he wandered here, he needs to start collecting gene stones. There are plenty of mutants. He takes the necessary pieces out of his inventory and runs forward with a determined look, throwing them straight into the faces of the evil monsters. There are a few explosions and Charlie smiles contentedly. Getting the gene stones wasn't that hard after all. It's getting dark quickly, and the schoolboy is going to find a secluded place to spend the night. It's not very comfortable to spend the night among mutants. It seems to him that there are some ruins ahead, suggesting that perhaps it is an abandoned city of an extinct civilization of this world. It's better than nothing, and the guy, having transformed into a black dragon, makes an auxiliary jump and flies where he needs to. After a few minutes of flight, it becomes clear that the mysterious place turns out to be some old abandoned castle. Having assumed his normal form, the young man carefully wanders through the streets. It's unlikely that anyone has already taken a liking to this place, but one must be wary of mutants. The guy's gaze is drawn to a pile of something white to the side, and he turns his head to see some papers. He turns sharply in the other direction, his gaze becoming focused, his attention drawn to some kind of excitement of strange energy. He follows her call and, feeling her very close, stops under the shadow of the nearest arch, the energy becoming almost tangible. There are people standing a little further away who have caught Charlie's attention, and he wonders what they are doing. Someone says that their master lost a lot of divine power points, but gave them the opportunity to perform this ritual. They have no right to make a mistake. There are only two choices, success or death. A man takes out a glowing stone. The time has almost come. It is time to begin. The full moon shines in the night sky, becoming as silent an observer of this mysterious ritual as Harvey. People stand in a circle around a large luminous pentagram, with luminous stones in some places. Suddenly a bright flash flares up, lifting you up to the very heavens and getting lost in their darkness, and giving birth to a stable column of light. The pentagram seems to cover this area of the city with its ghostly green light, and joyful voices are heard all around. One of the cultists is more joyful than the others, announcing that they have finally broken the seal left by the previous civilization. Charlie remembers that this was not done for no reason, but in order to avoid some risk, apparently the master of these people was a dark horse. He makes his way closer, trying to be unnoticed, and is glad that not everyone can get into the world of the Divine Gorge ruins. The system notifies about the beginning of the unlocking of the mutation source of the ruins of the Divine Gorge. Nearby mutants react. It is discovered that the initiator of the unlock is not one of the high warriors of the Gorge civilization, and the process is suspended. The security system activates, releasing Gamora, a 6th-level mutant monster, and the other creatures are alarmed. The integrity of the seal is compromised, the source of the mutation becomes unstable, and the source begins to be suppressed. The incompetent cultists cover their ears with their hands in horror and scream piercingly, just to get rid of the piercing sound. Charlie sits behind them, stunned, wondering what's going on, and suddenly a mysterious voice appears somewhere. He greets the messengers of the divine worlds, introducing himself as the source of mutations and giving thanks for deliverance from slavery. In gratitude, the source wishes to provide the opportunity to become its bearer, and offers to organize a selection in the form of a game. People don't understand what's happening or what that voice is, but suddenly something glowing and acidic appears on the horizon in front of them. Attentive glances turn to the epicenter, where some creature appears, and the source begins to explain the rules. It is necessary to raise a mutant capable of defeating Gamora. For this, each will receive 10,000 radiation crystals. One of the cultists speaks out against it. He is sickened by the mere thought of becoming the bearer of such a monster. He threatens the source. The boy tells the source to release everyone, otherwise he will summon creatures from his divine sphere, and they will defeat him. But something is wrong. As soon as he tries to connect with his own world, something blocks the signal. The young hands begin to shake. The source names the man as the first loser, and Gamora appears, grabbing the former cultist with its powerful jaws. He bites the guy just for fun, because his mouth is so huge that the mutant can easily swallow his victim whole. The remaining ones freeze below, afraid to move. The monster that appeared out of nowhere is almost 10 times larger than them. A familiar hand rises into the air, and Charlie's voice cuts through it, trying to get attention. He says that he too cannot contact his sphere, and asks how then to create a creature that should become a mutant. The cultists notice the stranger and turn to him in fear, asking who he is and how he got here. The source, smiling creepily, asks the young man not to worry, and says that there will be no problem with this. Meanwhile, Charlie is looking closely at the portal, as he thought, he won't be able to escape. It's one way. The cultists discuss their troubles. The creatures cannot withstand the radiation, and they simply die. Charlie is delighted with his decay mechanism, because he fed it 10 unrefined crystals and received 6,000 pure crystals. He looks at the 3rd-level mutation locust and encourages her, saying that he believes in her. Her accelerated regeneration must be good. With a satisfied smile, the guy feeds his main representative a few more radiation crystals. The unwitting comrades look at what Charlie has created and rush in horror, considering the mutant a real monster. Meanwhile, the guy has developed a 6th-level mutation creature, and he stands contentedly next to his creation. The source, with a malicious grin, tells Gamora to test them. The 6th-level monster turns its gaze to the people below, and they too become uneasy. The monster, as if also smiling, swallows the representative of one of the cultists, a large orangutan. The source's smile becomes even more measured when he says that losers do not deserve to live. Hearing these words, Gamora grabs several people at once with its teeth and devours them, filled with their dying cries. Finally, only Charlie remains, and the source says it's his turn, the boy standing firmly on his feet, looking forward fearlessly. The guy admits that in order to strengthen his locust, he had to feed it all the gene stones he had. Evolution was successfully completed, but there was a downside. The creature's lifespan was reduced to 1 day. Charlie tells his protege to attack, forcing his opponents to realize the true value of life. The source transforms, saying that he liked this fiery speech, which caused the monster itself to flare up. He says that the creature Charlie created is worthy of taking to the battlefield and sends Gamora into battle. With a deep growl, Gamora moves towards the locusts with a heavy tread, which remains inactive for now. But when she feels the distance is sufficient, she attacks, red blades shooting out from her body. An even louder roar comes out of Gamora's mouth. He doesn't want to give in to the newly created mutant. As it approaches the locust, it delivers a powerful blow, causing significant damage to the opponent. But it is not fatal. Even though a limb of a mutant insect remains in Gamora's teeth, this only angers the locusts. But it regenerates with the help of magic, and a new paw appears in place of the one that was taken off. Gamora screams ominously, shaking the surrounding space with its sound wave. The Source, watching the duel, smirks. He is amused that Gamora managed to anger someone, and finds the spectacle wonderful. The battle lasts for many hours, and finally the locusts bite Gamora, dealing the decisive blow. He falls to the ground from exhaustion, and the insect remains at a respectful distance. With his arms outstretched, the Source calls the battle magnificent, and Charlie a dear bearer, asking for his opinion. The guy, smiling innocently and putting his hands to his chest, asks what the Source is going to do with his body. He replies that from now on they will share common flesh, Charlie's body, and the latter is amazed. Acidic, translucent tentacles grab the young man, knocking a scream of horror out of him. He stands in the middle of a white space, arms outstretched, and discontentedly assumes that he has died. A moment later, it turns blue, and the guy habitually brings up his system status window to check the description. Looking at the name, he can't understand who he is now, Charlie or the Source. The guy is puzzled. A green clot appears nearby, and the Source's voice can be heard from within it. Charlie is not happy with it, and openly expresses his displeasure. The entity does not understand the carrier's discontent, because with its strength and help, he will soon be able to surpass all the deities of the world. The Source continues to praise himself, but Charlie interrupts the tirade with a hand gesture, asking for him to finish and how to get out of here. The entity says that there is no problem with this now. Since Gamora is dead, nothing can keep them here anymore. The guy snaps his fingers and finds himself in another already familiar place. The Source says that by removing the seal, they created a lot of noise, and true gods and demigods from all around are already flocking here. The guy starts to get seriously nervous, thinking that the gods won't believe him if he starts making excuses and saying that he didn't steal anything. He is almost in complete despair when he remembers the coordinates of the bloody arena. The gods, who have almost found them, feel that the aura of the seals has disappeared and consider it necessary to speed up. They run up to the place where energy was last felt and burst in with a war cry, declaring ownership. But nothing awaits them. After Charlie, there is no trace left. While the others stare ahead in confusion, Harry finds something with his eyes and, crouching down, picks up the dead locust, guessing everything. A man standing in the middle of the room bursts into tears, screaming, angry that someone dared to take his property from under his nose. The man orders that all creatures be involved and that they search without rest, day and night, but only so that they will eventually find it. Charlie is in the blood arena, frustrated that he spent 1,000,000 divine power for a single teleportation. No sooner had he arrived than he was immediately challenged, but the guy didn't mind. His fists were itching. The schoolboy habitually enters the portal leading to the bloody arena, mentally preparing himself for the upcoming fight. The system asks opponents to prepare their creatures for battle, and incitement is already heard from the stands. Someone suggests that Charlie should immediately summon the Bone Collector so that he can reveal his opponent right away, and someone else counters. The dragon is encouraged by the large sum of money placed on him, and Charlie smiles as he thinks about such a large bet. The opponent smiles, saying that he knows about the student's main representatives, as well as that he prefers the undead to them. The guy tells his opponent to finish quickly. He wants to go home, and releases a horde of locusts in the first attack. The opponent accepts the words to end the match quickly, and releasing his half-dragons, promises to quickly deal with Charlie. A humanoid locust attacks one of the dragons and they engage in combat. The red-haired man is dissatisfied with fighting insects, and orders his opponent to summon the undead. Charlie sits down and says that he will definitely do it as soon as the opponent deals with the locusts. Half-dragons, at the command of their master, begin to use their skills, spewing fire from their mouths. Charlie addresses his primary representatives, telling them to listen to his commands. The fallen locusts are on defense, and the heavenly demon beetles are on attack. The dark magic locusts are ordered to wait for an opportune moment to make a sneak attack. The locusts follow their leader's instructions to the letter, and this tips the scales of victory in their favor. The half-dragon master orders his subordinates to gather and burn their opponents, flames bursting out of their large mouths again. A half-dragon hero appears on the field and is given the command to begin firing from his bow. Charlie's opponent smiles, repeating the words about the latter summoning the undead. Otherwise, all the locusts will be destroyed. The guy realizes that he is right in thinking that he will probably have to call upon the Divine Hammer and the Minotaur Shaman. The next moment, the guy raises his hand up, illuminating the space with purple and calling out to the Divine Sphere. The Source makes itself known, saying that it is beginning to doubt the choice of its bearer, because it is enduring insults addressed to it. The entity suggests defeating the half-dragon lord with the locust's powers, but Charlie is at a loss as to how to do this, as the forces are unequal. The Source reminds us who killed Gamora, because in the hands of the source of mutation itself, a priori, there cannot be weak races. Charlie realizes that this is a good way to test out a new power, and, if necessary, he can summon stronger creatures. He summons a locust, which lands on the man's finger, and a bright light begins to emanate from the insect in all directions. The source asks if the owner has decided what mutation vector to give the locust, and he begins to reason. Fallen are good at shielding, so I'd like to increase their damage resistance so they can cover others. The guy has 3 choices, and he chooses the last one, because half-dragons attack with both fire and physical power. The mutation causes changes in all areas of the locust, enhancing all aspects of it, at the cost of reducing its lifespan to a day. The mutated fallen locust surges forward, slamming its gigantic body into the stunned half-dragons. They scatter under its influence like flies. Charlie is overjoyed at the success he has achieved, and the ability to give the locusts the mutation vector they need. The locust continues to attack all remaining opponents. Charlie is going to take on all of his other representatives by giving them mutations. The dark magic locust attacks enemy creatures with shadow needles, causing them to inertia and attempt to defend themselves from the attack, roaring. Another subspecies of locust uses the talent, Savage Murder, to leave opponents writhing in agony. The half-dragon lord is stunned, wondering how the locust could become so powerful in an instant. He calls for the judge, and Charlie smiles, admiring one of his finest creations, a humanoid locust in mutation mode. Pleased with himself, the guy says that the half-dragon lord will have to sweat a lot against them. The humanoid locust strikes become more accurate and powerful, and it can kill half-dragons outright. Charlie spots the half-dragon hero in the crowd of enemies and makes him the first target for his representatives. The half-dragon lord falls to his knees and surrenders with tears in his eyes, begging not to kill his heroic-type representative. A spectator who placed a large bet on a fighter becomes angry, telling the former favorite to fight to the end to win it back. Charlie laughs, noting that betting on him to lose never leads to anything good. As a reward for his victory, the student receives a divine core fragment and the seal of the bloody arena, and he is pleased. In his god's realm, the guy sets up his own blood arena, allowing beings to train up to hero level. At Charlie's divine core, a dragon sleeps in a mountain of gold. The master of the world is wary of the suspicion of today's joys. The source wonders why the owner is so inspired by these little things, since they are only the tip of the iceberg, while he can give more. Charlie asks if the entity has said everything it wanted, since he is going to take up development, and it answers in the affirmative. Secretly, the guy plans to get rid of the parasite, but out loud he says the words necessary to activate life sacrifice. The familiar funnel-shaped column rises upward, taking with it thousands of insect lives. The divine being is offered the storm armor, which, when combined with the core, grants creatures the ability to summon the armor during combat. When placed in the sphere, the observatory allows for precise monitoring of the situation at a distance of up to 10,000 kilometers. The Golem Creation Book allows you to create a creature that takes on the powers and abilities of those from whom it was created. Charlie is impressed by this option. He is already thinking about the result that he will get from the union of his former mutant and Gamora. His gaze becomes determined and anticipatory, and it seems to the guy that he will soon become much stronger. The divine being is pleased, believing that he has not wasted millions of divine power points on high-level materials. He looks at his golems and can't stop being happy, finding them charming and stronger than some heroes. Charlie looks at the golem's status window and realizes that their regeneration is not inferior even to Wolverine's. He called them baby chucks. He believes that it is time to give time to fate, as he will soon be able to enter the Imperial Academy. 3 days later, the boy stands in front of the Imperial Academy and admires how even on the outskirts of the city, the aura of the demigods emanates from the people here. Charlie hears a voice addressing him, asking if he is a student in the preparatory course of the Imperial Academy. The guy turns around, saying that he still sees in front of him the man the Academy sent out greeting him. A helicopter was specially prepared for the future student, and the guide reassured him, saying that he would help him get settled. Charlie gets out of the helicopter and the man asks him to follow him as he is going to show the guy his future room. Entering inside, the divine being asks where his neighbors are, and receives the answer that the place is intended only for him. The boy is completely shocked, and the man leaves, saying that today he can rest, but tomorrow being late for classes is not encouraged. Charlie wants to get started absorbing divinity as soon as possible because he believes there are a lot of geniuses in this place. He walks down the corridor surrounded by voices who believe that the guy got here thanks to family influence. They do not recognize him. Some even threaten to give him a beating, and Charlie suspects that he won't have a peaceful life here. Suddenly a voice is heard behind him, asking if he is a new student, and the guy gets scared. In front of him stands a young woman who introduces herself as a preparatory course teacher. Her name is Lena. She says that classes are starting soon, and takes the guy to the necessary room. and, upon entering, asks the class to calm down. Seeing a familiar face, Xian jumps up from her seat, shouting the name of her former classmate, and others look at her. They begin to talk among themselves, realizing that their local goddess knows the newcomer. The teacher introduces the new student to the students with a sweet smile, and says that he previously studied at the same school as Xian. One of Charlie's future classmates jumps up from his seat and, in a displeased tone, expresses a desire to know how Charlie did. Lena's expression suddenly changes to serious. She says that in her class you have to raise your hand before answering. The student begins to tremble with fear, apologizing and promising that this will never happen again. The woman's face returns to its sweet expression, and she says that Charlie himself should ask the question she voiced earlier. Tart says that he doesn't really care. He wants to personally test the new guy's abilities and challenges him. Charlie thinks he's crazy and says he refuses with a distasteful expression on his face. The offended student jumps up from his seat and calls his classmate a coward, believing that he is not worthy of studying here, since he cannot even accept a challenge. A woman's hand lands on the surface of the desk with a loud bang, its owner saying that she has had enough. Xian angrily asks why Tart is picking on Charlie when he has done nothing wrong, and he tries to object. Charlie notes to himself that this behavior is typical of a girl. Even here she has acquired nasty henchmen. After the lesson, the guy is awaited by a raging Tart and his two friends, the leader of whom grits his name with displeasure. Suddenly, Xian appears in front of Charlie, blocking his view, and says that they need to deal with her first. Tart tells Xian that it's none of her business, but to his rival so that he stops hiding behind the girl, Charlie frowns. The guy noisily gets up from his seat and comes closer to the group, pushing the girl back. He says that he was too lazy to figure it out, but he also has limits to his patience, and asks what exactly his classmate wants. He also shortens the distance, saying that Charlie ended up here by accident, and he will do everything to get the guy expelled from here. One of his friends points a finger and says that they will get rid of him until he drops out. Charlie, looking back at Xian, suggests that it must have been difficult for her to study in a class with such idiots, but she says that everything was fine before. The guy assumes that the girl hasn't had time to get close to them yet and won't mind if they get beat up. Cyan says that Tart should not be underestimated. His representatives are the Steel Knights, the elite. He is very strong. Even her sparrows are weaker. And Charlie jokes with a smile that the girl is afraid for Tart's health, but she denies it, allowing him to do whatever he wants. Hearing this, Tart gets angry, saying that Charlie won't be able to touch him with even a finger, because one knight is capable of killing all the locusts. Frowning in displeasure, Tart offers his classmate a fight in the arena, who smiles. Xian looks at the back of the guy leaving and in his thoughts worries about him, considering him stubborn and regretting that he can't help here in any way. The system offers a choice of battle modes, and the newbie, smiling cheekily, is amazed by their variety and chooses 10 on 10. The opponents stand in the battle coliseum and prepare themselves mentally for the upcoming fight. Tart can't stand it. With a malicious smile, he speaks unpleasantly about his opponent, recalling Xian's words and saying that he will not be able to withstand the chosen mode. He is silent, but in the blink of an eye, 10 creatures, relatively recently bred, Chucky's babies, appear around him. Tart's face takes on an expression of confusion. He does not understand who is in front of him, although the type of creatures is obvious. They are heroes. But the Lord of the Knights does not lose his head. Calling on his representatives, his gaze changes to a confident one, he warns. As his classmates watch the battle, Xian is surprised to see Charlie's creatures and wonders when he acquired them. The one standing nearby scans the creatures, saying that they are called golems and are comparable to heroes, but believes that knights are stronger. Someone is convinced that Charlie is someone's rich son, because he managed to get the hero's golem, which are very expensive. Cyan, knowing that Charlie has no one left, has a different opinion. But she is also interested. She wants to ask about the acquisition after the battle. With an extremely confident look, Tart sends his knights into the first skirmish, ordering them to crush their opponents. Having gotten to a sufficient distance, they begin to attack their opponents. Tart chuckles, describing the sounds as blessed and belonging to the bones of supposedly half-heroic enemies. But his eyes widen in confusion when he hears a voice asking whether he has fallen asleep or has resigned himself to his defeat. The guy watches the battle and becomes more and more amazed by what he sees, wondering how this is possible. And the opponent says that this is just the beginning, and gives the order to his golems to start pressing. They rush into the attack. One of the Chucky babies lunges at a nearby knight with all his might, his muzzle stretched into a predatory grin. Observers are puzzled as to how such monsters manage to push back the Steel Knights, but it looks more like a beating. Cyan watches her classmate with puzzlement, impressed by his strength. With a frowning smile, Charlie bids his opponent surrender. But he refuses, telling his opponent not to get ahead and saying that he hasn't even shown half of his power. He tells his representatives to unite, and Charlie taunts him, drawing a parallel with the Transformers. But the enemy creatures gather together, huddling together, and their enemy becomes curious about what they are doing. One of the golems stands next to Charlie, and in front of him a column of fire rises into the air as if from an explosion. As soon as the cloud disperses, a combined steel knight appears in front of him, and its owner thinks that the enemy is scared. After all the power of Tart's creatures is collected in it. The man's leg takes a step to the side. The steel knight takes off and runs straight towards the wall of enemies, some of whom are preparing to block. The united one swings forward to strike, and enemy creatures are forced to close in to meet resistance. With a grin, Tart says that he will now show the enemy the strength of someone who is truly worthy of studying at the Imperial Academy. Charlie makes a scared expression and says that the combined steel knight is very strong. Tart, with a haughty smile, says that if the enemy surrenders, he promises to spare his creatures, but sets a 10-second limit. He starts the countdown and Charlie helps finish by saying that time is up and the opponent can continue. Tart remarks in a threatening tone that his opponent has refused and is about to add something else, but hesitates. His eyes widen in bewilderment. All the golems that had previously been damaged are miraculously healed. Tart cannot believe his eyes and expresses his indignation out loud. One of the baby Chuckies takes off, not giving the enemy time to recover, and rushes towards its target. It turns out to be united, and Charlie encourages his creatures. Others are sent to help the first one. Golems mercilessly bite into the body of an enemy creature with their predatory mouths and tear off pieces of its body. They tear the steel knight to pieces, attacking from all sides and not allowing him to come to his senses and defend himself. Watching his classmates battle on screen, one student thoughtfully remarks on the cruelty of Charlie's creatures. Tart also looks thoughtfully and dumbfoundedly at the head of the steel knight that has rolled to his feet. He falls to the ground and says in a doomed voice that this cannot be, and thinks that this is the end. Everything is lost. Charlie emerges from the portal looking extremely pleased with himself. He is met by his classmates and Cian, who addresses him by name. All faces directed at the boy look stunned. But also, in addition to all the others, the young man hears another voice from the side, addressed to him, and turns to look at it. A joyful Martin rushes at the boy, embraces him, and says that he had no doubt that the younger one would pass the test. Charlie is surprised by his friend's appearance, asking about it, and saying that he feels like he has grown 10 years younger. He smirks, saying that he chose his previous image specifically for the arena, because he thought that he would not be taken seriously. Classmates change their minds, realizing that Charlie got here on the recommendation of a student, and not because of his rich parents. Martin, meanwhile, says that he is his friend, and if anyone decides to offend Charlie, he will deal with him. The elder takes the younger one away, promising to introduce him to his friends. The latter is a little puzzled. The comrades go up the stairwell. A guy and a girl are standing in one of the flights. Martin introduces Charlie to them. The first guy to introduce himself is Thornton. He is also a first-year student and greets him politely. The girl, whose name is Loriana, asks with a smile about Charlie beating up their friend, who also shows respect and becomes embarrassed. The girl doesn't really like the younger one's words about a random victory. She thinks that everything happened because of luck, and luck is also a kind of strength. The elders heard that the younger ones would soon be leaving on a mission and asked to bring something back from there. Charlie was surprised by this and asked for clarification. The girl doesn't consider the younger one a newbie, hinting that Martin shared all the details of the fight with them, and now he's embarrassed. Loriana talks about the upcoming test, which only students from the preparatory class can take. Martin confirms and boasts of his strength, saying that if he were allowed in there, he would destroy the entire city in a few hours. Loriana continues her explanation, saying that this mission will yield a rare item that they are willing to buy for a high price. Charlie, outwardly casual, but inwardly jumping almost to the ceiling with happiness, says that he will take on the job. The girl hands the younger one a seed, saying that it will be useful to him to pass the upcoming test. Lying on his bed in his own home, Charlie reflects that if it weren't for Teacher Lena's explanations, he would have wasted his potential. He remembers the woman's words about accumulating divinity points. He wanted to quickly become a demigod, but it was not profitable. Then the teacher explained everything in the most detailed and understandable way. She told about all the nuances at each stage of divinity. Charlie is flattered that Lena has such high hopes for him. He simply has to live up to them, and to do that he needs to accumulate points. A classmate asks Charlie about rumors he already knows about. Many elders have asked not only him but also others for a favor. Tart approaches the interlocutors and offers his former rival to make a bet on the time of the sortie, who clarifies the essence. The bet concerns the highest score. The loser will have to forget about Tian and even stop looking in her direction. Charlie almost implies that Tart is a dumb person and says that he should come to terms with the fact that Cian doesn't like him. He ignores the insult and says that it does not concern Charlie. Tart is ready to do everything to protect Cian from him. The aforementioned one approaches the company and clarifies the content of the bet, saying out loud that Tart is currently bothering her. He says that he really likes her and wants to ask why she needs Charlie if she has him, but the girl insists on an answer. Tart confirms Cian's words, and she asks Charlie to do her a favor and agree to the bet. Charlie notes that there are many geniuses in the academy and asks Cian not to blame him if he loses, but she says that she believes in him. Lena enters the classroom and tells about the upcoming test. All that will be required of the students is to survive. She snaps her fingers loudly, announcing the beginning. The system informs about all the necessary nuances that will affect students living in this world. Now everyone becomes mortal and begins to rely on the fact that they cannot use their divinity. Charlie watches. Divine beings have virtually no need for food and can go hungry for a month or more, but now they are forced to survive. He checks the basic abilities and makes sure that they all work as before. It turns out that there is nothing to worry about. Cian approaches the guy, and he invites her to look around this unfriendly city. The girl, smiling, agrees. Crouching down, she places her hand on the ground, from which threads of magical energy begin to emanate. Cian summons his main representative, inviting his classmate to climb on top of him to look around from above. The guy smiles, gently declining and saying that he has his own wings. A moment later, Charlie uses Black Dragon transformation and flies into the air on his own wings without any help. They patrol the city together, Cian flying on his Thunder Sparrow behind his classmate. Finally, satisfied, the students land on the stonework of one of the streets. Charlie thought that there was no one in the city except zombies, but there is a lot here. The cafes and restaurants alone are worth it. Cian's stomach protests. The guy can barely contain his laughter, and the girl, embarrassed, notes that there is nothing to laugh about. He agrees, suggesting to stop by the restaurant. As soon as the students enter the building, they are greeted by a kind-hearted old man, who greets them politely and offers his services. Charlie says hello, saying with an awkward smile that they came from out of town, so they have money problems. The man's intonation instantly changes. He rudely drives the newcomers away, placing the gun on the counter in front of him. Cian starts to get angry, and Charlie tries to calm her down, reminding her that now they have mortal bodies and they can die from a bullet. The boy remembers that the elder gave him a seed and suggests that it could play a role. He takes a seed out of his pocket and shows it to the man, who immediately lowers his weapon, surprised. The old man brings a smile back onto his face and apologizes, saying that he didn't know the boy had such valuable seeds with him, and that he is willing to buy him. Charlie says they are too hungry now to bargain, asking, first of all, for food. The old man is the very kindness. The table is laden with food standing in front of the two young people. Cian even stands up in admiration, expressing his feelings openly. Before putting a piece of chicken in his mouth, Charlie asks the owner to tell him a little about the city. He agrees and replies that there is nothing secret here, but at the same time the students found themselves in a very amazing place. In the city, people and zombies have learned to live side by side. People hunt them for resources and money, and zombies grow stronger by eating brains. Every night the streets are filled with crowds of the dead, who may even break into people's homes in search of food. Victims defend themselves not only with swords, shields, and firearms, but also with special magical plants. The seed that the elder gave Charlie is the seed of a third-order magical plant. The man will be very happy to buy it. The guy, looking thoughtfully at the seed, draws a parallel where the first-order plant is an ordinary creature, and the third, an elite one. Cian stops eating and looks towards the man and his classmate, asking where he can get more of these seeds. The old man says there are several ways. You can buy it in the store, but it will be very expensive, or get it from a zombie when you kill it. The students exchange glances. Charlie wants to find a place to spend the night, as he believes that it can be very dangerous in this city at night. The man seemed to read his thoughts, confirming that it was dangerous here at night, and that it would be better to buy a house or rent a room in a hotel. Charlie leaves the restaurant with the firm intention of buying a house. The old man kindly waves his hand after the distinguished guests. One of Charlie's classmates is running around the city in search of food. His feeling of hunger is too strong. But the owner of the establishment he broke into is hostile. He tells the guy to get out and injures his hand. The system notifies that a preparatory course student, along with his healthy hand, loses 500 points. Cian thanks Charlie for saving her from the fate of this mortal, because the old man actually used the weapon. She confirms her classmate's thoughts about getting a house as soon as possible, and a little later they are already standing in front of the mayor's house. The man states the price he is willing to pay for the seeds provided to him, and states the cost of the cheapest house. Cian is worried that she doesn't have enough, and Charlie asks the girl not to worry, as he is ready to offer help. The mayor offers to buy one house for both of them. He has just such a house in mind, and announces its price. The young people enthusiastically accept this offer, because the house is not only huge, but also has a swimming pool. The man shows them a photo of the house so that the buyers can appreciate its full scale. The students unanimously say that they agree to buy it, their eyes shining with genuine delight. The man smiles contentedly, confirming that there will be no problems, but only if one of the city's conditions is met. Only married couples can buy shared homes. Young people feel embarrassed, and the mayor asks if they are ready to get married. The man says that otherwise it would be impossible to purchase a shared home. Their city tries to honor traditions and does not allow promiscuity. Embarrassed, Xian says that they are not even dating and is about to say something else, but she is unable to finish. Charlie turns to her friend, saying that it's just for the house, and she, looking down in embarrassment, frowning, agrees. The young people get into character, hugging each other and smiling, saying they agree. The mayor hands the couple the necessary documents, saying that they look great, and once they are filled out, they are practically married. The man hands the newlyweds a tray with a house key and the promised seeds, and also wishes them a happy life. Charlie signs. Xian tells his friend that their marriage is just a forced measure, and asks him not to overthink it, and he, smiling, says that he understands. The girl is silently dissatisfied, believing that the guy agreed with her too quickly, and wonders if he really doesn't have his own opinion. As the friends make their way to their new home, the system notifies them that each person receives 1,000 points for purchasing real estate. Charlie beams at the sight of the house's grandeur, considering it a mansion, while Kian makes a dissatisfied face, convinced that he has seen little in life. The girl says that she is going to take a shower and get some sleep because she is tired, and the guy is simply enjoying the surrounding decor. Looking at the bag in his hand, he decides to do a little work, as he wants to see what the plant seeds he was given are capable of. In the evening, the guy comes to the girl's room and urges her to get busy and not laze around. Several hours have already passed. He enters Qian's bedroom, saying that he has already managed to plant the plants he bought, but she is still sleeping. But the girl is not sleeping, but changing clothes, standing with her back to the one who entered. His eyes widen, a blush appears on his cheeks. The space is filled with the sound of an angry girl's voice, who tells the guy to get out of her room, and he tries to justify himself. Charlie leaves the house and goes into the garden to the plants. He notices that they are growing very quickly. After all, only a few hours have passed. Xian comes up to him and asks what the guy is muttering under his breath, and he, embarrassed, says nothing. The guy shudders, blushing even more deeply, and the girl looks at him with narrowed eyes, noticing the redness of his face and making an assumption. Charlie says he hadn't thought about it, but the image he saw recently appears in his head, and his face becomes dreamy. Xian tells the guy not to make that face again, and to forget about what he saw, otherwise she won't be responsible for herself. He remains silent, smiling innocently. There is a noise coming from behind, and the girl voices out loud the question that has arisen in both of their heads. What is its source? Raising her hand up, the student summons a magical source of light, and the space around her becomes brighter. And at that very moment, the young people see a crowd of unknown creatures rapidly approaching them. As they get closer, it becomes clear that the monsters are aggressive, and angry growling sounds cut through the air. A smile appears on Charlie's face. He can't wait to see what the plants he has grown are capable of. Xian stands nearby, but does not share his enthusiasm. The planted plants have toothy mouths from which pea-like green projectiles fly out in a rhythmic volley. They attack the zombies, but they don't seem to care. Charlie is amazed, believing that the effect produced is rather weak. An idea comes to him to strengthen plants with the dark attribute, and at that very moment, the corresponding object flashes in the young man's hand. The plants are engulfed in a magical flame, and some kind of metamorphosis begins to occur within them. They grow even larger, and their mouths turn into the enormous maws of the dark pea shooter. For killing a first-order regular zombie and a first-order standard-bearer zombie, they are awarded a point. The upgrade takes a lot of Charlie's energy. With a mortal body, he won't be able to overcome all the shooters, and they will soon be surrounded. The guy is thinking about what to do in this situation. Xian tries to cheer up Charlie. Tart has also already got a house. He already has 1,300 points. They can lose at this rate. The guy looks at his plants and realizes he needs to find a way to kill zombies even faster. If we take into account the fact that they are living beings, they are also capable of mutating. Charlie approaches one of the plants and begins to influence it with his power, performing a directed mutation. The suggested options are all good, so the guy is going to try each of them. Under the influence of the mutagen, plants become even more interesting, sparkling with amber eyes and bearing even more toothy mouths. The system notifies about a new batch of kills with the accrual of points, as well as about the receipt of items from some bodies. A little further away, a new sound of heavy footsteps is heard, and the wind spreads in all directions from the fleshy leg. The wave of new zombies arriving looks completely different. The young people understand that they will be more difficult to deal with than the previous ones. The flag-carrying orc-like zombie swings his makeshift weapon with a vicious grin as he lunges forward. Braking sharply, he throws it with all his might at the target in front of him. It lands right on top of a cluster of mutated, but still motionless plants, sending clouds of dust into the air. But almost as soon as they dissipate, surprise is reflected on the ugly face. Plants greet their rival with a hail of lightning-fast projectiles from weapons of their own origin. Under their influence, the zombie orc flies back. Charlie approaches the abandoned banner and notices that it is made of multiple tempered steel. The handle even crackles with static. He takes the trophy and goes to his money trees, which he almost forgot about. The student intends to make them mutate as well, examining and carefully studying all the proposed options. He's enjoying everything again, and Charlie is going to make the most of every option, which brings in excellent profits. Cian checks the leaderboard and is happy that his companion has once again managed to overtake Tart in terms of points earned. The same one, watching the results somewhere in another part of the city, is indignant, not believing his eyes, because he is being displaced from first place. Tart's gaze turns angry as he looks at the item in his hand, believing that his classmate won't be able to surpass him. The item was the seed of the blazing dragonflower, and 2 hours later the boy received a powerful fourth-order plant. The zombies are illuminated by the flames emanating from the mouth of the dragon plant, and then they quickly perish in its merciless fire. Already ugly bodies become even more ugly, dying a painful death. Tartu checks the tournament table again and realizes that he has managed to overtake his competitor again, regaining first place. He smirks arrogantly, saying that he has found out all the ins and outs of Charlie and wants to make his classmate feel sorry for him. Meanwhile, the night is drawing to an end, and the first rays of the morning sun, coming out from behind the mountains, touch the city. The surviving zombies die under the influence of the heat of its rays, which are considered fatal for monsters. Cyan sits in front of a mountain of gold and notes with relief that they survived the first night, and then asks what Charlie strengthened their plants with. The guy shares with the girl that he recently acquired the ability of directed mutation, and notes that it came in very handy. Cyan looks at Charlie with eyes full of happiness, confirming the last words. But unfortunately, they are still behind on points. The guy looks at the rating and, smiling, says that this is just the beginning, and besides, they now have enough money to buy the best seeds. Night falls over the city again, and Charlie, standing next to the second and third order plants, notes that he feels more confident. Cyan watches the horizon from a height with binoculars. She says that completely different zombies have come to them. The approaching monsters are indeed different. They appear as dark silhouettes, including those on horseback. As they get closer, the girl notes that the current zombies are third-order knights and the fourth-order dance king. Seeing the latter, Charlie is amazed at where such a powerful monster could come from, and Kian asks what they should do now. The guy suggests turning off the lights and hoping the zombies don't notice them, as they are sensitive to light and sound. They turn off the lights in the entire area and hide. Cian asks if the zombies have left. Charlie thought the plan had worked, and they ignored the house and walked to the next one, watching the horde move away. The guy looks around for a specific zombie and, finally finding him, allows himself to breathe a sigh of relief. The most fearsome enemy leaves, and it is the student's turn. Charlie asks Cyan to use a light spell. The girl agrees, and having taken a more comfortable position, releases a step of bright light from her hands. He flies towards the crowd of zombies for a while, and finally catches up with them. They turn around only at the last moment. The sound of horses neighing can be heard in the area, and several zombie knights, accompanied by foot soldiers, rush towards Cyan at full speed. Not allowing them to get any closer, the plants attack the monsters with their share of volleys of balls. The zombies put their hands forward, trying to protect themselves from shots, or at least minimize damage. A horseman gallops towards Kian, brandishing a formidable weapon, and now the girl covers herself with her hands. But she is saved by one of the new plants of a higher order than before, hitting the enemy with a boxing glove. Charlie looks at the tournament table and is surprised to see another opponent appear on it, starting to press him from below. While he is perplexed, laughter and a question from that same Chaz Swift, propping him up from below, are heard behind him. The guy turns towards the voice. There is a red-haired woman standing next to the student, whom he hugs, and she smiles sweetly at him. Meanwhile, the zombies find a new way to break through, imagining themselves as pole vaulters. Chaz gives the order to his plants, called Oak Snipers, to attack, and they readily obey. The plants are quite effective at attacking zombies, and their owner laughs madly. Smiling widely, Chaz wishes for the monsters to head straight for him, ultimately rewarding him with the much-coveted first place. Charlie expresses annoyance. He didn't think that any of the students would think of sitting on the neck of a local woman. Kian thinks that he is jealous. The guy reminds the girl that if he loses, Tart will continue to pester her, and she sticks her tongue out at her classmate. The zombie dancer enters the game, raising his hand to perform the great summoning, the twisting movements creating a small tornado. Second-tier zombie dancers appear out of nowhere next to the summoner, who stands proudly behind them. They slowly walk towards the house that stands closest, the wind driving bright sparks through the air. Charlie notices that the king of dance still managed to break through the defense of their gigolo student. The zombie takes another step forward and belatedly realizes he made a mistake. One of the enemy creatures appears under his foot, which immediately reacts to the intruder. The dancing king is thrown back with one sure springy movement and flies far away, doing several somersaults in the air. Charlie's eyes are about to pop out of their sockets when he realizes that such a powerful zombie has ended up on his own property. The guy can't recover from the shock because he couldn't even imagine that this zombie could be so easily deceived. He orders his pea shooters to focus all their power on the king of dances, who open their mouths in anticipation. The shelling doesn't take long to arrive, and soon the aforementioned one is shaking, trying to withstand a hail of pea-sized bullets. But suddenly he takes a confident pose and begins to giggle, baring his bare teeth. Cyan notices that the plants are not coping and suggests taking refuge in the house. But Charlie understands that if they are not stopped here, nothing will help. He transforms into the Black Dragon, promising that he can handle it himself. With firm confidence, the guy flies straight towards the king of dance. First, he hits him in the jaw with his fist. Smoke billows from the skeleton due to the force of the blow, but the superior smile never leaves its skinless face. Charlie doesn't understand why the zombie didn't even move. Knowing that he would have to fight seriously, he is going to pay tribute to his idol and kill him with his favorite move, crossing his arms over his chest in a specific gesture. After properly preparing for the attack, Charlie delivers a machine gun punch, striking the enemy with lightning speed all over the body. The intensity and force of the blow causes the king's skull to separate from his spine with a corresponding crunch. Charlie still stands in front of him with a serious face, watching as the enemy's body falls, the kill awarding impressive rewards. But the guy doesn't like that he was only awarded 500 points for the Dance King, since he was a level 4 zombie. Someone is watching this brilliant battle through binoculars, saying that Charlie is something else. Loriana is the observer. She is sorry that she cannot see the rating, and Martin, standing next to her, is enthusiastically waiting for his turn to watch. He says that the guy is no slouch, since he decided to team up with Kian. The question arises whether Charlie will be able to find the thing they need. It all depends on how the younger one perceives the city. If he considers this place to be a battle between zombies and townspeople and plants, it won't work. The girl, smiling, says that she is now interested in what place in the ranking this guy will take, and even had a crazy thought. Lena, having overheard the conversation, appears right behind Loriana, asking again whether he is a merciless monster in the girl's eyes. The woman takes a step back and asks the students to admit who they decided to bet on. Smiling puzzledly, Martin and Loriana give an honest answer in unison. The woman smiles softly, satisfied with the answer, and asks the first-year students to follow her, allowing them to observe. She is focused on setting up a screen window through which the students will be able to observe what is happening. Stepping aside a little, Lena says that there is definitely something to see here. Charging forward, Charlie in his black dragon form knocks over the zombie knight, grabbing him by the head, his eyes angry. The next moment, he gives a command to the pea shooters, telling them to concentrate on a specific target. The guy himself takes off to avoid being accidentally hit by the plant attacks, and the monster is thrown back. Martin notices that the younger archers have the power of second-tier plants, and Loriana understands why he lost to him. But the girl doesn't understand why the zombies attacking him have such a high level. According to her calculations, it should be lower. Meanwhile, the Spring of the Hour and his women throw back another zombie. Now everything becomes clear. They are simply throwing it at him. Although the guy's strength deserves credit, not everyone is capable of developing plants like that. Lena watches the battle from a closer distance, and notices that no one supports Chaz. Martin doesn't believe him. Loriana's cheeks turn red with anger when she realizes that the students simply took advantage of the townswoman. The first years are curious about the leader of the trio, Tart, and Lena shows him, whose dragon plant is frying another opponent. The guy laughs heartily, happy that he doesn't think Charlie can even try to beat him. The plant seems familiar to Loriana. She thinks that their rival decided to support Tart. Martin is angry. He already overtook him once. Lena confirms that the students have entered into an agreement in exchange for financial assistance. Tart owes the eldest a large portion of his savings. The freshmen condemn their opponent for such a vile condition for the exchange. And then, unexpectedly, he appears right next to them, asking who they are insulting. Martin turns to look at the newcomer. Shannon, noticing that the assembled group is watching the preparatory course students, suggests making a bet. Martin frowns with displeasure. saying that he is already aware of the dishonest deal made between him and Tart. Shannon insults not only him, but also his friends, saying that people like them are ashamed to be called students of the Imperial Academy. Martin jumps up, wanting to teach his classmate a lesson, but Loriana holds him back, saying that he is deliberately provoking him in front of the teacher. At the same time, the girl parries Shannon's cruel words, saying that they united to help the youngest children from poor families. Emotionally, she accepts the challenge, and Shannon grins predatorily, placing 10 divinity points on the line. The girl accepts the challenge with all determination. Shannon says that their teacher will be their witness, so they won't be able to back out of the bet. Martin doubts his friend's victory. Tart looks strong, but the girl is determined. She believes in her younger brother. Lena intervenes in the argument, saying that Charlie can only win if he gets to the bottom of the zombie city's truth. After the second day of survival, Charlie collapses on the floor, exhausted, too tired to stand up. Cian asks him not to strain himself. She will collect what she has accumulated during the night herself. The girl is silently grateful that the guy's abilities are with him. He closes his eyes and smiling blissfully agrees, calling his classmate his wife. The girl quickly approaches the lying man, her cheeks flushed as she kicks and asks him to repeat what he said. Stoically enduring the blows, Charlie notes that he did not come up with the rules of this world, and that in order to survive, he must adhere to them. The girl turns away abruptly, and pretending to be displeased leaves, saying that she doesn't care and calling Charlie a scoundrel. The guy's attention is drawn to a voice coming from behind. Surprised that the couple has enough time for this pathetic flirtation, Chaz asks with a disdainful smirk how long it's been since Charlie looked at the ranking table, since he's still in third place. Instead of the guy, Cian does it and groans, putting his hand to his mouth. The gap between Charlie and Tart has increased to as much as 200,000. Charlie responds to his peculiar neighbor with a joke. He still has aces up his sleeve. But will Chaz be able to work off the townswoman's guardianship? The overconfident student becomes enraged, parrying the words about aces and threatening to set his springs to bombard the neighbor's yard with zombies. Standing next to a mountain of gold, Charlie replies that it will definitely do him good, but something else catches his eye almost immediately. Among all this multitude, he sees 2 attention-grabbing seeds, presumably of the 4th order. One of them is the charming mushroom, and the other is called the corn cannon. Charlie is impressed after reading the descriptions. Cian, noticing his companion's enthusiasm, suggests that he go to the store to sell his savings and buy high-order seeds. Charlie agrees, almost calling her wifey, but corrects himself in time. The girl pretends not to understand, but is embarrassed. Sometime later, the students leave the store. Charlie was hoping to get a good amount of money for the skill he dropped, but no one even bought it. Cian, holding a red bag in his hand, tries to calm him down, suggesting other options and playing on the positive side. Charlie jokingly says that the last word should remain with the owner of his family mansion, but she, blushing, offers her last name. The guy refuses and jokes again, which causes even more embarrassment in the girl, and he starts running away from her feigned anger. The guys come to the mayor's house, and he asks a question related to the current topic. Charlie bargains over the man's weapon. The mayor wonders if the flag that was knocked out is truly rare, and the man allows him to choose something. The head of the house takes the young man to the room where all his weapons are kept. The guy looks around carefully. When Charlie sees one of the swords, he feels as if it is calling him, and the boy's eyes light up with delight. Unable to resist, he takes the weapon in his hands and something incredible happens. The blade begins to resonate with dragon blood. Charlie turns to the mayor with a satisfied smile, and holding the sword in his hand, says that this is the weapon he wants, and the man smiles back. The latter says that the student has a keen eye, but the banner alone will not be enough for this weapon. Something else will have to be given. The boy hands the man a copy of the tap dance skill and some 3rd-tier plant seeds, as that's all he has left. The man agrees to accept the seeds, but he doesn't need the skill. He suggests offering it to his neighbor, who is a former dance queen. Charlie takes the sword and invites Cian to visit the golden woman of their academic friend, Chaz. Walking past Tart's house and seeing his yard, Charlie realizes that the student has remained just as pompous. These words are quickly confirmed. The guy approaches his classmates and begins to push his line. Charlie addresses Cian as his wife, asking if Tart is her acquaintance, and she, a little embarrassed, answers in the negative. Tart becomes furious, angry at this address, and believing that his classmate has no right to call Cian that. They walk away holding hands, and Charlie suggests that the girl not pay attention to this narrow-minded man. Tart is furious and promises not only to disgrace his classmate, but also to ruin his entire future. The students approach their neighbor's house and knock on the door, asking if she is home. The door is opened not only by the woman, but also by Chaz, who sarcastically notes that their neighbor, Charlie, has come to visit them. The woman also does not smile very kindly. She says that Chaz has already told everything. There is no need to count on compensation. She is not obliged to pay for the weakness of her neighbors. Chaz, with an unpleasant smile, tells his classmate that he shouldn't bother them. Charlie ignores his classmate's unpleasant words and begins to tell the woman about his receipt of the tap dance. She also thinks that the guy is sucking up to her, and smiling, says that this way he won't be able to change her attitude towards him. Charlie decides to go all in, showing the woman a book that is a copy of the skill with a pleasant smile. Chaz comes forward, clearly irritated, and asks if his classmate is being cheeky if he decided to buy them some book. But the neighbor has a different opinion. She is ready to literally give everything she has for the lost book of the King of Dance. Chaz begins to worry, believing that if Charlie asks to be kicked out instead of payment, the woman will be ready to make this sacrifice. Chaz is about to resort to hypocrisy, emphasizing that they are classmates, and begins to speak with a sweet smile. But he doesn't even hear him. He gives the book to the woman just like that, saying that they are neighbors and should help each other. She beams as she thanks Charlie and apologizes for her rudeness. She allows herself to be addressed informally and hopes to get along. The neighbors leave, waving goodbye, and neighbor Hannah waves back, clutching her lucky purchase to herself. The system awards points for befriending the neighbor, and Charlie comes up with an idea about the true meaning of the zombie town. Cian asks what her companion just did, since she was awarded a lot of points, and the opportunity to trade with her neighbor opened up. The guy smiles slyly, noting that because of the marriage, the girl now also gets some points, which means that it was not in vain that they got married. He jokes again, saying that he does everything for his wife, and she, just as before, is embarrassed, calling him shameless. The guy decides to see what his neighbor's store has to offer, and opens the corresponding window. Among the goods is the fruit of wisdom he needs, which the elders asked him to find. But Charlie is in no hurry to buy it. It is expensive. Night comes, and he is already standing next to his 4th-tier plants. Improved by directed mutation, the night will be hot. A little later, zombies appear, opening their predatory mouths, heading straight for the townspeople's houses. Charlie gives the command for the first glowing sphere attack while standing behind a neat row of corn-like plants. The charge hits the monsters, throwing them into the air with its explosion and scattering them in different directions. Watching the battle, Charlie couldn't help but wonder where all the high-level zombies had gone. Only the low-ranking ones were visible. Some movement in the background catches his attention, and the guy switches focus. The neighbor across the street stands next to one of her plants and kindly waves her hand to her neighbor. There is no hour next to her. Smiling, she shouts to the guy with neighborly hospitality that she has removed all the springs so that they will no longer cause inconvenience. Charlie even gets depressed. The fun is canceled, and now he needs to find something new to do. He decides to take a little walk. He decides to do this by transforming into a black dragon, moments later soaring into the air on black wings. He slowly hovers over the zombie city, checking the situation on other streets and in other people's areas. For him, the monsters walking the streets are not angry zombies now, but valuable points. The dragon guy rushes down with a new sword at the ready, wanting to earn a little money. He mercilessly strikes down monsters, making powerful and sweeping movements with his blade. The final blow causes the zombie to drop the coveted coins. A little later, the monsters change their targets, switching to Charlie, and he realizes that after the strong zombies, these are useless to him. A few hours later, the guy climbs to the top of one of the tallest buildings. He looks at the ranking table and notes that the gap has narrowed, but it is too early to relax. The 3rd day of survival brings Charlie 3,000 points. He approaches his house, on the threshold of which someone in blue is standing. Coming even closer, the student asks who this man is, and he turns around at the voice. Placing his hand on his chest, the armored man smiles and introduces himself as Rick, the captain of the local guard, and invites Charlie in. The student asks to tell him more about this, and the captain explains, saying that they often encounter 5th-rank zombies. The interlocutor's face lights up. Level 5 zombies are just what he needs. He asks to be accepted into the guards. The captain smiles back and places his hand on his interlocutor's shoulder, saying that this is why he came here, hoping that it will now be easier to defend the city. For this, the system awards even more points than for friendship with Hannah, and opens a store with Rick, as well as with the guards. Thus, Charlie overtakes everyone and ends up in 1st place in the rankings. The guards say goodbye to each other until the evening, smiling and waving. As soon as Cian sees Charlie, he rushes towards him with open arms, asking how he managed to achieve 1st place. The guy smiles, getting ready to tell the girl an interesting story, but it ends before it really begins. There's a loud knock behind them. Someone is knocking on their front door, and Charlie becomes wary. Opening the door, he asks with displeasure who brought them to their house so early in the morning. A girl with blonde hair tied into 2 ponytails stands at the threshold and immediately begins showering Charlie with compliments. Looking at the stranger, he asks who she is, and she answers with ambiguous words. Smiling slyly, she says that she is the one who wanted to look at the guy who did incredible things at night. Cian appears behind the embarrassed Charlie, asking what he did that everyone is looking for him today. The stranger turns her admiring gaze to the student with her hands on her hips and asks who she is. She, with short pauses and hesitation, answers that she is the guy's wife, and asks in return who is in front of her. The blonde asks Charlie if he thinks it's wasteful to get married so early, and even agrees to play the role of mistress. She introduces herself as Jessica. Suddenly she turns and leaves, with a charming smile reminding the guy that he is now a member of the city guard. Charlie watches her go, mesmerized, and Cian jealously remarks that he doesn't really want to part with Jessica. She angrily grabs her husband by the ear, calling him a scoundrel, and suggests that he has started hanging out with some girls at night. But Charlie refutes everything, giving reasonable arguments and finally tells the true story of how he got his glasses. These words have a sobering effect on Cian. She justifies herself, recalling Jessica's words about the position of a mistress. Charlie understands that the girl is jealous and tells her about it, as well as that he is trying for her, but she awkwardly denies the first part. The guy says that today he will go to the guard to kill high-level zombies, and gives the girl the seeds. The protection of the house is now on her. Clutching the pouch to his chest, Cian asks Charlie to be careful with high-level zombies. They are very strong. He turns to her, smiling and asking her not to worry. He says that yesterday he already tried out a new sword, which turned out to be very effective. Charlie leaves, and Cian, with cheeks red with embarrassment, asks him not to fall into Jessica's net. Dusk falls on the city, just as the guy approaches a group of guards, among whom stands a blonde. Rick greets the newly appointed guard, and Jessica clings to him with her cunning speeches. A tall, muscular man looks at this picture with displeasure, reminding the girl that Charlie has a wife. He politely greets Charlie and introduces himself as Johnson, and the last of the guards asks him to tell the newcomer about his strengths. The guy transforms into a black dragon without saying a single word. But after all, smiling, he suggests that most likely, the most powerful trump card is precisely the transformation. Jessica's gaze turns loving as she delightedly notes that Charlie is definitely her type, and she asks the captain for a favor. He looks at the girl appraisingly, and then informs the newcomer that today they will be working together with the blonde, but he needs to be on guard with zombies. The girl's expression suddenly changes, and taking a fighting stance and taking out her pistols, she says that the monsters are already approaching. Charlie is surprised to see that they have two fifth-tier plants, Flame Shooter and Frosty. Johnson also takes a more comfortable position, and begins to merge with the Tier 5 giant nut that appears nearby. The muscles in the man's arms begin to bulge, increasing not only in size but also in shape. Similar changes affect all other parts of Johnson's body. Soon he appears before his comrades completely transformed, with a weapon in his hand, and looking even more massive than before. Now it's the blonde's turn. He takes two weapons in his hands at once and fuses Watcher Pine and Swordsman Gladiolus. The last male leg takes a step, illuminated by a blue flame. Rick catches up with the blonde. A ghostly fire engulfs almost his entire body. He voices the thoughts of everyone present. The zombies are advancing. The next moment, the captain of the city guard bursts forward, flying into the air and leaving his comrades on the ground. Jessica points her gun at her enemies with a satisfied smile, playfully offering them to eat her bullets. Three powerful monsters are trying to break through the attacks, but are still far from getting close enough to the girl. Johnson asks for a few to be left for him as he jumps into the air with his weapon in hand. He swings his large hammer and hits one of the nearby zombies on the head, causing it to writhe in pain. But suddenly something makes Johnson feel embarrassed. His gaze becomes puzzled. Grinning angrily, the zombie releases spiky tentacles from its split head, which quickly rush towards its opponent. A little more, and they will be ready to sink their teeth into Johnson's body, entangling the big guy with nimble snares. But this does not happen. Rick comes to the aid of his comrade, releasing a volley of his blue flame at the monster. Enemies are closing in on the captain from behind, but the blonde man protects him, voicing his desire to cover his comrade's rear. The blow from his magical spear hits the monster right in the stomach, and it flies back under the onslaught. Charlie watches the battle from the sidelines, recognizing the strength of both the high-level zombies and his comrades, and prepares to join in himself. The guy rushes forward, attacking the nearest zombie. He is going to live up to his status as the divine being of killing. Charlie delivers a devastating blow to the tough-looking monster and smiles contentedly. It turned out to be easier than he thought. A warning to be careful reaches the back of his ears, and the boy quickly turns around, wanting not to miss a single detail. Almost immediately, Jessica rushes towards him, rapidly approaching, her face focused. In the end, she still manages to knock Charlie to the ground, turning half-turn and hitting the enemy with her pistol. Leaning her palm on the guy's body, Jessica does not allow him to get up, continuing to exterminate zombies in this ambiguous pose. The blow hits the healthy monster in the shoulder. A column of flame ignites its flesh, causing its face to twist into an even more vile grimace. Jessica finally gets up with Charlie and explains that a level 5 zombie is many times more resilient than a level 4, and the guy seriously wounded him, but didn't kill him, exposing himself. Smiling, the Dragon Man thanks the girl, who replies that there is no place for heroism here, telling him to focus on support. Rushing forward, the girl shoots 2 zombies at once from different sides. They grin terribly, wanting to sink their teeth into living flesh. Charlie now strikes with more focus, earning merit points and knocking out the 4th-tier seed, incinerating Sunflower. 3 hours later, the guy realizes that he is terribly exhausted. Even sweat is rolling down his face, and his gaze seems exhausted. He is already in his usual form. His comrades continue to beat back another wave, and Charlie, looking at them, wonders where they get so much energy from. Jessica laughs, calling him handsome and, saying they're just getting started, asks if he's already exhausted. The guy thinks about her words. Even though his body is now mortal, the powers of the deity are with him. So why then did he get exhausted so quickly? Suddenly, a familiar voice reaches Charlie's mind and, by the way it addresses itself as if it were a carrier, the boy understands to whom it belongs. The source says he woke up because someone made unflattering comments about his owner's physical abilities. He cannot tolerate such an insult to his host and is going to force Jessica to take her words back. The source says it's time to open Charlie's gene lock and suggests he get comfortable, which makes him a little uneasy. He literally feels the chains binding his body and how, a moment later, the lock holding them opens with a click. Charlie instinctively spreads his arms out to the sides. A strange feeling overcomes him, as if he is glowing from the inside and is bursting with strength and energy. The source says he unlocked the guy's gene lock, so he can now gain short-term mutations. But this requires someone else's genes. Charlie remembers that he just recently acquired a special seed, and suggests that it is similar to the fusion of plant comrades. He understands that he too would not refuse such powers, and without thinking, sends the resulting seed into his mouth. At that very moment, the guy begins to feel an even more powerful flow of energy within himself. He rises into the air even without using the Black Dragon transformation wings, emitting rays of light around himself. Since zombies react to light, they freeze and look directly at Charlie, because he is now the powerful source of it. And it's not just a weak one, but has qualities similar to the sun, as zombies start dying from burns. The comrades also note the power of Charlie's light, Jessica jokes, and her neighbor joins in. They are forced to cover their hands to protect their eyes. But the captain is serious. He orders his subordinates not to be distracted, together with Johnson, engaging in battle with the next wave of zombies. Rick, with a powerful and blinding flash of light, rushes between the monsters with lightning speed, delivering deadly blows. One of the massive monsters tries to either touch Charlie's sphere of light, or at least shield itself from it, raising its huge hand from above. And the guy stands stoically in the circle of his light, clearly confident in his own strength and victory. The captain of the guard orders his comrades to deny Charlie's support in order to push back the zombies. The huge monster turns around and, anticipating Johnson's attack, strikes him. Fortunately, he manages to more or less block it. Rick thinks things are bad. The level 6 zombie turned out to be tougher than they expected. He asks Charlie to retreat, promising to help. The zombie reaches out his hand towards the source of light, and the guy who is its center doesn't even think about giving in. With his eyes glowing with an even brighter light, he decisively declares that he will cope. There is no need to worry. The guy gets even closer to the monster and burns it with his heat. The zombie growls and frowns with displeasure. Under the influence of such a powerful light source, the dead man's skin begins to scorch. His scream becomes even louder until it dies down. His comrades look at Charlie and can't help but cheer. He has defeated such a powerful opponent. The next moment, the guy throws several hands into the air, and the system notifies him that he has become friends with all the guards. Now he can trade with them and gets points. The source asks the owner about the feeling after removing the shackles. He expresses joy. The entity is also happy, but also wants to tell its host some bad news. Charlie is stunned by this information. He begins to make excuses that he has nothing to pay with, and asks what the source is going to do to him, and he talks about the side effects. The first reaction is a calm exhalation and words about how it's not scary, but everything changes in the next moment. The guy literally bursts into screams, asking about side effects and why the entity didn't warn him, but it asks him to calm down. The problem with the shackles is that they cannot be used continuously and take some time to recharge. Charlie breathes a sigh of relief, not understanding why he had to be scared like that, and then asks in more detail about the duration of the negative effect. The source explains everything in detail, including warning about possible even more negative consequences. The guy's friends approach him. Rick asks if everything is okay with him. Jessica, who is walking next to him, smiles contentedly, and Johnson is serious. Charlie allows himself a reassuring smile and assures his friends that he really is okay. And then Jessica pounces on him, saying that he amazed her and convinced her that he was suitable in all respects, and also proposes. Johnson does his part by pulling the girl up and suggesting to his friend that if he's tired, he should go home and rest. There are not very strong zombies left. Charlie accepts this offer, admitting that he is indeed a little tired, and says goodbye to his comrades until tomorrow. On the way home, he discusses the negative effects of the gene lock and considers it necessary to increase his core combat power. He remembers that he now has personal guard shops and a lot of points to buy, and is going to check the available goods. The guy carefully examines the skills that might be useful to him in the future, and highlights the plant fusion skill. The source appears next to him and gives a not very pleasant assessment of his choice, but the guy denies it, saying he has no choice now. The entity offers the host a deal that would require Charlie to give up some divinity points, and he refuses. The source calls the owner greedy and, feigning displeasure, reduces the cost to 1 point, saying that it cannot be lower. Outwardly calm, Charlie agrees, but secretly being extremely proud of himself. The source is not going to compete with him in the bargaining. With just one click, the entity improves the fusion skill. The guy can't believe it. Now he can merge with 3 plants at once. Looking at all the available slots, Charlie even finds one for a 6th order plant. He is surprised, and the source reminds him of the debt in the form of a point. In the first slot, the guy places a 5th tier plant, Dahlia of Doom, due to its affinity with the element of darkness due to its dragon blood. Charlie looks at the leaderboard and is pleased with his rapid rise, and also notes Cyan's rapid pace. At this rate, she will soon be able to overtake Chaz. Moving up to 3rd place, the guy returns home. He finds the girl and comes closer to her, asking with a smile what she is doing. Cyan's gaze is stern as she looks at him, noticing his good mood and assuming that Charlie had a good time with Jessica. He begins to become embarrassed, looking away and denying the obvious. Cyan throws a mountain of things towards his companion, calling them his share and telling him to sell them himself. Smiling, Charlie says he doesn't need them anymore and allows him to sell them to the girl himself, joking about their marriage. Cyan, blushing, goes on the offensive, reminding them of the agreement about dividing up the accumulated wealth and saying that she doesn't need what belongs to others, nor does she need pity. Turning around, she leaves, saying that she intends to take up dancing with a neighbor. Charlie asks her to return before sunset. A few days later, a happy boy comes to his elders and politely greets them, and Jessica reciprocates. Charlie notes his comrades' concerns and asks them about it. The girl says that today is the day of the lunar eclipse, which only happens once a month, which means that the zombies will be more ferocious than usual. During the past, one girl died, and Rick says that this will not happen again. No one will die before him. The guys cry. Jessica takes Charlie's hand and asks him to promise to run away if there is danger, as she has a premonition that she might not be able to protect him. He himself understands that he is now the weakest of the guards, but he reassures the girl, saying that there is no need to worry about him. Charlie adds that he will try to protect her herself, and Jessica smiles sweetly, wishing her friend to take care of herself. With a determined look, he opens the system window, believing that now is not the time to save money. He needs to prepare as much as possible. The guy opens the store and looks through the list of goods, and then checks his merit point balance. He makes all the necessary purchases, starting his strengthening with golden dragon grass, believing that he has dragon genes in him. Due to their compatibility, the fusion is even more successful, the effect spreading very quickly throughout the body. The head of the city guard looks up to the sky, puzzled as the lunar eclipse event begins. The zombies actually begin to react to this, becoming more furious and vicious, even changing their appearance. Metamorphoses that are incomprehensible to those not in the know begin to occur with the bodies, and the head of the guard comes to the rescue with an explanation. He says that the zombies have started to level up and asks his comrades to get ready. The battle will be tough. Jessica is the first to respond, declaring her understanding and readiness by cocking one of her pistols at the enemy. Johnson prepares behind her, performing a fusion with his totem plant. David also raises his staff to the ready, his gaze burning with determination. Charlie also declares his readiness, descending to his comrades from above on his powerful wings. Noticing several living people in front of them, the zombies rush straight towards them in anticipation of a meal. Generating a large blue ball of energy with his hands, Rick gives the team the order to stop the enemies. The next moment, he unleashes a blast of energy on a nearby zombie. Another monster, many times larger in height and physical size than the average zombie, grins predatorily under Jessica's bullets. The girl understands that she is not getting much closer to victory, But she does not intend to give up, showering the enemy with a new batch of volleys. The captain of the guard provides support to his subordinate from above, sprinkling the monster's powerful back with a stream of his energy. Johnson also comes to the rescue, suggesting that Jessica and Rick continue to hold the machine at a distance. They will delay it. Charlie also flies to help his friends, believing that the time has come for him to go on stage. Approaching the huge zombie, he strikes with his sword so quickly that the creature only notices the wings flashing below. But the Dragon Man is noticed by other zombies, who move towards him in a whole horde. The first guy sends him flying with one powerful kick. Rick, who is floating nearby in the air, praises him, calling the work good. Charlie silently accepts the praise with a self-satisfied smile. An hour later, another wave of zombies arrives. Rick tells Jessica to go to the mayor for help and ask for reinforcements. The girl accepts the order for execution, and turning sharply, promises the guys to return as soon as possible. Almost immediately after this, the zombie strongman breaks through David's armor, the blow landing on the shoulder area, and he winces unpleasantly. The blonde sees his comrade rush forward, standing up to protect the wounded man, and tells him to retreat, leaving him. Rick comes to the rescue, asking to detain the monster, and fires a fairly powerful volley from his weapon. Johnson obeys the order without question and holds the zombie in place as best he can. The captain approaches them and unleashes an energy blast on the monster's head. Just in time, the system notifies that the 10th day of the gene lock recharge has come to an end. Charlie rushes ahead of all his comrades, promising to buy them some time, and they look at him in bewilderment. The captain notes with fear that it is too dangerous. Now is not the best time for heroism. Charlie turns to him with a smile, saying that it is his duty to protect the city, and he does not intend to die. Instead, with all his determination, he opens the gene lock option, filling his body with impressive strength. The body responds to the flow of magical energy as usual, but this time, instead of light, something green comes out of the guy's back. Watching their comrade's merciless strength destroy the zombies, Rick and Jones remark on its incredible power. Sometime later, Charlie hangs in the air, exhausted, with mountains of corpses lying in front of him. He swears there is no end to the zombies in sight, because immediately a new wave greets the Dragon Man. A familiar voice is heard nearby, and a woman's foot in a red shoe pushes off the ground with force. Jessica managed to bring reinforcements to her aid, and they rushed as an angry crowd straight to the city guard. The mayor rushes forward, offering to finish off the zombies. A girl runs nearby, a little behind. Rick tells them to stop immediately, as he senses serious danger ahead. The man peers through his binoculars, trying to pinpoint the source of what has confused the captain of the guard. He can't see anything but trees shrouded in fog, but it's clear that something is wrong with him. Rick flies closer to the mayor and says that everything is covered in fog. They can navigate in the darkness, but it's not possible to get through the fog. A seed of a fourth-order plant, wind-blowing clover, appears on a man's hand. He is immediately and carefully planted in a pot. Very soon there is a rustling sound from the ground, and the next moment clover jumps out of the soil. Charlie, watching everything from a bird's-eye view, is amazed at how quickly the plant grows. And then it rises up, like a helicopter propeller, and begins to spin its leaf blades. The zombies, seeing this, and the light emanating from the clover, distort their ugly faces with fear. Charlie can't calm down and uses his eye of identification. It's all in the pot. This wonderful flower pot increases the growth rate of plants planted in it by 100 times. Noticing Charlie's delight, the mayor offers to give him a couple for his previous services, and he sincerely thanks the man. The system notifies you that you've made friends with the mayor of the city, that you've earned points, and that a store has opened. Smiling contentedly, Charlie opens the store, believing that there must definitely be something worthwhile there. The boy's attention is drawn to a mushroom, the Black Death, which spreads spores that accelerate growth upon contact with zombies. Charlie immediately buys it and throws it in front of the clover fan, starting the process. Upon reaching the zombies, the spores instantly implant themselves into their flesh and grow from within, causing pain and screams from the monsters. Meanwhile, Charlie has an idea that he can't wait to try out. He waits until all the zombies are infected with the spores and begins. Mushrooms are also living creatures, which means they are also susceptible to Harvey's ability, life sacrifice. A mystical fire engulfs a great horde of zombies, sucking their bodies into its merciless meat grinder. There are also explosions inside, which is something new for Charlie. But in any case, the result is the same. The ritual, as usual, produces 3 possible variants: the seed of the tree of wisdom, the golden flower pot, and the building. The guy chooses the second option, because when combined with mutation and immortality, something incredible can be created. Meanwhile, the next wave is approaching the people, which is noted by the captain of the city guard, hovering in the air above his comrades. Standing with the golden pot in his hand, Charlie considers the mushroom to be his most powerful weapon and realizes that there is no time to think. He activates directed mutation on the mushroom and quickly reads the possible options with descriptions. All three are suitable, and the guy uses them, throwing the mushroom into the air and directing all his force at it. He grabs the plants and, hugging them, calls on all his strength to help him not fly away. A swarm of spores rushes straight towards the unsuspecting zombies. Rick, watching the horizon, notes with delight that the horde has begun to slow down. The townspeople express their joy with loud cries, announcing victory, raising their hands high into the air. And the mayor warns Charlie, who has flown closer, that the eclipse is entering its final phase, making the monsters even more ferocious and ruthless. Indeed, when exposed to moonlight, zombies undergo even more sophisticated modifications. Already huge and terrifying, they take on an appearance resembling horned giant demons. The mayor orders everyone to retreat back and focus on defending the main gate. The townspeople gather in a designated place, and their mood is in direct proportion to what happened just recently. Hearing their conversations, Charlie understands that at this rate, they will simply lose all their fighting spirit. They need to be encouraged. He rises high in the air before them and tells them not to dare lose heart, because the rest of the townspeople are counting on his protection. The dragon guy shows how to behave by his own example, without panicking or whining from helplessness and fear. This has the desired effect, and the volunteers become inspired, replacing apathy with a fighting spirit. Pleased, but sweaty from the strain and excitement, Charlie is already beginning to encourage them, when suddenly he breaks off mid-sentence. Something resembling a nimble green vine rushes in his direction, closing the distance with lightning speed. She grabs the dragon guy's body and pulls him towards the crowd of monsters. Charlie screams. Jessica stretches her whole body towards him, shouting his name and wanting to hold him. Fear can be seen in the girl's eyes. But Rick holds her back, saying that she will only senselessly destroy herself this way. There is no need to be reckless. They will save him. The next moment the captain confirms his words, asking his comrade to hold on a little longer. They are already on their way to help. Meanwhile, Charlie somehow manages to tear off the monster's nasty tentacles, and he tells them to take their nasty tongues away from him. He flies into the air, drenching his opponents with a powerful stream and forcing them to cover themselves with their hands. He looks towards the city and assumes that he just needs to fly in the direction from which he was dragged away. But something strange is happening. The city is nowhere to be seen, and the guy assumes he flew in the wrong direction. The source comes to the rescue. He says that the carrier has been caught. The guy is puzzled and asks about the solution. The entity has it, but it costs a point of divinity. Charlie says that it is gone. Only life remains, which can be taken. The source, taking pity, gives the owner a free hint. There is no way to escape this fog by waiting it out. Time has stopped here. Charlie becomes wary. He doesn't like this situation. He decides to fly up if it's useless to fly to the sides. A revelation comes to him and he understands one thing. In his opinion, this fog simply must have boundaries, and Charlie rushes upward. After a few minutes, he notices the dome and becomes puzzled. The guy starts growling furiously as he draws his sword, not liking the fact that he's been locked up like an insect in a jar. Charlie continually hits the dome with his sword with all his might, but it gives way poorly. It is very strong. But the guy is even interested in seeing how long he can hold out, and he stubbornly continues to strike the surface. Finally, a hole appears, after which the dome begins to crumble, forming a passage large enough to squeeze through. But Charlie's face becomes no less puzzled than before. In front of him are simply gigantic trees with strange bark, entwined with vines. Somewhere nearby, a voice is heard. It greets the stranger, wishing him well. A guess comes to his head, and it is connected with the tree. The voice belonged to him, but Charlie does not understand how the plant guessed about the guy's non-involvement in this world. But the tree continues. It says it doesn't intend to cause harm, and Charlie asks why it dragged it here then, and it's all about the request. The tree wants Charlie to save the world, he specifies, that is, kill all the zombies. The tree's cry becomes more furious, and it actually wants Charlie to drive all the inhabitants out of the town. The guy sits down, apparently expecting a difficult conversation, and asks to explain everything in more detail. The tree says that it is the tree of wisdom, the guardian of this secret world, fulfilling its duty for 10,000 years. The world was peaceful and fruitful until a stranger came along and decided to take all its benefits for himself. He brought his creatures with him to collect the seeds of special plants for their own enrichment, and the tree endured. But he could not do this forever. So he began to pray to the god of death for the power to deliver the invaders. And then, when the prayers were heard, the tree gained the power to turn corpses into zombies, and that is how this war began. The tree expanded its army and 30 years ago launched a large-scale attack. At first, everything was fine, but then someone appeared. Somehow, he managed to grow the 4th-tier plants, the fire dragons, and personally stopped all the zombies. After some time, the tree thought that this man could be a foreigner, because he possessed abilities that the locals did not have. Today, it noticed Charlie. Because his abilities are also different from those of the townspeople, he clarifies the request. The tree repeats and says that it is ready to give 10 fruits of wisdom upon completion. The guy keeps count in his head. Without despair, the tree also offers 3 corpses of the gods. Although they died long ago, the bodies are still active. Charlie remains silent, carefully digesting the information and restraining himself from agreeing. The offer sounds too tempting. He urges himself to calm down, remembering that this world belongs to the Academy, and surely someone strong is guarding it. This way, Charlie will be able to incur the wrath of the higher gods, and he does not want this. The guy apologizes and politely refuses. The tree refuses to back down, saying that in exchange for help it will introduce and recommend Charlie to the god of death. The guy freezes upon hearing these words. Before him now is the chance to obtain the divine title of the 5th rank, Death. It is worth a lot. Tree impatiently asks if the guy changed his mind under these conditions. He says that he will do everything in his power, but on the condition that he establishes a connection with his own divine sphere and summons his creatures. Tree thinks about it, but ultimately says that this is only possible if Charlie takes an oath to the god of death. If it is broken, a terrible curse of death will fall upon all its creatures, and it will affect not only those who will be in this world. This doesn't stop the guy. He understands the concerns perfectly and voices the necessary words of the oath. And at that very moment, a glowing purple mark, similar to a seal, appears on his hand. Looking at her, the guy's eyes widen in amazement. He asks what kind of seal this is. But that question fades into the background when Charlie is overcome by a familiar feeling of presence. The familiar aura of his own divine realm washes over him, and he even feels like he can feel the aura of his lord. Rustling its leaves and branches, the tree expresses hope that the stranger will now fulfill his part of the agreement. It opens a portal from its world and literally spits Charlie out into the zombie town, without even having time to regroup. But, fortunately, he manages to land successfully. But the same cannot be said about the place. He is surrounded by zombies looking straight at him. Charlie finds Tree's behavior impolite, suggesting that he is so eager to get rid of the people that he hasn't even offered tea. He tries for a long time to find his way to the necessary place, and finally he succeeds. The first to greet the guy is a joyful Rick, calling his comrade by name and announcing to the others that he has returned. Jessica is distracted from her task and turns sharply towards the guy. Her face is a mixture of too many emotions. Charlie lowers himself onto the paving stones, and the girl runs up to him first. She hugs the dragon man tightly and expresses her joy that he is okay. The guy is embarrassed, and in the meantime 2 more people come up to him. One of them is Johnson, who says that he is great. Next comes the mayor with his awards, bestowing upon Charlie the title of Excellent Citizen in recognition of his services. The lunar eclipse passes, the remaining zombies disappear, and the townspeople rejoice in their victory. Looking at the ranking table in such a large gap, Tart understands that with this continuation he will never overtake his opponent. Since he can't get around it honestly, the student decides to do it in a roundabout way. Tart collects all the most valuable things and leaves his home with a large bag on his shoulders. 20 minutes later, this same bag falls heavily onto the tabletop, hinting to those present about its weighty contents. Standing before a man called the best mercenary in the city, the young man expresses his desire for help in getting rid of his rival. He offers the townsman 8,000 gold pieces, and he agrees, promising to wait for good news. The student leaves the ill-fated building with a hasty and nervous step, and is noticed by one of Charlie's locusts. The owner himself sits in his house, smiling, realizing that his opponent has decided to use dirty methods to win. Charlie intends to pay his classmate back in kind, and orders his swarm of locusts to indulge themselves in every possible way. The winged babies rush to get their fill of juicy plants, stuffing their bellies to the brim. Cian comes up to Charlie and asks how the guy managed to move his locusts here. She guessed everything. She also asks what the guy is trying to achieve with such methods, and he replies that it is a secret. He adds that if he tells, he will have to kill the girl. And she starts to get angry, saying that if it was a secret, she could have just kept quiet. An unpleasant voice is heard from behind the front door, telling Charlie to go out. Cian lets go of her husband and turns to the source. Tart came for his soul. He breaks inside and tells his classmate not to say that he was not involved in what was happening. Charlie greets him politely and asks if he can clarify what exactly he is talking about. Tart says that his classmate has no honor and throws something covered with a rag in front of him, over which several locusts swarm. Tart accuses Charlie of using dirty methods and that the locusts are his, and he refutes this by asking how he could summon the representatives. And on the other hand, why does he need this? Because he goes around Tart and makes fun of him. and he, unable to bear it, swears. Tart is very angry, secretly allowing his opponent to rejoice, but promising that he will do everything to ensure that he does not see the next dawn. Almost the entire town shows up at the store, their eyes glaring angrily and demanding insect poison from the seller. He, fearing the wrath of the crowd, smiles nervously, saying that, unfortunately, it has ended, but a new one will be ready tomorrow. Even the men are almost in tears, afraid that they will not survive this night. The mayor bursts into the store, announcing an immediate evacuation order, and local churches promise to accommodate anyone in need. Charlie notes that if the townspeople gather in the church, there will be no one to kill his locusts, so they will soon have to leave the town. He approaches the city guard and hears an offer to take a day off. Today shouldn't be too hard because of yesterday. But, on the other hand, Jessica would be very happy if Charlie stayed and kept her company. The guy smiles nervously and says that then it would be better to wander around the city and look for weak spots in their defenses. One of the individuals flies up to his god and says that Tart and the mercenary have begun to act. He is angry and ready for their assassination attempt. The guy finds a more secluded place and sits down on a rock to wait. After some time, the potential killers finally appear. Smiling, Charlie says that you can't keep your target waiting. Tart turns angrily to the mercenary, asking if he gave him away, and he retorts, saying that he is prepared to be insulted for anything but professionalism. The enraged young man doesn't really care as long as Charlie is killed, and he reminds his classmate that the academy records everything. Tart says the academy won't punish him because Charlie's killer will be a mercenary who is about to start work. He points his hands towards the ground, summoning a ghostly vine with his first technique, which immediately emerges from beneath the surface. Charlie sits motionless as the mercenary lunges forward, performing a phantom flash. He looks at the tip of his dagger in bewilderment, and an involuntary cry of surprise escapes the man's mouth. Charlie's face takes on the features of a dragon, and the guy grins, saying that for 8,000 he could have hired someone stronger. The mercenary nervously turns to his employer and asks if he turned him in, and the latter is perplexed. And Charlie is in anticipation of his first attack, saying out loud that it's his turn, as humanoid locusts appear behind him. Tart's eyes grow even wider. He can't believe his eyes, amazed that his classmate was able to summon creatures here. Meanwhile, Charlie gives his loyal representatives the order to finish off the person standing opposite. The locusts, with all their zeal, rush at the man who dared to attack their master. The boy is going to deal with his classmate himself, rising into the air and ending up very close. Tart recoils in horror, reminding him that his opponent cannot kill him, but is still controlled by the academy. He says that he has a more interesting idea. You can just throw zombies into the ring, using words similar to his own. Tart turns sharply and takes off, running at full speed, telling Charlie not to come near him. But the dragon man catches up with his classmate almost instantly, a predatory smile playing on his lips. Charlie gets a better grip on Tart and throws him to the ground, who keeps screaming the whole time. Bumps are already appearing on the latter's face. He, squinting tightly, asks his frightening opponent to stop. But Charlie doesn't care about all these pleas. He again grabs his classmate more comfortably and swings. And then, upon launching, he sends a screaming Tart into a crowd of zombies wandering nearby. After some time, Charlie approaches the body, or rather what remains of it, of the former mercenary, and is met with only bones. He offers his creations a rest while he plans to take care of the remains. In the morning, the howl of grief of all the townspeople shakes the village. They have lost all their plants. The mayor gathers a council, which includes Charlie, and the townspeople note that at this rate there won't be room for everyone in the churches. A man begins an angry speech, but is interrupted by a suggestion. The voice belongs to Charlie, and the mayor is ready to listen to him. Smiling slyly, the guy asks whether the townspeople have thought about moving to another world. Some, having heard the proposal, begin to think about it seriously. The idea does not seem bad to them. They are tired of being afraid of zombies. The mayor listens to them thoughtfully, and then says that it's not that they don't want to leave this world. They can't. The portal was destroyed. With a determined look, the guy says that in that case it's not a problem. He knows one city, Lunny, that could become their new home. The guy is ready to take on the whole process, and the man, happily agreeing, asks if they can help with anything. Heading to the tree, Charlie says that he has prepared everything. As soon as it can fix the portal, the guy will send people to a new home. The tree replies that this is not a problem. It really is able to fix the portal. You just need to bring people. All the townspeople obediently follow Charlie all the way to the forest, and the mayor voices their shared concerns out loud. Everyone's attention is drawn to Jessica's voice, which notices the tree of wisdom in front of her. All eyes turn there, and people agree with their guardian. They are in for an even bigger surprise when the residents notice a portal opening among the branches. Seeing off the last of the townspeople, Charlie waves goodbye to them, wishing them a quick meeting. and they smile back. The mayor even cries, calling the student their savior. The guy's heart skips a beat when Jessica kisses his cheek, which immediately turns red, and he is surprised. Covering her lips with her hand, the girl says goodbye and expresses hope that he will at least sometimes remember her. Finally, the moment comes when Charlie is left alone with the portal and with the Tree of Wisdom. He notes that everything is finally over, considering that the test had dragged on. Lena announces to her esteemed students that the exploration of the secret world, Zombie City, is now closed. All the students immediately appear right in front of their teacher. She gives them a comment, firstly congratulating them on their successful return, and secondly expressing grief for the two who have left this world. Charlie frowns, noting to himself that the Academy didn't even warn him that dying in the zombie world would mean dying here. But his attention is immediately drawn to a familiar, angry silhouette. The guy is surprised that Tart is not dead. Lena asks the students to take their places. Now she will announce the results. Charlie is in first place, and Kian is in second. Tart jumps up from his seat and says that he wants to report his classmate for cheating. Charlie turns to him and asks if he has any proof of this. His classmates look at him like jackals at carrion. The henchmen immediately snitch, saying that they also saw locusts, which everyone knows are from whose world. Lena asks why they assumed that summoning them was forbidden, since the lesson's objectives were survival and adaptation. Tart is merciless, accusing the teacher of deliberately protecting Charlie and demanding an audience with the headmaster of the academy. Lena says that no one forbids students from doing this, he can talk, but she also has privileges, for example, in punishing students. She declares a year of hard labor in the secret world, the dungeon, as Tart's punishment, and he, plunging into the portal, asks for it to be cancelled. Smiling sweetly, the woman asks if there are any others who would like to join their classmate, but there are none. Even the former henchmen smile awkwardly and express their agreement that the punishment that befell Tart was just. Lena moves on to the awards. Charlie gets the jade flower pot, and the second to be awarded is Cyan. A boy is walking down the school corridor and, hearing someone calling him, he looks towards the voice. These are his elders, and he was just looking for them to give them the fruits of wisdom. They ask how many items he managed to get. The student justifies himself by saying that he had to spend money in the last battle, so he was only able to get 9 fruits. In fact, there are more of them, but Charlie decides to keep a few for himself. The older ones are surprised by the result and praise the younger one. The freshmen receive divinity points for the guy's win, and he is impressed when he hears the amount. And from the side you can hear Shannon's angry voice. He approaches, filled with rage, and now he knows because of whom he lost a whole fortune. Martin stands up for the younger one. He decisively covers him with his body and asks his classmate what he is doing there. Charlie looks at this picture in surprise, asking what is happening, and Loriana, standing behind, says that Shannon cannot admit defeat. The elders introduce the stranger to the boy and share the details of their dispute, saying that he is the one who will allow them to earn some extra money. Charlie is amazed. He asks Shannon who he bet on, and Thornton answers for him with a malicious grin. The debater is confused. The younger one realizes that his opponent in this battle was Tart, and his smile also becomes predatory. He expresses regret to his patron. Shannon is about to teach Charlie a lesson when 3 of his elders stand up to defend him, not allowing him to lay a finger on him. Red runs away in disgrace, threatening that the next big prep class will be held with first years. Martin apologizes to the younger one, saying that now, because of them, Shannon is angry with him, and it might not be possible to help next time. But the boy is not upset, smiling brightly and reassuring the older man. A lot has happened in his life in recent months. The elders accept these words, but still offer help in any matter. They are always ready to help in any way they can. Somewhere else, the ruler is informed that a demigod has arrived to see him for an audience. The ruler condescendingly allows him to be invited. The demigod is asked what he wanted to talk about, and he greets the ruler, bowing his head, and introduces himself as Harry Bon. The reason for his visit is information about a special find, and the ruler says that if they prove useful, the demigod will be rewarded. Harry says he found a locust corpse in the place where the king's men were performing the ritual, and shows off what he found, and also tells about Charlie. The ruler asks what the demigod knows about him, and he begins to share information, starting with the place of training. Harry continues his story, saying that Charlie grew up without parents and is still a divine being. The ruler becomes enraged, wondering how a divine being could kill 6 demigods and take the source. Harry falls on his face, asking the king not to be angry, and says that at first he himself could not believe it, but he checked the facts and questioned witnesses. The demigod shares them, relaying the words of the divine ore merchant, and that he checked the records from the inn through which the transition occurred. The ruler is angry and asks if Harry understands what awaits him if his words turn out to be a lie. The answer is positive, and he orders the demigod to take the reward and get out of here. The man thanks his king. The latter calls a confidant and orders him to check Charlie and make sure that he does not have the royal treasure. The man's gaze is sharp, but if he does have one, it is necessary to turn the impudent thief into ashes. Somewhere completely different, a preparatory class student sneezes violently while standing by the window and assumes he has a cold. And also that I need to prepare properly for the next big lesson. Most likely it will be difficult to compete with Shannon. He looks at his reward from the zombie challenge with a smile and says, "It's good." Charlie believes that if plant fusion and ghost vine were combined, the result would be deadly. The corpses of the demigods are perfect catalysts for creating the Locust Lord. And after consuming the fruit of wisdom, it will become even more powerful. The system window shows a call screen. The student receives a call from teacher Lena. He is surprised. The call is unexpected. And yet he takes the call, and the woman, without even a shadow of a smile, tells him that she has bad news for him. He asks if it is related to the zombie city, and the answer is yes, the city's coordinates have been lost. One of the academy's nobles is furious and challenges a student to a duel. Lena will be their referee in this fight. The guy breathes a sigh of relief, believing that at least they won't kill him. Lena confirms that she doesn't let anyone harm her students. Charlie lies on the bed and looks at the ceiling, admitting that what has been done cannot be undone. All that remains is to look forward. On the appointed day, he stands in the arena of the Imperial Academy and hears the voices of his elders from the stands. They are rooting for him. Lena approaches the student and, with a smile, offers to say hello to his rival. His name is Teacher Snowden. Charlie says hello, and the older man comes closer and puts forward his conditions, offering to put only creatures on the line for his side. The guy smiles, agreeing and saying that he will try to do everything in his power not to disappoint his opponent. Lena suggests starting and says that the duel will take place on hilly terrain, and also asks the opponents to summon creatures. The conditions are set, and the three stand in the middle of the arena, and the woman takes her place between the competitors, as befits a judge. The man notifies his opponent that he is ready to begin, and summons a portal behind him leading to his god sphere. A moment later, the first of the creatures begin to emerge from it. They look like either articulated dolls or mannequins. The teacher's beings continue to exist until there are as many of them in this world as were stated, namely, 1,000,000. The dolls open their eyes, revealing their eerie gazes to the observers, and Martin immediately finds their aura terrifying. The older Charlies sit on a bench and discuss the teacher's creatures. Thornton knows a lot about them, and this knowledge does not bring relief. Loriana also speaks out. She doesn't think that Snowden wouldn't use heroic-type creatures against a student. Martin suggests that the younger one surrender, since in this case he will definitely be able to save half of the creatures, and there will always be time for revenge. But something unexpected happens. The fighting teacher himself tells the first-year student to shut up. Standing before his army of Homo sapiens, the man asks his opponent if he would like to finally summon his creatures. Charlie also opens a portal to his sphere, like his rival did earlier, and summons locusts, apologizing for keeping him waiting. A swarm of locusts circles above and in front of the orderly ranks of Homo sapiens, but some insects stand out from the rest. Snowden is surprised, asking how the student managed to develop his creatures to the super elite level, and in such numbers. And a little later, the eyes behind the rectangular glasses widen even more. He can hardly believe what he sees. A lord-type creature appeared right in front of the teacher, smiling ominously and flashing red eyes. Snowden doesn't understand how the locusts could evolve into lord-level creatures, and he's also surprised by the red orcs led by the second lord. The man is shocked to the core when he sees the demonic minotaurs among the enemy creatures, and fears that they too have a lord. Sword also emerges from the portal with his imperial bearing, and there is no doubt that he has also evolved into a lord. Following the sword, skeletons emerge from the portal, led by the resurrectionist. The teacher becomes completely uneasy at the sight of 5 lords and a being at the peak of heroic-type combat power in front of him. Martin, seeing this from his position, is now finally convinced that Charlie's win is not a simple coincidence. Lorraine looks at her youngest like a caring mother, noting that he has a great future. All that remains is to enter the academy. All 3 elders jump up from their seats, starting to encourage their friend at the top of their voices. Meanwhile, Charlie orders his demon bugs to attack. Homo sapiens, in anticipation, put their palms together, constructing some kind of spell. It is clothed in a golden shield that absorbs all damage inflicted on it. Charlie is stunned by what he sees and can't even hold back his exclamation of amazement. Meanwhile, Snowden's creatures attack their opponents with golden balls of energy. Charlie doesn't like this turn of events and orders the demon bugs to retreat, and the fallen locusts to create a barrier. The latter obey the will of their god, creating a strong barrier that also absorbs all enemy attacks. But Snowden doesn't think so. saying out loud that this won't be enough to stop his creatures. He tells them to begin, and Homo sapiens simultaneously raise their arms into the air, preparing the ground for the next technique. Charlie looks through his own barrier in amazement at the rapidly growing ball of energy. The teacher holds out his hand, commanding the creatures to release an incinerating wave at the enemy. Charlie is adamant that he needs to break the barrier, because if things continue like this, he will lose. He gives the divine hammer a command, sending it forward. He jumps high into the air and swings his weapon over the enemy's dome. The hammer touches the surface, and a bright flash of light fills the space. The divine hammer twists with zeal, wanting to break the barrier. Finally, the efforts pay off, as cracks begin to spread across the surface of the dome from the point of impact. Charlie praises the Red Orc leader and sends the locusts on their next attack. Homo sapiens stand calmly in front of the great swarm, waiting for them to approach for closer contact. The elders are delighted. Charlie finally has a chance, but Snowden doesn't think so, saying that they have only just begun the battle. Charlie thinks he has a lot of locusts, of course, but their fighting power leaves much to be desired. It is unlikely that he will be able to win with just that. He decides to try another option and sends the Skeleton Lord forward. The Homo sapiens attack the locusts from a distance, preventing them from closing the distance, and Charlie is amazed at their skill level. Things have moved forward, but the guy is still losing. He is going to strengthen the locusts with the help of the source of mutation, but he says that this time the enemy is stronger, and in order to avoid detection, he must immediately go into hibernation. Charlie doesn't like this arrangement. He tries in every possible way to force the source to manifest, but in vain. Now all we can hope for is the undead. The student approaches them and asks them to give it their all, and the skeletons are quite successful in their task. The resurrectionist uses his ability on slain enemy creatures, causing skeletons to rise from their bodies. Martin jumps up from his seat, recognizing the technique previously used on his own creatures, and is inspired. But something is wrong. An explosion shakes the space, and Charlie turns towards it, bewildered and puzzled. Snowden acknowledges the strengths of the undead, referring to the replenishment of their ranks with the corpses of the enemy, which used to be a big problem. However, he also shares a secret. Over all these years, it has been curbed, and every being above the rank of true God has a blocker. Charlie begins to reason, running through all the possible options in his head, and understands that for now he is at a clear loss. His creatures stoically confront the enemy's creatures, unwilling to surrender despite the losses. The sword furiously cuts through the robotic bodies of Homo sapiens. Defeat is clearly not for it. The demon Minotaur also does his part, throwing enemy creatures away from him like dolls. And Charlie, seeing this picture, is seriously frightened, realizing that two of his best creatures have penetrated too deep into the enemy camp. They have already begun to be surrounded, and if nothing is done, they will die sooner or later. Charlie orders his Dark Locust to fire, and it skillfully aims its bow at the target. The arrow hits a sphere above the battlefield, and some creatures look up in confusion as they follow its trajectory. And at the same moment, hundreds of arrows fall on the heads of Homo sapiens, who can hardly be saved even by fleeing. Charlie admires the effect of the Fruits of Wisdom. The Dark Locust's abilities have become much stronger. Meanwhile, Sword and Minotaur work together, breaking through. They mercilessly and deadly eliminate all opponents in their path, moving towards their goal. But Homo sapiens are no slouch either, and even Charlie notes their extremely fast recovery. The boy's eyes widen in surprise when the sound of a familiar voice reaches his ears. His indispensable ally, the Black Dragon Elphys, arrives to his aid, announcing his arrival with a thunderous roar. A squad of half-dragons appears directly below him. The elders, seeing the great creature, admire the younger one even more, and some of them suggest that Elphys has the potential to become a monarch. Martin's whole appearance exudes dejection, and Thornton states that his defeat was predetermined. Even the opponent is impressed, admitting that the student has a great future ahead of him, even though he is not even a freshman. Half-dragons descend before him, and the man looks at them with confusion, not recognizing the class of creatures, but later he remembers. This turns out to be a decisive factor, and the teacher suggests that the opponent declare a draw. Charlie frowns, puzzled, as Elphys flies overhead against the clear sky. The latter opens his fanged mouth wide and declares in a loud voice that he will never agree to this. Martin, amazed, asks again if he heard correctly, and the neighbor confirms, suggesting that the man saw his rival as a threat. Loriana smiles provocatively, saying that if this news gets out, something will happen to Charlie, but she is interrupted. Lena stands up behind them, explaining that Snowden didn't even use half of his potential. He simply values talent. The man's offer of a draw meant he recognized Charlie's potential, and it looked like his rise would begin today. Snowden approaches his opponent and informs him that he has already cooled his head, so further losses will be simply pointless. As an apology, the man is ready to give him the remains of his army. The dragon is indignant, but Charlie asks him to be silent. Snowden confirms his intentions, but puts forward a condition. Upon official admission, the boy must become his student. Lena arrives, offering to thank the man for such a generous offer. He is one of the most powerful mentors at the academy. The woman says that every year, for this event, gigantic lines of students form, wanting to get to Snowden. The guy frowns as he counts and arrives at a minimum of 1,000 potential students. Lena continues to stir up interest by saying that the academy only accepts 2,500 people at the beginning of the year. Charlie immediately casts aside all doubts, appearing before the teacher and saying that he is ready to become his student right now. The man accepts this as an agreement, promising to send the remaining 820,000 beings to the disciples' sphere. But you need to wait with the apprenticeship and first fulfill 2 conditions: officially entering the academy and receiving demi-divinity. In addition, it will be necessary to receive divine knowledge from the god of death himself in order to saturate the body with divinity. If these conditions are met, Charlie will become an official Snowden student upon admission. After the battle was completely over, his elders ran up to the younger one, congratulating him on the draw. But he wasn't particularly happy. Snowden is surprised that they had an audience and asks not to tell anyone about it. Thornton hesitates, reminiscent of his teacher's disposition. And at the same moment, golden cards appear in the hands of all 3 at the command of the teacher. He bribes the students. They giggle sweetly, saying that they have already forgotten everything they saw. And Lena is irritated that the first-year students dared to blackmail the elder god. The next day, an embarrassed Cian approaches Charlie and asks him to do her a favor. They are walking, and the girl shares her troubles. Her family wants to marry her to Tart. The guy is surprised by this. The decision was made by Grandfather Cian, and since he is the only true god in the family, his decision is unquestionable. After Tart's defeat, the leaders change their minds, deciding to marry the girl to his older brother. Charlie sees the seriousness of the family's intentions and promises to do everything in his power, but does not understand how he can help. Cian thanks him. He again turns the conversation into a joke, saying that any husband in his place would have done exactly the same thing. The girl gets embarrassed as usual and hits the guy in the face. He smiles, glad that the familiar Cian has returned, and promises to go with her and help cancel this marriage. The girl smiles, flattered but reserved. She is very grateful to her friend for his understanding. A few days later, Charlie arrives with Cian in her family's city and cannot hide his shock, asking the girl if she is a princess. A man appears behind the students and hands over to the young lady the instructions from her parents, who asked him to meet her and accompany her. Cian thanks the man for his concern, calling him Uncle Dorn, and introduces Charlie to him, Dorn politely maintaining the conversation. The man helps the students into the car, saying that they are already long awaited, and they are heading to the old residence. Cian's gaze is dejected. Her eyes are lowered to her hands folded on her knees. The girl is unusually silent. Charlie notices this and reassures her, promising to protect her if anything happens. The student smiles gratefully. The transport stops and the girl announces her arrival. The cries of the Cian family members can be heard even beyond the courtyard gates. Charlie clearly hears the struggle for the girl's freedom. The students come closer to the house, and the arguments correspondingly become louder, with Father Cian fervently defending his daughter's freedom. Charlie looks at the girl with irritation and asks if her family's children are always treated like objects, and she, unable to bear it, bursts into a room full of relatives arguing among themselves, saying that she is against the marriage. She is not greeted with the kindest words, literally calling these words nonsense and telling her not to interfere in the conversation of her elders. Father Cian rushes to her aid, not allowing anyone to touch her, threatening that it will end badly for those who dare. The man is reproached for spoiling his daughter too much, which will not benefit her. But Cian's father does not back down, saying that he is doing everything for her good. His opponent tries to shut him up, jumping up from his seat emotionally. He accuses Cian of being just a divine being, and says that the family's true god must be saved by any means necessary. After all, everyone knows what steps the members of other families will take when the Cian family loses its only true god. Charlie asks Dorn how Cian is connected to the safety of the entire family, and he explains briefly about the agreement. The guy thinks about all of the above, and an idea comes to his mind. The phone rings, and a man's hand picks it up from the surface, his eyes scanning the name on the screen. Davy drinks something through a straw and asks his interlocutor if he would like to borrow some divinity again. But this time the request is different. It concerns the release of the true god from captivity. The interlocutor understands everything. Charlie is delighted and asks if Davy will help him, but he says that only if they agree on a price. The guy considers what can be done here and concludes that it would be better if he takes the blow himself, asking about the artifacts. Davy grins. He says that the amount he spent on repairing his spear will be enough. Charlie agrees. They try to appeal to Kian's voice of reason again, saying that she cannot give in to her egoism. But her father continues to defend his daughter. But then a voice completely unfamiliar to the family is heard from the outside, asking for permission to intervene, and everyone is surprised. Upon seeing Charlie, one of the main troublemakers asks who he is, and orders the guy to be thrown out of the room immediately. Now Cian takes on the role of protector, shielding his classmate and saying that he came here to help. Dorn speaks up, suggesting that the guy is the girl's lover. Now he understands her resistance. The girl retorts, and one of her uncles says that she should find a partner of her own status, and asks Charlie if there is a true god in his family. The guy answers negatively, saying that he is completely on his own and reduces everything to a joke. Cian asks him to stop. The interlocutor says unpleasant things to this, being categorically against his relationship with Cian, and tries to buy him off. The guy reaches for the offered card with a large sum of money and says that, in this case, he will pay for Davy's services with it. The bald man, with a smart look, tries to prove to Kian that she was sold, but suddenly stumbles, considering the words about the help of the true god nonsense. The other Cian uncles mock the guy, saying that no true god would take on the job for such a small amount. The girl's father is flattered that her classmate is trying to stand up for her, but he also considers his words meaningless. The bald man warns that his patience is not eternal. But since Charlie is so confident, he is ready to listen to him. He asks to tell how the student wants to gain the help of the true god for such a small amount, mistakenly believing that he is from the Tarta family. Charlie chuckles, asking who said that he would turn to this particular family for help. There are other true gods. The interlocutor's behavior changes radically. He drives the guy away with threats, and his brother asks him not to get angry. Baldy actually cools down, starting to sense the aura of the true god somewhere nearby. Charlie smiles condescendingly, saying that apparently his friend has already arrived here, only he is stronger than the true one of the Tart family. Everyone present has no doubt about the arrival of the true god, and Uncle Kian is hurling threats at the student. He says that if they don't believe, they will see for themselves now, but in the meantime he is going to meet his friend. Charlie goes outside and sees Davy hanging in the air nearby, literally beaming with his divinity. The true god descends down, enveloping us in his aura. The bald man rushes towards the elder at full speed, assuming that he came to the rescue selflessly. Davy looks him over carefully, and realizing that he is a demigod, directly says that he is not interested in him. Charlie feels superior. He chuckles quietly as he sees the man feeling confused and at a loss. Davy asks in a demanding voice where Charlie is. Meanwhile, Father Cian was wondering, looking at what was happening, if this true god had really been invited by this guy. The two men bow their heads together, saying out loud that they heard Charlie's name from the lips of the true one himself. The owner of the name himself, feeling awkward, admits that it was him. Davy asks again in surprise. He finds it hard to believe that all this time he has been calling the divine being in front of him his master. The guy smiles shyly, demonstrating the source of the Davi artifact. The true god finally smiles, placing his hand on his friend's shoulder, saying that he never imagined he was so young. As he walks inside, Davi assumes that the Cian family is Charlie's family. The same one, smiling, says that they have nothing to do with him. The bald man is puzzled, afraid that the student has harbored a grudge against him. The man changes his mind and suggests to Kian's father, since Charlie is her classmate, to persuade him to help. The other brothers also begin to suck up to him, insisting that this is, first and foremost, in his own interests. All the men turn their heavy gazes to the only girl in the room, and she becomes embarrassed under them. The father approaches his daughter and, using soft language, tries to get her to convince her classmate to help. The girl, embarrassed, says that she and Charlie are not in the kind of relationship he thought they were. The man says that he has long since figured out his daughter's character and knows for sure that she likes him, and, moreover, he himself is not against this candidate. Cyan, looking at Charlie talking with the true god, became even more embarrassed. The girl decides to approach her classmate, and he says that Davy agreed to help, but he is in a hurry, so everything needs to be resolved quickly. Cian starts talking about the reward, but Charlie covers her mouth, saying that he will handle everything himself. She is embarrassed, realizing that the true god would never have agreed to such a small amount, and Charlie paid for her sake. Davy reminds Charlie of the payment he promised, and he promises he won't forget. The bald man smiles ingratiatingly. The true god rises into the air, and Charlie wishes for him to return as soon as possible. The three uncles of Kian now look hypocritically at their niece's classmate, inviting him either to dinner or on an excursion. The guy pulls the girl towards him and says that if it weren't for her, he would never have agreed to help this family, and he should thank her. The proud father smiles contentedly, agreeing with the young man's words, while the embarrassed Kian remains silent. 2 days later, at the Imperial Academy, Tart asks his henchmen if they have found Charlie and Cyan, but they answer no. The student is angry, assuming they have gone to see her family, and vowing not to let his family's plans be interfered with. He returns to his family's city and informs his grandfather about his classmates. He becomes furious at what he hears, fearing the blow that might be dealt to the family due to the stupidity of his daughter-in-law. The old man tells his grandchildren to follow him, and Tart promises this time to finish off Charlie once and for all. The latter sits next to the meditating girl and discusses how to most logically manage the funds received. He will be the winner. Charlie giggles evilly, and Kian wonders what he's thinking about that he's even drooling. The teenagers hear a worried voice approaching. Dorn is calling his young mistress. The young men are struck by a sudden shock, and Kian asks the man what happened. Dorn says that the true god of the Tarta family came to them. He and his older brother, Father Kian, asked to convey this to his daughter and hide her. According to the alarm, the Scott family should arrive at Shirley's within 10 minutes. It must be related to the marriage. The head of Scott did not warn. There is a discussion about this issue. Father Cian says that there is no point in marriage now, but they retort that the head of Scott might be offended. The girl's father says that in that case, they need to lie until the very end and wait for the return of the head of Shirley. But there is also an inconsistency here. One of the men, overcome with fear, says that they must agree to the marriage, otherwise the family will be severely punished. But Father Cian is against it. He does not want to betray his future son-in-law, the benefactor of the family, but he is again surrounded from all sides. A serious quarrel occurs between the men, where the question of initiating marriage arises, but a person with an objective opinion is found. The bald brother says that now he sees only one way out, for Charlie and the family's son, Scott, to decide everything in a duel. Father Cian is unhappy that his daughter is being treated like a thing, while the others continue to press from all sides. And then a loud voice reaches everyone's ears, asking why no one has come out to meet the true god. Everyone jumps up and rushes to the head of the Scott family, ingratiatingly greeting him and expressing joy at his presence. But the man knows about the flattery and orders it to stop, instead demanding that Cian be brought, wanting to arrange the wedding immediately. Bald Uncle Cian rushes forward, saying that the girl's classmate has already asked the true god for help. He asks for mercy, but the head of the Scott family does not care. He is disgusted by the very thought that someone dared to go against the true one. His anger takes on material form, transforming into peals of lightning, storms, and thunder. Baldy, like his two other brothers, falls to his knees, begging the elder to stop and have mercy. At that very moment, Cian runs into the house, decisively demanding that they stop destroying her estate, and Charlie bursts in after her. Tart points his finger at his classmate and tells his brother that this is the same person he told him about, but he replies that he is not long for this world. The head of the Scott family tells Kian that he will not harm her family if she stops resisting and humbly accepts her fate. She refuses, saying that she doesn't intend to do it. Cian's uncles stand before her, asking her grandfather Tart to have mercy and forgive the girl for her inexperience, and her father to calm his daughter down. A conversation takes place between Charlie and the man, where the latter, if he does not like the answer to his question, intends to kill the guy. He says that he only wants to protect his friend, and Tart attacks him, accusing him of disrespect. The older brother enters the conversation, saying that he has heard a lot about it, and tells the younger one to get out. Otherwise, he will perceive the opposite as a challenge. Charlie smiles, hearing such absurdities, but doesn't even think about leaving, allowing the elder to count as he pleases. He rushes forward with a glowing red card, saying that then, because of his pride, Charlie will die today. Father Cian rushes forward, but his way is blocked by Tart's grandfather, who says that his grandson is going to defend the family's honor. There is a sudden transfer to the divine sphere, and Charlie is a little lost under such a powerful and sudden pressure. Garth, smiling provocatively, calls the lands of the opponent's sphere of gods undeveloped and wild, and himself, with sarcasm, a benefactor. In front of him, a wall of super-elite steel warriors is formed. Reading their description, Charlie learns that the creatures can modify their armor and are more dangerous and stronger than the Knights of Tarth. Garth screams, commanding his creatures to crush anyone who stands in their way. Charlie responds by calling on his main representatives. A wild battle between the Locust and the Steel Warriors rages on. One of the humanoid representatives raises his bow to the ready, placing an arrow on the string. One of the Steel Warriors rushes forward, his sword gleaming ominously. The Locust spearman attacks, but the warrior quickly dodges, moving upward. Another Locust manages to successfully overtake its opponent from above, driving him into the ground with its feet. Garth grins angrily, admitting that he underestimated his opponent, but promises that it will not happen again. He spreads his legs wide, sending another batch of steel warriors into the attack. A steel hand emerges from the portal of the gate leading to the divine realm, but it is not like the hands of the previous warriors. The thing is that Garth summoned a divine steel warrior that surpassed the ones before. The giant's eyes flash and he rushes forward, rushing towards the enemy with a weapon to match. Locusts standing with a bow are lost due to the element of surprise. The divine steel warrior swings almost playfully and cuts off the arm paw holding the bow. Disappointment crosses Charlie's face as he realizes that Garth was aiming directly at his lord. The opponent throws out evil words, saying that no matter what type of locust it is, it will remain pathetic and incapable of anything. The master of the creatures does not agree with this at all. He intends to show the enemy personally what his children are capable of. The next moment, the guy subjects the locust to directed mutation. Garth's eyes widen as he sees what's happening right in front of them, and a swarm of giant locusts is heading towards him at the behest of their god. The mutated locusts are next to enter the fray, moving straight towards the divine steel warrior. Garth decides to strengthen his steel armor using steel transformation. Next comes the giant sword transformation, and the giant warrior puts up a translucent shield in front of him. Charlie is amused by this. He smiles, saying that he didn't think the opponent would go on the defensive, but he himself was just getting started. He releases a heroic-type locust, commanding it to attack. Using the source, the boy initiates the directed mutation again. Locusts with new characteristics are emerging on the battlefield. She furiously rushes forward, wanting to protect her master, and tears the armor of the divine steel warrior Garth, who becomes confused. A satisfied smile appears on Charlie's lips as he asks his opponent if he now thinks his locusts are pathetic and insignificant. The enemy remains angrily silent, and the interlocutor, taking advantage of the moment, allows himself to show him something else. Charlie feeds one of his own 1,000 poison crystals, telling it to show the divine steel warrior where it belongs. The locusts are becoming noticeably stronger. This can be seen even with the naked eye. She extends her clawed hand-paw forward, and poison-induced modifications begin to occur within her. Locust gains the ability Corrosive Poison. As soon as the individual has acquired it, he rushes towards his opponent. She attacks him with her new ability. Even the shield is affected. Garth fearfully orders his being to return to the divine sphere immediately. Charlie squats down and smiles, saying that his divine sphere is not a walkthrough. Hearing the words that no one is allowed to come and go as they please, Garth, horrified, asks his opponent what he is planning. Instead of answering, he summons all 4 of his lords at once, making the opponent feel even more uneasy. He falls to the ground, wondering how this is possible and calling Charlie a monster. And behind the open portal a huge shadow appears, growing even larger with each passing second. Elphys flies out of the gate portal, and Garth screams in confusion, wondering how many creatures Charlie has in total. The Minotaur rushes into the attack first, furiously knocking down his enemies along the way, and throwing them in different directions. The sword also cannot remain on the sidelines, no enemy escapes from it, and the Resurrectionist summons skeleton knights from the fallen bodies. Garth begins to cry, asking his opponent to stop and let him get out of this divine sphere. Charlie gets angry, saying that since this is the case, it's his turn now, and gives the order to capture the enemy sphere. Garth doesn't want to allow his divine sphere to be invaded, and is going to do something about it. He decides to close the gate, ordering the remaining creatures to stop the enemy ones. The gates are indeed beginning to close as the locusts continue to peck at the remains of the steel warriors. At the same time, she heads with them to the portal and sneaks inside in the noise. Finally, the errata closes with a distinctive pop, and Garth breathes a sigh of relief. But he rejoices too soon, for immediately the huge doors swing open again. It's all about the special locust, which is capable of strengthening the connection between the spheres. They are weak in themselves, but getting rid of them is not so easy. Garth falls to his knees, asking his opponent to bring all the creatures back. He admits his defeat. But the opponent is merciless. He believes that he did the right thing, because the one who attacks first must understand his mistake. Garth jumps to his feet and turns around, giving Charlie one last chance and threatening his grandfather. But Charlie is no fool. He understands perfectly well what awaits him, so he is going to leave True's grandson as a prisoner for the time being. Garth says that if he is released, he will not allow the head of the house, Scott, to kill Charlie. But Charlie asks him to shut up. He is trying to find the core, but the search ends before it has really begun. The core of Garth's divine sphere is found. In the real world, his grandfather begins to worry, assuming that something has happened, since his grandson has been gone for a long time. Overwhelmed with excitement, he calls up the battle observation screen. The Shirley brothers also suggest that their eldest brother observe what is happening, and he obeys. He is interested in it himself. The eyes of everyone present immediately widen at what they saw. The surveillance screen shows the complete destruction of Garth's creatures. Uncle Kian is perplexed by what is happening. Garth's divine core is now under the control of his brother's classmate. One of the Charlie representatives even sits on him to further demonstrate his superiority. A projection of his rival's grandfather appears next to Charlie, telling him to take his hands off his grandson's core. There is not a grain of fear in the guy's eyes. He firmly and confidently notes that the true god is not in a position to make threats right now. He orders his subjects to deal with the remaining creatures of the former enemy. The grandfather tells the boy to stop, asking what he wants in return. He is clearly hurt by his own words. Charlie is satisfied, saying that he now understands that the head of the Scott family is ready to negotiate, and that is where it should have started. The man remains silent, gritting his teeth, silently promising a very hard death to anyone who dared to treat him and his family like this. But then the space around is filled with the aura of the true god. Charlie, sensing the return of his friend, concludes, judging by the density of the aura, that the mission was successful. The men of the Qian family couldn't help but let out a joyful cheer when they realized he had succeeded. The eldest son invites the head of the Scots to stay for the celebratory banquet in honor of the return of the head of Shirley, but he refuses. The old man offers to let his grandson go, since the true god, whom Charlie was waiting for, has already returned, but he refuses. He's not sure he can survive, but Davy appears next to him, refuting his words. As long as he's here, Charlie is protected. Grandfather Cian returns home safely, and his sons rejoice even more. Now the guy is ready to release his captive and leave his divine realm. He tells the true god of the family about this. Garth, standing in front of his former tormentor, says that next time there will be no one to protect him, but he is not afraid at all, giving other advice. The grandfather, appearing from behind, slaps his grandson, telling him to stop humiliating himself, and they leave. Grandfather Cian shouts threats after them and announces the severance of all relations and obligations between the families. The remaining members watch the removal of the Scott family members in complete silence until they are completely out of sight. Grandfather Cian, smiling, thanks Charlie for saving his granddaughter and gives the student a certain item. The boy is surprised. He looks in amazement at the tablet of lineage, which can return beings to the appearance of the first representatives of the lineage. Charlie suspects that this item could transform his locusts into the most ferocious prehistoric species of their kind, and he wants to see it. 3 days later, at the Imperial Academy, Martin asks his junior to leave. They need to talk about something. The guy goes outside and walks towards the designated place, but he is called out to from the other side. The trio waves their hands, attracting attention. Charlie greets his elders with a smile and asks what they want to talk to him about. The boys want to share information about Shannon with the younger one because they believe that he will not easily abandon the idea of harming. Charlie learns that his future rival's representatives are ordinary goblins and considers him a genius for being able to rise so high. The guys try to cheer up, but their words make you even more uneasy. Shannon's army is strong. Charlie asks if the elders are really trying to cheer him up this way, but they are embarrassed. He sits in the lotus position and goes over in his head all the possible strategies for the upcoming battle, as well as how to protect and strengthen the creatures. The mushroom that comes to mind for Charlie is the Black Death, as it has already proven its usefulness in the battle against zombies. To carry out the plan, the guy needs other ingredients, so he calls up the appropriate system window. He takes what he needs in his hand and begins to saturate it with divine energy. A satisfied smile plays on Charlie's face. Lena announces the topic of the lesson, which is resistance to invasion, and the examiners will be first-year students. The teacher promises that the elders will not use full power, but Charlie enters the portal feeling no relief at all. His examiner is already levitating in the air, and the boy closes the distance to get a better look at him. By a strange coincidence, it is Shannon, who smiles evilly as he recalls the past. Beneath the freshmen are crowds of his creatures. Charlie's eyes widen in surprise. Even he finds the scale impressive. The enemy infantry alone is worth a lot, and its coherence is the envy of anyone. Behind the infantry, smiling slyly, are the archers. In addition to the previous ones, Shannon has super elite creatures, the flame goblins, and alongside them are the elite-type representatives, the frost goblins. And of course, they are all led by goblins like the Lord riding on wolves. Since they're going to fight in earnest, Charlie's army needs to be formed up too. He orders his army of locusts to adopt the defensive formation. This army includes the common locust, demonic beetles, fallen locust, dark locust, and another previously unseen species. This type is the primal locust, a very recent breed developed by Charlie. Also, smiling slyly, the guy calls upon the lords of his main representatives. Since Charlie made it into the academy with such weak representatives, Shannon wasn't going to underestimate him. First, he gives the order to attack with his frost and flame goblins, who fire projectiles. Many of them hit their opponents accurately, not just knocking them down, but also destroying them in mid-flight. Charlie orders the fallen locust to create a barrier, and the skybugs and dark locusts to ignore the infantry, but attack the archers. Insects perform the tasks assigned to them precisely. Shannon orders his first infantry unit to retreat to protect the archers. Charlie smiles, considering the decision to be a good one, and orders the primal locust to intercept. They step forward, heading towards potential victims. Charlie orders the skybugs and dark locusts to eliminate the ranged archers and goblins. Shannon says he won't be as easy as one of his previous opponents, and is going to show off his strength. He orders his third squad to change their target and attack form, and then attack. Goblin mages attack the enemy with a hail of magical projectiles. Charlie sees and notes with annoyance to himself that the enemy is managing to break through a hole in his defense. Shannon, meanwhile, orders the fourth squad to split up and lay scattered fire on the dome. The blows hit not only the dome, but also the locusts, sometimes wounding, sometimes killing the insects. Shannon grins evilly and promises to show the younger one what happens to those who dare to insult him. He gives the next command. It concerns the Goblin Lords, who are required to break formation and attack the enemy lords, who grin with glee as they do so. Smiling slyly, Charlie whispers to his Locust Lords to concentrate on the enemy Goblin Lords. The latter, feeling their superiority, run after small insects with weapons, without even thinking about the catch. Leaping forward with his locusts, Charlie orders the Poisoner Squad to deploy Black Death mushroom spores. At that moment, the spores begin to dissipate. A little later, they fill the entire air around the enemy creatures, and they begin to understand that something is wrong. One of the goblins hears a strange sound, and feels a strange sensation as a mushroom grows on his head. Seeing the modifications that the bodies of her subordinates have undergone, Shannon screams in horror, looking at the mushrooms, asking what they are. The fire and ice goblins are also not spared the fate of their brethren, and Charlie smiles slyly in anticipation of the most interesting things. Here and there, the neat rows of the first-year student squads are broken by explosions, and he, stuttering, is amazed at the hitherto unseen attack. But fortunately for him, there are also those who are practically unharmed, but they themselves cannot believe their luck. Although Shannon's words sound like a joke, his expression is tense, and he is having a hard time dealing with his inner state. Charlie smiles in response to this, and is about to tell his opponent about the continuous chain explosions, a technique he himself invented. Following the explanation, a visual demonstration occurs, and a new series of explosions occurs, more powerful than the previous one. This affects more goblins, causing them to fall to the ground literally from the shock waves. The angry first-year student throws both hands up and, filling with energy, calls upon divine magic for help. A shimmering blessing is cast across the entire perimeter of the battlefield, and Shannon uses a restoration spell. Charlie smiles, thanking his elder for healing the enemy creatures as well, which were also affected by the positive effect. The freshman smiles maliciously, believing that his army is still in a more advantageous position. He is confident that he will win in the end. A new wave of explosions rocks the air, shattering Shannon's ranks. An even more powerful attack follows, laying his entire army at the feet of the first-year student, who freezes in shock. Unable to find anything more substantial to complain about, he is indignant that his opponent did not mention the exponentially increasing power. Charlie smiles sheepishly. He himself did not expect this, and assumes that divine magic contributed to such a strong effect. The goblins' heads are sprouting mushrooms again, and Shannon is seething with rage, not even knowing what to say in response. Charlie gives a mock-guilty wink, saying that the situation is a little out of control, and the next explosion could kill the Goblin Master too. Shannon remains silent, angrily, but looks puzzled. He thinks that he shouldn't lose to a preparatory course student. He's a genius after all. He acknowledges the younger's strength out loud, but says it's still not enough to handle him, and Charlie smirks. Shannon uses divine magic, Flame of Battle, which increases fighting spirit, enhances physical strength, and reduces sensitivity to pain, and then adds military divine magic to everything. Now, when killing an enemy, creatures can restore 25% of body damage and convert the excess into physical stats. But that's not all. It seems Shannon has decided to give it his all. He calls on the divine magic of the earth for help. The earth begins to nourish creatures with its power and significantly strengthens their defenses. The freshman smiles maliciously, announcing that it is his turn to attack. Thanks to the miraculous power of his magic, even the mushrooms that had been sown on the creatures earlier fell away, and the goblins were ready for battle again. Charlie's face takes on a stunned expression. He can't believe that Shannon got rid of all his mushrooms so easily. One of the goblins raises his blade and recites an ode to his revered god, who favors them, calling his brothers to arms. And all creatures, as one, rush into battle for the glory of their lord, with the intention of destroying all the enemy's insects. Charlie takes a defensive stance, commanding his creatures to stop the enemies as explosions rumble behind him. Lena and other teachers observe the exam through the appropriate system window. The woman asks her colleagues if they have any thoughts about the preparatory course. One of the teachers says that he was most impressed by Kian. Because she managed to raise Lord Storm sparrows, she is worthy of admission. The woman in glasses chooses Tart and his older brother as her favorite, who can be persuaded to enroll in the Imperial Academy through the younger one. The third teacher took a liking to Chaz, considering him promising, since the average level of creatures can be compensated for by analytical abilities. Then, not very pleased, Lena herself asks what her colleagues think of Charlie. They watch the battle of the Locust Master in absolute silence. The first to speak up is a woman, saying that it looks as if the student's defeat is inevitable. The man who chose Cyan disagrees. Shannon's rise proves that Charlie can follow in his footsteps. Lena notices that the guy is now using only his main representatives to confront one of the strongest first-year students. Everyone agrees with her unanimously when the woman says that expelling such a capable student for losing this battle is unacceptable. Meanwhile, Shannon is on the battlefield, once again ordering his goblin army to focus on the enemy lords. The creatures rush towards the locusts, and Charlie doesn't want to believe that he can actually lose. Suddenly, the battlefield is enveloped by a voice belonging to the teacher, announcing that the fighting must stop. The lesson is over. Shannon is beside himself with anger. He was so close to victory. While losing a significant part of the army, Charlie was even able to finish off one of his lords. Teacher Lena stands at the board and, smiling sweetly, reminds the students of the rules for participation in the lesson that has just ended and is about to announce the results. First of all, the woman names the students who received the highest score. Charlie's name is not heard on their list. He is sad, thinking that he lost and will now be expelled, and Tart grins, saying that his classmate has finally shown his true self. Sitting on the left, Cian reassures Charlie, believing that even despite his loss, the teachers saw his potential, because the opponent was strong. But the guy's name still sounds, albeit the last one. Tart is stunned, his mouth wide open, not believing his ears. Scott raises his hand, announcing that he has a question. The teacher asks what it is. Tart asks about the scoring criteria, because how could Charlie get the highest score if he lost the battle? Lena says she cannot disclose the criteria, but the decision is objective, as it was made by the entire teaching staff. She asks with a sweet smile, but a deadly aura swirls behind the woman. Whether Tart will be satisfied with such an explanation, he fearfully agrees. Now, addressing the entire class, Lena dismisses the students, first reminding them that the top students only have 1 day to prepare. Tart, filled with anger, leaves the class, throwing over his back at his rival as a farewell that he doesn't have long to rejoice. Chaz runs up to Charlie and, smiling like a fox, warns his classmate that the scion of the Scott and Shannon family is in cahoots again. But the blonde quickly leaves, saying that he has a date with a rich beauty waiting for him. Cian approaches Charlie and reproaches him for envying his classmate. The guy says he's not going to stoop to that level. It's better to earn money himself, and the girl is clearly satisfied. Martin pops into the office and, waving his hand in greeting, invites the younger one to have lunch together. Currently, the Imperial Academy has only 3 outer worlds that would be suitable for the invasion prep team. They are the Rune Civilization, the Totem Civilization, and the civilization that followed the path of biochemical development. Charlie believes that he needs to become a demigod as soon as possible in order to join Snowden's disciples. And to do this, he needs to successfully complete the invasion. The elders encourage him with all their might and in every possible way, saying that they believe in their youngest. Lena hands the students special bracelets, saying that they are needed to maintain connection with the divine world. The ship leaves their world and goes to one of the outer ones, chosen by the Academy for the exam. Sometime later, it lands and Charlie gets out of the transport. The invasion mission begins. Standing on one of the small plateaus, the boy takes out some bags from his pocket and is going to find out what the elders have prepared for him. But then something strange happens. 2 of the 3 miraculously evaporate, leaving behind only a dark haze. Charlie is amazed. He thinks about it, but is still glad that at least there is one left, and opens it, looking inside. The bag contains something that looks like old parchment and some blue cards. From the note, the guy learns that he found himself in a world of runes. There are only 26 of them, and each has unique properties, as do combinations. He looks at the blue cards and understands that they contain energy that can push through the will of the outer worlds. After analyzing the situation, Charlie finds it necessary to summon his creatures, and his choice falls on the half-dragons. He is going to start hunting local creatures in order to obtain the sources of the universe, because according to Lena, this method is the easiest. An hour later, the boy has a fit of hysterics. During this time, we manage to earn only half of the source of the universe. It's too slow, so Charlie summons 50 more creatures, leaving him with 5 cards. He manages to find his next target, and the guy sends the main representatives on a hunt. He orders the locusts to capture the camp with the minotaurs, and the insects dive down on the enemies in unison. Tart is somewhere nearby. He really has conspired with Shannon, and right now, he has a premonition of his imminent meanness. He plans to give the iron-blooded demon, provided by the Elder, the hair of his rival, so that he will hunt only him. Surprisingly, the student has the necessary biological material, and he sends it to the demon's urn. The object in the young man's hand is immediately enveloped in a dark haze, and Tart steps back in fear, not wanting to be affected. Throwing the container into the air, he orders his creature to move away and break it, which it does without question. And then, right before their eyes, the demon, having escaped to freedom, begins to take on flesh with his characteristic roar. Seeing what the creature is capable of, Tart laughs maliciously, firmly convinced that it will not leave a single wet spot on his classmate. The hatred this demon has accumulated for 1,000 years while imprisoned can only be washed away by the blood of the one who became its target. Charlie, unaware that he is being hunted, goes about his business, holding several small particles that look like seeds in his hand. He believes that this should be enough to unlock the transformation into a black dragon. The guy intends to use the remaining 5 cards to summon the rest of the half-dragons. Suddenly, a light-haired ox appears before him, with a red stone glowing on its forehead, emitting a glow. Charlie orders his creatures to deal with him, and they rush to attack the enemy. A moment later, his mournful last howl reverberates through the surrounding area. In the Wolf King's lair, Charlie finds curious objects, and is eager to learn about their properties. The first student unrolls the scroll and delightedly notes that it is the rune word. Now all that remains is to assemble the rune combination, and he lays out all the runes in front of him, beginning to peer at them with tension. Having familiarized himself with the necessary information, the guy decides to cast the word on his body, since he does not have a suitable weapon. He feels changes in himself almost immediately, believing that he has become much stronger. But the guy's activity is interrupted, and he notices something strange. Wanting to figure things out, Charlie transforms into the black dragon and flies towards the irritant that bothered him. He lands next to his half-dragons and looks at what dared to put a spoke in their wheels. A light-skinned creature that resembles a catman just jumps on one of the creatures, causing the others to be amazed. The vicious beast cuts the half-dragon's body into several large pieces with its strong claws. The gaze of its eyes with vertical pupils is merciless. Charlie realizes that the demon in front of him is a lord-level demon, which means that the opponent is serious. The cat is surrounded by several half-dragons on all sides, but he doesn't show that he feels threatened. He rushes forward, continuing to tear his enemies to shreds. But the demon is surprised when the limbs of the seemingly defeated begin to regenerate. The cat's gaze becomes much more angry than before, as he turns his gaze to the creature's owner. Both he and Charlie agree on one thing, and the next moment they are rushing at each other. The dragon boy begins to exude an aura, believing that the fight will happen at just the right moment. He stops, stocking up on the necessary supplies, and the demon cat, approaching with its claws raised at the ready, is perplexed. The guy's gaze is determined. There is not even a hint of a smile on his face, and the aura continues to envelop his body with its fiery tongues. And finally, Charlie surges forward, gathering enough strength to deliver a blow that hits the cat square in the face. The system notifies that one of the lords of this world has been defeated, for which the student receives 2 sources of the universe. Charlie smiles contentedly. Now he will be able to summon his favorite skeletons, and perhaps this will contribute to a faster rank increase. A few days later, one of the locusts informs its god that it has found a cave with fire crystals. The guy announces that this very cave is their next target, and the expedition, led by him and the undead, sets out on their journey. As he approaches the cave, he senses that it gives off an aura that is characteristic of a rather powerful creature, and assumes that someone has already taken a liking to this place. But this does not diminish the desire to go inside, and Charlie fearlessly takes the first steps. Walking further, the young man feels a wave of unbearable heat and reflexively covers himself with his hands, grimacing. A creature resembling a huge lion emerges from the depths of the cave, still covering itself with its hands. Charlie tries to understand who is in front of him, but he gets bored, and the guy transforms into a dragon, marveling at his luck with the cat family. Charlie takes a defensive stance, but the rapidly approaching lion suddenly stops abruptly. An evil face with horns appears from behind the big cat. The girl grabs the lion by the tail and pulls it mercilessly towards herself. Asking where it ran, the creature tries to escape from her tenacious hands. Looking at her, Charlie remembers her name. Her name is Flora. And Flora angrily says that since she came here first, the territory became hers. The guy smiles, saying that there is no one's territory here, and asks what if he refuses to leave the cave to the girl. She stops terrorizing the lion and rushes straight at Charlie, replying that in that case, she will beat his face good and hard. The boy frowns as he begins fusion with the plant. Shadow Vine, and is enveloped in a poisonous green color, a harbinger of the death rain. The vine begins to grow, wrapping itself around the still-standing male body, and Flora keeps getting closer, calling the technology pathetic tricks, and confident that it won't help the guy. The same one, with a completely different opinion, promising to change the opponent's point of view, hits the target, provoking an explosion. Suddenly something flashes behind the girl, and she, surprised and frightened, turns around. With one sure move, Charlie cuts off the horn as it flies back, warning its owner that next time he will aim for the neck. Flora's eyes widen in surprise and the realization that she has lost. She admits her loss, and allows Charlie to take the lion, but the guy says that he doesn't need the lion, he came for the flame crystals. Flora says that in that case she will take it for herself and suggests that they join forces after that. But the guy ignores these words. Clouds are starting to gather in the sky. The undead stand near the entrance to the cave and look at the energy source that is beginning to form and rapidly increase in size. Flora asks if Charlie is his creator, and he says that among his creatures there is no one with such a suffocating aura. But soon the owner of the creature appears, and at first the student's attention is drawn to a huge red-clawed foot. Following her, her owner, the iron-blooded demon, emerges from the haze. He screams at the top of his lungs that he can smell his enemy, pointing at Charlie and intending to wash away the shame with his blood. The guy fuses with the golden dragon grass and Flora runs away. After completing the process, Charlie uses an ability called Golden Dragon's Breath, which envelops the enemy in heat. But he doesn't care. He releases his demonic aura, his mouth wide open and his red eyes flashing angrily. Charlie's next attack is Phantom Flash. He is helped by Flora, who appears nearby again, breathing fire at the monster. The boy notices that the fire is effective and summons the Divine Hammer. To do this you have to spend a Source of the Universe card, but it is a necessary measure. A moment later, a red orc blacksmith appears in the arena with his beloved weapon. Pointing his finger at the demon, Charlie asks his protege to destroy it. Divine Hammer looks at its master carefully, taking in the order. He, as always, is ready to fulfill it, unquestioningly following the will of his great god. This can be seen just by his eyes. The orc begins to emit streams of more powerful aura as he prepares for the upcoming attack. The demon overtakes the creature in front, calling it a pathetic servant and telling it to die. But the red orc also completes the attack and rushes forward along with the formed snakes, their jaws rapaciously opening at the enemy. Something resembling stone icicles flies at the same time from the direction of the enraged demon. But the attacks of the hammer snakes prove more effective to the point that the demon asks him to stop them, for his body is riddled with holes. But Hammer doesn't even think about stopping, jumping into the air and wanting to deliver the final blow surrounded by snakes. A big explosion envelops space. Charlie is delighted for his charge, praising him and saying that he never doubted him, and asking him to keep up the good work. And Hammer takes this phrase literally, continuing to strike the enemy with his impressive weapon. This goes on for a very long time, but for some reason the demon's soul is not destroyed. Charlie cannot leave him here in this state. He comes up with the idea of asking the collector to absorb her, but the demon begins to ask for mercy on his soul in exchange for loyalty. Charlie approaches the creature's flatbread closer, saying that he cannot believe until a contract is made. The demon agrees. The guy immediately finds the necessary documents in the system and enters what he needs into the empty fields. He doesn't intend to waste time. He giggles maliciously, and Flora, who is watching all this, notices that her classmate is behaving worse than the most notorious swindler. Blue threads of energy cut through the air, and the system notifies of the successful conclusion of the contract. Charlie asks his slave about his abilities, and he replies that he can turn a body into metal and cause corrosion even on living things. But even after hearing this, the guy believes that his new creature has more disadvantages than advantages, and the first of them is the fear of fire. Then the demon says that he can become a weapon, thanks to his corrosion. Any weapon that comes into contact with it will rust. Charlie likes this. He orders the demon to begin, and it transforms into a powerful sword, letting out a sigh of relief. Charlie smiles. He had wanted a sword for a long time. It turns out the demon turned up at the right time, and now the guy can continue his hunt. A few days later, a man crouched closer to the ground, afraid to even look up at the army of undead. He intends to immediately report everything to the city lord, because the army consists of 500,000 warriors. Sometime later, the local ruler almost screams in shock, struck by the report of a 500,000-strong army of undead. The witness, continuing to bow at the feet of the ruler, once again confirms his words. The lord understands that he is losing. His army is far inferior to the undead. If they decide to attack the city, nothing will remain of him. The lord gives orders to immediately send messages asking for help to the nearest cities, and his subordinates rush to carry them out. The next day, reinforcements arrive in the city. The army grows, but still does not outnumber the undead. The Lord is confident that they now have every chance of victory. The forces of the Holy Court have always been renowned for their effectiveness. He delivers a fiery speech to his renewed army, giving the order to defend the homeland and stop the enemy. He himself goes into battle armed and on horseback, wanting to inspire the warriors with his own example. Charlie and Flora are sitting under a huge tree. The guy is informed by his representative about the approaching army of people. The guy is inspired, happy that they decided to meet him after all. The girl looks around at her classmate in bewilderment. Charlie repeats the information that was reported to him and offers to join him. The girl sees a catch in this. Nevertheless, she agrees, and a little later both preparatory class students are sitting in ambush. The guy says that he likes Flora's fighting spirit, finding it cute. The girl, embarrassed, tells him to take his hands off, he needs to concentrate. Numerous rows of horsemen are getting closer and closer. Charlie orders his skeleton army to leave the ambush. They do so, and the people seeing the undead become frightened, giving a hasty order to raise their shields. The warriors scream in fear, trying to retreat with their backs. They regret that they got involved in this matter, realizing that they found themselves in an ambush. The undead are right inside the locust swarm, their lipless teeth snapping menacingly. While the rank-and-file skeletons fight on the ground, the resurrectionist flies higher, looking out for its potential victims. He is ready, at the right moment, to raise the dead from the bodies of murdered people. With a determined look, the Lord orders the priests to do their part of the job. They immediately surround him, carrying out his plan. The skeletons immediately begin to feel the influence of divine power. Charlie is puzzled, considering the first priority to get rid of the priests. He guessed that they would appear. Suddenly, Flora bursts forward again with her horns in a swift flash, her gaze focused and serious. But Charlie isn't going to sit back either, taking the form of a black dragon and rushing after the girl. And she already appears near the priests, disrupting their perfect formation and causing them to fly apart in different directions. And Charlie destroys enemies even from a decent distance with a flash of his blade, tearing their clothes to shreds. The students stand with their backs to each other, and the dragon boy, stretching his hand forward, uses suppression. The skeletons rush forward with renewed vigor, stunning and destroying the enemy in hot pursuit. One of the soldiers returns to his lord, bringing bad news. The people have been defeated, and the undead army continues to advance. Watching the events from a height, the ruler realizes that they have lost and gives the order to begin a full evacuation. After the capture, Charlie is disappointed. He expected much more, which cannot be said about the extremely pleased Flora. The guy melancholically notes the girl's joy out loud and puts forward a guess as to why this is so, and then suggests dividing the runes. He notes that he has 4 slots for runes, but considers the runes he received weak and decides to give them to creatures. Flora is happy to choose the rune. She is glad that she is one step closer to getting her first monarch, and thanks Charlie. He winks at his classmate, generously allowing himself not to be thanked. Flora's cheeks turn red as she finds the boy funny and begins to understand why Cayenne likes him. In another city, the ruler is stunned, unwilling to believe that an undead army has captured his neighbor. The subject confirms these words and says that the disaster has affected 4 entire nearby cities, and the army of the undead is growing. The ruler jumps up from his seat, ordering that the archbishop be brought to him, and also that the king of the elves, minotaurs, and werewolves be contacted. A little later, a meeting of the aforementioned takes place at a round table. The kings of the elves and werewolves are ready to unite and attack. The king of men is glad that they were able to come to a common opinion so quickly, and is confident that with their combined efforts they will be able to destroy the dead. The woman tells the man she is sitting on that his father is going to unite with representatives of other races and priests. The guy's eyes widen in surprise, but he doesn't show any other signs of anger, because he understands perfectly well who the intruder could be. Rumors about the number of creatures in the ranks of a classmate make Chaz think about friendship and uniting with Charlie. Thanks to this girl's hints, he finally understood how he could become a demigod. And first of all, he needed an impressive army. Chaz believes that in order to become a demigod of this world, he needs to master a special runic word. The problem is that even the royal family doesn't have it, and the guy doesn't know where, in principle, he can find it. Chaz sees the only way out as joining forces with Charlie. Only through joint efforts can they obtain the necessary word. The girl asks what he is thinking about, because she is talking to him, and tells him that the elf queen will come to her father tomorrow. The guy comes to his senses, finally returning from his thoughts, and says that no elf queen can compare to the princess's beauty. He sets himself the following goal, because he believes that there is not a single woman in the world with whom he cannot cope. He grabs the girl by the waist, and now she ends up on the bottom, giggling and noting her partner's depravity. Charlie's surprised voice carries over the city, repeating the words about the union of the 4 kingdoms and the Holy Church. Flora looks at her interlocutor gloomily, asking what he was surprised about, since he has a huge army. He agrees, but only partially. It's not about quantity, but about quality. The skeleton army is weak. They can only overwhelm with numbers, so it will be quite troublesome. The source intervenes in the conversation. He has another idea, but the price also does not change. Divinity must be at stake. Charlie asks to share at least part of the idea, because otherwise he will not be able to understand whether it is worth wasting or not. The source knows some words. Charlie asks which ones, but the entity refuses to say until it receives its payment. Having thanked the owner, he shares with him, but only whispering in his ear. Hearing them, Charlie thinks that this might actually work. And Flora, noticing the change in her classmate, asks about her. The guy's gaze becomes sly. He says that soon she will see everything for herself. The locusts are approaching the Alliance army, and the warriors are going to destroy them. Realizing that they, like the undead, serve the same ruler. They start swinging their swords in the air, and some manage to cut through the small bodies. The people are inspired, but a suspicious black fog begins to swirl around the locusts, and the warriors become frightened. And for good reason, mushrooms immediately begin to grow on them. Men pluck them, but it doesn't help much. At that very moment they are surrounded by dark hordes, and people become even more frightened. The undead mixed with locusts are getting closer and closer. Charlie can't help but notice that it turned out even better than he expected. The mushrooms, the Black Death, became even more effective. He smirks, believing it was worth his investment and effort. And the source echoes nearby, all thanks to the effect of the word he shared. And this word was a mid-level rune, Plague, which imposes an effect on the body that makes every cell become a carrier of the plague. Standing on a hill, Charlie gives his troops the order to go into battle. The archers release their deadly arrows. Thanks to the Black Death and the locusts, he managed to defeat the first units of the Union Army and acquire 5 skeleton heroes. The king asks if anyone has any ideas, because if they keep losing people and retreating, there will be nothing left of the kingdom. The man is furious, believing that this cannot be allowed to happen. One of the council members suggests that the only option left is peace, and the king asks with whom, in his opinion, they should negotiate. The question is good, because the opponent has not shown himself during all this time. The door opens, interrupting the council. A smiling Chaz enters the hall with the princess and the elf queen, asking to be given the opportunity to negotiate. The werewolf king doesn't believe in him, believing that the guy has never been to war, since he will be able to negotiate with the Lord of the Undead. The bishop is angry, glaring at the young man and asking who even let the princess's favorite in here. And Chess himself, looking point blank at the representatives of different races who don't believe in him, smiles slyly. The princess enters the conversation, putting pressure on her father, and asking if he doesn't believe his daughter's words, since she has confidence in this man. The Elven Queen also vouches for Chaz's intelligence, saying that she will cast her vote in favor of his candidacy. The king notes that they have no other options anyway, so he suggests giving this young man a chance. Sometime later, the blonde enters the territory of the skeleton army and confidently moves towards his classmate. Seeing him, Charlie grins, saying that he didn't expect to meet him here. They hug like good friends, and Chess says that he has come here to propose a truce on behalf of the Union of 4 states. Charlie grins and says that he is ready to stop his mighty army only if the price is right. Chess confirms that this is exactly what he came here for, and his interlocutor voices a list of what he wants to get, most of which concerns runes. The blonde, smiling slyly, sums up, voicing how much of what the kingdom can provide to the usurper. He continues by saying that the elves will pay more than the humans, and the werewolves and minotaurs with the church will quadruple everything. The young man does not want to offend the Elven Queen, because he will still have dealings with her, so he dumps most of it on the latter. Charlie says he agrees to these terms, and a slightly puzzled Chess promises that there will be no problems. He shares information about achieving demigod status with a classmate, and he agrees to work together. Ches leaves to hand over the terms, and Charlie says that if he refuses, he will raze everything to the ground. It's not the first time he's done this. The king of the Minotaurs is perplexed as to how his kingdom and the werewolf can fulfill their agreement, as they simply do not have that many rewards. Ches suggests replacing the items with something equally valuable, such as information about ancient relics or divinity points. The Elven Queen asks why her people had to pay so much, and only the humans have little. The guy has an excuse. The human princess says that her father asked her to convey that he agrees to the conditions. Ches flirts with her and asks if she wants to personally reward him for his bravery, and she, embarrassed, agrees. A bishop enters the room with complaints. Not only does he dislike the conditions, he says that his order will never bow to the darkness. Ches smiles sweetly, saying that his job is simply to pass on information. The kings of the Minotaurs and werewolves agree with the priest. They want to try to fight, and in case of failure, they are ready to pay off. In previous clashes, The church did not use its elite, so losses on their side were minimal. But the leader prepared for the upcoming battle by summoning the core of the Holy Land, 3 whole legions of the Holy Church. These warriors came close to receiving the title of demigods, never suffered defeat, and never let down the bishop. The head of the church is angry, vowing to stop the followers of death who have come to the Holy Land. Charlie scouts out the area and notes that almost all the buildings are reinforced with light crystals that are harmful to skeletons. He is convinced that the Patriarch has indeed called up all his elite troops. But fortunately, Chess told him about this in advance. Charlie grins in displeasure, noting that the light crystals are indeed annoying him. Because of them, the Harbor of Light turned into an impregnable place. It's good that the guy ordered the undead to simply surround the city. He thinks that it would be ideal to create a breach and plunge the harbor into chaos. And an idea comes to the young man's mind. After ingesting the special seeds, Charlie activates plant fusion, causing a giant vine to instantly sprout from the ground. She entangles the guy, penetrating his body and illuminating the space green. Charlie smiles. He is about to try out a technique that has come to mind, and shoots burst out of the young man's hand. They become longer and thicker, and then move upward, directed by the will of the owner. Charlie smiles contentedly. He likes the result. The power of the ghost vine exceeded his expectations. He decides it's time to have some fun with the holy men and rushes forward with anticipation. One of the priests, hearing strange sounds behind him, looks over his shoulder and is surprised to see Loza. He and his colleague ask who Charlie is, and instead of answering, he waves his sword with a satisfied look. He rushes forward, jumping in the air and flying straight towards the church ministers. They gasp in fear. One even instinctively covers himself with his hand to protect himself, either from the vine or from its owner. But the plant manages to catch the wrist through the clothes. The priest begins to emit filth, and his companion orders him to immediately use cleanse, but it does not work. Warriors rush to the scene. One of them offers to capture the troublemaker. He leaps into the air with his powerful weapon, trying to bring it down on Charlie's head. For a while he stands there, motionless, with only a smile on his face, while the blade approaches menacingly. But at the last moment the young man dodges the blow, and the huge axe only hits the tile, leaving the attacker wondering where he went. And the disappearance is announced by delivering a fatal blow to the man's stomach with his blade. Tearing his gaze away from the corpse at his feet, Charlie notices another warrior approaching him. The guy grins, continuing to stand under the approaching axe. Like last time, a sense of déjà vu arises. But he decides to add some variety to the events by appearing not in front of, but behind, the enemy. Charlie strikes, and the warrior collapses, clutching his stomach, and a foul smell begins to emanate from him. Charlie turns to his now invisible opponent, smiling as he notices that he is the only one left. This warrior is different from all the previous ones. He is enveloped in a golden glow, and in his hand, instead of an axe, he holds a pike. Charlie winces, noticing that the opponent is stronger, as is the surrounding holy aura that resists death energy. And from behind, 2 priests appear, one of whom shouts that they have a chance and wants to stop the enemy. Charlie smirks as he turns around, deciding that since he can't reach the warrior with the pike, he'll finish off his support. But the man under protection doesn't want to feel useless either, attacking the guy from behind, and several more priests join them. There is a roar nearby, and the wall of one of the buildings collapses, spitting out a stream of filth. Along with him, corpses engulfed in it, dressed in priestly robes, fall out onto the platform, the filth dancing on them like tongues of flame. Charlie smiles, calling for Loza to help and noting that it's time to get started. He sends his loyal army of skeletons into attack, and they begin to move towards the city in a special formation. A squad of armed soldiers awaits at the gate, but this does not stop the undead. In the battle for the harbor, about 2 million followers of the church perish, and 3 holy legions are completely destroyed. However, they still manage to significantly reduce the number of the undead army. Charlie loses 15 million of his fearless warriors. A voice comes from within the building, its owner believing that such a large number of losses were beyond his expectations. The bishop lowers his head guiltily, admitting his mistake, because of him the Holy Order suffered catastrophic losses. The man is confused as to whether he should continue to fight, or whether it would be better to admit defeat. An interlocutor enters the room and says that he is ready to help the man fight off an attack by the undead. The priest is frightened, asking who is here besides him, and, turning sharply, sees a grinning tart. Warriors of light try to patch up their wounds during the temporary lull and clear away the rubble, but their joy does not last long. One of the soldiers, seeing the enemy, reports that the undead are attacking again. Charlie gives a merciless order to kill everyone. Sometime later, the undead fill the nearby streets of the city. The skeletons push forward, destroying everyone in their path. A projection of the bishop appears ahead. She frowns, calling the undead pathetic, and she is puzzled. The patriarch suggests stopping voluntarily. Perhaps in that case God will agree to stop his righteous judgment and spare him. The undead are perplexed not only by these words, but something appears in front of them. A squad of Tart's warriors appears before the army of the dead, and then his voice is heard, filled, as usual, with arrogance. Charlie frowns at the enemy creatures, calling them copperheads. He doesn't want to believe that the local patriarch has united with his enemy. Meanwhile, the Steel Knights are roaming the battlefield with all their might, destroying the skeletons one after another in a variety of ways. The priests are inspired by such heroism and join the creatures of their savior, wishing to banish the undead once and for all. Charlie's patience runs out and he decides to summon the Bone Giant. He falls from the sky immediately, and surrounded by the filth that strengthens him, attacks the enemy. It doesn't take much of his effort to break the knights. They die just like the little undead a little earlier. But behind the wreckage of the Steel Knights, a dark shadow with a red eye appears, and then they, swirling, disappear into its crater. A moment later, the combined knight rushes at the Bone Giant, landing the first blow and pushing it back. The Patriarch orders Tartu to continue releasing his Steel Knights. No matter how many sources it takes, the order will provide. The guy smirks contentedly, expressing understanding. Once again, the horde of Steel Knights rushes to attack. The guy remembers his negotiations with the Patriarch about providing the sources. At first, he was wary of the stranger, but Tart decided to take the man by manipulation, pressing on the most painful part, the fear of the merciless lord of the undead. The Patriarch walks through the streets, preceded by several priests of lower rank, who exterminate the undead at his command. Charlie realizes that if things continue like this, he will lose his entire army, in which case it would be wiser to retreat. He does so, giving orders to each of his warriors. The skeletons gather behind their master, looking back. Flora asks what Charlie will do next, since the Order of Light has secured Tart's support and is under the protection of his knights. Charlie is angry, regretting that he did not deal with his classmate earlier, and the girl notes that the situation has changed not in their favor. The Minotaurs and werewolves, seeing the church's success, began to fawn over it, but the guy plans to deal with them later. A skeleton comes up to them and says that the human king has sent a messenger to them. Charlie is surprised. He has a bad feeling, but the guy still asks to bring the envoy to him. Ches says that the king agrees to the conditions and asks not to attack. The interlocutor notes that he turned out to be wiser than the others. The blonde smiles slyly, wondering what his classmate intends to do with this holy order. The answer is a temporary lull. Charlie is going to deal with the other enemies for now. Ches joins in, also sharing that he has come across the trail of what they are looking for. Charlie finishes his preparations and leads his slightly thinned army of skeletons straight to the werewolf kingdom. The war lasts only 5 days, as the werewolves have no effective weapons against the rebirth of the undead and the Black Death. They quickly die, unable to fight off the enemy invasion. The result of the battle is that the army of skeletons is replenished with 12 million werewolves. The kingdom of werewolves itself completely disappears from the face of this world. Charlie stands before the king of the Minotaurs with a superior smile, and the latter, falling to his knees, promises to do whatever he asks. Smiling contentedly and folding his arms across his chest, the boy notes that all 10 rune words he was given belong to the highest category. But his capabilities in this regard are limited, and he will have to choose only the most useful ones. He makes his choice by touching the words with his fingers. The guy's choice falls on the Emperor, War Fury, Nature, and a rune that improves all attributes by 500%. Charlie flies into the air in a blue-violet tornado, feeling like he has become much stronger. The supreme runes are a completely different level. Smiling with anticipation, he orders his undead to attack Light's Haven, intending to wash away the shame of last time. Ready to carry out absolutely any order of its god, the army immediately forms up and moves from its place, raising its weapons. Charlie's gaze turns serious at the memory of Tart. He is firmly convinced that his classmate will not get away with it this time. Having reached the Harbor of Light, he and Chess look around in surprise. There is no one around. An undead bodyguard stands nearby, just in case. The blonde is the first to speak up. He can't believe there's not a soul around and wonders what could have happened here. Charlie is also puzzled. He approaches one of the bodies to examine and says that it looks like these people were beaten with fists. Suddenly he hears a strange, weak voice mentioning the Steel Knights, and he turns around abruptly. Ches also doesn't want to stay on the sidelines and echoes his classmate, and amazement freezes on both their faces. A voice comes from around the corner, addressing Charlie with a question, asking if he is the Lord of the Undead. Following the sound, the boy finds the source of the voice and sees the bishop lying face down on the ground, blood splattered around him. Both young men run up to the patriarch, and one of them impatiently asks where Tart is, while the other watches the unpleasant picture in silence. The man replies that his former ally left after emptying the Holy Order's treasury, At the same time, the guy took away all the sources of dimension and ordered his creatures to kill all the servants. The priest is thirsty for revenge. Ches looks at him with disapproval, noticing that the man himself let this wild wolf into his house. But these words hang in the air without an answer. The priest breathes his last, and some things become clear to Charlie. The Order did not react to the invasion of the werewolf kingdom in any way, because by that time it had been destroyed. Ches thinks it's too late to do anything, but Charlie isn't going to leave this place empty-handed. He wants to at least take the light crystals. One of the guys thinks that it is better not to let down one's guard, since it is unknown how many traps are hidden in these ancient ruins. A rune appears before the treasure hunters in a pink light, around which several transparent spheres, enveloped in the same color, float. Ches explains that he asked his creatures to mark all the important places in advance, so they wouldn't have to go blind. In other areas, there are arrows highlighted in blue, indicating a safe direction, but something goes wrong. Ches turns around sharply, sensing something was wrong before his companion, and tells him to take care of himself. A silhouette appears next to them. The thing that appears before them outnumbers the students by almost 2.5 times, and they all pay attention so as not to get confused. Something takes the form of a ball and begins to spin rapidly, choosing Charlie as its target, who jumps aside in time. The guy's gaze is determined. He uses the highest rune, Emperor, increasing all of his skills by 100. The creature jumps out of the round form, standing in front of the man at full height. Noticing this, Ches praises his classmate, admiring the fact that he mastered the power of the highest rune so quickly. He really likes the Emperor's aura. They successfully manage to deal with the creature, and the guys continue on their way. 2 guards, similar to the previous one, now appear on the path, and Charlie uses another higher rune, Nature. It allows communication with any creature, and he addresses the couple, saying that they are not here to destroy and plunder, but for a test. But the creatures don't react, leaving Charlie with no choice, and he jumps into the air, deciding to achieve his goal in a different way. He generates energy in his hand and attacks the guard standing in front of him, who is thrown back by the force of the blow. Another one appears on the way, and Charlie, using enlargement, becomes several times larger, equal to the thug. He strikes his opponent in the chest with a sweeping motion, his gaze sharp and focused. But an unpleasant surprise awaits the guy. 3 more guards appear on his path, and he is momentarily at a loss, frozen in indecision. Ches sighs regretfully, expressing his disappointment out loud. He had expected that the rivals had dried up. The boys stand motionless in front of the guards, and one of the creatures decides to take the initiative into its own hands, giving in to the uninvited guests. This time, Charlie decides to deal with things differently. He calls the Skeleton Knights, who immediately appear before their master. Ches also doesn't want to stay on the sidelines, calling on his creatures to help. Several foxmen appear behind the guy. Both creatures rush at the guards at the wave of their owner's hands and begin to attack, while the latter take a defensive position. As he retreats, Ches praises himself for deciding to take Charlie with him. Without his classmate, he could have simply been wiped out. Entering a room with islands, above which rise energy clots with runes, Ches says that this is the very miracle they were looking for. If they can pass the tests prepared for them, they will not only ascend to the rank of demigods, but also receive the corresponding rune words. A loud sound is heard from behind and, turning around, the students notice that the door leading back to the exit is locked. With no turning back now, Charlie suggests they begin the first test, and Ches, with a sly smile, rushes forward. He rushes straight to the rune that he has chosen for himself, believing that it is the best fit for him. Disappearing into the portal and waving goodbye to his classmate with a foxy smile, Ches also advises him not to linger. Charlie frowned, feeling slightly displeased that his companion had chosen his challenge so quickly. But almost immediately his mind cools down. The guy approaches the portal he chose himself. It's time for him to begin his test. Charlie finds himself on cracked, windswept land with rocky terrain. These lands are engulfed by the curse of hunger, and to survive here you will have to constantly eat something. The guy's stomach rumbles indignantly, confirming, and he thinks that the name for the curse is appropriate. But he is not going to die of hunger. He tries to contact his divine sphere, but the attempt fails, and the thought arises that in this dimension, this possibility is blocked. Behind him, the guy notices 2 suspicious dark shadows, and becomes wary, wondering what they are. The answer comes quickly. The silhouettes belong to the starving, undead born from those who died of hunger. This could be a problem. This dimension is empty. Charlie assumes that the creatures standing before him are not only enemies, but also food. The starving people are not going to silently look at the uninvited guest and rush at him, seizing the right moment. The guy is saved by the undead who arrive in time. One of the Skeleton Knights cuts off the enemy's right limb, capturing part of the body. Charlie takes seeds out of his inventory, and filling them with his energy, throws them into the air in the desired direction. They sink into the soil, sparkling with the divine power they are filled with, and soon a green sprout emerges from the ground. The seeds grow into a dahlia flower and dragon grass, forming a combined ghost vine with Charlie sitting in the center. He admits that he is capable of murder, but not of cannibalism. The guy wants to summon plants to saturate his body with nutrients. At this time, his undead will take care of the starving ones to ensure his own safety. The guy's gaze is determined. Charlie can clearly sense the suffocating aura emanating from the local undead, but decides to trust his creatures. He decides to hibernate and remain in this state for 30 days, because the energy costs here are astronomical. But there is still concern, although one would like to hope that nothing serious will happen during this time. Somewhere else, houses are smoking. The Steel Knights walk over the debris sticking out on the ground, crushing everything in their path and flashing their terrifying red eyes. Tart stands over the fallen body and rejoices in his victory. The kingdom of people now belongs to him too. His Steel Knights destroyed all obstacles in the path of their god, such as the Holy Order and the kingdoms of minotaurs and humans. The guy grins slyly, believing that the Elven Kingdom will not be able to maintain its magical barriers for long. Soon it too will be destroyed. There is a heavy tread, and the Steel Knights are bringing someone to the master, holding her by the hands on both sides. This girl, Flora. Tart pretends that this is a surprise for him, and touches the girl's cheek with his hand. Saying that now she belongs to him too, she threatens. The guy's face turns angry. He says that Charlie will not come to her aid because he will not return alive from another dimension, or will become very weak. Turning around and smiling slyly, Tart orders his classmate locked in the dungeon, but she says he won't get away with it. One of the creatures reports that Lily has pushed Cyan back to the mountain gorge on the border of the kingdom, as his master ordered. Tart smiles even crazier. He didn't expect anything less from his classmate, because she's a sucker for money and is ready to do anything for it. Clenching his fist triumphantly, the student promises that this time Kian will not leave him. Somewhere in the mountains a loud explosion is heard, scattering rock fragments into the air and smoke enveloping the surrounding area. The Steel Knights fight other creatures that resemble stone golems with crystalline inclusions. Cyan, watching the battle from the sidelines, sees this as an opportunity for herself, as this way she can escape in the confusion. Another explosion is heard nearby, and the girl looks up in confusion, trying to find the source with her eyes. She doesn't understand what's happening. A smiling Tart appears nearby and, approaching Kian, says that now she doesn't have to worry about anything. He drove away the enemy. The girl thanked her classmate in a crumpled voice, and he, smiling slyly, said that it wasn't worth it, that it was worth nothing to him. Cyan turns to face his bird, about to leave, and Tart is taken aback, asking the obvious question if she's going to leave. He comes closer to her, not intending to let her go, since he spent a lot of money on this scene, and offers to join forces to overthrow the remaining ones. Tart and Lily discuss their deal. The girl asks to transfer the rest of the promised amount, and the guy promises to do it after one more favor. She must let her classmate destroy his army of stone giants with the Steel Knights. The girl notes that this is not what they agreed on, and the guy begins to blackmail her, threatening to kill the army in an even more shameful manner. Lily tries to save at least some of her honor by asking to take away at least half of the army, and sets the condition of doubling the other half of the promise. She can't just refuse, but if her classmate agrees to these conditions, the deal will still be successful, and he agrees. With a slight strain, Kian, being polite, says that she appreciates Tart's efforts and help, but she has her own ideas and goals. The guy acts meanly, lying that his blood demon has already killed Charlie, whom the girl wanted to find. She frowns. Cian can't stand slander against a person she cares about and parries the cruel words, "The guy couldn't die so easily." Tart tries to object to her, but the girl adamantly says that she does not intend to continue this conversation, and says goodbye to her interlocutor. But he doesn't let his classmate leave so easily. The girl's golden bird is snatched by several Steel Knights. Cyan, frowning angrily, turns to Tartu asking what he is doing, and he threatens, saying that he is now the strongest here. Golden feathers fly through the air and the boy lifts the girl above him by the throat, telling her to stop resisting. Tears well up in the girl's eyes, and with all her strength she begs Charlie to come to her aid and save her. The boy screams and opens his eyes in the arms of his plants, realizing that what he just saw was nothing more than a dream. But he is interested in how Kian is actually doing. They haven't seen each other for a long time, and then he glances at his hand and realizes that he has lost a lot of weight. The local undead continue to battle his own, and their master emerges from his makeshift lair. A sly smile appears on the guy's face when he realizes that 30 days have flown by so quickly. The highest rune, Hunger, comes into play, allowing the owner to take control of the energy exchange of creatures. Smiling, the guy looks at her, burning blue and blue in his hand, and a moment later he feels his body fill with a strange, previously unknown energy. The smile on his lips becomes jubilant. Charlie finally reaches the rank of demigod. He looks at his hands, unable to believe it. The guy thinks it's time to get down to business and takes his undead with him, entering the portal. Frowning, Charlie reaches out his hand towards the exit of this unwelcoming dimension. Landing on solid ground and looking at the new energy, the guy wants to check how the increase in rank affected his performance. He's upset. They only gave him one new divine ability. Luckily, they at least raised his natural-born warrior rank. But that's not important now. The main thing is that he managed to obtain the title of demigod in the outer world. The guy can't wait to absorb divinity. Something alarms him, and Charlie glances back to where a portal is beginning to form out of nowhere. Soon a familiar blonde head appears from the portal, and Charlie's eyes widen at the sight of it, and he steps back. Ches falls onto his friend's lap, and with a dizzy head, lifts his finger up, saying that it seems he has become a demigod. Charlie notes that his classmate completed the test faster than he expected, but he's no use in his current state. He advises his friend to get some sleep and, in proud solitude, heads to the steps. It seems to him that someone has come. Lily gives an order to her creatures. They engage in a fight with the guards of this place. The stone colossus rushes into battle. Charlie emerges from the cave, asking his classmate, who is surprised by his appearance, what she is doing there. But the girl is happy. She says that she has information about Cyan, and the exchange for it will cost 10,000 dimension sources. The guy immediately gives his interlocutor the required amount, and rushes her with an answer, and she is seriously surprised. Lily is angry with herself, believing that she should have asked for more, but admits that Cyan is now locked up, and she herself cannot free herself from captivity. A classmate shares a more precise location, also saying who exactly is the one who captured Cyan. Charlie is outraged. He transforms into a black dragon and sets off in search of his friend, looking for her wherever he can. Finally, the boy finds the first clue, the dead bodies of his classmates' storm sparrows. He closes his eyes and concentrates, wanting to find traces of Cyan's aura. Something is fishy. Charlie is gritting his teeth in anger. He can't catch the girl's aura at all. Suddenly, something behind him catches his attention. A lightning-fast blue flash flashes past, and the guy turns around sharply. A golden feather flies past, and Charlie realizes that its owner is the golden storm sparrow. The guy approaches the cliff and looks down, and an unpleasant sight appears before his eyes. The Steel Knights of Tartu are using all their strength to hold back the golden storm sparrow Cyan, who is trying to escape with his last strength. Charlie rushes forward, activating the highest rune, the Emperor's aura. The seal is placed on his body, filling it with energy. One of the Steel Knights turns sharply, leaving the bird alone, and, having transformed, turns his gaze to the enemy. Charlie grits his teeth in barely contained anger and moves on to more decisive action. He activates a unique rune, Hunger, causing the attacking and already exhausted Steel Knight to fall to his knees. The Golden Storm Sparrow glances sideways at his assistant in amazement and pushes away the enemy creatures holding him. Charlie flies up to the bird and growls angrily, ordering him to take him to Kian. They can't waste time. Sparrow is puzzled. Sometime later, they are already heading to rescue the girl. The guy is sitting on the back of the bird already in his ordinary form. The gaze involuntarily catches sight of a small cave with a burning interior, and the bird and the flyer head straight there. A man's hand pulls the clothes off a woman's shoulder. Kian asks his tormentor to let her go. Tart looms over the girl with a platonic smile, continuing his actions and asking if Kian is tired of playing hard to get. Charlie, who had arrived just in time, tossed a stone into the air and sent it flying towards the tyrant with ill-concealed anger. The stone hits Tart's head from behind, and the guy's face distorts in bewilderment. He hasn't even had time to fully feel the pain yet. Holding the back of his head, he turns around in shock towards the exit, asking who dared to enter here without his permission. The boy's eyes widen at the sight of a familiar face, and he asks in bewilderment how this is possible, since he thought Charlie was dead. The latter can no longer contain his rage, and rushing towards his classmate strikes him, threatening to kill him. Tart, wiping the blood from his face, expresses joy that he will be able to get rid of his rival with his own hands. But Charlie has a different opinion on this matter. He activates a unique rune, Hunger, which appears directly above the target, absorbing its juices. Tart falls to his knees and clutches his stomach, grimacing. He begins to feel an unimaginable hunger and wonders why. Due to the effort he put into maintaining consciousness and focus, beads of sweat roll down the guy's face, and Charlie approaches, drilling his opponent with a merciless gaze. A red aura begins to form around the latter. Unable to contain himself any longer, Tart folds in half, spilling the contents of his stomach onto the ground. Raising his head to his classmate with the last of his strength, he squeezes out the words, denying that he has become a demigod. With cold determination, Charlie raises his sword, saying that the demon that Tart sent for his soul has become his humble slave. The swordsman says that he will now allow the demonic power to be tested on the enemy and swings. The latter's eyes widen. Having punished the enemy, Charlie approaches Kian and kneels next to her, hugging her and telling her that it's all over. The girl, her clothes slightly torn, looks at her savior with embarrassment and thanks him with all her heart. Charlie carries his classmate out of the cave and is met with a heartbreaking sight of the Steel Knights. Now that Tart is gone, his creatures can find no trace of him and become nothing more than puppets without a puppeteer. Charlie stands on the back of the Golden Storm Sparrow, not letting go of the latter's owner from his embrace, and they leave this place. Charlie asks Cian how she feels. She is already better. She asks in turn if the guy really became a demigod. Charlie confirms this, and the girl expresses her sincere congratulations and joy on his behalf. He offers Cyan his help so that she too can rise, but the girl expresses concern about whether the dimension sources will be enough. The guy reminds us of the abandoned lands of this world, and, smiling, suggests trying our luck there. They fly over the desired mines, and Charlie offers to collect them all in order to later fish out what they need using the disintegration mechanism. An ominous roar is heard, and Kian, who noticed the source first, asks to look in the direction of the sound and her classmate. Below them stands a bear-like monster, with ultrasound-like waves radiating from its mouth throughout the area. Charlie smiles slyly, asking the creature not to growl. He says that he is not going to share the dimension ore with him. Cyan is puzzled. Turning around, the guy asks the girl to wait, and she, frowning with displeasure, asks why he should risk it alone. Cyan snaps her fingers with a satisfied look, and her birds, gathering together, begin to circle above the bear. Among the storm sparrows is the golden, and it will fearlessly dive down on an enemy creature, razor-sharp claws raised to attack. The undead Charlie comes to the aid of the sparrows, appearing as if out of nowhere, surrounding the bear from all sides and taking over with numbers. An aggressively disposed creature begins to emit an unpleasant aura, the clouds of which become almost tangible. An eerie aura surrounds the creature from head to toe, and it resolutely moves towards its kinsman standing nearby. Without thinking twice, it sinks its fangs into the bear's shoulder, and its eyes, instead of red, glow acid green. The creature does this to several more opponents, until it achieves the desired result. This is how the absorption of the sources of dimension occurs, and the satisfied students rejoice at the success of their idea. It worked perfectly. Charlie stands next to Cyan. They are surrounded by undead with spears and a golden storm sparrow. The young man begins to speak first. He notes that they will have to stay late to collect ore and extract the dimensional sources and asks if the girl minds his company. She says she doesn't mind, and Charlie's creatures begin their work, laboring for the joy of their venerable god. Cyan suggests going to the ancient ruins. They have been stuck here for 10 days, but Charlie notes that she has only just recovered from her wounds. Ches appears out of nowhere, jumping up and down cheerfully, and announcing to those present that he had slept well. Cyan is amazed. She shyly greets her classmate, who is perplexed as to when they managed to sing along and asks about their common location. Charlie shares with Ches the information he received about what the late Tart did here during their absence. When the blonde learns that his former classmate destroyed almost all the kingdoms and killed the human princess, he becomes furious. Ches is perplexed by how Tart managed to mess up everything in just a couple of months of his absence and is saddened by the memory of his princess. But he soon comes to his senses, noticing that the dead can no longer be brought back, and he was also close to the Elf Queen, which means he needs to help her. After saying goodbye to his classmates, Ches leaves them, and Cian says that she didn't know that he was so caring, and also talks about his girlfriends. The next moment, the girl expresses concern that the Tart family will take revenge on Charlie, but he is more worried about the Academy's punishment. At that very moment, a hologram of teacher Lena appears nearby. She orders the students in a stern tone to immediately return to the Academy. This is very important. The girl asks Charlie not to worry, promising that she will be there. A man's fist hits a hard surface with a deafeningly loud sound. Tart's father stands in front of Lena and points his finger at her, saying that Charlie must pay for the murder of his son, while a woman cries nearby. The guy carefully says that now is not the best time for Cian to participate in the test. Her wounds have only just healed. But the girl, smiling, says that this is not for him. She dreamed of becoming a student at the Academy, having first risen to the rank of demigod. The guy is about to say something else, but Cian silences him by placing her finger on his lips and assures him that she will be fine. Disappearing into the depths of the portal, the girl says goodbye to the guy, and they agree to return to the Academy together as soon as the test is passed. But Charlie resorts to trickery. Smiling, he orders the undead that appears nearby to protect his classmate. They nod in agreement and readily enter the portal after the girl. The guy approaches that same portal a whole month later and wonders why Cyan still hasn't emerged from it. The skeletons he sent didn't return either, and Charlie frowned and wondered if something had happened to his classmate. He realizes that there is no point in waiting any longer and takes a decisive step forward into the portal. The guy is immediately met by the already familiar guards, and the bodies of dead storm sparrows are scattered throughout the area. Charlie takes on the form of a black dragon and, with determination in his eyes, orders his enemies to get out of his way. The creatures surround and embrace the blazing purple dragon, but they are unable to contain it for long. As Charlie breaks free, he shoots upward in a spiral motion. His gaze is presented with an unusual picture in the place where an ordinary portal should have been. Touching the pink stone with his hand, Charlie realizes that the portal leading to the testing dimension is closed and cannot be opened from the outside. The guy quickly moves forward, trying to ram the stone and try to open the entrance with his elbow. Nothing works, and one can't help but think that those who have already passed the test cannot enter it again. Then Charlie tries to use 2 higher and 1 unique runes: Emperor's Aura, Nature, and Hunger. The forces begin to intertwine into one, forming an explosive mixture that is needed to destroy the portal. There is a powerful explosion. The wall collapses, forming a passage into the depths of the cave. Fog billows around, swept by clouds of wind. Finally, Charlie's gaze falls upon familiar islands with brightly lit portals, each with a rune in the center. The guy looks at them inquiringly and tries to figure out which one his classmate might have gone to. His heart beats desperately, worrying about his friend, but Charlie tells him to calm down. He just needs to find the residual traces of the girl's aura. As soon as he concentrates, one of the blue portals is illuminated by a bright flash. He literally spits out something that appears to be a girl with pink hair. It appears that she is unconscious. The guy's eyes widen at what he sees, and he can't help but say the name when he recognizes the girl as Cyan. Leaning forward and speeding up to get there in time, Charlie scoops up her friend's limp body in his arms. He asks how she feels, if she is hurt, and she opens her eyes, staring at her savior in surprise. As Charlie moves forward, his foot hits a rock and he trips, flying forward with Cyan in his arms. They freeze a few centimeters away from each other, miraculously not touching lips, an embarrassed blush playing on both their cheeks. Cyan indignantly orders her to be let go, and the guy, obediently fulfilling the request, smiles awkwardly, turning away. The girl boasts about her result, saying that she has finally broken through, and the highest rune, Thunder, appears in the air before her. The system projects an angry Lena into Charlie's view, and the Academy's leadership demands that he return immediately. The young people stand in front of the portal with determined looks, and Cyan declares that he will go with Charlie. 3 men stand in front of a large portal that has formed in the air. As soon as he noticed the movement, one of them, with an angry expression on his face, orders Charlie to be grabbed immediately. Having left the alien dimension, the guy looks ahead with a frown, but confident. The girl standing next to him is also full of determination. Cyan steps forward, shielding her classmate and defending her, saying that Tart wanted to rape her, but Charlie saved her. The parents of the murdered man intervene in the conversation, sharply asserting that these words are a blatant lie, their looks full of anger. Cyan rushes to the director, remembering that he can read her memories. There is no way she could have faked them. The man agrees, noticeably calmer, and reaches his fingers towards the girl's head, from which particles similar to pink pollen emerge. Cyan meekly relaxes, allowing a stranger to delve into his brain. If only he could justify his loved one. Having scrolled through the memories like a film reel, the director calms down completely, and Tart's parents look at him like a traitor. But the man says that Charlie will still be punished, and suspends him from classes until the official entrance exams. Cyan considers the punishment serious, but the guy reassures her he was going to rest a little anyway to establish himself as a demigod. Half a month later, Charlie stands before a hooded figure and asks to be promoted to the level of a perfect demigod. He fulfilled the conditions. He stands before the golden statue, kneeling, and waits with bated breath for the verdict, catching every ripple of air. Finally, a sign from above follows. The stone in the forehead of the golden figure sparkles like a ray of sunshine. And the next moment, Charlie is illuminated by divine light, which, in his opinion, indicates that his offering has been approved. He rises from his knees and looks with thoughtful surprise at the statue emitting tongues of flame, and asks if his rank has increased. The answer comes quickly. Now the guy, even without transforming into a black dragon, feels that he has the powers of the rank of monarch. But that's not all. Another light appears in the air, and Charlie, with a distrustful look, tries to understand its belonging and meaning. He checks his status window and marvels at the changes. His rank has reached as high as rank 5 and has been granted the soul-eating eye. Charlie becomes thoughtful and begins to talk about fusion, suggesting that his divine energy is exactly that. Surrounding himself with the necessary aura, he summons darkness, black dragon transformation, and plant fusion technique. To the above, he adds the Emperor's aura, mixing the energies into one dense lump right in front of the golden statue. The lump flies up to the creator and enters his body. A moment later, a transformed dragon man appears before the sculpture. Trying out his new powers, Charlie is once again convinced that fusion is an incredible technique, and it is not without reason that it has a unique rank. Since he can now combine not only the force, but also objects, the guy decides to try it on his creatures, summoning locusts into his hand. The little insect flutters through the air, unsuspecting, as Charlie begins to slowly feed her with his mixed aura. Moments later, something completely different appears before God, something almost 3 times larger than his own size. Charlie is convinced that he has truly become stronger, but he can't help but notice that the fusion is using up too much divine power. He goes to check something else, and small red crystals surrounded by fiery energy appear above his hand. They intertwine into one larger one, and Charlie finds a great way to earn extra divinity points. He clearly likes it, and the guy laughs contentedly, continuing his favorite column, experiments. The guard says that outsiders are not allowed into the Imperial Academy, and the man standing in front of him silently and discontentedly glares at the man. This man's name is Hugo, and he is a true god. He is angry, but forces himself to calm down, realizing that there are even gods of higher rank here. He is looking for Charlie because he took his master's thing, and is seriously thinking about a way to infiltrate the academy. Voices are heard nearby, and Hugo listens in as Tart's parents cry about how they can't just let their son's killer go. A man approaches the inconsolable parents and begins a conversation by saying that it seems fate itself brought them together. He suggests they unite. Tart's parents express their indignation to Lena, who defends the honor of her student and the academy as a whole. Hugo stands nearby. He takes out a device that looks like a smartphone and starts the process of carrying out the necessary diagnostics. The system detects Charlie standing nearby, and the man realizes with delight that this student is the very thief. Hugo understands that if he delivers it to his god, he will be generously rewarded, but he wonders how to do this. The angry parents speak inhumanely about Charlie, while Lena stoically continues to defend her student, telling the Scots to leave. Tart's father tries to do something else, but Hugo stops him, putting his hand on his shoulder. He says that they are leaving. As the door closes behind the men, Scott asks if they are going to let Charlie go unpunished, but the true god retorts. He says that from now on the boy is his concern, and the parents will only have to wait for retribution, and they leave in anger. Hugo comes closer to the door and starts peeking. He sees Lena, who asks the student to ignore her. The woman says that Tart is to blame for his own death. Charlie was only protecting a defenseless girl and himself. He asks not to worry. Lena likes this attitude. She reminds him that now the guy should focus on increasing his divine rank. She hands the student a pass to the ancient ruins of one of the outer worlds and gives him the opportunity to try his luck there. Lena advises her protege to immerse himself in the demigod competition head-on. This will be very useful in the future, and Charlie thanks him. Hugo finds the words about the ancient ruins interesting, his face expressing anticipation. As the boy passes by him with a satisfied smile, the man gives him a silent promise to meet at the designated place. Looking at the pass, Charlie is surprised to see that it can be used for one more person, and thinks that going alone would be a waste. A hologram of Tom's teacher appears in front of the boy. He greets his former student and asks how he is doing at the academy. Charlie returns the greeting and shares that he has achieved demigod status, and also offers to join him in the ancient ruins. The man is sincerely happy for his former protege, wondering when he managed to become so strong, and accepts the offer. The interlocutor rewards Tom with a bright smile and announces the time and place of a potential meeting. Charlie sits at home, excited to select relics that could serve him well in his upcoming adventure. He looks at the artifacts he has, and his gaze catches the Law of Gluttony, the Stone of Revival, and the Book of Clones. Among all the others, his attention is drawn to the 4th-level sacred artifact, Thunderbolt. Smiling serenely and resolutely clenching his fist, the guy promises himself not to give in to anyone this time. Remembering Cian, Charlie suggests that it might take months to return, during which time the girl will immerse herself in meditation. He comes to her, and the classmate asks about the purpose of the visit, and the guy shares that he will soon be leaving for the outer world, and wanted to say goodbye. The girl is perplexed why he wants to leave so soon, since they only just arrived home, and he, feeling awkward, says goodbye. Charlie turns to leave, but Cian grabs his elbow, suggesting that they walk together. The girl is glad that she postponed the meditation, because otherwise they would not have been able to say goodbye, and she is also worried. The shadow seal appears in her hands, and a smile blossoms on her face. Cyan says that although she has many limitations, she is useful. The girl gives it to Charlie, and he understands that he will definitely need it. because the rebel demands the absorption of souls through the Soul Eater. He thanks Kian for the gift, noting its extreme usefulness for himself, and the girl rewards her interlocutor with a pleasant smile. Suddenly she approaches the guy and hugs him sharply. Regretting that she cannot go with him this time and asking him to be careful, Charlie is surprised. Unable to contain the rush of feelings, the guy covers the girl's fragile shoulder with his hand, and pulling her even closer to him, kisses her. Now Kian is surprised. But the confusion doesn't last long. The student immediately responds to the kiss, closing her eyes. And Charlie is glad that the girl didn't push him away. The guy shyly pulls Kian towards him, covering her with his arms. The girl also feels awkward, but does not move away. On the contrary, she smiles. Charlie asks the girl not to worry, promising that he will return soon. And she, in turn, asks him to be careful. Both are still embarrassed. The next day, when they met at the agreed place, the boy asked the teacher, who was already there, why he had come so early. He says that he was unable to sleep properly and suggests that they move out, and Charlie begins the necessary preparations. The man bites his finger in response until it bleeds, repeating the actions of his protege. Their combined blood sprinkles the artifact, causing the process of movement to begin. The emblem bursts into flames and begins to crumble into pieces. The fragments of the object form a portal between themselves, opening its strange doors, and one of those standing in front of it offers to enter inside. On the other side is an ancient battlefield with wooden structures that look like either barns or military barracks. A man approaches Charlie and Tom and, pointing to the side, informs them that this is their temporary home. He points to a thin stick, and Charlie is outraged by the primitive conditions. The man meanwhile suggests that they contact him with any questions. Charlie gets angry, shouting after the man and asking him to provide them with another place to live. And the man, extremely pleased with himself, silently leaves. With a sweet smile, Tom suggests to his partner that they take their time, but first check what's inside. His partner doesn't change his displeased expression, but he still gives in, and together they look inside the temporary residence provided. To the younger boy's surprise, inside there is a real mansion. The space is much larger than it seemed from the outside. Charlie scrupulously says that this will do for now, and also notes that there is a real hidden cave inside. They find a reference book inside, and the boy begins to study it, sharing the knowledge he has gained with his elder. But he doesn't like the battle conditions. He can't imagine how he'll fight if the number of creatures he can summon is limited. Tom grins good-naturedly and asks the younger one to calm down. He wants to check the connection to the tent control system. Charlie actually calms down a little, exhaling heavily and trying to satisfy the former teacher's interest. Afterwards, he checks his capabilities and concludes that he will have to choose the option with the maximum number of summoned creatures. Snapping his fingers, Tom also summons his own creatures, smiling with satisfaction. The system notifies that only creatures previously summoned in the tent are subject to control. The loss is not replenished automatically. Divine title fragments can be found on the ancient battlefield, the rarest of which have increased value. Identical shards can be combined into a single title, or exchanged for other shards or tent upgrade materials. Charlie is inspired by the last part, planning to upgrade the tent once they collect the title shards. Moving forward, Tom shares information with the younger one. He studied the options for obtaining fragments. They can be obtained after defeating the deities. They are divided into ranks here. They can be distinguished by the aura under their feet. The lowest rank are deities with a white aura. It gives first-level fragments. Those with a blue aura give shards of the second level, and deities with a red aura are the most dangerous and give shards of the 5th level. Something catches Charlie's eye, and he turns a piercing gaze towards the source that interests him. He does not allow the elder to go further, stopping him with a wave of his hand and asking him to remain silent. He looks at his companion questioningly. Charlie smiles, asking Tom to look at the same thing he does. A creature is walking nearby, with a white aura visible under its feet. In the hand of this man in light clothes is a weapon that resembles either a staff or a spear, and white threads extend from his entire being. Tom notes that although the aura is white, judging by the brightness, this representative of the lower rank of deities is quite powerful. Charlie snaps his fingers with a smile, calling on his primary representative, the Dark Locust, to test the enemy's strength. The modified insect appears right there, grinning predatorily as it looks at its potential adversary. The next moment it rushes forward, ready to attack. The locust directs a dark aura at its opponent, who still wanders serenely, either unaware of the threat or unafraid. But now he holds his weapon out in front of him, his expression still as serene as before. The opponent's attack hits a hard object. The Dark Locust is amazed, as this attack breaks one of its legs, shattering into pieces. The insect gets angry, spinning around quickly and deciding to use another of its techniques. A multitude of dark fragments fly towards the white deity, and now his expression becomes puzzled. The fragments shatter into a dark energy haze and surround one of the deity's legs. The dark haze grows rapidly, absorbing the aura of its victim and entangling them in its now physical tentacles. Meanwhile, the locust is already attacking with its next attack, which it managed to prepare during the creature's confusion. The blow hits him straight in the chest, creating a hole through the humanoid body. The next moment, several pieces of fragments emerge from it, in the center of which certain runes are burning. Tom advises the younger one to collect them as quickly as possible. Even though these are fragments of the lowest level, there are 8 of them. It's a good catch. Charlie follows his elder's advice, and the flame of the Indomitable Valor title, Level 1, dances above his hand. The guy asks if this is really the divine title sealed in the fragments, and the man confirms his words. The elder explains that although this title is only of the 1st level, it has an extremely useful spell. Its value is twice as high. Charlie is glad that he invited Tom along, believing that with him the hunt will definitely go faster, and he smiles. A locust lands on the guy's finger, and he informs his partner that the insects have discovered new targets. A swarm circles around the divine beings, not allowing them to escape. They guard potential prey for their master. Charlie notes their untrustworthy appearance, believing that they are unlikely to produce as many shards as the previous deity. But Tom doesn't want to let them go just like that, saying that even a fly is meat, and several of his creatures appear next to him. Charlie doesn't mind. He smiles, calling his representatives. He agrees to destroy every single one of them. Together, Tom and his younger brother unleash a series of powerful attacks, causing the space around them to literally explode. Dying divine beings leave behind 1st-level fragments. Tom notes that there are not enough fragments. Even with 1 2nd-level fragment, it is not enough. Charlie supports him. Locust gives the guy the information again, and he shares it with his friend, with 2 unknown people behind them watching them. Charlie grins, asking the teacher not to worry. The guy is ready to teach a lesson to anyone who sets their eyes on their prey. One of the strangers tells the other that Tom and Charlie have few creatures. He considers them newbies and thinks that it will be easy to deal with them. The hunters discuss a cunning plan among themselves, wanting to observe the newcomers for a while and then rob them. Tom turns around with displeasure and suggests that the younger one return to the camp to process the title shards he received. But he asks the elder not to worry, believing that everything is under control, because the Dark Locust informs him of every step of the observers. Tom sounds like he's calming down. He even allows himself to smile, but he still looks worried. He notes to himself with a grin that his student is calming him down, and he kindly asks his children to continue in the same spirit. The Locust flies up to Charlie once again and tells him something, but now the guy's gaze becomes worried because of what he heard. He immediately informs his partner that the would-be observers have discovered a deity with a purple aura under their feet. The purple color foretells a shard of at least the 3rd level, and the friends set out to hunt, since together they have a high chance. The sand rises up in tiny particles, spreading clouds of dust throughout the area. If you look closely, you can discern in this fog-like haze the outlines on the ground, which are the defeated divine beings. One of the creatures is still alive, standing with a feather fan in its hands, and a purple aura swirling beneath its feet. Watching from his hiding place, Charlie concludes that, judging by its battered appearance, the creature has just emerged from a brutal fight. Tom notes that it destroyed several lords. The effects are similar to the Wind Elemental Master. The teacher's creatures will be able to delay him for a short time. Charlie suggests wearing him down, and the man suggests a complex strategy, but the man counters, believing that this deity is not worth it. Tom asks what their plan will be then, and the answer is a pair of black dragon man wings that shoot into the air. Charlie charges forward with a determined look, believing that a frontal attack is the best strategy at the moment. The creature, noticing an approaching enemy, raises its fan, which apparently also serves as a weapon, at the ready. The distance separating the potential opponents is insignificant, and the divine being begins to gather streams of energy around itself. Charlie puts his hands out in front of him, preparing to attack, and a mist appears beneath them with the corresponding rune in the dark center. When the smoke flies up to the divine being, almost hitting his solar plexus with a small whirlpool, he becomes lost, amazed. Charlie, meanwhile, fishes a sword out of his inventory and, firmly grasping its handle, leans forward. He rushes headlong towards the bewildered enemy, his dark blade gleaming menacingly. A powerful explosion occurs, throwing up a cloud of dust into the air and announcing the successful strike on target. Purple fragments fly from the epicenter in all directions. They also reach Charlie and Tom, who are pursuing them, and they laugh joyfully as they catch the shards, thinking they have hit the jackpot. Charlie and Tom also collect the fragments that have reached them. The Dragon Boy smiles contentedly, picking up one of them. One of the pursuers looks enviously at the couple, noting out loud that she has as many as 8 of them. His companion also looks at his enemies with hostility. but acknowledges Charlie's strength, reminding him of the danger of facing him. He suggests to his partner that they leave, since they have already received several level 3 fragments without any losses or effort. But they fail to do this. A large black shadow with outstretched wings falls onto the ground on which they stand. Charlie is furious, speaking openly about the audacity of these people and how they dared to take what is rightfully his. But men don't want to give back so easily what they took. They present less than sensible arguments in their favor. Smiling, Charlie notices that his interlocutors do not value their lives and sharply raises his right hand. He deals a dragon strike to his opponents, materializing a huge shield in front of him, the energy power of which causes stones to fly in all directions. An explosion occurs, scattering dark fragments in all directions. The bodies of those who previously considered Charlie and Tom their prey also crack and split into several pieces. They drop several blue and purple fragments with a rune, which heads straight for Charlie. The guy smugly rakes them into an armful and still wonders how such weak creatures dared to covet what belongs to him. He stands next to Tom, both smiling, and the teacher summons a dark purple flame above his open palm. It spawns shards, and the man, still smiling, says that if they sell it at the camp, they can upgrade their tent. Meanwhile, a portal opens near the camp. Laramie and Harry emerge from the portal, the former expressing admiration for his partner for being able to get a pass here, who grins. He says that for him it is a trifle, but to himself he thinks that now he has no shortage of such resources after the reward from the great deity. All thanks to the information provided, but suddenly the men hear a familiar voice and turn their stunned glances in his direction. Charlie discusses with Tom an expansion of their tent, which can be obtained after a portion of the rewards provided in the future. And the next moment, the gazes of all four involuntarily intersect, and deathly silence reigns. Tom is the first to break the silence, greeting the men with a smile and saying that he didn't expect to see them here. Laramie doesn't answer, just chuckles discontentedly, but his mood can be sensed by the aura swirling around him. Harry turns out to be more accommodating. He even allows himself a smile and says that their meeting is a real stroke of luck. The blonde asks Charlie if he knows how diligently the man has been searching for him since they missed each other in the ruins, and he expresses confusion. The guy tries to understand to himself how the demigod was able to guess the student's true identity, since he was wearing a mask that hid it. Harry admits he might have been mistaken and compliments his son's former classmate, surprised that he has already become a demigod. The man was furious inside, still remembering the insult to his son, because of it, he would not be able to raise divinity. Tom and Charlie politely say that they still have other things to do, so they are forced to leave their unexpected interlocutors and say goodbye. Tom thinks about leaving here immediately, because he feels that otherwise the men might start a fight. Laramie asks Harry if he's really going to let Charlie go that easily, since it was he who crippled his son. But he says that there is no need to rush yet. If the guy does not leave the ancient battlefield, they will definitely meet. The teacher agrees. Entering the tent, Tom expresses his concern about the people he met, believing that they will certainly cause them problems in the future. Charlie asks why the teacher downplays their own strengths and extols the enemy. In his opinion, there is nothing special about them. Tom says that Charlie knows little about Harry, and shares that he recently gained the support of a very influential person and gained power. The man believes that the guy now needs to save as many of his creatures as possible, because a big test awaits him soon, and the guy says that the chance to be here is very rare. He will not refuse this opportunity even because of Harry. Tom is angry because of the stubbornness of his ward. To be able to counter Harry, Charlie used the Eye of the Soul Eater to greatly increase his rebel title in just a few days. After 6 consecutive buffs, the rebel's experience finally reached its maximum, unlocking the possibility of evolution for him. Charlie receives his divine spell and is given 2 options to choose from, but he doesn't want to choose. Holding the sword in his hand, he ponders the possibility of following the path of a warrior, since the first option is the rebel sword. However, the rebel weapon converts ranged physical attacks into magical ones and vice versa, and confused with other firearms. He doesn't think for long, and the next moment the sword, filled with magical energy, which was there initially, appears in his hand again. The choice is made. Charlie remembers that he has many abilities that are related to swords. Confident that the rebel sword suits him best, the boy discusses the weapon's purpose. Now it becomes clear to him that by absorbing different souls, the shape of the sword will change. An intention immediately matures in his head, and Charlie, confidently throwing the curtain aside, goes outside. First, he concentrates, then swings his sword hard and cuts through the air. This gust is so strong that it not only cuts the wood, but also shatters parts into splinters. The guy is amazed by this, because he simply concentrated and swung without using any of the attributes. This gives Charlie an idea, and he decides to check something out. He decides to act in the opposite direction, on the contrary, deliberately filling his sword with the attribute of decay. As Charlie gets closer and carefully examines the impact site, he is surprised by the result, or rather the lack thereof. He doesn't understand why everything is like this. This sword is behaving somehow incorrectly, and the guy decides to try another maneuver. The blow comes out again differently, looking as if it was not a sword at all, but some kind of giant hammer. This is puzzling, and Charlie tries to figure out what's wrong with this weapon, and then turns to it. The guy states that this sword ignores even the attribute of darkness, only absorbing what is poured into it. But it is ideal for deceptive maneuvers, working reliably in any situation, like a trump card. Meanwhile, Tom approaches Charlie, sharing that he sold the divine title shards. Coming closer to the guy, the man asks him what he was doing in this place. Charlie shares that he has created an interesting divine spell that would work for him. The guy says quite happily that this is a complete denial of generally accepted rules. Tom asks to tell about it in more detail. Charlie says that if Harry bothers them again, he will get rid of him immediately. The man expresses concern. Recalling the tent that had undergone changes, the guy suggests going and looking at it. As Charlie looks around, the system congratulates him on upgrading his tent, telling him about the training area. The accessible territory impresses the guy, and he expresses his intention to summon more of his creatures inside. The man agrees with him, suggesting to start this immediately. After several days of training, Rebel Charlie's divine title experience increases significantly. Tom also achieves considerable success during this time, managing to bring one of his creatures to the Lord. And at this time, someone realizes who exactly was the thief who stole the relic of his great master. Hugo thinks that this time Charlie won't escape from him so easily. He will personally present him to the deity. The true god is asked if he can really kill that vile Charlie Walter. The man says that since he brought them here, he guarantees the opportunity to avenge Tart Scott. His interlocutor begins to say what he is going to do now, but he is interrupted. Harry greets the gentleman, expressing joy that he is finally here. Laramie says they've already put Charlie under surveillance and asks when they can start. Hugo asks them to take their time, saying that they need to thoroughly examine the situation first. He reflects on how absurd this situation is, but the wishes of the great deity are not discussed. Even though they have to fight the boy, they can't let the master down. Hugo mentally addresses Charlie, promising him that he will not run away from him. Each of them notices strangers and rushes towards them, wanting to restore peace to this place. But Charlie doesn't hesitate, releasing one of his locust squads and giving it an order. His partner is not far behind, reacting almost as instantly, directing his own creatures at the opponents. Their destruction is only a matter of time, because together these creatures are twice as strong. When the divine title shard falls into his hand, the boy begins to speak. Charlie notes the fact that summoning more creatures has made it easier to collect these fragments. Tom picks up, but they have to stop when a strange haze forms nearby. As it begins to dissipate, Charlie realizes who it is, and graciously greets the intruders. They are about to say something in response, but the guy doesn't listen, jumping up and grabbing a weapon. Assuming they have come for revenge, he plans to attack first to gain an advantage. But the enemy does not hesitate. He manages to equip his own sword before striking. At the moment when two blades cross, a cracking sound is heard, signifying the breakage of one of the blades. Of course, it turns out to be the weapon of Tart and Garth's father, and he, letting out an angry roar, turns to his opponent. The man promises to tear this puppy to pieces for killing his son and destroying a valuable item. Charlie tells his opponent not to worry about it, because he will send him to him soon. And the guy transforms his body into an energetic one, causing mixed feelings in the Scott couple. The man is amazed that a boy who only recently reached the rank of a demigod managed to reach the level of a monarch. Fearing that soon they would be unable to do anything against him, he considered himself obliged to get rid of the boy. But Charlie is only amused by this attitude. He playfully fills his sword with the energy of the attributes. Tom sees this situation differently, so he turns to his creatures and asks them to help his ward. They immediately rush towards the guy, preparing their projectiles for an attack right on the move. Tart and Garth's parents decide to join forces, calling on a more powerful technique. Charlie has seen something like this before, so it won't surprise him, but he turns to his creatures. Opening the portal, the guy asks the locusts to come out stronger so that the enemies don't relax. One of the individuals immediately and bravely rushes into battle and falls directly under the enemy's attack. Seeing the creature begin to fall apart, the beasts laugh triumphantly. The head of the family says that this is exactly what happens to presumptuous puppies, and you can't jump above your head. A smile appears on Charlie's lips, the reason for which becomes clear the very next moment. Realizing they have miscalculated, Tart and Garth's parents turn to their opponent with cries of hatred. They ask him how he dares to humiliate those above him in such a way. Charlie is reaching his breaking point, and is no longer willing to tolerate this kind of arrogance. That is why he carries out the planned maneuver, abruptly leaving right from under the man's nose. His wife's eyes widen in horror at the sight of her husband's blood, and she rushes at the enemy, but in vain. While warning his student of the danger, Tom decides to take action. When the second of the Scots falls to the ground, Charlie also comes down next to his partner. Turning to his teacher, he expresses his gratitude to him, and the latter swallows nervously. And he suggests that his ward leave this place as quickly and as far away as possible. But it is already too late, because the men who appeared right in front of them asked if they really thought of escaping from the scene of the crime. Tom asks his interlocutors what they have in mind this time. Looking around at the pile of remains of the deceased Scott couple, Laramie speaks up. Addressing both interlocutors at once, he expresses the assumption that they have become quite strong. After all, they managed to destroy not only the creatures, but also the demigods themselves, without leaving a single scratch. Thinking about his own losses, Charlie concludes that it would be to their disadvantage to engage in combat right now. Tom asks his student to fly away, while he himself plans to try to make a hole in the circle of his opponents. Charlie tries to object, but his interlocutor is not joking, saying that they will only have one chance. The guy insists, saying that the situation is not that dire, and eventually he manages to convince Tom. Laramie, hearing these words, begins to laugh, reminding him of the number of creatures on both sides. Harry says that they only came for Charlie. He won't attack Toma if he doesn't interfere. The man responds like a true teacher, not intending to let his protege be offended. Laramie laughs again, this time at Tom's idea of himself as a noble hero. Harry joins him, saying that he is disappointed in the teacher and asking him not to blame him later. And then the man gives the order to his wolf riders, telling them to attack the enemies. Tom also does not intend to stand idle and only defend himself, so he carries out a bombing. The flying rabbits immediately rush towards their enemies, diving at them like nimble tops. The riders do not lose their heads, trying to destroy their opponents even before the moment of collision. Delicate animals cannot withstand such pressure, and their owner involuntarily winces as if in pain. He doesn't understand how the enemy could even raise a hand against these cute creatures. Noticing that the teacher is unable to cope with the pressure, the boy decides to resort to a secret technique. Under the influence of the mutation, the rebel sword changes its shape instantly, morphing before our eyes. Playfully waving the soul-collecting sickle, Charlie invites his opponents to attack him. They hesitate, so the guy decides to take the initiative into his own hands. The mutation gives him a significant advantage, sometimes cutting enemies into pieces, sometimes resorting to other methods. Noticing an opportunity, the wolves prepare to attack, but a new defensive move awaits them. Watching this, Harry realizes that this little rascal has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. But he has them too, and the man decides to call the Lord of the Wolf Riders right now. This was all Charlie needed, so, rejoicing to himself, he hurried towards his goal. And he successfully finds it with his soul-collecting sickle, splashing the blood of the wolf leader. This has an intoxicating effect on the guy, and he, grinning, changes his trajectory. Finding himself in front of his opponents in literally a matter of seconds, he orders them to die. But at the very last moment, Harry manages to get the protective artifact. When two forces collide, an explosion occurs, the shockwave from which spreads over a large distance. Covered by the protective dome, Harry breathes a sigh of relief, glad that he took this little thing with him. Suddenly he hears a broken scream, wondering what is going on. Charlie wants to finish what he started, but his hand starts to tremble slightly, which means one thing. The gene lock's duration is almost exhausted, and the boy can no longer maintain the fusion with the ghost vine. But it was not to be, because Harry asks if he really wants to run away after what he did. The man pulls out his trump card from his sleeve, turning to Fenrir and ordering him to stop the enemies. For a moment they stand frozen in indecision, because the creature turns out to be truly enormous. With one swing of this giant paw, both are thrown back by a gust of wind. It turns out to be very painful, and Charlie, trying to cope with the unpleasant sensation, thinks about tactics. Overcoming himself, the guy raises himself on his elbow, asking his mentor how he is. But he doesn't just lie motionless, he doesn't even respond, which makes Charlie take action. The boy almost manages to crawl to the teacher when Fenrir and Harry appear nearby. The man thinks that if he doesn't kill Charlie now, he might not have the chance later. Hugo appears nearby, reading his intentions and reminding him of their agreement. Harry says that the true god misunderstood him, and that he was actually going to bring Charlie to him. Hugo expresses confidence that their master will reward his interlocutor for his work, and he thanks him. Harry changes tactics, thinking that killing this demigod will be enough for him. Charlie correctly understands the man's intentions and promises to kill himself if his mentor is killed. Harry grins colorlessly, saying that he doesn't believe that this guy is capable of doing such a thing. Charlie gives his word that he will definitely do this if any harm comes to his teacher. To demonstrate the seriousness of his intentions, the guy activates the hunger technique. Knowing what it is, Hugo tells Harry not to touch Tom, but to just follow him. The man mentally addresses the teacher, saying that his life will depend only on his luck. Hugo gives orders to return immediately if Harry does not want to incur the master's wrath. The blonde notes that their journey will take several days, but they have this sack of potatoes with them. Hugo then turns to Charlie, saying that he has blocked all of his power. Therefore, he asks him not to waste his resources on useless resistance. Sending Charlie to his god sphere, Hugo asks the boy to sit there quietly. He adds that his followers, one of whom the schoolboy sees, will take care of him. The guy's body reacts reflexively and accordingly to the terrifying appearance of this creature. He makes a sign with his fingers, calling for help from the force, but there is no reaction. Charlie becomes convinced that this man has indeed blocked his abilities with divine power. This explains the fact that the man, without fear for his core, locked the guy in this sphere. The terrifying creature hands the boy a bowl, and he decides to be careful with it. He tells the beastman directly that he will not drink, mentally wondering what he should do. The creature is not satisfied with this answer, and tries to force the liquid into Charlie. The man says that his tiger is deaf and dumb, but he won't poison the guy, so he asks him to be a good boy. Even though Charlie considers the tiger's lack of these senses, he still decides to be cautious. Suddenly, his parasite appears, asking if the host needs any kind of help. Charlie is surprised by this, and the source responds by saying that he has his own secrets. The creature offers conditions that are simply impossible to refuse, and the guy gives his consent. The boy hears Harry say that in just 3 days they will be rewarded for the boy. Charlie turns to the source, asking him to hurry, because there is very little time left. Waking up, the guy thinks that he has no idea how the source of mutations will change his body, and he says that he is finished with the evolution of the carrier, and Charlie has now become a 3rd-level gene warrior. The guy asks what benefits this gives him, and his interlocutor immediately answers. Hearing the name of the new ability in the unclear description, Charlie asks how to use it. Suddenly, a delicious-looking bun appears in front of him, causing surprise. The guy takes it from the massive paws, saying that this pastry looks delicious. Suddenly, an idea comes into his head, and Charlie decides to test his abilities. The guy smirks contentedly, convinced that the source of mutations plan really worked. Although the possible improvements are limited by the hero's level, Charlie has indeed become stronger. The Tiger Man doesn't like this behavior, so he gives someone a signal. It soon becomes clear to the prisoner to whom exactly it was addressed. The white tiger turns out to have the ability to speak, and he asks the guy what he is doing. Charlie finds this amusing, and decides to try to correct the defects of one creature with the genes of another. Not allowing the creatures to escape, the boy uses his new ability of gene combination. Suddenly, piece by piece, the deaf-mute tiger's ears begin to grow. As a result, it becomes fully functional, and an incomprehensible growl is heard nearby. The white tiger is trying to figure out what happened to his own ears, where they went, and the redhead realizes that he, on the contrary, has begun to hear, and at that very moment Charlie speaks. The boy thanks the tiger for the water and snack, offering these new ears as thanks. The next moment something strange happens, which allows us to draw the appropriate conclusion. Charlie realizes that followers of other deities can also be converted into their believers, and while the guy is thinking about how to gain an advantage, the white tiger demands that his ears be returned. Charlie turns to glare at him and then punches him. He asks everyone else to crowd around him, saying that he is already tired of sitting around doing nothing. The new convert extends a clawed hand to his deity, offering a reliable plan, and Charlie does not refuse him this, once again activating the ability of the gene combination. It only takes a couple of moments for a redhead to be modified through genetic alteration. The old tiger calls him a heretic and orders that this blasphemer and traitor be immediately captured. Anticipating an interesting sight, Charlie grins and steps back, giving space to his new pet. He growls angrily, saying that he will tear to pieces anyone who dares to approach his god. Words are not enough, and the ginger one clearly demonstrates his intentions. When it's all over, the tiger respectfully asks Charlie to accept him as one of his followers. The guy agrees, but says that this will happen after the interlocutor helps him escape. Hearing words about the core, the creature agrees to help find it, but also warns about powerful guardians. Charlie is not at all frightened by what he hears. He suggests that they first find a goal and then decide. They are noticed by Hugo's creatures, who find the two too suspicious. The tiger with the markings is in charge of everything, and he gives the order to capture his brother and the man. Charlie knows what needs to be done. His new adept is excellent at reading the intentions of his new god. The guy gives an order to his tiger, and without saying a word they attack their stunned opponents. They don't even understand what's happening, and don't have time to react or put up resistance. Seeing the body of his brother who had fallen to the ground at his feet, one of the tigers lets out a ragged cry. And then he, falling to his knees before Charlie, diligently begs the master to spare him. Following him, the remaining ones bow down obediently, asking for mercy and ready to submit to the new deity. Using the energy of faith, Charlie commands the tigers to obey him without question. The words that otherwise they will die have an additional effect. Thinking that now more than ever he needs followers, the guy decides to accept them all. From this point on, Charlie begins actively converting tigers to his faith until he finds Hugo's core. Red reports to the deity about protecting the target, and he understands that it will not be easy to remain unnoticed. He has an idea and asks to catch some birds and shrews for him to extract genes. Sometime later, the whole pack heads to the city of the Tiger Kingdom. The guy mentally thinks about why he needed the genes of birds and shrews. Red informs his deity that the divine core is now located directly below them. Looking down, Charlie actually manages to spot it, and the guy begins to reason. He believes that the trinity guarding the core are representatives of the monarch rank. The interlocutor informs Charlie that tomorrow the annual celebration of life will take place in the City of Tigers. After listening to him, the guy agrees to wait until the holiday and then act according to the circumstances. The next day, Charlie goes to a place that offers a good view of the City of Tigers. Using one of his abilities, he reaches the place with the core with his gaze, and although one of the guardians still remained, it is much better than if there were 3 of them. Giving the order to attack, Charlie tells his warriors to aim directly at the divine core. Already at the moment when his tiger dives, the guy understands that something is wrong. The guardian notices a massive shadow looming over him and turns sharply towards it. He shouts loudly, announcing to the surrounding area those who dared to enter the restricted area. The nearby tigers literally explode, and Charlie is drenched in a shower of their feathers. To protect himself, the guy looks for a safe zone and tells the red-haired man to turn left. But the cherished goal is too desirable, and Charlie decides to take a desperate step, turning to his tiger. Charlie asks his follower to deal with the enemy, while he himself is going to deal with the core. Red doesn't ask a single question, rushing to carry out the order. His opponent notices the tiger's wings. Charlie silently expresses joy at the fact that the shrew genes implanted in his hands will come in handy. The tiger guarding the core screams, asking the intruders to stop immediately. Touching the ground, the guy mentally says that now all that remains is to find his goal. Meanwhile, his new follower enters his own fight, but is far from leading. Noticing this, Charlie tells himself to hurry, realizing that the redhead is unlikely to be able to hold out for long. Finally, the guy feels a jolt, indicating that the core has been found. Charging his hand with energy, Charlie says that the enemy shouldn't have messed with him. By activating the shrew's claws, the guy also fills them with his energy. Keeping his hand in this position, he waits until he reaches the required level to continue working. As soon as this happens, Charlie immediately bites into the stronghold beneath his feet. Not even a few moments pass before the crystal that indicates the location of the core shatters. But this is not enough for complete destruction, despite the tiger's strong claws. But it is enough for the master of this world, who feels the vibrations even while on the other side. Hugo indignantly asks what this guy is doing, mentally understanding what caused the commotion. At first, Charlie is puzzled, but then, noticing something, he bursts into a satisfied laugh. Hugo doesn't understand the reason for this, but he desperately tries to figure it all out. Charlie is happy that the master of this world, with his appearance, helps him complete his plan, and Hugo suddenly realizes that this guy used his own power to destroy the divine core. When it is completely destroyed, Charlie thinks that there is no way out of here yet. After all, they are waiting for him outside, and their seal is still hanging on him, so it is better to wait it out in safety for now. Reaching his red-haired follower, Charlie thanks him for buying him time. The boy remembers that today the Tiger King must present some gift to the deity. Thinking that this might be useful to him, he goes straight to the ceremony site. The Tiger King stands in front of boots, but not ordinary ones. They are called wind boots. This sacred artifact has 3 effects and a second accompanying divine technique. Charlie takes a liking to the boots, so he steals them, accompanied by angry cries from the Tiger King. Hearing that if the guy comes to his senses, he will be given an easy death, he finds this offer not very attractive. Using his blood, Charlie activates the artifact's abilities and quickly puts it on, leaving the tiger, who continues to insult him with his nose in his mouth. The guy, laughing loudly, flies away. Hugo appears, calling Charlie a brat, and promises him that he will not run away from him. The guy understands that he won't be able to defeat this man now, but he has an idea. He uses the teleporter to the bloody arena, and once there, begins to giggle contentedly. The guy thinks about how he knew that the title of her heir to the bloody arena would be useful to him someday. The system sends a request for a fight, notifying that 3 refusals or losses equal the loss of the title. Charlie refuses because the seal is still on him and he can't use his powers. The guy receives another request for a duel, and he is again forced to decline this offer. And for the 3rd time, a similar notification comes, and Charlie gets really tense. There is nothing to be done, because refusing the 3rd fight would mean losing the title of heir to the bloody arena. Just a moment later, a sound like lightning is heard, and the guy's attention is drawn to the flash. The girl who appeared after her expresses joy at the meeting and introduces herself as Night Shadow. The guy mentally feels annoyed that some brat challenged him to a duel. Charlie drops the word locust, and the girl, taking it as his nickname, asks the enemy to prepare for death. The guy mentally expresses joy at the fact that someone, like him, relies on the number of creatures. The girl, meanwhile, laughs, telling her opponent to tremble before her strength. She offers him to surrender if he doesn't want to be sucked dry by her bats. However, Charlie doesn't heed the warning, instead activating his wind boots. He says that he is already familiar with this tactic, so now he is not afraid of such things. And although the girl is at first genuinely surprised, her gaze takes on a different expression. She turns sharply and hits her opponent squarely in the solar plexus. Charlie is unprepared for the blow and is sent flying backwards. The girl smiles, saying that close combat is not her weak point. On the contrary, she trained a lot. Realizing that he is no match for her in a head-on collision, the guy decides to attack the bats. While thinking through strategies, Charlie comes to the conclusion that dealing with them one by one is too much of a hassle. One of the bats manages to get the enemy, and the creature immediately takes advantage of the moment. However, Charlie is not going to let him go so easily, and he carries out gene recombination. Then his own vampire teeth start to emerge and the guy tears the pest to pieces. The owner of the thing shudders with horror, emotionally asking her opponent if he has really gone crazy. Charlie just grins. A plan comes to mind, which he immediately begins to implement. The girl can't understand why and how this guy manages to draw out the power of mice. But one way or another, Shadow is not going to simply sit on the sidelines while her followers are humiliated. By concentrating her powers, she summons an ever-blooded lord-type creature. He opens his eyes slightly to assess the situation and lazily glances around the surrounding space. Upon spotting his target, the lord activates his ability, immediately taking decisive action. Charlie gasps, suddenly realizing that this creature is draining his blood. However, now he himself has the same powers, and the guy also rushes into battle. Knowing that there is nothing stopping him from doing the same, Charlie bites into the creature's flesh. But he's not going to just drink blood, that's too boring, so the guy does some gene recombination. And then, using his new power, Charlie destroys the enemy creature with unprecedented ease. Turning to his opponent, the guy asks what she is going to do now. The Night Shadow is at first at a loss, unable to utter a word, but then gives an order. She orders her subordinates to drink all the blood this guy has. Summoning a few more lords, the girl bursts into an ominous laugh. She invites her opponent to see how long he will remain as self-confident as he is now. The guy begins to feel the power of enemies coming from all sides. They're trying to drain all the blood out of him, but Charlie already has a plan for that. The Night Shadow notices first in a drop of blood, and then with his own eyes, this piercing grin. The girl can't believe her eyes. She's so overwhelmed with emotion that she even screams in disbelief. And then, feeling the impact of his opponent's strength, he says he surrenders, sinking to the ground. Charlie pauses, hesitant, about to strike his opponent, but respecting his decision. He praises the girl for correctly assessing her strengths, and she asks if he studies at the academy. Suddenly remembering the educational institution, the guy asks what about entrance exams in the capital. His interlocutor says that they ended at the capital's academy 10 days ago. Charlie is taken aback, realizing that he had been so preoccupied with other problems that he had forgotten about the final assessment. The guy's last thought is the assumption that he has already been excluded from the academy's list, and Night Shadow shouts after him, promising to defeat him next time. Before entering the capital's academy, the guy is stopped and asked who he is. Charlie identifies himself as a preparatory course student and expresses a desire to meet with teacher Lena. While the gatekeeper refuses to let the guy in, someone who comes up from behind addresses Charlie by name. It's Chaz, and he asks his classmate where he's been all these days, because they were worried about him. Charlie tells him that he needs to meet with the teacher, but he is not allowed in. Chaz asks his classmate not to worry about this, and promises to take him to Lena's office. As he leaves, Charlie thanks his interlocutor, but other thoughts begin to appear in his head. He says out loud that he feels obliged to inform C and Shirley about everything. In Lena's office, the guy tells her about what happened on the ancient battlefield. Namely that Harry Bond and Professor Laramie captured him and placed seals on his body. The woman says she never even thought that someone would dare to openly attack an academy student. She asks her interlocutor not to worry about this, promising that the academy will sort everything out itself. The woman adds that she cannot remove the seals placed by the true gods, but Havelock can. She immediately addresses this man mentally, informing him that Charlie needs his help. This is not just telepathy, but a special technique that immediately causes the portal to open. Almost immediately, familiar outlines appear in it, and soon a man appears from inside. He remains silent, allowing himself to completely overcome the portal's border. finding himself in Lena's office. Charlie also doesn't say a word, waiting for the reaction of his potential interlocutor. And so it goes. Havelock greeting his student with the remark that he was very shaken up. The man assures Charlie that they will definitely talk about everything with the rector and achieve justice for him. Lena says that because of this, the guy missed the final exam. She wants to help him make up for lost time. The man acknowledges Charlie's potential and strength, but talks about the reasons why it will be difficult. However, he asks the guy not to worry too much about this, because he himself will try to help him. Havelock decides to first remove the seals from Charlie, and then deal with everything else in order. The boy shudders with the realization that he again feels a connection with his divine sphere. Lena shares how many points of Havelock's divine power were burned by that light blow, and although the man thinks that now is not the time to count points, the guy sincerely and generously thanks him. Returning to his sphere sometime later, Charlie notices something interesting. He is so taken aback that he asks out loud why his creatures are fighting each other. Looking around in confusion, the boy tries to figure out where his locusts have gone. He finally manages to stumble upon the swarm, but what Charlie sees is completely different from what he expected. An uncertain cry escapes his lips, because the guy doesn't know whether to be happy or sad. On the one hand, his followers increased in number, but at the same time they became much weaker. Charlie decides to get rid of all the useless creatures by sacrificing them. The thought that he only has a few super elite followers left is depressing. Suddenly, several creatures notice their deity at once, calling on everyone else to be attentive. They almost unanimously begin to express their deep respect to the returned master. Seeing the system's proposed power choices, the guy says that he lacks a divine title. He intends to, having brought the divine title of rebel to perfection, absorb the title of destruction. He starts talking about getting the next title, but is interrupted. Listening to his feelings, the guy understands that someone is going to destroy his divine core. Upon reaching a certain location, Charlie asks who dared to oppose his will. The black dragon is the first to turn his eyes to the new face, surprised by the unexpectedness. Afterwards, this is done by a monarch-type creature, which is of much greater interest to the owner of the divine sphere. Charlie doesn't understand why it wanted to destroy the core, because he treated everyone so well. Addressing his great god with respect, the monarch denies having spoken out against him. However, he says that he decided to destroy the core because he did not want to share his deity with other beings. Charlie, hearing this, is taken aback, mentally trying to understand what this follower is saying. The guy says out loud that he doesn't care about the reasons and banishes the monarch to the Moon City. Looking at the core, Charlie comes to the conclusion that trusting his followers has backfired on him, and he decides to add additional protective measures to his divine sphere for such an eventuality. With this thought, the guy approaches the heart of this dimension and begins to cast a spell. The defense immediately noticeably strengthens, and then Charlie calls his subordinates together, gathering them in front of him. They, as one, take an oath to serve their deity until death and never betray him. Charlie reflects on the fact that things in his divine sphere are temporarily settled for now. At the same time, thoughts about Teacher Tom come into his head and he develops them. After all, the guy is not going to leave him and his followers on the ancient battlefield. Teleporting to Teacher Lena, Charlie begins to tell her what he needs, but stops short. He is literally speechless because of who the guy sees in front of him. Cian expresses joy that Charlie has finally returned. The girl says that she immediately rushed here as soon as Chess told her about her classmate's return. After Charlie calms Kian down, Lena reminds the lovers of her presence by coughing. The girl suddenly switches gears, saying that she heard from her classmates about the death of Teacher Laramie. Charlie also changes the subject, asking Lena if she still has tickets to the ancient battlefield. When Cian hears this, she cannot help but express her desire to go with her lover. So they do, and sometime later they find themselves in this place. Looking into their tent with the teacher, Charlie calls out to the man in a loud voice, but he doesn't answer. The guy shares information with his partner that there are no resources here except for the shards. Fearing for the life and health of his teacher, he orders his followers to find information about the man. Suddenly, the guy gets a strange feeling and notices the source. He says he feels a connection with the Windsword Emperor and is going to test it. Cian also notices this source and suggests that the signal is coming from underground. The guy seizes on this idea, offering her to check it out and already directing his followers there. The Locust manages to find a larger crevice and lead Charlie and Kian to it. The couple stands hesitantly in front of the entrance for a while, listening to the surrounding sounds. But inside, everything is quiet. Not the slightest vibration of the air can be heard, so they begin to descend. When the gate appears in front of them, the guy says that he feels a powerful spatial energy. Charlie assumes that this is where his creatures, including the Sword Emperor, are locked up. The guy is about to forcefully get rid of the cursed door, but it responds with a strange light. He wants to use brute force, but Cian stops him, offering his services. The first thing the girl does is calculate the required amount of force with surgical precision. After this, she slowly approaches the doors, simultaneously enveloping herself in her energy. Touching one of the halves almost weightlessly, the girl releases exactly as much force as is required. The guy goes inside first, wanting to make sure it's safe on the other side. But the door slams shut behind Kian, who enters after her, blocking any escape routes. A whistling sound is heard somewhere nearby, and the schoolchildren pay attention. Noticing these strange creatures in front of them, they warn each other of the danger almost simultaneously. The teamwork of these guys is impressive. They get rid of their opponents in no time. Noticing the anomaly first, Kian says that this situation looks too suspicious. The guy agrees with her, because it looks very much like these creatures are simply looking for death. Kian looks around and, realizing that the door has disappeared, tells Charlie about it. The guy comes to the conclusion that the creatures around them are deliberately draining their strength. In response to the fear of starvation, the girl suggests first scouting out the situation. Charlie doesn't argue with her and takes a seat next to Cyan on the Golden Thunderer. They fly like this for quite a long time, and one of them decides to call out. He expresses concern that they might actually get stuck here. But suddenly the guy falls silent, catching faint echoes of a very familiar aura. Charlie shares with the girl that he was able to sense the Windsword Emperor very close. The Cyan bird begins to descend, allowing those sitting on it to get a better look around. And then they actually notice a suspicious silhouette, which forces the guy to take action. His own followers are also nearby, so the question is definitely pressing. Transforming, Charlie flies down like a bullet, starting to provide support to his creatures as he goes. His attack is very accurate and effective, hitting the intended target directly. The creatures express joy at the return of their revered god, but Charlie is currently interested in something else. He asks if they happen to know where his teacher has gone, and receives a very comprehensive answer. The man fought alongside Charlie's creatures, but these sand creatures appeared and took him away. The guy is confident that they will save their teacher and asks in which direction they took him. The creature immediately points out the necessary side, backing up its words with actions. They set off on their journey immediately, and after some time they see some buildings. The Thunderer slows down slightly, allowing its passengers to dismount unhindered. Charlie thinks that the teachers are kept here because this place is full of the sand giants they already know. The young people continue to talk among themselves, so they don't notice something. Everything changes when a large cactus with an ugly face grows right behind them. The monster doesn't hesitate, shooting a volley of its huge needles at the boys. Charlie reacts quickly, shielding his girlfriend not only with himself, but also with an energy shield. Meanwhile, the number of monster cacti is growing, as Kian says. Charlie just smirks, asking if they really think they can overwhelm them with numbers. And his locusts are moving into active action, even despite the fact that they have to suffer losses. Their strategy also proves effective, as few can resist such a swarm. Charlie will let a few individuals scout out the situation inside the city spread out before them. A little later, the guy learns that there are other creatures nearby that look like werewolves. Seeing the other monsters, Charlie notices that they act as if they are afraid of werewolves. Meanwhile, the locusts fly on, showing their deity the situation, and he notices something. Taking a closer look, the guy is convinced that this is the one he needs. Charlie doesn't like the way things are going for them, and he curses profusely out of frustration. Cian asks what happened, and the boy replies that it looks like their teachers are going to be sacrificed. Saying that there is no time for a more detailed explanation, Charlie asks the girl to stay here. She doesn't even have time to object, and even if she had, the guy doesn't even hear her, immersed in his thoughts. He thinks that he cannot put this girl at risk because this city is unfamiliar to them. And the guy decides to give the order to his army to raze this place to the ground. The followers immediately accept the order for execution, beginning to flock together into a single swarm. But suddenly, winged figures appear on the horizon, heading towards the Charlie children. The stern birds tenaciously grab the locusts and just as quickly and prudently get rid of them. Charlie curses. But soon the familiar crackle of thunder sparrow static is heard nearby. Cian, sitting on it, shouts at the guy that he won't be able to get rid of her so easily. The girl reminds the guy that, in fact, she also came here to save their teacher. Under pressure from his beloved, Charlie gives in, agreeing to do it together. And they begin to act in sync, again skillfully managing their followers and complementing each other. And in the midst of the battle, a huge figure rises from the sand and begins to destroy the nearest locusts. But if it were that easy, Charlie wouldn't even try, so the situation turns against Sandman. The very next moment he crumbles, managing to roar before his complete destruction. Charlie thinks that the fewer wolves left at the altar, the better their chances of saving Tom. With these thoughts, he takes a special pill, unlocking the gene lock. The body immediately reacts to the drug, spreading through the blood at lightning speed and triggering transformation. Now Charlie not only becomes the king of the Black Dragons, he also has the sphere of vampirism. Having reached his peak form, the transformed boy makes a promise to his teacher to save him. He is immediately attacked by wolves, surrounding him from all sides, but Charlie is no slouch. After initially playing around with them, the guy ends everything with the shadow slash technique. Moving towards Teacher Tom, Charlie collects all the resulting fragments of the titles. Having achieved his goal, the guy cuts the chains as if they were ordinary threads. Opening his eyes, the man asks in disbelief if he is really imagining it all. Charlie replies that he came to pull Tom out of this protracted nightmare. After this, the guy immediately hurries to Xian, suggesting that she retreat, since the teacher is saved. The girl doesn't object, and they leave this god-forsaken place in the company of locusts. Later, Xian asks Tom how he feels, and he tells her not to worry. The man congratulates her on achieving the rank of demigod, but the girl suggests putting it off until later. Tom says he knows how to leave this dimension, suggesting that this is the only way to do it. Xian expresses concern that at this rate they may lose all of their followers. Tom says that all of his summoned creatures were killed, but he can share the divine title shards. Saying that they have also collected some things, Charlie expresses confidence that they will definitely be able to get out of here. Xian says they won't be able to assemble a proper title because all of these shards are scattered. Charlie admits that he's thought about it too, but suggests trying to merge it with fusion. The girl watches this with wide eyes, and the result completely stuns her. This is because Charlie ultimately succeeds in recreating the 5th rank divine title. Seeing this, Tom is also amazed, admitting to the student that he didn't even think that such a thing was possible. Charlie says that it's not important right now, but he will try to create a few more suitable titles. 2 days later, a mess happens, and the first person the guy takes care of is Xian. But the next moment, the Sandman appears right in front of their noses, and the girl rushes into battle with enthusiasm, wanting to test the power of her newfound divine titles. A new divine weapon appears in her hands, which is called the Thunder Spear. And at the same time, the girl is supported from the sky by her thunderous followers. Noticing Sandman's changed movements, Charlie asks Cyan not to rush to throw the spear. After all, creatures like this have enormous regeneration, meaning there will be no effect. When asked what to do then, Charlie replies that he is going to strengthen the spear with his technique. Having successfully dealt with this, the guy now allows the girl to make the throw. The result is truly stunning, even for the Sandman himself. A second later, nothing remains of him except a final surge of energy. Other grains of sand begin to gather nearby, but they too will suffer the same fate as their brother. As a result, the guys end up with several divine title fragments in their hands. Werewolves appear in the area as if from underground, starting to growl ominously. They rush at the company without thinking twice, and Teacher Tom gives his voice. He asks his students to leave these monsters to him. They do not try to object. The werewolves are pierced in several places, but they still begin to growl ominously. Here Qian comes to the rescue, wanting to also contribute to their common cause. She calls upon Lightning to perform her Lightning Storm ability. Gathering in one place, they strike in a coordinated stream, attacking their target with incredible accuracy. This is where the hostile creatures come to an end and are sent into oblivion. As the company collects the shards from the deceased, Cyan turns to Charlie. She is glad that the guy's technique was effective against the giant, and now there is nothing to fear. Charlie doesn't even have time to respond to this when a familiar sound is heard nearby. However, the outline of the creature rising from the sand turns out to be different from the Sand People, and soon the Scorpion King appears before the people in all his glory. Cyan involuntarily switches to a squeak when he asks what it is. The already fully materialized being slowly begins its movement towards the Trinity. Along the way, it destroys Thunder Sparrows and Charlie's locusts, dealing with them like kittens. The boy instantly transforms into the Black Dragon King, ordering the others to follow him. He uses the pure energy body and the divine rebel technique, soul-collecting sickle. But the Scorpion King doesn't even bat an eyelid, continuing to behave according to his tactics. Charlie doesn't like this. He clenches his teeth in tension and performs a dragon strike. Two opposing forces collide, destroying everything in their path. Rocks break off from the nearest peak and fly down, straight towards the fighters. Cyan reflexively cries out the name of his lover, starting to worry about him in earnest. However, when the sand clears, it becomes clear that the boy is safe and sound. The Scorpion King finds this amusing, as no human has ever survived his attack. But he doesn't intend to stop there, as he is planning to launch his next attack. Charlie notices that his creatures are being captured and bound in black sand, and this ruins his plans. They clash again, and the guy is forced to resort to more effective methods. Of course, he is going to use the help of the source of mutation. This is what allows him to dodge the Scorpion King's attack without harm or consequences. He is amazed, involuntarily expressing his bewilderment out loud, and this already angers the creature. After using Phantom Shimmer, Charlie jumps back and uses one of her most powerful moves. The Scorpion King doesn't have time to react. Only a single cross glint is reflected in his eyes. The huge carcass falls onto its back, and the trio sighs with relief. But that's not the end, and Cyan barely manages to avoid a fatal blow. Charlie asks her to be careful, and suggests that they all attack the blinded monster together. No one even bothers to argue with him, and soon the remaining parts of the Scorpion King's body are pierced. As he annihilates, he only has time to cast an angry glance at each of the culprits of his death, and with the tidal particles flying around, the couple expresses relief that they have succeeded. Noticing the werewolves first, Charlie warns his friends about them, asking them not to relax for now. But the wolves, sensing the gaze directed at them, turn around sharply and yelp. Knowing full well what happened to their former comrades, they run away whining like puppies. Tom suggests running after them, but Charlie refuses, considering it a waste of time. Suddenly the boy collapses, exhausted, and Cyan starts fussing over him, asking what happened. Charlie says it's okay, he just used up too much divine power. He asks to check the shards that fell from Scorpio for now, and the girl immediately fulfills his will. Having found several suitable 5th-rank fragments, Cyan hurries to demonstrate them to his partners. When she does, Charlie assumes that out of all of them, she liked Spear Shard. The girl agrees, explaining her choice by saying that this weapon is good at revealing the lightning attribute. Then Charlie allows her to keep it. Cyan asks if she can really do that. The guy answers in the affirmative, assuring his beloved that the rebel sword is enough for him. Charlie tells the teacher that he thinks the Sandstorm title is perfect for him. Now, they need to find an artifact that will allow them to leave this place, and the company goes to the altar. Charlie is going to test everything in a radical way, concentrating his energy for a strike. To avoid hurting anyone, he asks the others to stand somewhere to the side for now. First Cyan, then Teacher Tom approaches the still-smoking crater. Noticing the glitter, Charlie is almost completely sure that it is the mirror, but caution is advised. It is for this reason that he sends one of his followers on reconnaissance. The creature obediently carries out the orders of its deity, but he keeps it in sight just in case. When the girl sees something happening to the locust, she screams, saying that the mirror is abnormal. Charlie reassures Cyan that the thread of faith that connects him to the creature is still in place. And then they all approach the magical artifact together, wanting to return home as soon as possible. Charlie is followed by his girlfriend, and after her, Teacher Tom, moving with the help of the mirror. Finally, they return, which they joyfully state out loud, touching the hard surface. They are struck by thunder by Lena's voice, asking Charlie to come into her office immediately. The guy apologizes to his friends for this woman's impatience, and Tom urges him on in a friendly manner. In the office, Lena informs her student that the Academy has already completed its investigation into the incident, and these cards are a gift from the Supreme God who is behind the kidnapping of Charlie by Hugo. Looking at one of his gifts, the guy guesses what it is. He calls this gesture very generous, because he was given an entire divine sphere. But suddenly the guy gasps, which makes Cyan wary and asks him what happened. The realization of who he sees in front of him takes the boy's breath away, and he stops. Lena confirms that it is Hugo, adding that he has been handed over to Charlie to carry out justice himself. The guy finds this ironic because, having served his superior faithfully and for a long time, the man was thrown out. He guesses that this divine sphere originally belonged to Hugo himself. Lena asks the student to be careful, because the whole body of a true deity is very valuable. While Charlie expresses understanding with this, Cyan asks if he can really absorb it. Then the guy asks Lena for advice on how to most effectively organize this process. The teacher calls him a brat who doesn't stand on ceremony with questions, and Charlie laughs at this. But Lena still decides to help her wayward student by sharing one of the methods she knows. Having learned how everything happens, the guy thanks the woman, admitting that he had no idea about such a thing. Lena, however, notes that the story of Charlie's kidnapping ends with the apology from the Supreme God. But the management of their academy has not yet made a final verdict regarding the boy's return. Charlie is not too bothered by this. He assures the teacher that he will certainly prove everything to everyone. The woman says that she believes in him and urges him to put his knowledge into practice as soon as possible. When the couple reaches their destination, they are silent for a while, but Cyan speaks up. She asks if Charlie is going to live here now, and he replies that there are no other options. Cyan promises to wait for him, and the guy says that she won't have to do it for too long. Meanwhile, Charlie moves from words to actions, manipulating the required map. He does everything as Lena taught him, acting cautiously at first, and then with increasing confidence. When the technique is almost finished, an exact copy of himself appears in front of the guy. She settles to the ground a little too smoothly, and Charlie slowly approaches his clone. Telling the latter his name, the guy says that he will become what he himself lacks. After this, Charlie decides to look at the characteristics of his clone, who is a true god. This makes the guy absolutely delighted, because he ends up with as many as 42 divinity points. Charlie expresses a desire to help the clone combine all the skills and divine titles. And the named ones combine into the strongest kick and the instant attack of the divine warrior. Some of the divine titles form the invocation of the messenger of falling leaves and holy chaos. Charlie reads their descriptions carefully, thoroughly studying the characteristics and capabilities. The guy takes a liking to one of the titles and asks the true god to use it on him. He obediently carries out the task given to him, and the system reports that Charlie has mastered the skills. They are called Crushing Claw Strike and Swift Claw Strike. And then Charlie orders his clone to try to attack him, deciding to test his skills. He obediently obeys, resorting to the help of the messenger of holy chaos. But Charlie doesn't let him even get close, using his new skills on the summoned one. Having made sure of what he wanted to make sure of, the guy says that this is enough and he can move away. Charlie thinks that in the future, this way, he will be able to resist monarch-type creatures without transforming. Now the guy is going to figure out what to do with the new god sphere, because there are tigers left there. And Charlie orders his clone to take on Hugo's appearance, enter the sphere, and subjugate his creatures. The clone carries out this order flawlessly, immediately proceeding to its execution. He enters the new sphere literally a couple of moments later and lands loudly on the ground. The transformed one has been sitting like this for some time, so Charlie feels the need to intervene. Contacting his clone, he asks him how he feels. He stands up abruptly and replies that he is now completely fine. Suddenly, a voice is heard nearby asking who he is. When the clone measures the Tiger King with his gaze, he becomes flustered for a few moments. However, he does not want to return the place of deity that he himself had already warmed to this man. And then the Tiger King, declaring that Hugo is an evil deity, orders the guards to capture him. They rush at the man without even thinking, but he continues to stand unmoved. Charlie asks how these tigers dare attack their god, forgetting who they should really worship. The Tiger King remains immune to this, continuing to pressurize his subordinates. They actually believe him, letting out a threatening growl. And then Charlie turns to his clone. He advises him not to fight the tigers personally, but to summon the messenger of holy chaos. The clone does just that, and the next moment a figure appears between him and the creatures. The messenger of falling leaves and holy chaos shows his power in all its glory. The Tiger King curses and runs away, shamefully tucking his tail between his legs. The messenger of the falling leaves of holy chaos bursts into laughter, intending to proceed to his subjects. However, there is no need to repeat it twice, and the tigers begin to pray for forgiveness from the majestic god. Charlie orders that the former king be found immediately, and this pathetic traitor brought straight to him. The clone and his loyal summoner head straight to the city of tigers. He knows for sure that the king is there, and he turns out to be right, and he orders the invaders to be stopped. However, they look so terrifying that the desire to do this completely disappears. The tigers shift from paw to paw in indecision, afraid to express their thoughts out loud. Understanding perfectly well what is going on, their king decides to act on his own, activating the ruler's aura. But the messenger of the falling leaves of holy chaos does not feel a drop of fear. On the contrary, his whole appearance expresses his readiness to confront his opponent. A fight breaks out between them, from which only black fog flies across the entire area. Having gotten rid of the messenger, the king wants to kill Hugo as well, becoming the true deity of this world. The tiger quickly approaches the man, wanting to tear him to pieces as quickly as possible. And then Charlie appears, telling his protege that he can now punch the king. The clone obeys, leaping forward to perform a divine warrior instant attack. The blow not only reaches its target, but also causes incredible pain to the Tiger King. After a black, diffuse flash, he is thrown against the wall where the creature remains. The rest, kneeling before the clone of Charlie, very respectfully ask him for forgiveness. The guy asks him to send tigers to his own divine sphere to increase the flow of faith points, to ensure that the creatures obey him unquestioningly. The clone guides them with his aura, like a guiding star. It really works, because all the tigers, as one, immediately react to it. They go into the opened portal without complaint, without uttering another word. A winged figure appears, but only upon closer inspection does it become clear that it is not a bird. Hovering in the air above the clone, Rijik wonders why the power of his god is emanating from him. Giving the creature a friendly smile, he turns to him, asking him to descend without fear. Saying that the tiger has a keen eye, the clone tells him that his god is already waiting inside. Trusting the stranger, Rijik goes through the portal and actually sees Charlie on the other side. The boy expresses genuine joy that the tiger survived. Lena informs Charlie that the college has shown leniency towards him and allowed him to enter the academy. The boy says he is ready and asks the teacher to simply tell him what he needs to do. The woman says that he will be sent to one of the unknown outer worlds to gather intelligence. Naturally, the guy is not thrilled with such a prerogative. He doesn't want to be a guinea pig. Lena says he can refuse it, but Charlie doesn't even consider that alternative. The woman doesn't understand why the guy would take such a risk, since he has already achieved something to be envied. Charlie agrees, but adds that he really doesn't want to keep anyone waiting. Lena understands perfectly well who we are talking about, so she allows the guy to act as he knows. She wishes her interlocutor good luck, informing him that he is leaving for the test tomorrow. This road turns out to be far from the easiest, but we manage to get through it safely. As he climbs out of his vehicle, the boy expresses relief that it's all over. Noticing the creatures, Charlie realizes that they are of the normal type and makes an assumption about their appearance. It is not difficult for him to deal with them right on the move, because these creatures are very weak. Noticing something in the air, the guy takes a closer look and realizes that it is the essence of life. It gathers in a clot in front of Charlie's face, forming something very familiar. The next moment, a system window appears in front of him, and the guy involuntarily moves away. From what I've read, it becomes clear that everything in this world is tied to titles. The system asks if the user wants to wear this title, and the user agrees. At that moment, the guy is enveloped by something, and soon he realizes that it is a special smell. Charlie suggests that the wolves can now smell him and understand that he killed their relatives. The system informs you that titles can be improved by killing targets of certain ranks. 3 hours and 300 wolf kills later, he realizes that things are not as simple as he initially thought. Charlie reasons that a bronze-ranked wolf should just be a little stronger than normal ones. An idea about this occurs to him, and at that moment, suitable targets appear on the horizon. Of course, the guy performs gene fusion, trying to breed a bronze wolf from the most ordinary wolves. This process takes longer than Charlie expected, and its completion is surprising. For the most desperate of the modified creatures rushes straight at its creator. Charlie cannot tolerate such blatant rudeness, so he takes appropriate measures. Thus, the guy's level increases, and he acquires a new title with the accompanying abilities. Charlie is even surprised at how well he did, as he had some doubts about it. Finding the tallest tree in the area, the guy climbs it to look around. He sees in front of him not only some kind of structure, but also some kind of creatures. Watching them, the guy realizes that everyone is flocking to the teleportation gate. He begins to reason about why all this is necessary, why all these titles and level-ups. And to figure it all out, the guy decides to go and ask someone about it directly. When Charlie is near someone, he notices a suspicious look on him. The guy wonders in his mind what is wrong with this guy, but he feels something behind his back. Turning around and seeing 2 more strangers there, Charlie curses, sensing something is wrong. These strange people don't even give him time to properly prepare when they attack from 2 sides at once. The guy spins around trying to do a combat pirouette and bring it out in a lunge, but he is misunderstood when people ask whether he really thought of running away from them. However, Charlie didn't even have such a thought, and insulted, he decides to transform into a black dragon. He's not entirely sure he'll succeed, but everything turns out almost as usual. But these kids instantly change their mood, getting scared out of their opponent and run away. Charlie, thinking that they chickened out so quickly, even gets satisfaction from this realization. Having finished off their victim, the marauders are going to take the poor guy's equipment. Hearing the words that they are going to leave, Charlie hides behind a rock. Understanding what exactly these guys specialize in, the guy understands that these are hunting grounds. Taking on his true form, Charlie goes down to the corpse to get a better look at it. He thinks that he still doesn't understand the purpose of the levels, but doesn't consider it a problem. He's just going to follow these guys and gather as much information as he can. Looking at the cave they came to with interest, the guy tries to understand why they are here. He follows them carefully, but suddenly notices something unusual. In the very darkness, about a dozen red lights come on, and a scurrying sound can be heard. They get closer until Charlie can make out the monster, and others appear nearby. This comes as a surprise to the guy, and he concludes that these creatures are somehow connected to wolves. Mentally apologizing to them, Charlie says that he will not let some spiders eat him. The guy doesn't have to put in much effort to destroy these creatures. He gets the iron title, the Spider Slayer, and finds that already quite good. A heart-rending scream is heard somewhere behind him, causing the guy to turn around sharply. He sees marauders desperately flapping in their nets like flies, screaming with all their might. Charlie thinks that he can't let them die until he has some useful information. At the same time, an interesting thought comes to mind, and the guy decides to put it into action. He's going to try out his new toy, and the guy is quite successful. As his title rises, Charlie thinks he's starting to like this world. But something is wrong, and turning to the system again, the guy understands the reason for the confusion. After use, the title goes on cooldown, which lasts for 1 minute. While Charlie is running from the spiders and thinking about how disgusting they are, one catches up with him. Luckily for him, it lasts exactly 1 minute, and the guy manages to successfully fight it off. The title is promoted to the next rank, and the guy likes it. Looking at all these hanging people, Charlie thinks about how he can best pull this off. After all, he doesn't want the rescued to find out who exactly turned out to be their benefactor. The guy tries to use his new skill from afar, and fortunately, the venture turns out to be successful. So he carries out his brilliant idea several times and again retreats into the shadows. Then it's up to the marauders themselves, who take advantage of the opportunity and start spitting out the cobwebs that have gotten into their mouths. Hearing a commotion behind him, but seeing his companions on the other side, the dwarf grabs his axe. Turning quickly, he kills the humanized wolf with just one blow. One of the three notices another one with excellent equipment. They are happy with the profit even in such a situation. Watching this disgusting sight, Charlie decides to give up his meat shield. When he leaves his hiding place, the bandits ask how he ended up in this place. Charlie is so angry that he tells the scumbag to shut up along with his magic. When he transforms into a black dragon, the marauders squeal and scatter in different directions. But Charlie has no intention of being merciful to those who deserve it least. He asks the one who remains to behave decently. Otherwise, his death will be much worse than that of the other two. When the dwarf expresses understanding about this, Charlie asks him where they are. Redbeard talks about this place being called the Kingdom of Titles, and also about the titles themselves. Charlie finds this information useful, and also asks about the promotion rules. The man standing in front of him tells the guy what he already knows about the rank increase. Charlie begins to reflect on the new information, trying to turn it all to his advantage. And then this dwarf says that truly powerful titles are in the hands of great families. Noticing an iron plate in the hands of his interlocutor, the guy asks what it is, and he hears that this is an identity card that allows access to previously inaccessible places. Noticing that his interlocutor was deep in thought, the dwarf decides to take advantage of this moment to escape. And it's all in vain, because punishment overtakes him instantly, along with his own cry. Charlie reminds the corpse of his own words about being quiet. Returning to his previous form, the guy approaches his first victim to take the badge. Sometime later, he finds himself at the gate again and is about to use it. But then something strange starts to happen around him, and the guy reflexively steps back. Giants appear before him, asking from whom he dared to take this badge. As Charlie runs away from them, he thinks that he shouldn't reveal himself right here. His pursuers prove foolish enough to fall for his trick. And as soon as they get into the required area, Charlie activates his trap. He assumes that it won't be possible to leave this place just like that, which means he needs to get information. Remembering that his girlfriend is waiting for him, Charlie is filled with determination to return home as soon as possible. He gets the idea to create a little commotion and escape from this place during the resulting chaos. Having chopped up enough corpses of monsters of all ranks, the guy is going to put the idea into action. Naturally, he needed all this in order to produce a combination of genes. When finished, the guy creates such a miracle that it gives him goosebumps. But he overcomes his disgust and tells this guy to show everyone everything he is capable of. This miracle has no choice but to fulfill the first will of its creator. And Charlie, bursting in, states the fact that the present moment is extremely opportune. As his level rises, the boy can't believe he had so little time left. When the system offers the user to choose a specific place, he does not think for long. Having chosen the location that first came to his mind, Charlie begins the process of teleportation. The system politely greets the guy, calling this region Greenland Forest, and reminds him of the user's rank. A voice behind Charlie sounds pleased that there is a newcomer in the area. The stranger asks if the guy can heal, since they already have a shooter, a warrior, and a killer. On the other side, a strange hand reaches out to Charlie, the owner of which calls him boy. He asks the guy if he wants to join their team, and is immediately given a clear refusal. By saying he's not interested, Charlie reflects on how much of a jerk someone must be to get involved with strangers. As he passes by the man, the boy hears him talking about the beneficial properties of the decomposition gloves. Thinking that this thing will solve his loot storage problem, Charlie expresses his intention to take them. The merchant states the price of the gloves, which is equal to 2,000 gold coins. For Charlie, this turns out to be too expensive. He thinks about how he barely scraped together 1,000 from those would-be murderers. But he quickly finds a way out of the situation, by offering the man to sell him just one glove. While the merchant hesitates and thinks about it, the guy gives him arguments about why it is profitable. In the end, the man agrees that what was said makes sense, and Charlie thanks him for the goods. Having put his new outfit in his inventory, the guy continues his journey through Greenland Forest. For a long time, he is accompanied only by the everyday sounds of the forest. But suddenly a strange rustling reaches Charlie's ears. He intensifies everything, forcing the guy to turn around and find the source of the rustling. At the same moment, the goblins angrily raise their weapons and rush at their victim. The guy smirks at this, thinking that he hasn't fought against such insignificant creatures for a long time. When he manifests the aura of a monarch-type creature, the little green men freeze in confusion. Remembering that the title he recently received had a summoning ability, Charlie decides to try it out. And he does so immediately, summoning wolf spiders onto the battlefield, causing the goblins to freeze in terror. The little green men don't even have time to really understand what's happening, and Charlie gets a title for killing them. While looking through all these system windows, the guy wonders why he hasn't received his badge yet. And then he receives it and is amazed at the absurdity of the system, because it turns out that all he had to do was ask. An idea is born in Charlie's head to get all the titles that are possible. Perhaps they will come in handy someday. With these thoughts in mind, he decides to try out the gauntlet of decomposition, breaking down bodies into pieces of loot. Convinced of the success of this venture, the guy expresses his intention to continue this process. After this, he sets off in search of new adventures, and a little later fights new opponents. Right in the midst of the fight, the guy decides to try out another innovation and summons a club. But the weapon turns out to be completely different from what Charlie expected, so he is outraged. The goblins are not about to wait for their potential meal to get over their feelings, so they attack. But Charlie isn't about to let the creatures feel superior, and he quickly gets back into action. One wide blow from the strange weapon is enough to destroy this goblin, and Charlie expresses pleasure, noting the fact that this thing fits comfortably in his hand. Realizing that they have messed with the wrong enemy, the green creatures begin to back away in fear, but none of them manage to get away unpunished, and a little later Charlie is already taking them apart piece by piece. A remark is heard nearby that the newcomer has made a good profit, and soon the guy sees them. Noticing the stranger's badges, Charlie realizes they are strong, and the redhead resorts to threats. Ignoring them, the guy asks the ill-wisher if he has a ring of storage. He says that naturally he has it, since he is the holder of the silver title. Hearing the redhead brag about the footage, Charlie finds 10 cubes not very impressive. Still, it's better than nothing, so the guy decides to engage in a fight with the silver title holder. He is amazed by such blatant impudence and, calling his opponent a puppy, blocks. The next moment, everyone pounces on Charlie, accusing him of being too self-important. When the club meets the wide blade, something incredible happens, accompanied by a dull sound. The recoil that occurs causes Charlie's opponent's blade to fly to the side, performing long somersaults. Ricochet ends up colliding with the skull of one of his opponents, who don't even have time to react. His comrades begin to be amazed that a newbie with an iron rank can be so strong. Red comes to his senses faster than his accomplices, and orders them to immediately attack this impudent fellow. These words sober up the rest of the team, and the first one rushes at Charlie with a war cry. The second one provides support to his friend in the form of a fireball spell, which the enemy avoids. And then, deftly dodging, the guy attacks his opponent, knocking a death cry out of him. Red can't believe his eyes, which he immediately talks about and thinks about. He wonders who Charlie is, because he himself isn't sure he could have dodged that fireball. His opponent, meanwhile, attacks his next target, achieving its elimination just as successfully. Seeing the body of his last comrade fall to the ground, the red-haired man freezes, puzzled. Hearing approaching footsteps behind him, he slowly turns around, fearing his fate. The desire to live is so strong that the marauder changes his shoes, showering Charlie with apologies. Hearing his desire to get all his things, the red-haired man reluctantly obeys, because he has no other choice. Admiring his new clothes, Charlie mentally notes that this man had a lot of stuff with him. Taking this scroll in his hands, the guy assumes from its appearance that it is expensive. It talks about the possibility of obtaining a hidden title by killing 10 gold rank monsters. Later, the boy comes to the goblin settlement and finds a thunder goblin, a gold rank monster there. Grinning with satisfaction, the guy informs the creature that he will be the first in this matter. While the monster is activating its ability, its relatives come to its aid. Charlie deals with them only in this way, telling them to get rid of small change, because they only get in the way. The guy is glad that he has the Glove of Decay, thanks to which collecting drops has become much easier. Not forgetting that he has acquired new skills, Charlie is going to try them out. This ability is so powerful that goblins are sent into oblivion literally in the blink of an eye. The Thunder Goblin doesn't look pleased by this as he charges at the enemy, charging up with his energy. Charlie deliberately hesitates, wanting to see with his own eyes what this creature is capable of, and is even surprised. After all, the abilities of the ugly little man, charged with thunder, turn out to be quite good. The guy has an idea, which he immediately voices, suggesting using the goblin's abilities on his fellow goblins. Watching closely, Charlie begins to analyze the effect of the goblin's lightning. He thinks that while they might not be deadly, they do slow things down considerably and are shocking. At this time, the goblin reloads again and tells his opponent that he is a corpse. And somewhere in the forest, a familiar male voice is heard, its owner complaining to someone about Charlie. Gold is asked to finish off our guy, promising to repay him for this help later. At that very moment, lightning pierces the sky, and the interlocutors understand perfectly well to whom it belongs. However, Gold still asks the obvious question, suggesting that someone has decided to test their strength against him. Red, turning again to his brother, informs him that this is the one they need. Charlie stands unwaveringly before his opponent, not moving even during his attacks. Gold is amazed at the guy's arrogance and calls him an idiot who is about to die. But then something happens, because lightning, striking Charlie, does not cause him any harm at all. Gold even cries out in amazement, wondering out loud how this is possible. The goblin's reaction is about the same, only he manages to experience the stunned state in his own mind. Meanwhile, Charlie remembers the element of cyan, thinking that this pathetic lightning cannot compare to it. And now it's time for the guy to demonstrate his strength, and he equips his favorite club. Striking the weaklings who get in his way, Charlie moves quickly towards his goal. He urges himself to put the experiments aside, because he needs to exterminate a couple of hundred ordinary goblins. He needs this in order to improve his title and raise his current level. When Charlie strikes, the system reports that the maximum level of the silver rank title has been reached. After his attack, the guy reminds his opponent that it is now his turn. The goblin obediently listens to these words, and Charlie continues his offensive as if nothing had happened. It seems that this is the end, but somehow the guy manages to escape the attack. He appears behind the goblin while he is trying to figure out where the little man is hiding. The answer is revealed when Charlie's new favorite weapon arrives to the creature. With his last strength, the goblin tries to crawl further away from his opponent, saying that he does not want to die. But Charlie is merciless, as he needs his first victim on the way to obtaining the coveted title. The remaining goblins, seeing that such a powerful relative has been defeated, run away headlong. The system informs Charlie that he has reached level 100 and has been promoted to gold rank. Along with other goodies, the guy receives the Thunderblade and is happy with such a decent weapon. He only needs to obtain a few gold rank monster remains to improve his title. Accidentally touching a bush and making a rustling sound, Gold advises the ginger to forget about his desire for revenge. Noticing Charlie, he tells the younger one to hide, because if the boy notices them, it will be the end for them. But Charlie picks up sounds that don't fit in with the surroundings and turns to those hiding. Equipping his new weapon, the guy tells the two to stop hiding and leave the shelter immediately. They continue to hesitate, afraid to even breathe, but Charlie himself already notices them. Seeing an acquaintance, he expresses the assumption that he has decided to enlist the support of someone more powerful. Red changes his shoes instantly, stuttering as he tries to say that he wouldn't dare do such a thing. Gold also backs off, saying that he doesn't know the man at all and was just passing by. Charlie doesn't believe a single word these people say, ordering them to hand over all their equipment and drops to him. Words that force will be used if he refuses or tries to evade have a decisive effect on a man. But still, while handing over his equipment, he decides to hide something, and this makes Charlie remember his words. He asks the man where his spatial ring is, ordering him to give it to him as well. Gold dares to say that in such matters one must leave room for maneuver, for growth. The guy doesn't appreciate the man's resourcefulness and repeats his request to give him the ring. An oppressive silence reigns, in which neither of them wants to give in to the other. Charlie's patience wears thin, and he makes a barely perceptible movement towards Gold. This is enough to loosen the man's tongue and make him groan in pain. Belatedly, Gold begins to say that he agrees to give up his ring, but it is too late. While the man's henchmen try to give him first aid, Charlie looks through his trophies. He is surprised that among this man's things, there is also another scroll. Meanwhile, later in the shelter, he gives the order to immediately gather all his guys. Gold wants to find traces of Charlie, but asks his subordinates not to go after him themselves, but to simply report. Meanwhile, our handsome guy goes to the habitat of demonic cats. He doesn't like the features he uses, but he's willing to put up with it for the sake of the title. Charlie is also not thrilled about trading 3 diamond titles for 1 platinum one. The guy decides to find out more about everything, and only then is he satisfied with the conditions. He continues to express his joy about this, when suddenly a large shadow falls on him. The guy turns around just as sharp claws, as sharp as air, cut through the air nearby. He doesn't get lost, jumping back sharply and taking out a thunder sword from his inventory. In his mind, the guy assumes that this individual is the main one among the demonic cats. At that very moment, lightning bursts from the weapon and cuts through the air above them, widely illuminating the area. Charlie doesn't hesitate for a moment, confidently aiming and leading his enchanted blade straight at the cat. The demon also has no intention of retreating, which turns out to be his stupidest mistake in his entire life. The giant body begins to disintegrate into pieces, turning into a hissing smoke. Charlie doesn't regret what he did at all, telling the already dead creature that it was just what was coming. Feeling the death of their leader and weakness before this man, the cats rush to flee. Charlie says that his current strength is not yet enough to openly hunt the diamonds, but there is a way out, and the guy is thinking with anticipation about the possibility of taking advantage of a combination of genes. This is how he manages to create a platinum-ranked demonic cat, which is what the system reports. The creature turns out to be very aggressive and attacks its creator immediately. But Charlie doesn't hesitate, destroying the enemy with just one blow of his thunder sword. The notification about the title promotion of Demon Cat Enemy to Platinum makes the guy smile. This is not enough for Charlie, and he repeats the final manipulations several times. So the guy manages to raise the title to Diamond, which in fact was his ultimate goal. Recalling his ability, Charlie expresses joy at the fact that he succeeded. The system lists all the abilities he received, but the guy says he expected more. But he doesn't remain upset for long, intending to obtain the title of fighter pilot as soon as possible. So, with the help of the gene combination, he tracks down and kills the goblins and minotaurs he created himself. As a result, he not only obtains 3 diamond titles, but also accumulates the necessary gold remains. The result is receiving the Gold Monster Hunter title with 3 effects. Reading their detailed descriptions, the guy says that this is not so bad. As the used scroll in Charlie's hand begins to undergo a metamorphosis, he ponders, and the system notifies its user that he has received the title of Fighter. Summoning the weapon and using the charm on it, Charlie can't help but admire it. The next moment he tests his abilities, forcing the blade to take on a different shape. The guy thinks with delight that now his weapon can change according to his will. Meanwhile, the sound of strange footsteps is heard behind him, causing Charlie to turn around to look at the uninvited guests. One of them is Gold, expressing joy at finally reaching his enemy. He asks Charlie why he is silent and tells him to give him everything of value. The guy grins provocatively, in turn asking about Gold's now healed hand. He growls, calling his interlocutor too self-confident and promising to knock him down a peg. To do this, each member of the male squad performs a technique called summoning monsters. Charlie is delighted at the opportunity, as he was just about to try out the weapon in combat. Taking up the weapon, the boy summons the Sword of Carnage and rushes with it at his enemies. Death comes to enemy creatures instantly. They don't even have time to understand what happened. Charlie asks himself a rhetorical question, expecting more from his opponents. Gold asks his subordinates not to approach the guy, saying that they need to attack him from a distance. But they don't want to fight Charlie at all, running away from the battlefield with screams full of horror. The guy decides to try out one of his new techniques again, summoning gold rank monsters. The creatures appear right in front of their targets, causing them to recoil in terror. Charlie asks if they've lost their desire to take anything from him. The opponents ask him to spare them, starting to say that they will never dare to do such a thing again. However, their pleading words are interrupted by this powerful surge of energy, visible from afar. Walking between the bodies of his fallen enemies, the guy says that he finds them somehow weak. He heads to a golden leveling area called the Sky City. The stranger, considering Charlie to be new, asks him about his rank and where he has already managed to be in charge. The guy says that his story is not that interesting, but asks to tell about the reward for completing the city. Red advises him not to get too cocky, since no one has yet managed to cross the Heavenly City. And yet the man talks about the reward for completing the game, and it interests Charlie. A manager appears on the horizon, asking what the Iron Ranker has forgotten here. He sends Charlie away, saying that there is no place for people like him here, and the redhead begins to make fun of the iron-ranked one. The guy asks if there is a rule that prohibits people of low rank from entering the city. Sometime later, Charlie walks through the streets, lazily playing with his new silver rank badge. Exhaling heavily, he says out loud that he spent a lot of gold on this trinket. A voice is heard from behind, saying that its owner is selling a platinum rank title scroll. The girl is interested in this offer, and asks the merchant to name his price. The man asks her to be silent and says that this platinum scroll will be bought by the Great Vades squad. The boy starts talking about why he is selling this thing, and his interlocutor asks him to name the price. But he says he doesn't need gold, he wants to exchange the scroll for the crystal ball of prediction. Potential buyers seriously question the seller's sanity, as this item is rare. The boy confirms their thoughts, saying that this orb only drops when the Lord of Light is killed. No one wants to take such a risk for a pig in a poke, so they ask about the title inside. The boy unrolls the scroll, revealing its platinum title, Dimensional Wanderer. Reading its description, a man from the Great Vades squad says that he finds the title worthy. Charlie also enjoys the ability to teleport, but he keeps his thoughts to himself. Someone starts shouting that he is gathering a squad against the Lord of Light, offering to join it. Charlie thinks that he should at least try to get this title. It won't hurt him. If not, then the loss is small. In extreme cases, it will be possible to simply take it by force. Immediately after this, the guy heads to the first floor of the Heavenly City. He looks around carefully, not wanting to run into anyone dangerous, especially after the rumors. His instinct tells him that there is someone ahead, and slowing down, the guy actually notices a silhouette. As Charlie slowly moves forward, he wonders in his mind what this thing is. In any case, the guy has only one conversation with such creatures, and it's short. and literally a couple of seconds later, the giant silhouette, or rather parts of it, falls dead. The guy thinks that this monster could very well be the boss of the previous zones, and just when he gets frustrated with the progress being too slow, a surprise awaits him. The guy is surprised that this time the monsters also have skills. Fortunately, he manages to avoid injury. Meanwhile, new colossi continue to appear around us, as if out of nowhere. But the guy doesn't feel any fear in front of them, asking if they really thought he was easy prey. Charlie uses one of her newly acquired abilities and summons golden creatures. And he gives them the order to deal with the monsters that dared to stand in his way. After the punishment is properly carried out, the guy asks if that's all. After killing enough Naga dragons, Charlie gains the ability to transform into them. He decides to try it out right away, noticing that his transformation into a black dragon has improved. Just when the guy thinks that this will make things much easier for him, new creatures appear on the way. Equipping the blade, Charlie invites the boys to attack him, saying that he is waiting for them. The Lord of the Nagas appears on the horizon, and he is just informed of what the invader dared to do. This creature is their king. It has a platinum rank, and its name is Bakal. It forbids its subjects to fight the unknown until they find out who he is. Charlie, noticing the king of the Naga dragons, does not hold back his emotions, calling him a big guy. Already in his mind, he notices that the aura of this creature and its strong body are different from all the previous ones. The guy rushes at the king with the thought that killing him should significantly increase progress. Meanwhile, Bakal calmly activates his lightning shroud ability. Charlie grins, mentally noting that he has something similar in his arsenal too. When two opposing forces collide, the room is illuminated by a very bright light. The Naga Dragon King squints in an attempt to get a better look at his opponent, but the lumens are too strong to see. Thinking that this also works against the enemy, Bakal wants to move behind him. But Charlie turns out to be quicker, thanking the Naga Dragon in advance for the level up. It turns out that he is not so simple, quickly turning around and launching a counterattack. Mentally agreeing that the enemy was a tough nut to crack, Charlie attacks again. Analyzing him, Bakal thinks that this guy is definitely a human, but with dragon blood in his veins, and he suggests to Charlie that they end this useless battle and discuss everything calmly. The guy asks the king of the Naga dragons if he really thinks he's an idiot. His opponent asks his interlocutor not to doubt the sincerity of his words. Then Charlie asks him to order his subordinates to move 100 steps away from him. The Naga dragons are worried about their lord, but he tells them to do as the man says. There is a silent exchange of pleasantries for a while, but Bakal decides to speak. He says that he would like to ask Charlie to give them some help. This comes as a big surprise to the guy. He expected anything but this. Charlie clarifies what exactly they need help with, but asks to avoid riddles and the like. The king of the Naga dragons asks the boy to help his tribe escape from the place that has become their prison. These words also come as a surprise to Charlie, and he asks again, confused. Bakal starts from afar, confessing to the guy that their race is the fruit of the union of several races. But they truly revere the blood of dragons, and it is for this reason that they are locked up in the Celestial City. Bakal always dreamed of getting his fellow humans out of this prison, but at the same time, he is perfectly aware that he simply does not have enough strength to implement this. Charlie's incredible talent and dragon blood gave the king of the dragon Nagas hope for the salvation of his family. The guy is in for another surprise this day. He is impressed that Bakal managed to analyze his blood. That's why the guy agrees to listen to the Naga dragon and asks what he proposes to do. Bakal says that if Charlie helps him, he is ready to swear allegiance and eternal service to him. The guy asks if the Naga isn't afraid of betrayal, because he can take advantage of this weakness. Bakal agrees with this possibility, but says he has no other choice. When Charlie thinks about it, he feels like the creature's behavior doesn't look like pretense. Bakal adds that if the boy helps him, he will share with him the secret of the diamond rank title. After receiving Charlie's consent, the Naga Dragon King declares that the Sky City is indeed alive. This again confuses the guy, forcing him to ask a question that is a sign of surprise. Bakal continues speaking, saying that no adventurer who enters here will be able to understand this, and this will not happen until it receives recognition from the Heavenly City itself. Charlie remembers the words spoken by that merchant, which he did not attach any importance to at the time. He said that if someone could complete all the floors of the tower perfectly, they would receive the blessing of the city itself. Then Charlie clarifies the veracity of the rumors, and Bakal confirms them by sharing the activation of this condition. To get the achievement, you need to kill all the bosses on each floor, of which he is one. Charlie asks what will happen after he gets the achievement for completing the first floor perfectly. After all, there are still 6 of them ahead, whose rulers are unlikely to voluntarily ask for their death. Bakal thinks that everything is fine, because he feels that the dragon blood inside the boy will soon awaken. If he is killed, Charlie's title will improve, and the rulers of the races of other floors will not be a problem for him. The boy reflects on the enormous sacrifice this creature made for the good of its people. He doesn't particularly want to kill such a strong and wise leader, a potential subordinate with a head on his shoulders. Charlie asks again about the terms, and the other man says he wouldn't lie about it. The guy says he has an idea that could be used to create a creature stronger than the king. Bacall is puzzled when he hears these words and asks how such a thing can even be done. Charlie informs the Naga that 2 voluntary sacrifices will be required. The king is hesitant. He still wants to die in the name of the people, but the guy says he needs him alive. Hearing the conversation between the two, the first volunteer is found. The king says that his sacrifice will not be forgotten. Once a second candidate is found, Charlie immediately begins the gene combination process. This venture turns out to be successful, and on the first try, the guy manages to create a diamond rank Naga dragon. Even the king of this nation cannot hold back a stunned cry. What can we say about others? Well, Charlie, while they are coming to their senses, gives the victims a quick and almost painless death. The guy's title is upgraded to diamond rank, Hope of the Half-Dragons, and he gains 2 effects. At the same time, the system informs the user that they are being transformed into a black dragon. And at the same time, about the successful completion of the first floor and teleportation to the next level. Saying goodbye to the Nagas until the next meeting, the guy promises to grant them freedom when he returns. Bacall respectfully says that he has faith that Charlie will do it and will be able to keep his promise. Meanwhile, the boy gets to the 2nd floor of the Sky City and begins to study the situation. Noticing a strange aura, Charlie assumes that there is some kind of monster hiding inside. He feels uneasy. The guy regrets that he didn't ask Bacall about the other owners of the floors. But now it's too late to think about it, and Charlie decides to just be more careful. Since it turns out to be pitch darkness inside, the guy is forced to light a small source of flame. He says that now at least something can be seen. Moving further, he finds himself in a relatively small hall with 3 absolutely identical passages. Charlie thinks, trying to figure out, logically or intuitively, which one he should enter. As a result, the guy decides to first send his golden creatures on reconnaissance. One move, and minotaurs, goblins, and demon cats are sent to each of their passages. Listening to his feelings, Charlie begins to feel the aura of the beings on the other side. It looks like they are spirits, and the guy thinks his henchmen will deal with them without any problems. As he destroys enemy entities, the guy gains positive effects, which is surprising. Remembering that the spirits were usually hostile, Charlie decides to find out everything firsthand. When his creatures return to him, the guy has a strange feeling. Taking a closer look and noticing who exactly had returned to him, Charlie's whole body shuddered. It turns out that these are not his golden creatures at all, but the very spirits that killed them. And although the guy doesn't understand how exactly they managed to get here, he doesn't consider these entities to be enemies. That is why, when destroying them, Charlie feels absolutely no regret. Noticing how the defeated spirits rejoice, the guy becomes convinced that they are masochists. But then the thought occurs to him that they too could have been locked in this place. Looking at the progress of the dungeon, the guy already feels much more joy than before. Now everything becomes clear to him, and he decides to find the strongest boss on this floor and deal with him. He leaves his mark next to one of the doors, thinking that if this is the case, he will go at random. Once inside, the guy expresses confidence that sooner or later he will find what he is looking for. As Charlie progresses, he realizes that the deeper he goes, the more spirits there are. On top of that, they turn out to be stronger than their predecessors. Charlie expresses his joy at having thought of leaving marks. Otherwise, he would have gotten lost in the dark corridors. Just noticing one of them, the guy wonders how he ended up in this place again. He thinks about this, while simultaneously looking around for the door, near which there is nothing. And then the guy decides to try to go down another corridor. It turns out to be even darker than the previous ones. But after a while, Charlie notices a light ahead. The guy understands that this is precisely the solution he was so desperately looking for. He rushes towards the light at full speed, because he is already quite tired of wandering in this impenetrable darkness. But as soon as Charlie reaches the exit and runs into an unfamiliar hall, a huge shadow covers him. The guy curses mentally and tries to brace himself, but it's too late. Unlike himself, his opponent was prepared for the appearance of an uninvited guest. A translucent black tentacle throws the guy against the wall, causing him to hit it painfully. But Charlie isn't going to let himself be beaten and sit back, so he begins his transformation. As he rises upward, he gets a better look at his opponent. But Charlie still can't figure out what it is, and tries to take a closer look. He thinks that even the slightest touch of the creature caused his soul to experience incredible pain. It follows that a direct battle with such a creature is a losing option. But he gets an idea that could help turn the situation to his advantage in this case. Charlie is about to stage a sacrifice, activating the title's third effect, Monster Hunter. According to it, sacrificing a golden creature gives a temporary but multiple increase in power. Just at that very moment, the ghostly tentacle approaches the dragon guy again. Charlie doesn't hesitate, grabbing it deftly and feeling almost no pain. His idea is to use his tentacle to bring the creature itself closer to him. And it works successfully since it, not expecting such a reception, by the will of inertia, moves forward. But before reaching Charlie, the creature jerks back, trying to escape as far as possible. The guy isn't going to let him do that, gripping the handle of his weapon tighter. Just a few moments later, the creature freezes and twists bizarrely, pierced by Charlie's blade. The latter is slightly surprised because he thinks that his opponent should have died from this. But his doubts are dispelled when the haze clears, and the system reports the killing of the diamond creature. Charlie now understands why his opponent was so difficult to kill. The system reports the receipt of diamond rank equipment capable of resisting mental influence. Although the guy doesn't yet know where this thing might be useful to him, he still decides to take it with him. And at that very moment, his feeling of fatigue disappears completely, and breathing becomes easier. Approaching the portal to the 3rd floor, the guy decides that it's time to go. He expresses hope that the Lord of Light has not yet been finished off without him. Just a moment later, Charlie respawns on the 3rd floor and notices something curious. He finds a refutation of his previous words. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people here. Turning to the other side to get a better look, the guy encounters the Spirit of Light, but he himself does not know what it is, mentally asking himself the same question. However, Charlie is not interested in this now. He considers it much more important to find the Lord of Light. As the guy gets closer to the people, the man who notices him makes an unfriendly voice. He says that the 3rd floor is already occupied by the Great Wide Squad, so Charlie better get out of here. The guy mentally notes that even here he can feel the gold rank strength of this person. But this is not a problem for him. And while he is making his way through the others, his interlocutor asks him if he has really gone deaf. The man tells Charlie to get out while he's still alive for the 2nd time, vowing not to repeat it for the 3rd time. Although the boy has his back to him when the fireball is launched, he feels it perfectly. And in order not to waste time, Charlie activates the effect of the assassin title, equipping the corresponding equipment. The first opponent barely has time to scream, because everything happens too quickly. The survivor is mentally terrified of Charlie, not understanding how anyone could be like this. And the guy, noticing the man's intentions, asks if he really wanted to tell others about him. Stumbling and falling, the fugitive twists and turns, asking him not to kill and starting to talk about his brother. But Charlie doesn't let him go, instead of regretting, thinking that the killer lives up to his name. The guy talks about how what he acquired on the previous floor can help improve his title, and he actually succeeds, and Charlie is happy that he has become stronger again. Suddenly his senses pick up a dangerous aura from behind, and the guy turns around sharply. The thing is that someone is attacking him from the other side, and Charlie is already seeing these volleys with his own eyes. Looking more closely, the boy realizes that these projectiles are also the attackers themselves. And although the attacks of these little ones cannot injure him, they block Charlie's path quite noticeably. With a clarifying question about why they don't want to let him through, the guy takes action. Equipping the weapon, he decides to show these kids what real suppression fire can be like. And the very next moment, Charlie mercilessly attacks each of the spirits of light. When the fast bullets reach them, they start talking among themselves about it. Charlie mentally addresses these annoying lumps, saying that this is not all. As soon as a more effective remedy achieves the desired result, the guy begins to explain it. When regular bullets proved useless, he decided to switch to those that could strike the soul. And now he can calmly collect the crystals of light, which are the cores of the spirits of light. And so the guy gets a silver title, which is called the Reaper of the Spirits of Light. The first effect imbues the weapon with light, increasing damage, and the second causes spirits to hate the wielder from the start. Charlie likes this because now he can develop another title into a diamond one. Everyone else continues to search for the Lord of Light, trying to figure out where he could be hiding. Noticing Charlie, one of them mentally realizes that this guy looks very familiar. He is convinced that this is the person who has been declared wanted, and for whom a good reward can be obtained. The others guess about this, or hear the words of this guy. They are not going to miss out on the profit. Re-equipping the machine gun, Charlie tells them to get lost if they don't want to die. He is warned that everything here will be different than in that bronze garbage dump. Charlie doesn't like this attitude, but he keeps his displeasure to himself, just clicking his tongue. And then, without further ado, he sends the first series of his projectiles at the enemies. Many of them suffer an unenviable fate, but not all die in this short queue. Cursing and swearing harshly, the survivors, egging each other on, rush to save themselves by running away. Charlie says he gets bored when his opponents start running away after making their own threats. But he has no intention of letting them go, and taking a few more steps towards his opponents, the guy attacks. One of the seriously wounded still manages to launch a signal flare into the air in the hope of getting help. It rises up truly high, shining brightly, so that it is simply impossible not to see it. Adventurers willing to help their colleagues respond to the call very quickly. To increase excitement and boost morale, they put Charlie's gun up for grabs as a trophy. Realizing that they want to surround him, the guy starts thinking about how to deal with everyone more effectively. His opponents, lining up in orderly rows, create a stone wall formation. The adventurers justify their rank as Charlie's projectiles stop reaching their targets. One of them takes command, offering to attack the enemy right now. The formation gives way to a volley of attacks, beginning to crash into Charlie from all sides. But all of them turn out to be nothing to the guy, which even makes him feel a little sorry. Seeing that the enemy has taken the form of a black dragon, the blonde gives the order to deprive him of his wings. Meanwhile, the system informs its user that the hand cannon, the fighter, is complete. This comes as a surprise to the adventurers, and they try to figure out what it is. Before a powerful explosion occurs, someone manages to warn others about the danger. However, for many, these words are not enough. They do not have time to react in time. And Charlie continues his series of continuous attacks, taking away the last human sounds along with lives. Suddenly he freezes, feeling empty, and settles down, beginning to understand what is going on. This weapon differs from the previous machine gun in that it uses its own energy. Left in pitch silence, the guy suddenly begins to feel something behind him. While he wonders out loud who is here, he wonders in his mind if he has managed to miss anyone. What he sees makes the guy wonder who this strange ball could be. Ultimately, Charlie bets that it will be the Lord of Light himself. Noticing that he has a crystal ball, the guy assumes that he has the ability to foresee the future. It turns out that the Lord of Light knew that they were going to kill him, and that's why he hid. And now, realizing that Charlie was already quite exhausted, this creature decided to finish him off. When he gives a voice, making it sound cheerful, the Overlord gets scared, fearing that the guy is still full of strength. With these thoughts, he turns around sharply, getting ready to run away and hide securely again. But Charlie calls out to him, asking where their master, the Lord of Light, is going. He tenses up, realizing that this man won't let him go so easily, and gritting his teeth, he growls. The creature creates several balls of light and begins to fire them at the enemy. But Charlie stands fearlessly under attack, not even allowing the thought of escaping to enter his mind. Several explosions ring out, signaling to the Lord of Light that his blows have found their mark. The creature laughs evilly, saying that this little man was wrong to dare challenge him. But now the haze left behind by the explosions begins to clear, revealing familiar outlines. Looking at them, the face of the Lord of Light begins to take on increasingly unpleasant outlines. Although his opponent looks strange, if you look closely, there is not even a single scratch on him. Out of helplessness and a surge of emotions, the Lord of Light asks out loud, stuttering, how this is possible, and he decides to make another attack, promising to hit so hard that not a single wet spot remains of the enemy. Watching as a ball forms above the Lord of Light's tentacle, Charlie prepares for his attack. This attack is not the same as before. Instead of fewer smaller balls, it is the opposite. Charlie doesn't wait for it to be completely over, telling his opponent that he talks too much. The dragon guy jumps up and says that it's time to calm this creature down a little. He attacks him from such a close distance that the attack will be more effective. The system reports that the 100th level bar has been exceeded, and that its user has received a new title. Upon completing the 3rd floor of the Heavenly City, the Light Spirit Reaper title is upgraded to Platinum rank. Returning to his normal form, Charlie is glad that it's finally over. Returning back to the city, the guy immediately goes to the merchant with the necessary trophy. But before giving it to him, Charlie shows the ball and asks to give him the scroll with the Platinum title. The merchant believes that it is a fake, since even the Big Bird Squad was unable to obtain the original. But he still asks Charlie for the crystal ball, intending to look at it first. The guy allows this to be done, and the merchant immediately begins to feel the power that permeates this object. Soon doubts are completely dispelled, and he is convinced that the prophetic ball is genuine. The merchant asks Charlie how he managed to do this, since the Lord of Light is rumored to be incredibly cunning. The guy notes that it is unlikely that anyone will share the secret of their success, and offers an alternative. The merchant agrees to accept that Charlie was simply lucky, apologizing for his curiosity. Still, he says that this secret to success intrigues him, asking the guy to find him when he comes to his senses. Seeing Charlie leave with his trophy, the unsuccessful contestants begin to revile him. The guy doesn't pay attention to all these conversations behind his back, although he hears them perfectly well. And although he is currently interested in something else, those who are hungry for profit leave him no other choice. This guy tells Charlie that he won't leave here on foot with this scroll. He orders them to give it to him, promising only in this case his life, which otherwise the guy will lose. The others, while the leader is speaking, walk around Charlie from all sides, getting ready to encircle him. But he smiles when he says that he doesn't intend to die in a place like this. And without another second's hesitation, Charlie equips the weapon that recently brought him success. Dealing with gold-ranked adventurers was easy, and with these ones it's even quicker. Thinking that he has killed too many people, Charlie wants to get out of this place as soon as possible. After carefully studying the scroll, the guy learns that obtaining the title from it requires a lot of resources. But luckily, when Charlie checks his inventory, he finds that he has everything he needs. And right now, he is about to receive a reward for all the efforts he has made recently. Throwing the scroll up, the guy directs his energy into it, performing fusion. The system will soon inform its user about receiving the new title of Spatial Wanderer. Studying the descriptions of the effects, the guy gets some satisfaction from the appearance of the third effect. Thinking that he needs a test subject to understand his potential, Charlie has someone in mind. Returning to the third floor of the Heavenly City, the guy quickly finds those he needs. As Charlie tells the spirits this, he claps his hands, already in anticipation. A spatial movement occurs, changing places between him and the small creatures. They don't even have time to understand what just happened as they start looking around. But Charlie doesn't allow himself to be exposed, jokingly saying goodbye to these guys at the moment of impact. The system informs him that his title of Light Spirit Reaper has been upgraded to Diamond rank. Reading the privileges of his new rank, the boy expresses joy at how lucky he is. He doesn't intend to stop there, continuing his journey to the fourth floor. As he moves, the guy thinks that since he came here, he needs to move at least a little further. This way he clears all 7 floors and collects all 7 diamond titles to increase his assassin title. He only has time to think about the absence of the blessing that Bakal spoke of, and he is asked if the user wishes to ascend to the 8th floor of the Sky City. From this, Charlie concludes that Bakal was indeed telling him the truth back then. He vividly recalls the words of the Naga Dragon King that the Heavenly City is in fact alive, and Charlie is going to go and finally make sure of this by seeing everything with his own eyes. Greedily sucking the guy into itself, the portal responds with a bright glow on its reverse side. Charlie immediately prepares for the worst, remembering what kind of enemies he sometimes encountered along the way. Moving fully, he looks around, expressing an understanding of what the 8th floor looks like. Slowly wandering around the area, the guy continues to study his surroundings without losing his vigilance. However, at some point it does happen, and one of his legs bursts into flames. The guy starts dancing, oohing and eyeing from how hot he gets. Looking around for the source, Charlie comes to the conclusion that it is the work of the merciless sun. Suddenly, the guy notices something unusual nearby and, slowing down, thinks about what it is. At the same time, Charlie sees that there is a small stone lying in front of this strange statue. He plans to use spatial movement on him so he doesn't have to walk on the hot sand himself. This is what he does, and notices that up close the statue turns out to be much larger than it initially seemed. Reaching out to the cool stone, Charlie wonders what he should do with it now. And as soon as human skin comes into contact with the statue, it begins to crack. The next moment, before the guy has time to come to his senses, a pile of stones flies at him. Freed from his shackles, the giant changes his position, directing his gaze straight at Charlie. He thinks that with a creature of that size, whoever they are, one must be careful. And it bursts out into such a loud scream that the guy fears for his eardrums. The giant asks if Charlie was the one who passed all 7 floors of the Sky City flawlessly. The guy answers, but his answer is short, cautious and dry, just to the point. The creature is amazed that he managed to do this at such a young age, prophesying a great future. Charlie thanks him for his flattering words, but asks him to name the reward he will receive for his efforts. The giant laughs, agreeing with his interlocutor, and hands him the reward. It turns out to be the title Conqueror of the Sky City with 3 effects. Having carefully studied everything, the guy says that he finds each of them quite good, and the next moment he wonders why his necklace suddenly started glowing so much. Remembering the effects of the item, Charlie concludes that the necklace gave him a signal. He recalls that it had never reacted so strongly to attempts to influence his mind. As Charlie throws the award down, he comes to the conclusion that something is definitely wrong with it. The object begins to hiss, and its black clouds rise upward. This continues until they envelop the Colossus, revealing to the guy his new face. The creature says that from now on, Charlie will have to devote his life to running this heavenly city. And at the same time, the guy will become the most unfortunate prisoner of all those in this prison. The octopus tells him to accept this fate with dignity, but Charlie doesn't even think about obeying. He answers his interlocutor as boldly and honestly as he thinks in his thoughts, and the creature expresses confidence that Charlie cannot escape it, attacking him again. Blocking a blow from one of the tentacles, the guy asks the octopus if it really thinks it is omnipotent. The next moment, Charlie realizes something is wrong and glances at his hand. Belatedly, the guy realizes what is going on, seeing the enemy's poison spreading across his skin. Charlie knows for sure that if he doesn't get rid of the poison now, he will have to cut off his own arm later. That's why the guy immediately lets his own blood to extract every last drop of the poisonous substance. Letting out a sigh of relief, Charlie expresses relief that he made it in time. Hiding from this creature, the guy mentally calls it a real vile creature. Transforming into a black dragon, Charlie reflects on the octopus's words. The guy understands that if he doesn't fight back against this creature, he will truly be made a prisoner of this place. But Charlie is not satisfied with this arrangement, and he promises to take his opponent's life himself. With these words and similar thoughts, the guy jumps out at the enemy, making a sharp swing of the blade. Looking at his severed tentacle, the octopus begins to speak, addressing Charlie. When he asks him not to bury himself, the limb grows back as if the injury had never happened. An attack follows, but Charlie manages to protect the most vital parts of his body from it. Since the wings are also his limb, the guy determines that this is the same poison. The octopus says with delight that its poison cannot be neutralized by any antidote, and Charlie counters by saying that his scales are resistant to magic. That is why, by reinforcing his actions with words, the guy returns the poison back to its owner. While he squirms and hisses with displeasure, Charlie carries out his next plan. Having equipped his gun, the guy shoots his enemy, not allowing him to get his bearings. Weakened by its own poison, the octopus does not find the strength to even escape the attack. And yet, he slowly begins to recover, saying that Charlie cannot defeat him. But the dragon guy has a different opinion. He says that for every treachery there is wisdom. And not allowing the enemy to heal his old wounds, Charlie adds new, more serious ones. The octopus decides to make a strategic retreat, heading for cover, trying to heal on the go. But Charlie catches up with him, asking him not to worry and saying that he is not a fan of torture. And with the words that he will kill him quickly, the guy mercilessly shoots the kraken. When its fragments fly in all directions, the system informs the owner of his new title. Now he is also a diamond-ranked Sky City Conqueror with 3 effects. The last one is the ability to free any prisoner who is imprisoned in the Celestial City. And just as the guy remembers his deal with Bakal, his attention is drawn to movement. Wondering what it is, Charlie takes a scroll out of the chest. From it he learns that the prisoners of the Heavenly City have sinned against the same high-ranking person. It follows that the monster the boy killed was here for the same reason. He was cursed, and the only way to get rid of it was to replace himself with someone else. Charlie speculates about the creature that trapped everyone here, suggesting that it is very powerful. But thoughts about this are crowded out by others, those according to which the guy will return home in a couple of months. When Charlie returns to the first floor, the king swears an oath of eternal loyalty to him. The boy notices the threads of faith, surprised that even in this world one can find followers. Charlie says that he will take the dragon Nagas with him when he needs to return to his world. He says goodbye to them until the next meeting, thinking about strengthening his own abilities. Later, the guy enters the Black Sea Guild's territory, heading straight to the administration. He says that he came here to exchange his pass, but he thinks that it's all very tedious. But this is necessary in order to obtain permission to enter the Golden Zone for hunting. When Charlie places his token where instructed, the employee literally winces at the recording on the projection. With routine politeness, he asks the guy to wait for him right there for a bit. He is going to report to his superiors about the man who was able to rise to gold so quickly. Sometime later, the employee brings the head of the guild branch to Charlie. He, seeing how the guy looks, thinks that he is not particularly outstanding in appearance. And without any warning, the man is about to test the man called a genius. And although Charlie reacts quite quickly, he thinks about why he was attacked. When their attacks meet, the blonde chuckled with satisfaction, mentally starting to reason. He makes sure that Charlie has a gold rank, because no one of a lower rank can parry such a blow. The man apologizes out loud, admitting that he simply couldn't help but check it out personally. When Charlie asks why he would trust someone who tried to kill him, he is handed a scroll. Blondie suggests that this platinum-ranked title might be able to convince the other person. Thinking that this man is a good persuader, Charlie asks about the other side of the deal. The blonde man introduces himself as the head of the Black Sea Guild branch. He begins to talk about what has recently begun in his department's area of responsibility. The man says he decided to assign the task to him to deal with it, since Charlie had recently been promoted. The guy agrees almost without thinking, saying that he is ready to take on the job. The man immediately warns him that he needs to be extremely careful in that area. When Charlie leaves, he is followed by people who are very hostile towards him. These people have had their eye on this scroll for a long time. They want to resort to trickery and use the guy. Later, wandering through this unsightly area, Charlie assumes that he is almost there. He stops because his attention is drawn to the miasma that seems to come out of nowhere. Charlie admits to himself that he wouldn't have noticed it if the titles hadn't heightened his senses. The guy concludes that the miasma will not affect him, but for others it will be like poison. He only has time to begin to put forward an assumption when he suddenly notices an extraneous premonition nearby. The guy starts to be surrounded by creatures, but he doesn't care. He has no fear or worries. Instead, Charlie equips the gun, noting out loud that these creatures are incredibly confident. And he immediately rushes into the thick of the battle, attacking everyone indiscriminately and not allowing them to get their bearings. The guy says that he is ready to fulfill the creatures' wishes, since they are in such a desperate hurry to the next world. At this moment, a new batch of enemies arrives, but they too are not destined to survive for long. Approaching the corpses, the guy begins to study them, assuming that the miasmas are their machinations. Turning to the system for help, he realizes that he was mistaken, and these creatures are too weak. The guy is going to continue his search, but he is surrounded again, which causes surprise. But it quickly dissipates, as Charlie remembers that such hostility is caused by the title. He is already deciding to pass by, but he is thinking that he shouldn't waste materials so wastefully. So the guy resorts to his favorite method, activating the ability. Using gene combination, he creates a gold rank man-eating spider, and of course, he destroys it, raising his level on the way to a new title. It is upgraded to gold rank, and the summon spider effect is upgraded to summon spider swarm. Charlie immediately decides to try it out. But not just like that, but to put it to good use. The boy orders his pets to find the source of this poisonous miasma. The creatures immediately, without further ado, scatter in different directions, compiling the work. Their owner at this point expresses his intention to take a little rest until then. He decides to do this on a tree he likes, instantly moving into a wide nest. His pursuers, losing track of Charlie, assume that he noticed them and decided to hide. But among them there is one who is firmly convinced that not everyone could do this. And while they are deciding to find their target, she notices this holy trinity. Charlie wonders in his mind if these weirdos have come here for him. Determined to avenge their comrades, he continues to think, remembering those he had destroyed earlier, but notices the looks directed at him. One of the men chuckles nastily, asking Charlie if he really decided to show himself after all. Another calls the guy naive, saying that they didn't leave, but lured him out on purpose. Charlie is much more attracted to what is currently behind his interlocutor. He offers him to turn around, but he refuses, saying that he will not fall for such an obvious deception. And it's a shame, but Charlie isn't going to say that, watching the unfolding events with interest. At this very moment, the one behind the failed tracker takes action. The blonde man starts to twitch, trying to free himself from the grip and telling the monster to get away from him. But the creature does not let go. And at this time, others in the area begin to flock to the loud cry. Charlie finds it convenient that these people are following him. He wants to set the centipedes on them. One of the men notes that the overgrown insects are poisonous and warns his comrades to be careful. However, he not only fails to help his accomplices, but also to protect himself. Now he too begins to curse, trying to get rid of the powerful jaws. The failed group of Pathfinders decides to get out of this place while they are still alive. Charlie finds this shameful, especially for people who call themselves gold-ranked adventurers. But they don't care, they just want to save their lives, even if it comes with varying success. One by one, the men begin to weaken, and the one who remains conscious asks what is wrong with them. Charlie is intrigued by this, and jumping out of the tree, he expresses a guess as to what happened. As he begins to look closely at the already dead man, the guess continues to grow stronger. The last remaining survivor begins to blame Charlie, saying that it is all because of him. The guy says that anyone who plans to kill someone must be prepared to die themselves. As he steps back, the man stumbles and falls straight into the clutches of a centipede. Charlie thinks that those silver-ranked adventurers were also killed by those centipedes. When one of them appears behind him, the guy hears her perfectly well and addresses her. Cutting it with one swing, he asks if they really saw him as such a weakling. The guy is already getting pretty fed up with all this, so he destroys not only the attacking creature, her remaining relatives, realizing who they wanted to contact, rush to crawl away from this place. And Charlie decides to follow them to find out where these creatures came from. To keep his sights on his goals, the guy speeds up, catching up with them almost immediately. And yet he decides to keep some distance from them so as not to scare them off again. The guy slows down to a normal pace, noticing what looks like a lair of these worms. Just in case, he decides to send his spider on reconnaissance. Before the creature disappears, Charlie asks him to find out how many centipedes are in this hole. The hole turns out to be not only dark, but also creepy. The guy almost physically feels it. It's all because of the connection that exists between him and the spider, that he sees everything as if with his own eyes. So, as his little spy moves forward, Charlie realizes that there are quite a few creatures here. The guy gives his pet an order again, this time asking him to deal with the one at the entrance. Deciding that one is not enough, Charlie sends several more to support the first one. Also, having had enough rest, the guy moves on to creating weapons, wanting to take part in the battle himself. Thus, collectively, they manage to completely clear out this breeding ground of monsters. And the next moment, the system reports the receipt of a new title, Centipede Executioner. Along with this, the guy gains immunity to poisons, but this ability does not impress him at all. Deciding to go deeper, Charlie notices a door and it intrigues him. Making his way towards it through the potholes, the guy casts a careful glance at the giant canvas. Summoning his sword into his hand, Charlie slams it hard against the door, commanding it to open. She obeys, presenting a very curious sight to the eye, and the guy impatiently goes inside. And although he sees only statues in front of him, an unpleasant chill runs down the back of his neck, as if from an alien presence. And indeed, one of the stone sculptures begins to move, attracting attention. It immediately tries to attack Charlie, but he is quicker, blocking. And although it comes as a surprise to the guy that the statue has come to life, he copes with it with flying colors. But at that very moment, poisonous gas begins to spread around him again. Even though he has the ability to resist poisons, the guy doesn't want to take risks. And on his way, trying to ambush him, a new enemy appears, hissing ominously. At first glance it appears easy, but the next moment something strange happens. The severed head of the giant snake continues to hiss, trying to touch its killer. When she fails, the poison appears around her again, forcing Charlie to cover herself. There is a hissing and rustling sound ahead of him, and soon the boy sees the reasons behind it. Though he thinks there is no end to these creatures, Charlie is nevertheless quite successful in dealing with them. Yet he feels himself beginning to run out of steam, deciding to retreat for now. The system displays the titles Charlie has received, which can be combined with the previous centipede executioner. The guy doesn't refuse this, and soon reads the description of the new title, Executioner of the 5 Poisonous Creatures of the Threshold. He likes the effects, and Charlie decides to test them out right away. Satisfied, the guy thinks about the new knowledge of combining platinum titles. While he is wondering whether it is possible to unite those of higher rank, a familiar commotion is heard ahead. But Charlie is not upset. On the contrary, he considers this coincidence of circumstances to be very timely. Throwing his hand forward pathetically, he is going to have a lot of fun. But instead of destroying these weak creatures, the guy produces a gene combination. As soon as the ugly creature reveals itself to the light, it begins to exude an aggressive aura. The next moment, the chimera rushes at its creator, but he only grins, satisfied with the result. When the monster is very close, the guy tells him to go to the next world. But then something happens that Charlie could never have expected, and he is amazed. Not understanding why his bullets ricocheted off the chimera, the guy curses out loud. Continuing to slander, Charlie rushes into battle, realizing that he will have to sweat with this opponent. The guy assumes that his gene combination is to blame for everything, having decided to add strength to his skin. But he is not going to despair, already coming up with a plan and grabbing the weapon more tightly. Finding the creature's weak spot, Charlie says that there is a way to deal with everyone. This strategy turns out to be quite effective, as after a kill the user's title increases. Standing over the remains of his most powerful chimera, the boy reads the descriptions of the 3 effects given to him. He remains satisfied, because now he is not only susceptible to poisons, but also represents something similar himself. From the depths of the darkness comes the sound of clattering limbs and hissing, sliding sounds. As the scorpion and the snake approach, the boy rejoices in his good fortune. Taking out his machine gun from his inventory, Charlie grins provocatively as he loads it. From a distance, only flashes are visible, and the muffled but echoing rumble of stones is heard. Later, Charlie expresses joy that he will finally be able to examine everything here properly. Turning around one of the many bends, the guys are presented with a view of the hall. The giant sitting there turns out to be alive, and he asks why Charlie did not fall down before the ruler. When a booming voice tells him to fall to his knees, the boy, even though he doesn't want to, feels the pressure. He realizes that this is another mental attack that forces him to bow to the ground. But Charlie manages to overcome himself and re-equip his gun. He is not going to give up. After he attacks the giant creature, its face contorts in righteous anger. Calling the guy insolent, it asks how he dared to harm his sacred body, telling Charlie that he does not deserve even 1,000 cruel deaths. The giant orders him to be executed. Although he is not asked, the guy agrees to this, saying that he is ready to accept this challenge. And the very next moment he rushes towards a whole squad of warriors ready to kill him. Descending on his wings a little lower to reach the nearest opponent, Charlie strikes. But a surprise awaits him, and the guy realizes that this time he has run into some pretty tough opponents. Charlie understands perfectly well that if they were to collide head-on, he would be the one who would suffer. But the guy doesn't despair because of this, because he has a plan just for this case. Clapping his hands, he makes the exchange and rejoices that this idea has been crowned with success. After this, all he can do is watch as the warrior, already ready to strike, strikes his comrade. Charlie is mentally glad that he managed to complete his maneuver. Otherwise he would have been smeared against the wall. Just like what happened to this unsuspecting poor guy. Realizing what he had just done, his comrade began to look around for Charlie. And he, already flying past his next target, again performs his cunning move. Deftly steering to the right place, the guy claps his hands, making an exchange. The result turns out to be no worse than the previous one, and maybe even better. And he does this until he succeeds in significantly thinning the ranks of his opponents. The last one remains, and Charlie, turning to him, says that now it's his turn. Swinging his weapon as he approaches the enemy, the boy orders him to go to his comrades. Charlie strikes with surprising ease, the knife going through the armor like butter. And the giant, calling the guy a scoundrel, says that now he definitely cannot avoid his death. When he stretches out his hand and the room becomes clouded with a haze, Charlie has no doubts. And as he looks at the poison, the giant shares that it is capable of killing everything that exists in this miserable world. Apart from him, the Lord, no one who finds themselves within the range of his poison is simply capable of surviving. The man is clearly amused by his own words and bursts into loud laughter. Charlie grins in response, asking if the other man is sure he is right. The man's expression changes abruptly, and he asks what exactly the guy means. Asking him if he's surprised, Charlie reflects on how lucky he was last time. The ruler hoped to kill the boy with his poison, not even suspecting that he had created a breeding ground for him. And while the giant is trying to figure out what's wrong, Charlie asks if he's already scared. The Lord considers this impossible, because his most powerful poison can dissolve anything. Charlie doesn't respond to these words and glances around the room as if it's nothing special. In fact, he notices a snake under the ceiling and makes an exchange by teleporting it. The Overlord finds himself in even deeper confusion, and Charlie takes advantage of this. Swinging his arm wide, he advises the giant to stop with his pompous speeches. The blow turns out to be quite good, but the Overlord has no trouble blocking it. Charlie doesn't give up, continuing to resist in the hope of finishing the job, but nothing works. And yet the dragon guy doesn't back down, starting to growl from the effort being applied. This diligence bears fruit, and the Overlord's skin begins to crack, and then breaks completely. Charlie grins, glad that he still managed to emerge victorious in this difficult fight. He is already starting to fall to the ground, when suddenly a gust of wind comes from nowhere and catches his body. Looking down, Charlie tries to find its source, his eyes moving over the surface below. It doesn't work, but the gust of compressed air, having gone around the guy, continues its way upward. Charlie looks up to look for him and seems to spot something, but not for long. It seems to dissolve into thin air, and the guy realizes that the pressure on him has disappeared. However, he thinks that this didn't make him feel any less creepy. He still felt uneasy. The guy gets the diamond rank title, Underground Palace Destroyer, with 3 effects attached. Charlie thinks that he reminded him of the Conqueror of the Sky City. There was a shadow there too. The guy suggests that both of them could have been erected by that same mysterious gentleman. Only he doesn't understand why, although what worries him most now is receiving his reward. Later, Charlie tells the boss exactly what happened here, and he keeps up the conversation. By saying he has done what he was asked to do, Charlie reminds his interlocutor that it is now his turn. The man shows the boy a scroll with all of his platinum rank titles, allowing him to choose anyone. Before doing this, Charlie studies them carefully, approaching the matter thoroughly. While approving of his choice, the man also talks about the limitations, but they don't frighten the guy. He mentally adds that this is all because he can use gene combination at any moment. The interlocutor does not show displeasure, allowing the business partner to take this very title. In his thoughts, he admits to himself that he even felt relieved when Charlie chose him. The man shares that this title has the potential to be elevated to diamond rank. Hearing the name of the monster slayer, Charlie says that he has just one. The man expresses understanding out loud, but tenses up, mentally amazed at this guy's abilities. As he leaves, Charlie allows himself to be invited to similar missions if they arise. Remembering the man's words, the boy repeats after him that all of this needs to be combined. He likes the newly opened set of effects. The guy finds it quite good. Charlie thinks that his time here is limited, so he needs to use it wisely. And the guy kills all the monsters in the vicinity of the leveling zones in just a few days. This greatly increases the effects of the assassin and assassination weapon titles. Their destructive power is greatly increased, and weapons can now take any form. The guy quickly finds himself in the spotlight of major guilds, which inundate him with invitations. Sometimes they even receive invitations to dinner, which even surprises Charlie. But not at all because he is interested in it, because he doesn't get these dinners for free. There is a note that interests him. It is from the Alliance of Trade Guilds. The guy finds it really interesting to participate in a tournament with a reward in the form of providing the necessary resources. Later, his interlocutor expresses joy that Charlie decided to accept their offer. He says that 5 more adventurers have accepted the invitation, and they will now be on the team with them. And a little later he thanks all these people for joining their alliance. An alliance member launches into a tirade about how this time they have to try to wash away the shame. After this, he recommends that everyone get to know each other, because they will have to work together. Baldy introduces himself first, calling himself Great Sand, a platinum rank adventurer. The redhead says that she can't compare to the previous master, so she calls herself Bella. The blonde one's name is Phoenix Sage, and he specializes in magical attacks. The youngest simply introduces herself as Alice and says she is good at healing magic. This man's name is Var. He can transform into a magical bear that tears apart the earth. He says that if someone starts to drag the team down, he will not hesitate to smash his head. Charlie says that even though he has a gold rank badge, he has enough strength to handle it. The guy also gives his name and says that he is ready to deal with any opponent under decent conditions. Noticing Var's ill will, Charlie mentally calls himself a moron. The man says that the guy's blatant insolence made his fists itch. The Alliance member watches all this with anticipation, wanting to see what Charlie is capable of. As soon as he manages to finish his thought, Var leans forward, hoping to easily reach his opponent. But Charlie is not going to give in to him, and an interesting thought is already emerging in his head. He immediately makes a spatial movement, not allowing the enemy to adapt, and instead of hitting his opponent, he punches what Charlie himself wants. He does this several times, and the man does not understand what is happening, losing focus. The Alliance member mentally assumes that he has just witnessed a spatial jump. He couldn't even imagine that the gold-ranked youth he invited would have such a title. Realizing that he has been deceived several times, Var begins to growl angrily. And the very next moment, those present have the opportunity to see the transformation he mentioned. Before attacking, the huge bear sprays its foul breath on anyone standing nearby. After this, he moves on to insults, at the same time wanting to deliver a precise blow. Having seen enough, the Alliance member reminds his opponents that they are now allies. He says the Alliance provides everyone with a title of their choice as a welcome gift. Having returned to human form, Var promises Charlie to deal with him after the tournament. When it comes to a guy's turn to choose a title, he thinks about approaching it wisely. Having found something that suits him one way or another, the guy announces his decision. Hearing this and seeing that Charlie chose the title of Soul Explorer, Bella gasps. And then she starts to suck up to the guy, saying that she also liked this title and asking him to give in. The woman offers to spend the night with Charlie as a consolation, and he asks again. And then he refuses, saying that he likes this title much more than Bella herself. The woman is indignant, calling her failed business partner a petty jerk. An Alliance member asks the participants to hurry with their choices, as it is time for them to move to the tournament venue. Bella turns to Charlie, telling him that this is not the end. She invites him to see what happens next time. Sometime later, when the movement occurs, attention is paid to the new arrivals. The first of all the newcomers to notice is this man, who notes their presence with displeasure. Noticing only high-ranking adventurers around, Charlie is already exhausted with anticipation and interest. As their team passes between the others, the man in green smirks arrogantly. He's amused by the fact that there isn't a single diamond rank adventurer in this team, but there is a gold rank one. Hearing these words, Charlie confidently turns to him and stoically maintains eye contact. Welcoming the adventurers, the tournament organizer introduces himself and begins to announce the rules. Listening to all this, Charlie can't help but comment, as he finds this tournament somewhat simple. Var snorts dismissively, saying that this only means that he is a brat who has never seen the world. And these icons themselves emit a scent that attracts monsters, so not a single one will remain. Baldy asks to leave the feud for later, as the tournament is a more important priority. Charlie understands this man's move, so he decided to use his authority to take the leadership position. And Great continues to command, saying that first of all they should split into pairs. He continues to say something else, but Bella latches onto the part about pairing up. And the woman immediately takes action, announcing to everyone that she will go with little Charlie. The guy leaves, not wanting to listen to this stupid talk, but Bella catches up with him, asking if he doesn't mind. Later, Charlie extracts from the body of a defeated enemy the artifact necessary to complete the mission. Suddenly the color of the sky changes, and the boy wonders what caused it. Bella says she is impressed with Charlie's abilities, despite his low rank. Drawing him to her, she again returns to the conversation about what she is willing to give for the title of Soul Researcher. Bella starts talking about how she will give Charlie an unforgettable experience, but he cuts her off. He says that he has already absorbed this title, but the woman does not believe him, because the guy only has a gold rank. Voices can be heard approaching them, discussing the strange barrier that has recently appeared. After listening a little longer, Charlie confirms the fact that someone is heading in their direction. Bella sighs in disappointment, thinking that this is inappropriate, considering that she almost managed to persuade the guy. The barrier disappears as suddenly as it appeared, which surprises the owners of those very voices. Bella says she's a little tired and wanted to rest, then asks if it was necessary to make noise. Men, one and all, fall victim to her charms, surrounding the woman and starting to fawn. The adventurer in green invites Bella to relax together, and she tells him not to let go of his hands. Suddenly, one of the company notices Charlie's presence and remembers that he is of gold rank. Calling Bella a beauty, he asks her why someone like her would ever get involved with such a weakling. Charlie remains silent, waiting to see what the woman will do next, and she speaks up, addressing him. Bella asks the guy to wait a little, saying that she will return to him as soon as she takes care of these men. And while they start to make out with each other, Charlie notices something curious. He allows himself to speculate mentally, suggesting that this haze is some kind of poisonous gas. These men turn into complete idiots, starting to giggle stupidly and want to satisfy Bella. The woman calls them that, not hesitating to say it out loud, intending to demonstrate her powers. Politely but purely for show, she asks them to let her show what a fragile girl can do. As another man falls to the ground, Bella asks if Charlie now understands his situation. Noting the foxtails, the guy now understands why this woman specializes in seduction. Meanwhile, Bella appears nearby and asks Charlie to be a good boy. The guy asks, much to the woman's shock, what if he doesn't want it? Trying to free herself from his grip, Bella asks Charlie to let her go in a different voice, and he says that if she continues to twitch like this, she will be left without one tail. The woman freezes for a moment and asks, puzzled, what the guy did to her. She doesn't understand how Charlie managed to resist her seduction, being only a gold rank. The guy says that he was gifted with a special gift from birth, so mental attacks do not affect him. The rustling of bushes is heard nearby, and then a growl, causing the couple to turn around. Noticing these creatures, Charlie takes the initiative to deal with them himself. The woman is skeptical about this, but still says that she will not dissuade the guy from committing suicide. She mentally adds that she can take the title back after Charlie is killed by wolves, and she watches as the guy, equipping some interesting blade, selflessly rushes at the enemy. Charlie gets into the swing of things, saying that they've come to the wrong place and that all they're dishing out here is death. But he adds that he only needs the badge, and he can take it peacefully so that the wolves do not suffer. The creatures do freeze, but Charlie soon realizes that it has nothing to do with his words. When the reason itself appears, the guy wonders where this big guy came from. Bella, watching this action, is sure that Charlie will definitely not get out of this now. Catching a woman's gaze, the guy reads her thoughts. They are unpleasant to him, because it is a lie. Wanting to show Bella how deeply mistaken she is, the guy makes a move. Calling one of the wolves doggy, Charlie asks him to stand still for a moment. He calculates the distance precisely to grab the badge his team needs. However, at the last moment, the leader of the wolves jerks and almost grabs the guy by the leg. The second one helps him, almost causing the guy to fall, causing him to swear harshly. But Charlie still manages to grab onto the long fur and escape from the huge fangs. Saddling the big guy, the guy settles down more comfortably, asking him to stop struggling. But he continues to twist his face, forcing Charlie to resort to radical methods. The guy says that since this animal wants to die so badly, he will gladly help him. The giant head flies off with one precise blow and rolls along the ground, spraying blood. Charlie asks who else present wants to die a similar death. But there are none, and the former enemies run away into the forest thicket, whining and with their tails between their legs. Turning to Bella, Charlie says he's surprised she decided not to stab him in the back, and the woman asks the guy to calm down, promising that she will not claim the title of soul researcher. Charlie reminds her of his words about absorbing the title, and Bella says she believes him. The guy expresses joy that she has come to her senses, and the woman is surprised that he is giving her the badge. Charlie reminds her that they are on the same team, and so far he has no particular complaints about her. By saying she won't bother him anymore, the woman literally does the opposite. She thinks that he is strong and not too greedy, not noticing the uninvited guests. But soon they show up themselves, and Charlie asks them who they are. This man is the leader of the Dark Alliance. His name is Gorg, and he wants to take Charlie